Married to a Disabled Man in the 70s Chapter 1 to Chapter 41. Spring 1972. It was time to get off work at noon. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every household in Peach Blossom Village. The children's laughter and the adults' voices made the village seem particularly lively. Only one family had two people yelling at each other. Everyone else was quiet. You were the one who insisted on marrying him. Now you want to take advantage of his illness and go back on your word. Su Jiaojiao, who taught you to do this? The man's angry roar resounded in the central room. There were 3 children in the family, but the other 4 adults did not dare to make a sound. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family was silently cooking in the kitchen, the second daughter-in-law was tending the fire, and the others were squatting in the courtyard. Su Jiaojiao lowered her head. Her brain hadn't completely reacted yet, so she didn't say a word and just let them talk. She silently sorted out her thoughts, not worried at all that she would be beaten, because she knew that someone would help her soon. Sure enough, after the man finished yelling, a sharp female voice immediately shouted back angrily, "What do you mean, old man? Song Qinghan is already like this, and you still want my daughter to marry him? If you want to marry him, then marry him. My daughter is smart, she knows that she can't marry this person." Nonsense. You're the one who spoiled her. The man became angrier. His face was full of traces of age, and the veins on his neck were bursting. He pointed at Su Jiaojiao's nose and shouted, "He didn't want you, but you insisted on going to him. You've made our Su family a joke. Now he wants to marry you, but you don't want it. I'm telling you, this matter has been agreed upon half a year ago. Even if you want to change it, you can't. Even if you don't want to, I'll tie you up." Halfway through his words, the man was pushed and staggered 2 steps. His voice paused, and the woman's cry became louder and louder, "Su Xianxia, you bastard! You're harming your daughter for the rest of her life." The woman hit him with her hands as she spoke, but the man gritted his teeth and did not let go. A mouthful of saliva is a nail. She wanted it from the beginning, and she can't change it. Su Xianxia. Our daughter is still young and insensible. You're also insensible? Why don't you take a look at what kind of person that is? The woman gritted her teeth in despair. However, right at this moment, the girl who had her head lowered suddenly raised her head. Her expression was somewhat innocent as her clear eyes looked at the 2 people who were quarreling and said in a clear voice, "Marry, who said I won't marry?" Sun Fang immediately let go of her husband's hand. She pulled her daughter and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? If you marry him when he's already like that, who's going to take care of you? That old woman from the Song family isn't easy to get along with either. Previously, I was still thinking that you could join the army." Su Jiaojiao blinked her big eyes and nodded seriously. "Mom. I'll marry. I was the one who asked for this marriage, so it's only right for me to marry him." Her voice was soft, her eyes were clear, and her beautiful face was even more charming than before. There was no haze between her brows, which was very different from before. Su Xianxia and Sun Fang understood the meaning of her words and looked at their daughter's calm attitude. Both of them were stunned. Just now, they were arguing because they wanted to decide whether to marry their daughter to Song Qinghan, who was injured and discharged from the army 5 days ago. Su Jiaojiao was the one who asked for this marriage, but now Song Qinghan was seriously injured and discharged from the army. Even if his injury was healed, it was very likely that one of his legs would not be able to bear any weight in the future. In the world of the countryside where they relied on physical labor to earn work points, it was undoubtedly a disaster. In particular, Song Qinghan had a pair of biased parents who always took his things to give to their second son. Song Qinghan was a pitiful person who was caught by a Phaedra. He became an existence that all the young ladies avoided. If not for this, how could Su Jiaojiao take advantage of this? If it was in the past, this would be an advantage, but now it was a business that was losing money. Sun Fang, who loved her daughter dearly, refused to do it no matter what. Su Xianxia, who kept his promise, was determined not to break off the engagement. These days, the family had been making a fuss over this matter and had not stopped. Su Xianxia originally thought that his daughter, who was determined not to marry, would be the most difficult bone to chew. Who knew that she would actually agree first? He was stunned. Looking at his daughter's beautiful face, his heart suddenly softened and he felt bitter. He, who had just shouted that his daughter must marry him, now had a lump in his throat and was unable to say anything. Sun Feng was so angry that she hit him. "Look at you now. Our daughter can't eat in the future, and you'll take care of her for the rest of her life. You're the one who forced her to marry that useless man." Su Jingyang took a deep breath, wiped his face, and said in a deep voice, "I'll take care of her. I'll take care of her for a lifetime. Anyway, the eldest and second son are all grown up, they don't need us to take care of them." After making a ruckus for half the afternoon, the two daughters-in-law of the Su family heard the final decision of the lawsuit. Suddenly, their faces turned ugly. They wanted to say something, but when they saw the ugly faces of their parents-in-law, they panicked and did not dare to speak. Only the heartless 3 children and 2 men did not have any special expressions. Even Su Jiaojiao, who had just decided to marry, was absent-minded while eating. She reluctantly ate 2 pieces of sweet potatoes. After lunch, everyone went to sleep because they still had to work in the fields in the afternoon. Su Jiaojiao returned to her room. There was a dark floral bed, a small desk, a wardrobe, and the walls of the room were covered with paper. It was obvious that the owner of this room was very loved by her family. But when she lay down and looked at the ceiling, all she saw was a dark beam with spider webs on it. Those with good eyesight could see the spiders on it. Su Jiaojiao's scalp suddenly went numb and she felt like crying. In fact, she was not a person of this world. She came from the 2018 of the future, a family where she never worried about money. She was a freelancer and had social phobia. She did not like to go out to play, but it happened to be the May Day holiday. Her best friend insisted that she go camping with them. She had no choice but to go. However, Su Jiaojiao had a special characteristic, which was that she was unlucky. Whenever there was a big day, it would rain, thunder, and lightning. As a result, there was a heavy rainstorm in the middle of the night. They were busy looking for a place to hide from the rain. In the darkness, she did not know how she fell into a ditch. When she woke up again, she was on the mountain in a hunter's trap. She shouted for a long time before someone noticed her and saved her. However, Su Jiaojiao immediately fainted. In the end, when she woke up, she was already in this house. At that time, she was still at a loss, but strangely, someone else's life appeared in her mind. It was a girl born in 1954. Her name was also Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao was 18 years old this year. Not long after she was born, it was during the famine in the early 1960s. She had lived a hard life. In her memory, Su Jiaojiao looked almost exactly the same as her. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Jiaojiao saw the bite marks left by her niece on her thigh, she wouldn't have thought that she was actually wearing the same clothes. Because of this, Su Jiaojiao suspected that she and the original Su Jiaojiao had swapped identities. She just did not know if she had become younger. After all, she was already 23 years old and the original Su Jiaojiao was only 18. This was a village under a small city in the south. Peach Blossom Village, a construction team. It was said that this place was originally just a piece of empty land. During the war, some refugees came here and lived there. Slowly, the village became a village. Therefore, the village occupied a large area and there were not many people. In total, there were only about 60 households. The original Su Jiaojiao, father, Su Jingyang, mother, Sun Feng, were the 2 people just now. She also had 2 brothers, Su Jianhua and Su Jianjun, who were several years older than her. They were already married and had children. The original Su Jiaojiao grew up in an ordinary way. Apart from being a little spoiled at home and being spoiled by her parents, she was not different from other girls. She went to school honestly and was quite smart. Unfortunately, she did not return to university. After graduating from high school, she could not work as a worker because of her connections, so she went home. Last summer, she took a fancy to a young man from the same village. His name was Song Qinghan. He was a soldier. Every month, he sent 20 yuan home. This allowed the Song family to live better than most of the people in the village. It was enviable. So half a year ago, when Song Qinghan went home to visit his relatives and saw the villagers fishing in the pond, she deliberately pulled him into a pond in the village. In this era, it was still very conservative. In addition, hooliganism was punishable by death. Not to mention, Song Qinghan was a soldier. So, the original Su Jiaojiao insisted on marrying him. At this point, the original Su Jiaojiao's parents also doted on her. So, under the ridicule of the whole brigade, they gave up their old face to help her arrange this marriage. However, Song Qinghan was not willing. Although he was forced to get engaged, he used the excuse that he was busy in the army. Even though he did not come back last year for the new year, he did not want to marry her. Who knew that just a few days ago, Song Qinghan came back? But because he injured one of his legs, he was sent back to recuperate. The injury was so serious that it was said that he was discharged from the army. The Song family's parents were not good people. They did not care about their son at all. When they heard that his leg was injured and that he would not be able to work in the future, they immediately proposed to separate from the family. They were afraid that he would eat the family's food for free. Seeing this, Su Jiaojiao's thoughts wandered. Did the Song family's parents not think that Song Qinghan would be compensated for his injury? But they probably didn't know. In any case, Song Qinghan was separated from the family and lived in a shabby place. At this time, he deliberately brought up the marriage with the original Su Jiaojiao. In the original Su Jiaojiao's eyes, he wanted to find someone to eat rice for free, so she did not want to marry him. She did not want to live a hard life in the past. In addition, in this half a year, the two of them did not have any feelings. The original Su Jiaojiao and an educated youth in the brigade had some interactions. It was a bit ambiguous. The original Su Jiaojiao did something, run away from the marriage. It was also at this opportunity that Su Jiaojiao came over. But what made her feel strange was that in her memory, the original Su Jiaojiao clearly went to the town. She and the educated youth had agreed to meet in the town, but when Su Jiaojiao came over, she was in the opposite direction of the mountain. The memory stopped here. Su Jiaojiao's mind was muddled at that time. Now, she could not understand anything. She transmigrated here and woke up in the Su family. She just woke up. Because the development was too strange, Su Jiaojiao was a bit confused. So, she went out to take a look. Who knew that at this time, the original Su Jiaojiao's father came back. When he saw that she was awake, he suddenly exploded and scolded her. Through the original Su Jiaojiao's name and the name of the village, Su Jiaojiao knew that this was a 70's love story. The female lead was an educated youth who went to the countryside in the autumn of 1972. The male lead was Song Qinghan. From the perspective of the book, Song Qinghan's situation was introduced. Su Jiaojiao read it before the camping trip. Later, she was too busy and did not read it. So, she only knew the first few tens of thousands of words of the plot. Song Qinghan deliberately mentioned this marriage in order to take the opportunity to break off the engagement. Who knew that Su Xingyang was too firm about this marriage? When he mentioned it, Su Xingyang agreed without hesitation. Later, he wanted to retreat in order to advance and break off the engagement, but he did not agree. In addition, the original Su Jiaojiao failed to escape, which made Su Xingyang furious. He simply tied her up and married her. As a result, the original Su Jiaojiao took advantage of Song Qinghan's illness to put a green hat on his head. She was almost exposed. In order to not be judged as a hooligan, the pretty boy took her away. The two eloped. Song Qinghan lived alone and raised his leg. Although in the eyes of outsiders, he lived a miserable life, Song Qinghan lived a very comfortable life in the beginning when the female lead accidentally interacted with him. Of course, Su Jiaojiao only read up to this point. She did not know what happened after. However, it was not important. After all, this was a modern novel. The protagonist would not do anything illegal. Moreover, Song Qinghan was a soldier. He was upright and would not retaliate. As for escaping the marriage, there was no need for the plot. Su Jiaojiao knew that after the original Su Jiaojiao and the educated youth ran away, they lived a miserable life. Maybe they were sold. In addition, Su Jiaojiao was also spoiled. She could not carry anything. The original Su Jiaojiao left with her private savings. In the end, they probably exchanged lives and did not leave her money. She herself did not bring cash when she went out. She did not like to wear jewelry. Now that she was poor, she could only accept her fate. As for resisting the marriage, it was even more impossible. The original Su Jiaojiao made such a fuss. She did not know how many good and bad words she said, but her father did not agree to break the marriage. It was even more impossible for her. So now, there was only one ending waiting for her, and that was to obediently get married. In any case, Song Qinghan did not like her. The two of them could live peacefully for a few years. When the college entrance exam resumed, she would go to college. Su Jiaojiao remembered clearly that after entering college, the school would give her subsidies. The better her grades, the more subsidies she would receive. She would not have to worry about her life. She could study hard and find a good job after graduation. It was a good thing. From the 1980s to the 1990s, gold was everywhere. There was a lack of almost everything, especially intellectuals. Even someone like her who did not seek to improve herself and only wanted to live a stable life could rely on knowledge to live a good life. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao did not worry about the future after 1977. What worried her was that before 1977, the original Su Jiaojiao was pampered at home. At most, she could eat 2 more mouthfuls of rice than other girls. If she wanted to eat meat, she could only eat during festivals. As a food lover, Su Jiaojiao almost cried when she thought of the bitter days she would have to live in the future. Suddenly, a soft and cute voice of a 5-year-old girl appeared in her mind. Ding! The matchmaker system has been activated. The host Su Jiaojiao has been successfully bound. May the host and her husband grow old together. Su Jiaojiao was so scared that she lost her expression. She said blankly, "What?" After calming down, Su Jiaojiao asked, "What are you?" "What the hell?" As if not expecting such a reaction, the voice sounded disappointed and aggrieved. "Madam Host, this system is called the matchmaker system. It aims to match a man and a woman with similar auras to become the most loving couple. According to the needs of the host and the husband, different missions will be issued and rewards will be given. At the end, the system added, the host can call me Hong Hong or Empress. Anything is fine. Su Jiaojiao. Speak with your tongue. Oh. The system replied dejectedly. Su Jiaojiao ignored it and understood what the voice meant. She was trying hard to suppress her joy, her legs kicking involuntarily. As an ordinary person, she was very fond of the Goldfinger. She had once dreamed that she had a space where she could store many things. Unfortunately, there was nothing left when she woke up. Now, because of a strange book transmigration, she actually had a Goldfinger? However, the surprise came too quickly. After Su Jiaojiao's brainless ecstasy, she subconsciously thought of the anti-god fingers she had seen before and said fearfully, "You guys are legit, right? It won't take over the host's body, right? Is there a channel to complain?" Matchmaker system. It felt offended that she didn't believe them. The matchmaker system's angry voice became crisper and tender. "Of course we are legit. Host, please take a look." As it spoke, a blue translucent panel appeared in front of Su Jiaojiao. There was a simple personal information on it. Host, Su Jiaojiao current resources, none. There was a shopping mall next to it. She opened it and saw a bunch of good things, including modern things. Most importantly, there really was a complaint button at the bottom right corner. Su Jiaojiao tried to reach out and press it. The matchmaker system was stunned and the next second, it cried out. Sob sob. What did I do wrong? Why do you want to complain about me? Madam Host, I will change. Su Jiaojiao withdrew her hand in embarrassment. She heard the child crying in her mind, as if she was abusing a child. She hurriedly explained, No, I'm just curious. The matchmaker system instantly heaved a sigh of relief. It even sniffed its nose and said softly, Madam Host, I'll give you a mission. Can you go and complete the mission to earn food? If he diverted her attention, she wouldn't want to complain. After complaining, the system would be grounded for many years. This was its first time being the host of a system. It didn't want to be messed up so quickly. Su Jiaojiao nodded vaguely. Okay, let me try. Mission 1, your husband and brother are sweating profusely for your new house. In return, please send mung bean soup to the person who is helping the host and his wife renovate the new house. Reward, marriage fund of 2 yuan. At the same time, the panel in front of her changed, and these words appeared directly. Renovate the new house, that's right. In the original owner's memories, Song Qinghan was sent home in a car with only the driver. After eating dinner, he left early the next morning. However, a few days later, 4 people came to help him renovate the house. They probably knew that Song Qinghan was abandoned by his parents and came to help. His house wasn't suitable for people to live in. Once it rained, it would be raining outside and drizzling inside. When the original owner saw that he lived here, she was even more determined to break off the engagement. However, the system didn't even leave the house. It had only just been bound, yet it knew all of this. This meant that it was much more powerful than Su Jiaojiao imagined. Su Jiaojiao looked at the mission and asked expectantly and suspiciously, "Is there really money? Can I use it in this world? Could such a good thing really fall into her lap?" 2 yuan wasn't much in the modern world. A bottle of water was gone, but in this world, it could buy many things. Even the things in Shang City could be bought with this world's prices. 2 yuan could buy a pair of good sneakers. The matchmaker said heavily, "It's true." Su Jiaojiao smiled very happily. She held her face and asked expectantly, "Can I bargain?" The matchmaker was stunned. "What? How about changing the reward of 2 yuan to 3 yuan? No. Okay, *********. It was currently lunch break. Even if Su Jiaojiao wanted to do the mission, it wasn't good to go at this time, so she simply took an afternoon nap. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Jiaojiao was woken up by the loudspeaker in the village. She knew that it was time to go to work. The original owner didn't need to go. She only needed to take care of the children at home. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao wanted to continue to rest for a while and wait until it was almost time to boil mung bean soup. Unexpectedly, the parents of the Su family took their son and daughter-in-law out. After a while, Su Jingyang came back and said to Su Jiaojiao, "Jiaojiao, Song Qinghan's comrade is helping to repair the house. Your mother just soaked some mung bean soup. Add some sugar and boil it for him. At the very least, you should be polite. Do you hear me?" Su Jiaojiao almost laughed out loud. She happily replied, "Okay." Su Jingyang thought that he would have to spend more time talking. Just as he was about to say a few more words, he heard the answer and was stunned. When did his daughter become so easy to talk to? Although she was his daughter, Su Jingyang still had to say that Jiaojiao was spoiled since she was young. She was usually unwilling to wash her own clothes and was always lazy. Could it be that she had completely accepted her fate? He didn't think so much and reminded, "Jiaojiao, drink more. If it's not enough, add more water." "I know." Su Jiaojiao crisply replied. Only then did Su Jingyang feel at ease and leave. He grinned and his eyes narrowed into slits. As long as his daughter could lead a good life with his son-in-law, it didn't matter if he had to suffer a little. After all, he had 2 sons. Su Jiaojiao didn't know what her father was thinking. It just so happened that the tasks overlapped, so she didn't need to feel embarrassed. When the time came, she could just say that it was her father's order. She happily got up and took out the white sugar locked in the cabinet in her parents' room. The original owner's parents didn't hide this from her, so she knew where the key was. In the kitchen, the mung beans were soaked and ready to be cooked. But, to start the fire, Su Jiaojiao wrinkled her small face and used a match to start the fire. However, the match was about to burn her hand. She was scared and extinguished it early. She went to light another match. Hearing the noise, the 5-year-old Dabao rubbed his eyes and came over. When he saw the scene, he shouted, "Aunt, you can't do this. You're wasting firewood. Grandma will scold you if she sees you." Su Jiaojiao shrunk her neck guiltily. "Why don't you try it?" Dabao immediately ran over and obediently took it. At the same time, he whispered, "Aunt, can I have a sip of the mung bean soup?" In the past, his aunt always refused to give them the sweetened water, but today, his aunt seemed to be kinder. He couldn't help but ask. "Of course." Su Jiaojiao smiled and nodded. "Wow." Dabao was immediately overjoyed. He quickly lit the fire. Su Jiaojiao went to wash the pot and pour the water. These things weren't difficult, but she didn't know how much to use. However, Song Qinghan's house was at the edge of the village. Since everyone had gone to work, there should only be 5 or 6 people. There were also people who worked from home, so 2 pots should be enough. Half an hour later, the sweet mung bean soup was ready. It was boiling hot. It was already May and the sun was shining in the afternoon. It was very hot. Su Jiaojiao felt that she couldn't let the people who worked drink hot water in this weather. Therefore, she took a lot of effort to get cold water from the well in the yard. She put the cooked mung bean soup in a clean bowl and quickly cooled it down. She repeated this twice until the mung bean soup was completely cold. Then, she poured it into the pot. Of course, before that, she poured a cup for Dabao. "Auntie, this mung bean soup is delicious." Dabao carefully took a sip and was very happy. He walked in circles on the spot with a bright smile on his face. Su Jiaojiao smiled proudly. Of course, this was cooked by Auntie. Her cooking skills weren't very good because she had never cooked properly. However, this mung bean soup gave her a great sense of satisfaction. After telling Dabao to look after her 2 brothers at home, Su Jiaojiao took the 2 pots and left. At the side of the village, Song Qinghan's new house. 4 strong men were sweating like rain. They were bare-chested and their bodies were dark. However, they were still full of energy when they spoke. "Our skills are good, right? Look at these new tiles, beautiful. What does it have to do with you?" "This is the tile that I bought, okay." Another man with a rough voice replied snappily. The others also laughed and joked. The atmosphere was lively. Even the gloomy young man who was sitting in the shade of the courtyard had a faint smile on his face. It wasn't much, but it didn't seem as cold as before. Su Jiaojiao came over at this time. When she reached the door, she began to feel nervous. She didn't dare to go in directly. Instead, she poked her head out of the courtyard to observe the situation. When she saw the bare-chested men, she immediately lowered her head awkwardly and whispered, "Hello." The sudden appearance of a delicate and soft female voice startled the men. They looked at each other in dismay. Then, one of them hurriedly pulled on his clothes and quickly put them on. With a dark and red face, he walked to the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw that it was a pretty girl, he stuttered, "What's the matter?" Su Jiaojiao passed the thermos bottle forward and forced a smile. "My father asked me to bring some mung bean soup for you. It's already cold. Drink it quickly. I'll come and get it later." Zhang Zhuang took the thermos bottle numbly. Before he could react, another young man, Jiangyan, who was more quick-witted, had already put on his clothes and came over. He smiled and stopped Su Jiaojiao, who wanted to leave. "You must be my future sister-in-law. Thank you for your trouble. How can you leave like this? Come and sit. We're also tired and want to rest." "No need, no need." Su Jiaojiao quickly shook her head. Of course, of course. Let's go and sit inside. The sun is hot outside. If you get burned, I'll be heartbroken." "What? My future sister-in-law?" The other 3 people were surprised. The other 2 people in the courtyard subconsciously looked at Song Qinghan. Song Qinghan was also stunned. It had been 5 days since he came back and he had not seen Su Jiaojiao. Why was she here now? However, Zhang Zhuang reacted quickly and immediately said, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law. Please come in." After that, he shouted at the other 2, "Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't dirty sister-in-law's eyes." Okay. Come in, sister-in-law. We're already dressed." The other 2 were also very cooperative. They quickly put on their clothes and winked at Song Qinghan. "Brother, sister-in-law is here. She even brought you some mung bean soup." Song Qinghan's eyes sparkled. He pursed his lips and did not say anything. He would wait and see what she was going to do. The 4 of them, firm mouths, were too enthusiastic. Su Jiaojiao originally thought that it would be an easy task. She wanted to leave after giving the things, but who knew that she would be forced to do something beyond her ability. Surrounded and urged by them, she entered the courtyard. The courtyard was very small. There were only 2 rooms and a living room. The little space was filled with all kinds of materials. A few bowls filled with water were placed on a bench. There was a lot of dust on the bench. 4 young men stood there. They were all tall and dark-skinned. Su Jiaojiao, who was slightly face-blind, could not immediately tell who was who. However, when her eyes fell on the handsome young man sitting in the shade in the corner, her eyes lit up. The young man was in his early 20s. His skin was slightly darker, but his facial features were much more prominent than ordinary people. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His nose was high, and his lips were thin and slightly pursed. He gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. Coupled with his inverted triangular face, his jawline was very good-looking. Because he was thin, he looked too sharp. At this time, he was sitting on a chair. Next to him were 2 freshly made crutches. His legs were bandaged. One of the injuries did not seem to be serious, so he was wearing shoes. He should be able to walk with difficulty. This should be Song Qinghan. The previous host's eyes were really good. Su Jiaojiao took another look and met his eyes. It was such a hot day and she felt a chill run down her spine. She felt that his eyes were too sharp and deep, as if they could see through the thoughts hidden in her heart. She suddenly felt guilty and quickly asked, "Hong Hong, does he know about the system? Does he know that I want to complete a mission to exchange for money?" If both of them knew about the system, then it would be very awkward. Fortunately, the matchmaker system was very helpful and immediately replied, "If he doesn't know, then he is bound to the host." Su Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief and became a lot more confident. She pointed at the thermos in the young man's hands. My dad told me to bring some mung bean soup over. Don't let her take the thermos back. The mission hasn't been completed yet." The other 4 people immediately saw that something was wrong and hesitated. Jiangyan ran over and hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Brother, is this our future sister-in-law?" "Don't mistake her for someone else." Song Qinghan nodded his head with a straight face. The others immediately relaxed and said with a smile, "It's been hard on sister-in-law. Let's quickly drink it. This is the mung bean soup that sister-in-law sent over." As he spoke, Zhang Zhuang had already turned on the thermos. The other 3 quickly passed the bowls over and waited. Soon, each of them had a bowl. Jiangyan was the first to take a sip. When he tasted the sweetness, he was pleasantly surprised. "Sister-in-law, there's sugar in it?" "Sugar?" Song Qinghan looked at her with suspicion and vigilance. From what he knew, Su Jiaojiao wouldn't be willing to give others sugar water to drink. He still remembered when she came back last year, she had carried the sugar water out to show off. Her 2 nephews had anxiously followed by her side, wanting to taste it. She had directly pushed them away and ignored the 2 crying in pain. She had said that she could only give it to them if she couldn't drink it and that they weren't allowed to take it. That appearance was still fresh in his memory. He guessed that his comrade had tasted a little sweetness and was deliberately exaggerating it. Su Jiaojiao was scared by Song Qinghan's gaze, but facing the soldier who was smiling brightly, she smiled and nodded, "You've been tired. Drink some to replenish your energy." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Not tired, not tired. This is not as tiring as our training." The few of them spoke one after another and waved their hands without a care. Song Qinghan. Hypocrite, he looked at the people who were talking in full swing and narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he realized that these brothers were so good at flattering people. Jiangyan, who was keenly aware of the coldness, felt a chill down his back. He looked over and saw that his boss's face seemed to be unhappy. He subconsciously looked at the beautiful sister-in-law beside him and quickly reacted. He laughed dryly and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I only cared about myself. You should drink too." As he spoke, he poured a bowl of soup for Song Qinghan and brought it to his side. In the face of his comrade's enthusiasm, Song Qinghan paused. But in the end, it was his good intentions, so he took it and said to the girl who was listening to his comrade's bragging, "Thank you." His voice was stiff. Su Jiaojiao almost thought that he was asking for a debt. She wanted to tell him not to drink it. After all, it was not for him, but for his comrade. However, Song Qinghan drank a big mouthful of mung bean soup after he finished speaking. He originally wanted to quench his thirst, but who knew that when the tip of his tongue touched the mung bean soup, he would immediately taste the sweetness, which made him feel a little sick of it. Also, the cold temperature made him feel comfortable all over, and the heat in his body seemed to dissipate a lot. But, there was actually candy? Song Qinghan's hand that was holding the mung bean soup froze, and his ears turned red. After Song Qinghan finished his mung bean soup, the matchmaker system's cute voice sounded again, Mission 1 completed. The reward has been issued. The host can withdraw it at any time. Su Jiaojiao's eyes curved into a smile, but her expression remained calm. She waited for them to finish the rest of the mung bean paste in the thermos before hurriedly leaving with the thermos. I still have to send this to my parents and brother. I'll be leaving first. Sister-in-law, take care. The youth said with a smile. Su Jiaojiao nodded and ran out in small steps without any reluctance. Behind her, she could faintly hear them teasing Song Qinghan at the top of their voices. After leaving the outsiders, Su Jiaojiao walked alone on the road. Her eyes were full of smiles, and her expression was bright and beautiful. It was especially moving. The main thing was that she found that her pocket really did have 2 more yuan. And it was money from this era. She was really going to become rich with the system. She didn't have to worry about living a hard life anymore. After walking for a while, Su Jiaojiao restrained the joy on her face and brought the thermos to her parents. Dad, Mom, come and drink some water. Sun Feng was bending over to work. When she heard her daughter's voice, her expression changed slightly. She happily put down her work and quickly walked over. She rebuked, "It's hot outside. What are you doing out here? Be careful not to get tanned." Su Jiaojiao smiled and poured a lot of mung bean soup into the thermos before saying, "It's okay. I made some mung bean soup. Mom, try it. It's delicious." Sun Feng just drank a mouthful and couldn't bear to part with it. The sweetness made her heart ache. "Why did you add so much sugar? The sugar was all left for you. Don't waste it. Just add a little to add some flavor." Su Jiaojiao raised her chin and said sweetly, "It's only right for Dad and Mom to drink." "Io, my daughter is so considerate." Sun Feng was so coaxed that she even forgot about her Cold War with her husband. She tugged at Su Jingyang and said excitedly, "My child's father, look. Our Jiaojiao is really careful. Jiaojiao, be a good girl. This is for you. Use it to buy some candy." Su Jingyang took out 5 cents from his pocket and handed it to his daughter. The original owner would definitely accept it, and Su Jiaojiao didn't refuse. After pouring enough mung bean soup for the 2 elders, Su Jiaojiao took the remaining half pot to find her 2 brothers and sister-in-law. They had less, but still had a lot. Zhang Qian was smart and didn't want to lose out at all. Even after drinking the sweet mung bean soup, he still wasn't satisfied. His eyes fell on the extra kettle and he said unhappily, "Jiaojiao, why is there another kettle? Who is it for?" Su Jiaojiao smiled and poured the mung bean soup for her 2 brothers. She didn't hide it and said casually, "It's for Song Qinghan." Zhang Qian paused and asked suspiciously, "Are you really going to marry him?" She was anxious. If she married him, wouldn't her husband and the second branch have to support the 2 elders and her sister-in-law's family? "Jiaojiao, don't take things too hard. Song Qinghan's leg is broken. He won't be able to work in the future. If you marry him, you'll have to suffer. Listen to your sister-in-law and ask Dad for mercy." Okay, don't say any more." Su Jianhua frowned and interrupted his wife. He said unhappily, "Jiaojiao's marriage has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it." "Su Jianhua, what do you mean by that?" "I'm doing this for your own good. If she really marries Song Qinghan, you'll have to support her in the future." Zhang Qian immediately shouted back with a dark face. Second brother and second sister-in-law looked at each other and quickly finished the soup in their hands. They ran to the remaining mung bean paste and ate it. They didn't care about it at all. Su Jiaojiao smiled. "Eldest sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't let my brother support me, but I'll let my parents support me. No one can say anything. Don't worry about it." What did she mean? Did she really think that she didn't know? When the 2 elders were old, they still had to support them. Zhang Qian glared at her with an ugly expression and walked away angrily with his cup. Su Jianhua looked at his younger sister awkwardly and whispered, "Don't mind her. Your sister-in-law didn't mean it." After saying that, he quickly chased after her. The 2 of them quarreled on the ridge for a while. The people around them started to tease them before they finally stopped. Su Jiaojiao calmly waited for second brother and his wife to finish the last mung bean paste. Then, she took the 2 thermos bottles and left. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard Su Jianjun muttering behind her. Eldest brother and his wife are so stupid. Little sister can't eat much. If they want to support her, so be it. Mom and dad still have us. Second sister-in-law Li Xiu angrily patted her husband and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Little sister can't finish it, so there's still brother-in-law. It's normal for eldest sister-in-law to feel uncomfortable. If it were me, I would feel uncomfortable too. But they're really stupid. They didn't even want the mung bean paste. The bottom is the sweetest. It's so sweet that I have the strength to eat it. Let's work more and get more work points. Okay. The 2 of them cheered each other on and valiantly ran to work. Su Jiaojiao. Pfft. Su Jiaojiao didn't take her elder brother and sister-in-law's words to heart. Anyway, after she got married, she would let her parents separate from the Su family. She could be considered to have taken over the original owner's identity. In return, she would provide for them in their old age. As for the original owner's 2 elder brothers, she didn't need to care about them. Because they had their own families, they would have fewer interactions in the future. She walked briskly towards her home, but she was stopped halfway. The person who stopped her was the original owner's ambiguous partner, Yu Chuanhao. The original owner's taste was really good. Song Qinghan was very good-looking. His skin was a little dark, but his facial features were handsome and 3-dimensional. He was completely different from the Song family in her memory. This Yu Chuanhao was also very handsome. He had single eyelids and an oval face. Although he was a little thin, his skin was white and clean. He also wore glasses and a white shirt. He looked gentle and refined. But the way he looked at people was a little too explicit. Su Jiaojiao frowned and said with displeasure, "What's the matter?" Ding. Mission 2, as a person with a partner, we must keep a distance from the opposite sex. Please refuse Yu Chuanhao's goodwill. Reward, a bag of wheat flour. Her eyes paused. She wasn't so unfriendly anymore. This guy was worth a bag of wheat flour. Yu Chuanhao didn't expect to meet Su Jiaojiao here. He was stunned for a moment. Yesterday, he didn't elope with her on purpose. After all, although he wanted to leave the countryside, he didn't have much money on him. If he went outside, he would still be an illegal resident. How could he be willing to leave? Who knew that Su Jiaojiao didn't manage to leave? This made him a little nervous. He was afraid that she would hate him because of love. It was just that his life here was difficult. His family didn't give him any financial support. This Su family's family condition was good. They always had some good things. Anyway, she was a woman who would marry someone else in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Chuanhao stopped his subconscious footsteps and went to greet her. Sure enough, when he walked closer, he saw Su Jiaojiao's impatient look. His heart skipped a beat. He thought that he would be met with trouble. This Su Jiaojiao was arrogant and willful. Although she was well behaved when she was with him, there were many legends about her in the village. Just as he was on tenterhooks, he saw that her expression had suddenly become much gentler, as if even her appearance had become much more pleasing to the eye. He immediately felt at ease and became a little more patient. Jiaojiao, don't be angry, halfway through his words, Su Jiaojiao impatiently interrupted him, don't call my name, you are not qualified. Please call me Comrade Su. Yu Chuanhao was stunned for a moment, huh? He almost thought that he heard wrong. But looking at those eyes that used to be shy and timid, there was no emotion at this time. His heart sank slightly. He was afraid that she would retaliate. Su Jiaojiao looked at him with disdain and lightly said, please stay away from me in the future. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, I will let you know how to write the word regret. As soon as she finished speaking, the matchmaker system's voice immediately sounded, ding. Task completed. The reward has been issued and can be received at any time. After receiving the reward, Su Jiaojiao was about to leave. Wait a minute. Yu Chuanhao subconsciously stopped her. His eyes fell on that white and rosy face. His eyes moved slightly and there was a trace of reluctance in them. This should have been his wish. After all, the villagers said that this time, Song Qinghan came back to marry Su Jiaojiao. He did not want to marry this person. But after not seeing her for a day, Su Jiaojiao seemed to have become a lot more beautiful. She also did not have the smell of dirt that he looked down on. His heart was filled with subtle feelings. Jiaojiao, I know you are angry. Can you listen to my explanation? Yu Chuanhao smiled slightly and pushed up his glasses. He became more gentle. I didn't go yesterday because I want to be with you openly one day. Once we elope, Su Jiaojiao looked at him strangely. It was this kind of move that made the original owner fall for him. Cheating after marriage, she sneered and walked around him. Jiaojiao. Yu Chuanhao saw that she still wanted to leave and became even more unwilling. He reached out to pull her, but who would have thought that when he touched her arm, he would see the person beside him kick at him. Woo! A sharp pain came from somewhere. Yu Chuanhao's legs went soft and his face turned pale. He fell to the ground covered in cold sweat and curled up. At the same time, he did not forget to look at her in shock. She actually treated him like this. Su Jiaojiao gave a cold snort. She did not even look at him as she quickly left. Want to seduce her? No way. Su Jiaojiao thought that the relationship between the original owner and Yu Chuanhao was something that he had never promised. It was all because of the original owner's passion, so she did not plan on pursuing it. Who would have thought that this person would not part on good terms and even tried to seduce her to do bad things? This was too much, but she had only taken 2 steps when Su Jiaojiao heard the matchmaker systems cheering in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, kick out the scum. The reward of the mission is a can of malted milk powder. The host can use it at any time. Su Jiaojiao. This was even possible? She was excited and felt a bit smug as she asked, if I go back and kick him a few more times, will there be more? Matchmaker system. No more. Su Jiaojiao regretfully pursed her lips, but it was still good to have an extra good thing. Malted milk powder was expensive and it seemed like it cost several pieces. She had profited. Su Jiaojiao continued to leave with the 2 thermos bottles. Behind a certain house at the entrance of the village, 2 youths who happened to see this scene pulled back their legs. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Jiangyan clicked his tongue twice and sighed, it seems like sister-in-law is quite strong. I wonder if brother Qinghan can suppress her. He should be able to? Zhang Zhuang said with uncertainty. The 2 of them were going to town to buy food. After all, there were 5 men and Song Qinghan was not good at cooking. It was too wasteful, so they could only eat like this. Who knew that they would see this scene when they reached the entrance of the village? When they go back later, they must tell brother Qinghan and scare him. After the 2 of them finished thinking, they looked at each other at the same time and then looked at the youth who was still lying on the ground. Jiangyan sneered and said, let's go? Zhang Zhuang nodded decisively. Let's go. How dare he seduce his sister-in-law? How could they not teach him a lesson? Yu Chuanhao, who had finally recovered, was about to get up when he saw 2 tall youths standing in front of him. He was about to ask them what was going on when he saw a fist coming towards him. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't you dare seduce my sister-in-law. Yes. Next time you see my sister-in-law, make a detour. Woo-woo. Yu Chuanhao, who was beaten to the point where he could not fight back, whimpered and held his head in pain. When the other party was done, he looked up blankly and asked bitterly, who's your sister-in-law? Zhang Zhuang and Jiangyan. Damn it, how dare you seduce my sister-in-law when you don't even know who she is? Continue beating him. Su Jiaojiao felt like she was floating the whole day. First, she realized that she had transmigrated and received the memories of the original owner. Then, she discovered the golden finger. She completed a few tasks like playing a game and received several rewards. Things were too mysterious. When she returned home in a daze, she saw her 3 little nephews playing in the yard. Her mind suddenly became clear. She reacted. She didn't drink a single sip of the mung bean soup, it was too much of a loss. Su Jiaojiao almost wiped her tears, but today's result was a pity. The mung bean soup was not that important anymore. The 3 children in the house were very obedient. Su Jiaojiao was afraid that something would happen to them, so she sat at the door and watched them. She also spent 50 cents to exchange some cheap malt candy from the matchmaker store. With the candy, the children were even more obedient. They called her aunt happily. The children were simple. In the original owner's memory, Su Jiaojiao had a bad relationship with her nephews because their parents always snatched her food. She felt that the things of the Su parents should be hers, so she was naturally unhappy. But now, Su Jiaojiao didn't care about this. She was willing to give some candy in exchange for the honesty of the three children. Debao was more sensible. He played with his two younger brothers and ate the candy in his mouth. His eyes narrowed and he happily said, "Aunt, are you going to get married? Are you very happy?" Otherwise, why would she give them candy? Su Jiaojiao was embarrassed and decisively shook her head, "No." Debao looked at her doubtfully. He wanted to say something, but Su Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes and threatened, "If you say it again, I won't give it to you." Debao was scared and immediately shook his head. He didn't dare to speak again. Su Jiaojiao smiled. She was also a little greedy. In fact, there were a lot of things stored in the system, but she didn't dare to use them easily. Because the original owner didn't give birth, how could she have these things? Weren't they all given by the Su parents? She dared to take out malt candy because it was quite common in the countryside. The original owner often ate it, so it was fine to secretly hide some. If she changed it to white rabbit candy, there was no reasonable reason. Her mother was smart and could see that something was wrong. At this time, she couldn't help but hope that she could get married as soon as possible. At the very least, she could be independent. Song Qinghan would definitely not keep an eye on her. Besides, the two houses were far apart. Even if she walked quickly, it would take 5 or 6 minutes. Her parents wouldn't notice. Just as she finished thinking, she heard the matchmaker's voice, "Mission 3, it has been detected that the host wishes to get married as soon as possible. Therefore, please confirm the wedding date. Reward, wedding fund of 5 yuan." Su Jiaojiao's mouth opened slightly. 5 yuan, so many? However, setting a wedding date wasn't something she could interfere with. Thinking of this, Su Jiaojiao felt a little awkward. It was time to get off work in the afternoon. The Su family's meals were usually prepared by Sun Fong. Because there were only so many things in the house, she didn't feel at ease with her two daughters-in-law. Therefore, she had a firm control over the supplies. Today's task wasn't heavy. Sun Fong wanted to do more work, so she didn't come back early. Therefore, she was with the rest of the team. However, she walked at the front with a proud look on her face. Today, she got 8 centimeters, but when she got closer, she saw that something was wrong. Not only her, but the people who were familiar with the Su family were also surprised. The neighbor, Auntie Zhang, pointed to the front and said in surprise, "Sister Sun, is this your house? Why is there smoke?" Sun Fong panicked. She quickened her pace and didn't dare to speak. She was embarrassed to say that her daughter cooked. That was impossible. In the past, Sun Fong was afraid that her daughter would starve to death if she didn't have her. Could it be that Debao was hungry and cooked by herself? The rest of the Su family also quickened their pace. At this time, Su Jianjun quickly caught up with his mother. His honest face showed obvious fear. "Mother, did my sister burn down the kitchen?" It was so scary. If the house was burned down, they would have to starve for a while. "Burn my ass. Is your sister the one who goes to the kitchen?" Sun Fong slapped him and ran faster. Su Jianjun curled his lips and said, "Didn't she cook mung bean soup? Why didn't she go to the kitchen? Something must have happened when she was cooking mung bean soup." When he said this, the rest of the Su family panicked. They were already walking quickly, but now they started running. When the 6 of them returned to the courtyard in a panic, Sun Fong shouted, "Daughter, what's wrong? Why is there smoke?" Su Jiaojiao came out of the kitchen with the dishes. Unexpectedly, her face was not covered in dust. Instead, she looked clean and beautiful. She said in a clear voice, "Father, Mother, I cooked. Come and try it." Su Jiaojiao didn't know how to cook, but she thought that she would have to cook by herself in the future. So, she learned how to cook and asked Debao to help her with the fire. The Su family's rice was very simple. All kinds of coarse grains, sweet potatoes, and a little rice were mixed together. As for the dishes, it was even simpler. De Bao and Air Bao prepared them and gave them to her to add a little oil, stir-fry, and add some salt. However, in order to supplement the nutrition of the family, she took an egg and made an egg drop soup. She had tasted the taste and it was so. It barely went down her stomach, but it was still very happy. Therefore, she was particularly proud and couldn't wait to let others taste the food she cooked. The Su family. Sun Fong patted her thigh and said excitedly, "Oh, my daughter can cook? That's amazing." Xianxia, she curled her lips and smiled disdainfully. Which family's daughter could cook? Was it a rare thing? But in the Su family, it was a rare thing. Not only Sun Fong, but Su Jingyang was also excited. Jiao Jiao's cooking must be very delicious. Wash your hands and eat. Su Jianhua also smiled happily. Jiao Jiao can cook. But also, she's about to get married, so she's sensible. Su Jianjun. Oh, mother, Jiao Jiao, is your cooking edible? Did you give a lot of salt? Don't waste our food. After saying that, he was hit by Sun Fong. Su Jiaojiao smiled and carried the food to the central room. The other members of the Su family went to wash their hands and eat. The most excited ones were the parents of the Su family, whose hands seemed to be trembling while eating. They praised Su Jiaojiao every time they ate, which made her blush. Zhang Qian and Li Shou listened with jealousy and were quite upset. At this time, De Bao and Air Bao also praised, "Auntie is amazing. She can cook and even gives us candy." Li Shou was suddenly happy. "Oh, she even gave you candy? Did you thank her?" The two children said crisply, "Thank you." Sanbao also said, Ah. It's just a small favor." Zhang Qian snorted and kept picking up the food. Just as she finished speaking, Su Jianhua nudged her, indicating that she should stop talking nonsense. Zhang Qian glared and was about to crusade against her husband when she saw her in-laws looking at her with dark faces. She felt guilty and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Su Jiaojiao thought that it would be difficult to set the wedding date. Who knew that early the next morning, Su Jingyang went to Song Qinghan's place. When he came back, he pulled Su Jiaojiao to discuss the wedding date. After all, the house was almost repaired and could be lived in. He did not dare to tell his wife that he knew that Sun Fong looked down on Song Qinghan and was dissatisfied with the marriage. However, his daughter's resistance seemed to be less strong. Nowadays, feudal superstitions were not popular, so they only looked at the date and did not use the almanac. It was not completely busy yet, but June and July would be busy. Su Jingyang planned to let his daughter marry early. Song Qinghan was a good child, and he also watched him grow up. At that time, his parents were not good to him and often did not have enough to eat. Su Jingyang also secretly gave him a lot of food and secretly took him to hunt to earn extra money. Because of this, he did not want his daughter to bully this child. "What date do you want to choose?" "Let me tell you, Qinghan is a good child. Don't be angry. Marry him and live a good life with him. When the time comes, we will help you. You won't have to suffer much." Afraid that his daughter would be unhappy, Su Jingyang's voice was very gentle, as if he was coaxing a child. Because his daughter suddenly became sensible these 2 days, he was more patient. He was afraid that his daughter would really be sad. Su Jiaojiao looked at the calendar and smiled. "Let's do it on this day. Anyway, we are poor and don't have many weddings. Let's just treat our relatives and friends to a meal." Su Jingyang was surprised. His daughter was referring to the date in 5 days? He was about to ask when he saw his daughter looking down at her white and tender fingers. She said softly, "Dad, I know. This marriage was forced by me." Previously, he did not break off the engagement. Now, things are not good. If he breaks off the engagement, how will our family live in the village? I thought that since we are going to get married anyway, we might as well get married early. He is like this, and there is no one by his side. He probably can't even eat hot food. I don't want to add more injuries to his injuries. Also, his comrades just happened to be here. It would be good if they could attend the wedding. After saying that, Su Jiaojiao looked up and pursed her lips into a smile. There were some tears in her eyes. Coupled with her somewhat tender and pretty face, she looked obedient and weak. Su Jiaojiao encouraged herself in her heart. This reason, this posture, it was perfect. Her father would definitely not suspect anything. As expected, Su Jingyang did not suspect anything. However, he suddenly felt distressed, especially when he saw his daughter like this. His eyes immediately reddened. He wiped his face and struggled internally. To be honest, he was also afraid that one day, such a delicate daughter would not have enough to eat, warm clothes, and work. In the end, she would become the most common thin and haggard woman in the village. Suddenly, he had an impulse. Why don't we break off the engagement? Su Jiaojiao's smile froze and almost broke down. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "How can I? I already said that it will be fine. Song Qinghan is so good-looking. I won't lose anything." Su Jingyang's heart ached even more. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He said in a low voice, "Actually, he has no savings. He spent all his money on his leg injury. For this wedding, he won't even have a single ring. At most, he can have 2 quilts. Jiao Jiao, it's been hard on you. Don't worry, Dad will save money for you." Su Jiaojiao was dumbfounded. No need. Yes. Su Jingyang nodded affirmatively. Wasn't it just that he was a little tired? No matter what, he could not let his daughter suffer. Su Jiaojiao became more and more flustered. If she had known, she would not have done that. Wasn't she afraid that he would see through her? After Su Jingyang finished communicating with Su Jiaojiao, he ran to Song Qinghan's place. When he came back, the wedding date was 1 day closer. It would be 4 days later. This was because Song Qinghan's comrades would have a wedding banquet 3 days later and would have to rush back overnight. In any case, they could not hold a grand wedding now. The wedding could not be too simple and would not take too much time. Su Jiaojiao did not object and obediently agreed. Immediately, the mission reward was given out. She was now a person with a few yuan. When Sun Fang found out about this, Su Jingyang and Song Qinghan's 4 comrades had already made 2 trips to town to buy all the things for the wedding. When Sun Fang heard that the betrothal gift was only 50 yuan, she was so angry that her heart and liver hurt. She beat Su Jingyang violently and chased him out of the room. She made him sleep in the living room for the night. At this time, Su Jingyang did not have the joy of his daughter's wedding. Instead, he was somewhat distressed. He even secretly went into the mountains in the middle of the night to hunt some game and send it to the black market to pay back the money. The reason why the Su family could live so well was because Su Jingyang was a bold and careful person. Although he looked honest, he dared to do anything for the sake of living. Otherwise, the original owner of the body would not have been able to live so freely. However, 2 days before the wedding, Su Jingyang sent a box of white rabbit creamy candies. He happily handed it to Su Jiaojiao in front of everyone and said with a somewhat proud tone, "This is what Qinghan said to buy for you." There were some words after that, but Su Jingyang cleverly did not say it. When he received the box, Song Qinghan said, "The mung bean soup 2 days ago was very delicious. This is a thank you gift. Uncle, please pass it to me." It had to be said that this boy was not smart. Compared to his sweet-talking brother, there might be a reason why he did not win the favor of the Song family. However, Su Jingyang was still very happy and could not wait to come back and present this treasure to his daughter. Jiao Jiao loved to eat this candy the most. He would only buy 1 or 2 for her to eat when he earned money. Now that she had a box, she must be very happy. She should be more concerned about the wedding, right? At this time, white rabbit creamy candies were still considered a luxury in the countryside. Not everyone could afford to eat it. At most, there would be generous parents who would buy a few for their children during the new year. Suddenly receiving this gift, Su Jiaojiao was pleasantly surprised. Creamy candies? She opened the metal box and saw a pile of creamy candies inside. She smiled and squinted her eyes. There are so many. It smells so good. This was good stuff. De Bao and Er Bao were slightly older and knew what it was. They immediately drooled, but the 2 of them held on to their parents and did not dare to ask for it. If their aunt did not give them something, no one could ask for it. If they did not do it well, they might even be beaten by their angry parents. However, Zhang Qian could not help it. As soon as she opened the box, the fragrance of the creamy candies assailed her nostrils. She drooled and looked down at her son, who was wiping his saliva. She smiled and said, "It seems that Song Qinghan also values little sister very much. This is a good thing. Let's join in the joy too." Sun Fang, who had a dark face after finding out about the wedding yesterday, saw the white rabbit creamy candies and her expression improved a little. She glanced at her happy daughter and did not say anything to dampen her mood. She curled her lips and said, "This is what we should do." This was her precious daughter, and she was going to marry him. How could he not value her? Su Jiaojiao smiled and counted the candies. She gave one to each of them and two to the children. The three children were so happy that they jumped up. They held the candies and wanted to go out to show off. Who knew that before they could go out, they would be intercepted by their mother? Bao, who was the younger one, immediately cried. Second sister-in-law Li Shou threatened, "If you cry again, there won't be any left." The Su family's courtyard immediately became lively. There were also 2 candies for the Su family's parents. "Dad, Mom, you should also eat. This taste is very delicious." "Oh, what should I and your dad eat? We're already old and don't like this food." Sun Fang was very happy when she saw her daughter send the candies over. She did not accept it and directly refused. Su Jingyang also hurriedly waved his hand, "Jiao Jiao, eat more. We don't need it." Su Jiaojiao's pretty face tightened and she insisted on stuffing the 2 candies into their hands. "Why don't you need it? Everyone has it. Hurry up and eat. Do you want me to peel the candy wrapper for you?" Seeing that they were about to put away the candies, Su Jiaojiao immediately grabbed them, peeled off the wrapper, and stuffed the candies into their mouths. She then said happily, "Delicious, right? Delicious, delicious. Jiao Jiao is so filial." The 2 nodded repeatedly. Deep grooves appeared on their faces. Their hearts were even sweeter than the candies they ate. Su Jiaojiao also ate one. The rich and pure flavor of the milk candy with a slight sour taste made her feel better. Just as she ate it, a familiar voice sounded in her mind, "Madam Host, the next mission has been triggered." Su Jiaojiao, "Ah? Mission 4, even between husband and wife, there should be reciprocation. Treat Song Qinghan to a meal. One of the dishes must be personally made by the host. Mission reward, a box of salt and pepper dried fish and 10 packets of Weilong spicy strips." Su Jiaojiao frowned when she heard the first part. Treat Song Qinghan to a meal? She did not want to, but the reward was actually spicy strips? Su Jiaojiao suddenly secreted a bunch of saliva. "Did you secretly enter my dreams?" Since the reward was spicy strips, the items in the system store were all from this era. Weilong spicy strips had not appeared in 1972, so if one wanted to eat them, they had to rely on the reward. Last night, Su Jiaojiao dreamed of spicy strips. She was so greedy that she even thought about making some for herself. Now that the reward had come directly, she decisively chose to accept it. When Sun Fang was eating the toffeecito and smiling, Su Jiaojiao whispered, "Mom, since he bought toffeecito, why don't we treat his comrades to a meal?" This was reasonable. After saying that, Su Jiaojiao gave herself a thumbs up. She was too smart. Sun Fang immediately frowned. "Why should we treat them to a meal? It's only right to buy things for you. Don't you have to suffer when you get married?" Su Jiaojiao said righteously, "After all, I also have to live in that house. They are also helping me by helping to repair the house. Besides, I was thinking of asking them to help build a toilet. Sigh, the last time I went there, there was no toilet in the courtyard. What if my stomach hurts at night?" In the countryside, the larger areas of the house would build their own toilets. Next to the toilets was a private plot of land. It was good to directly fertilize the land, but not every family had one. Sun Fang immediately understood. She had never been strong in front of her daughter, so she softened. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she still nodded and said, "Okay, when the time comes, let your father tell them that they have to fight for it." "Mom, you're so good." Su Jiaojiao hugged her arm and swung it back and forth, her face full of smiles. "It's best to have a bathroom." Okay. Sun Fang smiled and nodded. After that, she slapped her husband's shoulder and said unhappily, "Did you hear that? What does your daughter want? Treat them to a meal tonight. Remember to tell them after dinner." Yeah. Su Jingyang was delighted and didn't mind his wife beating him up. He nodded good-naturedly, but when Sun Fong left, he pulled Su Jiaojiao and whispered, "I'll take you to Qinghan later. Tell him that his comrades have been helping us for so long, so we should treat them to a meal. If we go early, I'm afraid they'll be selling vegetables by then. If you're free, go to town and buy a piece of meat. If you can't, I'll get off work early and go catch 2 fish in the river." The 2 wild animals that he had secretly hunted last night had already been sold. Moreover, wild animals were not delicious. They were not as tender as domestic pigs. Su Jiaojiao nodded obediently. "Okay. Here's the money and coupons. Take them." Su Jingyang gave her 2 yuan and 2 caddies of meat coupons. At this time, pork was still sold for 70 cents per caddy, and could only be bought with a meat coupon. The original owner used to like running errands because there was always leftover money. That was how her private savings came about. After receiving the money and coupons, Su Jiaojiao went directly to Song Qinghan's place. It was still the same scene as before, but the courtyard was obviously cleaner. The house also looked tidy and tidy. When the young men saw Su Jiaojiao, their busy figures paused. They smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, come in and have a seat." Song Qinghan walked out of the gate with both hands on his crutches and was supported by Jiangyan. He was surprised to see the girl at the door. Su Jiaojiao had some social phobia in her previous life. Now that she was being stared at by 5 men, she immediately felt her scalp tingle. She was so nervous that she almost couldn't speak. She quickly smiled shyly and entered the courtyard. However, she didn't sit down. Her gaze fell on their calves. She didn't even remember the words that Su Jingyang had taught her. She said dryly, "I'm here to invite you all to my house for dinner tonight. I'll go first." "Wait a minute." A man's deep voice sounded. Compared to the enthusiasm of the others, this person's voice was obviously much colder. Su Jiaojiao subconsciously stopped and looked over in confusion. She saw Song Qinghan slowly walking down the steps in front of the central room and walking towards her. This action caused the other brothers in the courtyard to wink at him. They didn't say the polite words they were about to blurt out. One by one, they said, "Okay, sister-in-law is treating us to dinner. Let's hurry up and get to work. Don't just stand there. We still have to tidy ourselves up later." That's right, that's right. Let's get to work." The few of them talked to themselves and then turned around to get to work. Jiangyan, who had escorted them to Su Jiaojiao, quickly let go of his hand. "Brother Qinghan, sister-in-law, you can talk among yourselves." Then he ran away. Song Qinghan's eyes were deep, his face was handsome, and his figure was also very tall. At such a close distance, Su Jiaojiao was stared at by him. She suddenly panicked and her palms became sweaty. Her face couldn't help but heat up a little. Her smile became a little stiff. "What's the matter?" Song Qinghan tapped the ground with one foot and took something out of his pocket with the other hand. He then held it out to her. In the palm of his big hand were a few food and meat coupons. What was the meaning of this? Sensing the confusion in Su Jiaojiao's unexpectedly bright eyes, Song Qinghan's originally calm heart was suddenly hammered heavily. His heartbeat became unstable. However, on the surface, his handsome face was still tense. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "They have a big appetite. This is for you. You can give it to Auntie." So it was this? Su Jiaojiao was surprised for a moment, then suddenly relaxed. The male lead was really too polite. She waved her hand. "No need. We're treating you to a meal. How can we accept this? You can keep it for yourself. I'll be leaving first. Just remember to bring them over when you get off work." After she finished speaking, she smiled, waved her hand, and quickly left. Song Qinghan was close to her, so he took in the full view of her bright smile. He was a little stunned and was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he felt his face heat up. "Oh, you've become a wife-gazing stone?" Jiangyan had been secretly watching. When he saw that Song Qinghan's gaze was still on Su Jiaojiao after she left, he immediately came over to tease him. Song Qinghan gave him a sidelong glance. Jiangyan wasn't afraid. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Come and see this wife-gazing stone." Ha ha ha, wife-gazing stone. Brother, are you reluctant to part with auntie? It's okay, we'll be able to see her in the afternoon. Zhang Zhuang also teased. Song Qinghan used his walking stick to turn himself around. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his cold gaze fell on them, causing them to shrink their necks. He then said, Brother, it's okay. It's not embarrassing. Auntie is so beautiful. No one would be willing to part with her. Shut up. Hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, you won't have anything good to eat today. Song Qinghan replied in a bad mood. He struggled to move back into the house. Jiangyan quickly came over to support him. He smiled and said, Brother, auntie is quite good. Live well in the future. Who knows, maybe you'll have a big fat boy next year. He was smarter than the other three. Naturally, he could see that Song Qinghan and Su Jiaojiao didn't have any feelings for each other. It was even possible that his brother was a little against her. He could see it when he gave her the mung bean soup that day. It was just that they were about to get married. Auntie was beautiful, and her family situation was good. Other than looking a little delicate, there wasn't anything wrong with her. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be good to live well and have a child? Song Qinghan's eyebrows moved slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. At first, he was angry when he was schemed against. However, Su Jingyang had helped him a lot, so even if he was furious, he still endured it. However, there were some things that he had already heard about even before he returned. Moreover, when he returned, someone would naturally report to him. He thought that no one would know, but as long as he did something, someone would know. Song Qinghan had heard about the dirty relationship between her and that educated youth. Because he couldn't take the initiative to break off the engagement, he deliberately brought up the matter of marriage. From what he knew about Su Jiaojiao's personality, she wouldn't be willing to marry someone like him who had a dim future. Moreover, there was a better one on hand. Everything was as he thought. Su Jiaojiao had run away. He didn't tell these things to his comrades, so they didn't know. Otherwise, why would they be so polite to her, who knew that she failed to escape? With Su Jingyang's temper, he would definitely let her marry him. After hearing this news, Song Qinghan felt helpless and planned to endure it for a while. Who knew that after delivering the mung bean soup, everything would start to change, especially when Jiangyan came back and told him that she had kicked away that gigolo. After understanding some details, Song Qinghan realized that she seemed to be changing. At least for now, the direction of change was in a good place. He wasn't a casual person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry when his marriage was schemed against. He even didn't return after that. Later, when he heard someone's evil plan, he planned to retreat in order to advance. Who knew that he would end up in such a desperate situation? He regretted it. However, after today's interaction with her and hearing Jiangyan's words, Song Qinghan's mind automatically flashed with her smile just now, and his repulsion lessened slightly. If he could live peacefully like this, then he wouldn't pursue the previous matter. Song Qinghan held the food ticket in his hand, and the corners of his mouth, which were always tightly pressed, curved slightly. 5:30 p.m. Su Jiaojiao took a shower, changed her clothes, and took her clothes to wash. Zhang Qian and Li Xiu were busy in the kitchen. Today, they had 2 pounds of meat. Although they didn't cook all of it, the lard from the cooking was spread all over the dishes, which made people happy. While cooking, the women crowded in the kitchen, hoping to sneak a taste of the meat. Inadvertently seeing this scene, Zhang Qian whispered to Li Xiu, "Hey, did you notice that little sister seems to value Song Qinghan a lot? Didn't she say that she wouldn't marry him no matter what? Why did she change her mind so quickly?" Li Xiu looked around blankly and noticed the figure washing the clothes. She asked curiously, "Shouldn't she value him?" "That's her man." Zhang Qian stamped his feet helplessly. "I mean, she didn't value him before. Why did she suddenly value him? I know that she always dressed up and ran out, but I don't know what she was doing." "What could she be doing?" "She ran out to play," Li Xiu said casually. Zhang Qian felt desperate. She turned the vegetables in the wok with a sullen face. She was afraid that the 2 elders gave her a lot of money to make her sister-in-law compromise. If this was true, wouldn't she and her second brother's family suffer losses? However, her second brother's wife was too stupid. She gave up, rolled her eyes, and continued cooking. At this time, Sun Fang also came in. When she saw the fragrant and spicy fried meat on the table, she suddenly felt distressed. However, it was her daughter who insisted, so she couldn't say anything. She put the fish in her hand on the table with a sullen face. Remember to add some chili. Got it. Su Jiaojiao, who was outside, heard some of the conversation inside. She shook her head with a smile and quickly washed her sweaty clothes. She didn't value it, but it was a habit brought over from her previous life. She went to town and pretended to cook excitedly when she came back. Naturally, she was sweaty all over. While there was hot water in the wok behind her, she quickly took a bath. She felt refreshed and comfortable. There was no hairdryer at this time, so she could only wait for her hair to dry naturally. Soon, outsiders would come. Su Jiaojiao didn't hang the clothes outside. Instead, she put them in the room and planned to dry them after they left. Su Jingyang sat at the threshold and smoked. He looked happy, but when he heard the noise in the kitchen, he knew that it was time to eat. He shouted, "Jiao Jiao, go and see why Qinghan hasn't brought his friends here yet." Okay. Su Jiaojiao answered and went out. As soon as she left the yard, she bumped into a group of people. She almost knocked Song Qinghan, who was being supported by someone. She reflexively supported him and panicked. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" Song Qinghan already had difficulty walking with 2 crutches. Suddenly, he was hit by something soft and fell backward. When he was caught, Song Qinghan's face went blank. He instinctively recalled the touch just now. He looked at the girl in front of him who obviously had freshened up and seemed to have a faint unknown fragrance. Her slightly chubby cheeks and moist eyes were especially bright. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Song Qinghan's muscles instantly tensed up. He said dryly, "I'm fine, you go in first." Zhang Zhuang and the others also laughed. "Sister-in-law, brother is fine. We're all here to catch him." Oh. Su Jiaojiao nodded guiltily. She turned and ran back to the yard. Her clear voice rang out. "Dad, they're here. Qinghan is here. Come in quickly." Su Jingyang immediately stood up. At this moment, Su Jianhua and his brother also came back from behind. Their bodies were still dripping with water, and they were holding a few fish skewers in their hands. They followed them into the yard and said cheerfully, "Brother-in-law is here. You're in luck today. We caught a few big fish in a row. We can even cook some fish soup. Jiao Jiao likes it too." Song Qinghan was about to laugh when he saw his mother-in-law come out with a black face. She slapped Su Jianhua's head. "Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? You're not married yet. Watch your mouth." That's right. "Qinghan, let's go in and introduce ourselves." Su Jianhua was like a blockhead. He was not angry even after being slapped. He put the fish in a bucket and invited them in. Song Qinghan was quite polite. Although Sun Fang obviously did not like him, he still insisted on greeting her. His brothers were also very enthusiastic. On the contrary, Sun Fang was embarrassed to keep a straight face. However, she still fiercely urged them. "Hurry up and serve the dishes." The young men ran into the main room and saw that the table was filled with fish, meat, and vegetables. There were even a few streaky pork dishes. They exclaimed, "Auntie, you're too polite." Song Qinghan also saw it. It was much more sumptuous than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of his previous prejudice. His expression softened. "Uncle, please take a seat first." Su Jiaojiao did not want to go to the kitchen, but she was not used to so many men. Therefore, she directly ran back to the room. She heard her father complaining about his 2 sons. "I've already caught a fish. I'm afraid I'll starve to death waiting for you, Dad." Then, Song Qinghan's voice changed the topic. "Uncle, sorry to disturb you. I didn't bring anything good. I only brought 2 pots of wine. Wine is good stuff." "Hey, such a big pot?" "Then leave 1 pot for the banquet." After waiting for a while, the last dish was cooked. Su Jiaojia was called out. The big table was already full. She got a corner and held her bowl. She quietly ate the vegetables in front of her. Her 3 nephews were holding bowls of rice and a few slices of meat. They were eating happily outside. Because there were so many people, the table was very lively. Su Jiaojia was not eye-catching. However, this was only what she thought. In fact, almost everyone at the table was paying attention to her, including Song Qinghan. Seeing her eating vegetables so quietly, he felt a little strange. However, he could not say anything. He just looked at her a few more times when Jiangyan looked at him with a mischievous gaze. He silently retracted his gaze and looked at Jiangyan felt a chill down his spine. He quickly turned to Su Jianjun and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Come, brother. We hit it off at first sight today. Let's drink." Su Jingyang also said, "Qinghan, eat more vegetables. It's not convenient for you to drink. Let's eat vegetables." As he spoke, he picked up 2 pieces of meat for him. He also picked up some vegetables for his comrades. "Uncle, I'll do it myself. I won't be polite with you." Jiangyan hurriedly refused. The table became more lively. Sun Fang had been paying attention to her daughter. Seeing that she did not eat much meat, she became anxious. She stood up and picked up 2 pieces of fatty meat for her. "You're shy? Eat more. You bought this meat." N. Su Jiaojia nodded and buried her head in eating. Looking at the fat meat in her bowl, she felt a little sick. Actually, she did not like to eat fatty meat, however, at this time, most people liked to eat fatty meat, especially the original owner. Su Jiaojia swallowed her saliva and took a small bite. However, her body had not eaten such fatty meat for many years. She suddenly felt a wave of nausea. She did not dare to chew and directly swallowed it. Then, she quickly ate the sweet potato. Sun Fang naturally saw it. She muttered with a strange expression, "What's going on? You don't like it but still want to make it? I won't make it for you next time." Su Jiaojia did not dare to speak. Her heart was bitter. She did not want to, but most of the meat bought was fatty meat. There was only a little lean meat, and it did not go into her bowl. Zhang Qian, who was sitting next to Sun Fang, rolled his eyes and understood. Li Xiu's brain did not work that fast. Seeing that his sister-in-law obviously understood, he curiously pulled her sleeve and winked at her. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to look at the man sitting opposite him. Song Qinghan was the most handsome among the men. Other than some injuries on his body, his face was a little thin, and he was a little poor. There was nothing wrong with him. He was born a peasant and then became a soldier. However, he always gave people the feeling that he was a cultured person. Especially when there were so many men sitting together, the contrast was obvious. He ate more delicately than the others. It was just that the men were bragging at the top of their voices with red faces. He listened with a smile and occasionally said a few words, which immediately received the approval of several people. Li Xiu looked at him and then looked at his sister-in-law who was frowning slightly. Thinking of his sister-in-law's attitude in the past and compared it with today, she suddenly seemed to understand something important. She directly slapped her thigh and her plain face was full of surprise. She did not control her volume. Instead, she was slightly proud and said loudly, "I know. Mom, Xiaomei doesn't like to eat this dish. It's specially made for brother-in-law. I always said that Xiaomei doesn't like to go into the kitchen. Today, she deliberately stayed in the kitchen for half a day and sweated all over." The men who were chatting suddenly stopped and looked over with strange gazes. Song Qinghan's face suddenly began to heat up. Being looked at by everyone, Li Xiu asked blankly, "What's wrong?" "What I said is true. Look, Xiaomei is washing her hair." Sun Fang's face darkened. "Shut up." Su Jiaojiao, who was planning to sneak away from the table and give the 2 pieces of fat meat to her nephew. I'm not. I'm innocent. Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. Due to the awkwardness of the night before, Su Jiaojiao's second sister-in-law was punished to wash Su Jiaojiao's clothes. As a result, Su Jiaojiao became even more idle and laid in bed all day, occasionally gnawing on a pack of chili strips. Trash system, I paid so much and only got 10 packs of chili strips. It should be at least 100 packs, right? Looking at the remaining 8 packs, Su Jiaojiao unhappily muttered a few words. Even after more than a day of adjustment, Su Jiaojiao still felt her face burning when she thought of that matter. She paid such a big price and only got 10 packs of chili strips. It was a big loss. The matchmaker system felt guilty and weakly said, "There was also a pack of salt and pepper dried fish." Su Jiaojiao snorted, "How can that be the same? Chili strips are my favorite." The matchmaker system did not dare to speak. Su Jiaojiao shook her head and continued to lie down like a corpse. The original owner had a bad temper and was spoiled by her family. Little girls of the same age did not like to play with her. Older women also did not play with her. Therefore, no friends came to congratulate her at this time. After all, congratulatory gifts had to be given, even if it was a small gift. But at this time when everyone was very poor, she was reluctant to give a small gift, especially to someone who did not get along with her. She did not like to go out and visit other people. She felt strange when she went to other people's territory, so she quietly stayed at home. However, the Su family's parents were very pleased with their daughter's cleverness these 2 days and did not say anything. But today, someone came. "Jiao Jiao, Xianxia came to play with you." Sun Feng shouted. Tomorrow was the wedding day. The Su family's parents did not ask for leave and did not go to work these 2 days. Sun Feng was busy at home, and Su Jingyang ran to town all day. Su Jiaojiao said many times that she did not want anything and that she could use the money in the future, but he did not listen. She simply pretended not to see him, otherwise she would feel guilty. Hearing Sun Feng's voice, Su Jiaojiao immediately sat up and asked the system to take back the half-eaten chili strips. She opened the door and window to get some fresh air. She smiled and opened the door to greet Xianxia. Seeing that she was wearing new clothes, she smiled and said, "You're wearing new clothes? It's so beautiful." Nowadays, young girls usually wore 2 braids, and Su Jiaojiao did not suddenly change it. Xianxia was the same, but her hair was slightly yellowish, and her skin was not fair enough, but her facial features were not bad. Overall, she looked delicate and pretty. She was wearing a beige shirt, and her figure was tall and thin, looking quite fashionable. Xianxia nodded and smiled shyly. She looked at Su Jiaojiao and said enviously, "You too, you've become a lot fairer." They had not seen each other for more than a day, but Xianxia felt that she had obviously become more beautiful. Xianxia, who was born with yellow skin, was envious. Su Jiaojiao was shocked and thought that she was different. She pulled her in to sit and said as if nothing had happened, "No, I've always been like this." The two went to town together the day before yesterday. They walked too fast and did not talk much. Xianxia did not continue to talk about whether she was fairer or not. Instead, she asked curiously, "Are you excited to get married?" Su Jiaojiao thought for a while and nodded, "There are still some." After all, this was the first time this had happened. Xianxia said enviously, "That's true. Song Qinghan is good-looking. Marriage is a good thing." Su Jiaojiao smiled, "Yes. I'm different. I don't want to get married." Xianxia muttered in a low voice, "His mother is so powerful. My 3 sisters-in-law were all bullied like quails, but his family gave the most betrothal gifts. My 2 brothers are about to get married." Su Jiaojiao was silent. Xiangxia's family was different from hers. She was spoiled by her parents. Although Xiangxia's parents loved her, they loved their 2 sons more. The Zhangs were poor. One of their 2 sons was 22 and the other was 19. They could have married long ago in the countryside. However, their family could not afford to marry Xianxia until she grew up. The little girl had delicate features. Although she was not very fair, she was still pretty. Many people came to propose marriage. Xianxia liked someone at first and was about to settle down. However, this one came along and gave a lot of betrothal gifts. Xianxia begged her parents for a long time but could not get them to agree. She could only stay at home for a while and enjoy a little more happiness. Xiangxia's parents probably felt guilty and agreed. They had been very good to their daughter recently. Xianxia smiled bitterly, sorry, I shouldn't have said this. Seeing that Su Jiaojia was silent, Xianxia thought that she had spoiled her mood. After all, everyone knew that Song Qinghan was not a good husband. He had problems with his legs and was poor. Furthermore, he had such a pair of biased parents. Xianxia was just thinking about how this girl, whom they secretly envied, was about to get married and compared herself. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled, shaking her head, no, actually you don't have to worry. If they bully you, you can make a scene. If you can't beat them, you can use a knife. Don't worry about them. Pfft. Zhang Yu laughed, you really know how to joke. You're different from before. If it were before, Su Jiaojia would have mocked her without holding back. It was only because she had a good temper that their relationship was so good. Didn't you see that she did not have any friends, Su Jiaojiao? I'm not joking. Zhang Yu's smile froze and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly changed the topic, by the way, what did you buy for your wedding? I don't know. My dad bought it. I didn't go either. The two chatted and laughed until Zhang Yu was about to leave. Suddenly, she took out a yellow hair clip from her pocket and put it on Su Jiaojia's head. Zhang Yu pursed her lips and smiled, it's so beautiful. Why did you put it on for me? Su Jiaojiao immediately reached out to take it off. Zhang Yu smiled, it's a wedding gift for you. Su Jiaojiao's hand paused and she said seriously, thank you. Zhang Yu's eyes curved. She said a few more words of congratulations and left. When she left, Sun Fang shouted at the door, why didn't you stay a little longer? I still have work to do at home. I'll go back first. Zhang Yu's soft voice came. After she left, Sun Fang ran in and held her daughter's hand. Her eyes were red as she exhorted, hey, you're getting married tomorrow. I won't say much. But you have to remember, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. You have two older brothers. You can't do anything else, but you can still fight. Don't be like Zhang Yu's future daughters-in-law. If that Song family woman dares to do anything to you, you can fight. If you can't win, come home. Dad, Mom, and Dad will bring your two older brothers to stand up for you. PFFF, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh, why do you say it like I'm going to the battlefield? Why is it so scary? Sun Fang saw that her daughter could still laugh when she was worried. She was particularly dissatisfied. She poked her daughter's head and said in a bad mood, you'll know when you get married. May 15th happened to be a rest day. Everyone didn't have to go to work. Early in the morning, before the sun came out, people who had a good relationship with the Su family came over. It was very lively. Su Jiaojiao couldn't sleep anymore. She quietly got up. The enthusiastic auntie took out some makeup tools and was about to put on makeup for her. However, Su Jiaojiao took a look at the makeup tools and the tools that were going to make her look better. She quickly shook her head and sent the auntie out before changing into a new set of clothes. This girl is still shy? The aunties who were pushed out looked at each other blankly. They knew that in the past, the other daughters-in-law would be very happy. When Sun Fang saw this, she quickly pulled them to the side to sit and eat melon seeds. Jiao Jiao is timid and afraid of pain. Forget it. Anyway, she's good-looking. TSK, you're really not modest at all. What's there to be modest about on such a good day? Jiao Jiao, this child, is good-looking. The Song family's son is really lucky. However, I heard that the Song family woman went to that house yesterday to make trouble, but she didn't find anything. Someone whispered. The smile on Sun Fang's face faded. She felt depressed. She didn't like this kind of in-laws. They were so troublesome, however, the man was now useless. She didn't know how Jiao Jiao would live after marrying him, however, no matter how unhappy Sun Fang was, she was still used to listening to her husband's orders. Once her husband made a decision, she had no other choice but to make a scene and drag her daughter along to resist. However, when her daughter agreed, she could only shut up. On the other side, Su Jiaojiao had already dressed herself up. Her shiny black hair was neatly tied into two ponytails, revealing her clean face. Her eyebrows were simply trimmed with hair. They were slender and curved. Other than that, she didn't make any other changes. Her lips were pink. In this era, people didn't trust low-quality cosmetics. Unless she bought lipstick in the future, it was fine to stay like this. She was wearing a green shirt and trousers, as well as a pair of black leather shoes. There was also a bra on her chest with the word bride written on it. Although Su Jiaojiao didn't treat this as a real wedding in her heart and wasn't particularly nervous, she still treated it seriously. After she finished dressing up, she opened the door. As the bride's friend, Xianxia accompanied her. When she saw that she didn't dress up, she was surprised. However, when she heard the reason, she nodded in understanding. Yes, I don't think it's pretty either. However, I think it's pretty good looking. Also, your eyebrows are really pretty. Su Jiaojiao smiled and said, do you want me to fix them for you? It's very simple. No, no. Today is your wedding. When I get married, you can come and help me. Zhang Yu blushed and shook her head. The rest of the process was done by other people. After that, Su Jiaojiao was taken away by the groom who came to pick her up with crutches. She sat on a large flatbed trolley and was pushed by Song Qinghan's brothers. Song Qinghan himself was also sitting on it. Knowing that his legs were inconvenient, everyone made fun of him and didn't say anything. The surrounding villagers came to watch the fun. A group of children opened the way in front of them, making it even more hilarious. Song Qinghan, who was wearing a neat military uniform, looked more handsome than before. His slightly serious face seemed to have softened a little. When he took her away, he said some simple words to the Su family's parents. It was probably something like he would treat her well. Su Jiaojiao wasn't sure if this was the case in the original plot. However, when she heard these words, Sun Fang's disdainful expression became much better. Su Jingyang directly pulled her and cried. This scene also made the originally calm Su Jiaojiao's eyes turn red. Especially in the end, when she sat on the large flatbed trolley and saw Sun Fang crying on the ground and howling, "My daughter." Suddenly, tears dripped down. Suddenly, a handkerchief was handed over. Su Jiaojiao looked at it in confusion. Song Qinghan, who was sitting next to her, said in a low voice with a sullen face, "It's clean." "Thank you." Su Jiaojiao felt a trace of comfort. She whispered and took the handkerchief to wipe her tears. Song Qinghan slightly tilted his head to look at her. The little girl looked quite young and tender. Her white and tender cheeks were still a little chubby. However, her exposed neck and collarbone looked thin and somewhat attractive. At this time, her eyes were hong-hong and her lips were redder, making him feel a little pity for her. However, he wasn't good with words. He opened and closed his mouth, wanting to comfort her, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, he gave up dejectedly. Jiang'an, who happened to turn back to peek at the bride and groom, saw this scene, especially when he saw Song Qinghan's tightly pursed lips. He suddenly looked away with a strange expression and silently laughed in his heart. This kid finally has a day like this, isn't he good at scolding people? Look, when it comes to his wife, he can't even say a word. Too stupid. After the bride left, the other members of the Su family stayed behind to entertain the guests. The Song family also did the same. However, most of the guests came to Song Qinghan's house to watch the fun. Although the house couldn't be compared to other houses, it was still quite big. It had a small courtyard and a toilet at the back. It was built according to Su Jiaojiao's request. It was just right. There was a compartment for bathing, and the water could directly flow out to the vegetable field. This house immediately received a lot of praise. Although it wasn't a brick house, it was still well repaired. The next thing was much simpler. As the bride, Su Jiaojiao didn't have to do anything. She just had to be a mascot. Song Qinghan was injured, so he didn't have to do anything. He directly let a few of his teammates do it for him. They raised their wine glasses and toasted each table. After the lively noon, they began to clean up the mess. Sun Fang, together with her two daughters-in-law, son, and sisters in the village, were busy. They returned what should be returned and cleaned up. As for the leftovers, the people of this era were frugal and didn't want to throw it away. Su Jiaojiao let them take it back directly. After all, there were only two of them, so they couldn't eat much. The Song family's women were stingy. They didn't participate in this wedding. The banquet was directly organized by the Su family. They felt that there was nothing good, but they were afraid of being criticized. They didn't want to give gifts, so they went out early in the morning. They estimated that they would come back at noon at the earliest, which made everyone feel relieved. After cleaning up the mess, the house was clean and bright again. Sun Feng took the people back. Song Qinghan's comrades also left. Brother, sister-in-law, work hard. I hope that we can see nephew next year. Zhang Zhuang, as a representative, stood in front of the two people and said this sentence. He immediately turned around and ran away. Song Qinghan's face darkened. Several young people in the tiger group laughed and packed up their things. They also looked back and waved at them. Then the last few lively young people left. The village fell into an inexplicable silence. The two people returned to the house. One sat at the table in the new room to read a book, while the other struggled to put away the things he brought. There was only one bed in the house. Su Jiaojiao felt that she might have to share a bed with a man tonight. She felt a little guilty. Fortunately, this man couldn't do anything for the time being. After being busy for half a day, they cleaned up the messy house. It looked a lot cleaner. When they came back to their senses, they found that the sun was already setting. Su Jiaojiao's shoulder slumped. She sat on the threshold and clutched her hungry stomach. Her eyes were full of grievances. She was so hungry and tired. She wanted to lie down and wait for someone to send food to her mouth. Song Qinghan heard that the noise outside had stopped. He walked out with the help of his walking stick. He saw that the small ball was obviously dispirited and listless. She was not as lively as before. He was still not used to the change in identity. Seeing that she was obviously tired, he naturally couldn't bear to let her do anything. You go rest first. I'll cook. Eat something first? Although his legs were inconvenient, he could still fill his stomach. At this moment, Sun Feng came over. Seeing the two standing at the door, she smiled and said, "The guests have all left." Seeing them nod, she looked at her daughter's listless appearance and said with heartache, "You're tired too. We still have a lot of leftovers at home. Come over for dinner tonight. It'll save you the trouble of cooking." Su Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to agree, she heard an unpleasant voice in her ears. A new mission has been triggered. Mission 5, after a tiring day, hot food will warm your heart. Please make a dinner for your husband and receive his sincere praise. Reward, a bag of wheat flour and a plate of spicy chicken steak. Su Jiaojiao, who was about to refuse, was speechless. She felt that the system was getting better at catching her weakness. Slurp. I'm so hungry. I want to eat chicken steak. Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. Song Qinghan wasn't used to his mother-in-law's invitation. He frowned and wanted to refuse. Ever since he was 5 years old, when his younger brother was born, he felt the difference in his status. He also began to understand one thing, even his mother wouldn't selflessly take risks. Therefore, other than when he didn't have the ability to survive on his own, he rarely received help from others after he was 15 years old. In this village, Su Jingyang was probably the one who had helped him the most. This was because he had been the one who had taught him how to make a living. It was also because of this that in the face of Su Jiaojiao's scheming and after Su Jingyang had personally begged him, he had endured it and said nothing. He had tacitly agreed to everything. The last time he went to his mother-in-law's house, it was because a few of his brothers were there. Now that he had everything at home, he didn't really want to go. Song Qinghan wanted to ask Su Jiaojiao to go by herself. He could just eat whatever he wanted at home. Anyway, both his legs were injured. Even if he could barely walk, it wouldn't be convenient. Unexpectedly, the girl who looked like she was about to starve to death and wanted to eat immediately refused. Her voice was a bit more eager. "Mom, there's no need. I see that there's everything here. I'm learning how to cook now. I'll do it myself." Sun Feng hesitated for a moment, but seeing that her daughter was full of energy, she didn't insist. Anyway, there were only leftovers at home. In fact, it wasn't anything good. The slightly better things had already been eaten by the people who came to the banquet. She nodded, "Okay, then be careful." Mm. Su Jiaojiao nodded with bright eyes. She, who was still feeling tired, jumped up and rushed to the kitchen after sending off Sun Feng. Song Qinghan was stunned. He sat on the chair in the central room and looked at the busy sounds in the kitchen. He wondered in his heart, are all girls' emotions so fickle? He hadn't interacted with girls before, so he wasn't sure. But seeing that she was very active, he didn't go over, lest he be a hindrance. Thinking of this, Song Qinghan looked down at his legs. One of his ankles was fractured, while the other was fractured. Fortunately, his shins were mostly healed. However, the doctor had said that he would most likely be a cripple in the future. His leg would not be able to exert any strength. In the past, he didn't feel it, but now. His eyes dimmed, and his heart felt sour. It was as if he had eaten an unripe persimmon, and even the tip of his tongue felt a little astringent. Because of his situation, his parents, who didn't like him to begin with, scolded him a lot when they heard that the government subsidies had been spent on medical expenses. That day, they didn't let him rest at home and directly asked him to move out, afraid that he would ask them for the money they had sent back. If it weren't for the help of the brigade leader and his comrades, they probably wouldn't have given him anything. How could they still have this house? Hey, I don't really know how to cook, but it should be pretty good. A delicate voice interrupted his gaze at his legs. Song Qinghan looked up and saw a touch of red in her fair skin. A small face that was as sweet as an apple appeared in front of him. Her eyes were sparkling, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. Her tender red lips were curved into a beautiful smile. She held a bowl in front of him with both hands, as if she was presenting a treasure. Her eyes were filled with obvious expectation, as if she was asking for praise. Song Qinghan was slightly stunned. He looked at the piping hot noodles, which were simple but the color was just right. A wisp of steam hit his face and blurred his eyes. The disgusting face that he remembered from when he was plotted against disappeared by more than half. All that was left was a blurry shadow. Song Qinghan nodded. His throat was slightly dry, and he instinctively pulled a long face to hide his emotions. He picked up his chopsticks. The noodles were the most common handmade noodles in town. The taste was average, and it tasted average. Because it was a little bland, it tasted a little bland. However, Song Qinghan still nodded, and his stern expression softened a little. Su Jiaojiao saw his reaction and was instantly delighted. She asked further, "Is it good?" Looking at her sparkling eyes, Song Qinghan touched the roof of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to tell her the truth. He hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "It's good." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. Just as she was about to celebrate the completion of the mission, she heard the matchmaker system's crisp voice in her ear. The praise was not sincere enough. "Host, please continue to work hard." Su Jiaojiao looked at the noodles with some vegetables and an egg in suspicion. Was it not good? Impossible, right? However, she saw that Song Qinghan was eating very seriously. Su Jiaojiao was furious. The praise was so insincere, yet he still dared to eat it? She frowned and directly snatched the bowl and chopsticks away. Facing Song Qinghan's confused head, she said fiercely, "Praise me sincerely, or I won't let you eat it." This was a meal that she had personally cooked. Shouldn't he be grateful? Even if it couldn't be compared to the food of a chef, he shouldn't praise it so insincere, right? Song Qinghan was speechless. The young lady's crisp voice caught Song Qinghan off guard. He looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. He saw that her eyebrows were knitted, her small mouth was slightly pouted, and her pretty face still had a hint of childishness. He remembered what his father-in-law had said to him. Jiaojiao is still young. She's a little stubborn, but she's not a bad child. You should eat more. The coldness that had just appeared in his heart softened again. After all, she had never cooked before. For her to be able to cook so well on her first meal of noodles, he had high expectations. Song Qinghan calmed down very calmly and said seriously, "It's really delicious." His voice was low, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked at her. Looking at his handsome features and his tall and straight figure, Su Jiaojiao suddenly felt her cheeks heat up. At the same time, the matchmaker's voice sounded. Mission completed. Reward issued. There was an inexplicable sense of weakness and guilt in his voice. Su Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned the bowl. Eat, I'm going to eat too. After saying that, she quickly ran to the kitchen to get her noodles. There was only a shallow bowl, but when she picked up the bowl, there was an extra piece of chicken steak on top of it. The aroma immediately hit her nose. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath of the aroma and smiled foolishly. It smells so good. However, when she finished the chicken steak and ate the noodles, night fell. Su Jiaojiao came out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed. The night wind was cool, and it was very comfortable when it blew on her body. Su Jiaojiao rubbed her bulging belly and let out a burp that was filled with the smell of chicken ribs. She then touched her face that had just been washed, feeling that it was a pity that he couldn't see her beautiful face. In the past, when she took a shower at home, she always felt that she was very beautiful in front of the mirror. However, the mirrors in this house were a little blurry. Although she could see clearly, it was still a little discounted. She felt that it was a pity and went back to sleep with light steps. Although Song Qinghan's leg was injured, he was quite strong and could take care of himself. Su Jiaojiao didn't have to worry. When she returned to the room, she saw the empty half of the bed and felt her legs go weak. Fortunately, the bed was big enough, and the two of them each had a thin blanket. Song Qinghan slept on the inner side with his hands flat and a corner of the blanket covering his stomach. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, his eyes were closed and he was probably asleep. Su Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief silently. She blew out the oil lamp and lay on the bed. She thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep in a different place, but who knew that after lying down for a short while, Su Jiaojiao had already fallen asleep. Her dream was filled with all kinds of snacks and watching dramas on the iPad. It was really beautiful. Just as she was sleeping, she suddenly heard the matchmaker system's crisp voice calling her, "Host, wake up. Host. Hurry up, something big has happened. Host, are you going to become a widow?" Su Jiaojiao was startled awake from her dream and heard the last sentence. At this time, Su Jiaojiao didn't need the little system to say anything. She already knew the situation. There was a big fireball beside her, and it was moaning in pain from time to time. Fever? Su Jiaojiao frowned slightly. She remembered a sentence from the movie. The original owner had taken advantage of Song Qinghan's illness to be together with the gigolo. She thought that the illness was because of his leg, but now it seemed that it was a fever. Ding. Mission 6, a person with a fever is very uncomfortable. Host, please wipe your husband's body to lower his temperature. Reward, a full body mirror. Su Jiaojiao heard this sentence when she got a match from the kitchen. She didn't have time to be happy because she had the mirror she wanted. She lit the oil lamp and went to get cold water to wipe him. When her hand touched Song Qinghan's cheek, she realized that his temperature was too high. She quickly wiped him and asked the system, "Is there any fever medicine? Can I buy it?" The matchmaker system reacted and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Host, do you want to buy it? 50 cents a box, 10 pills in a box. Buy it. After Su Jiaojiao said that, a box of fever medicine appeared in her hand. It was a familiar brand, Gong Kong. This medicine was very useful for reducing fever, especially for people who took it for the first time. She quickly broke the medicine in half and took one half and stuffed it into Song Qinghan's mouth. Who knew that this person's guard was quite strong? His lips were tightly pursed and he didn't have any intention of opening them. Su Jiaojiao angrily pinched his jaw and squeezed until his mouth was pouting. Only then did she break through the defense of his lips. But in the end, there were still teeth. Song Qinghan. Open your mouth. She shouted in a low voice. As if he felt something, Song Qinghan's eyes moved under his closed eyelids, but he didn't open them. However, the seal on his teeth loosened a lot. Su Jiaojiao directly stuffed the medicine into his mouth. Immediately, her index finger was bitten and a soft tongue pressed against her fingertip. It hurts, Su Jiaojiao's face darkened. There was no beauty in her heart. She fiercely threatened, "Let go. Otherwise, I'll bite you." Song Qinghan didn't move at all, but his thick eyebrows were furrowed. He must have been irritated by the bitter taste of the Gong Kong in his mouth. Su Jiaojiao sneered and bit his shoulder. "Ow. She didn't show any mercy. Song Qinghan, who was muddle-headed from the fever, whimpered in pain and subconsciously relaxed his mouth. Su Jiaojiao quickly took her hand out and wiped the saliva on his body. Then, she took the cold water she prepared for herself from the bedside table and brought it over. This time, he was more obedient. He even followed her strength and got up a little. He gulped down a mouthful of cold water and swallowed the bitter medicine. However, his lips were puckered in grievance. He looked like a child who had eaten something he didn't like. Su Jiaojiao poked his face in amusement. His face looked a little better. After drinking the water, Song Qinghan went back to sleep. Su Jiaojiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. She still had to wipe his body. She had the medicine, but the mission was not complete. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but complain, "Hong Hong, can you be more reliable? Can't you just let me buy the medicine?" The matchmaker system said guiltily, "Dear host, I don't want you to spend money." The last 3 words were especially humble. "Thank you, Hong Hong." Su Jiaojiao smiled helplessly. After she replied as if she was coaxing a child, she lowered her head and continued to wipe Song Qinghan seriously. After she was done wiping his face, she unbuttoned his clothes. However, after she unbuttoned his clothes, she took a deep breath and stood there in a daze. There was a glaring knife wound on his body that spanned almost his entire waist. Upon closer inspection, the wound that had mostly healed had split open again for some unknown reason. The deepest part in the middle was slightly white, and the color of blood was dark. There were some purple traces on the wound. She guessed that the medicine was applied, but it didn't work. It was infected, which led to the fever tonight. Looking at Song Qinghan's deep breathing, warm body, and the content of the original plot, Su Jiaojiao's eyes suddenly reddened. She felt a little guilty for biting him just now. Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. The sky was slightly bright. Song Qinghan's biological clock woke him up. His head was splitting, his throat was dry, and the wound on his waist and abdomen was still hurting. However, he felt much better than before he went to bed last night. It was as if someone had applied medicine on his wounds. As soon as he turned his head, he smelled an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar scent. At the same time, he saw a round head next to his shoulder. The 2 of them were not really close, but they were very close. The girl's body was curled up and covered with a thin blanket. She seemed to be sleeping soundly. From Song Qinghan's angle, he could see that her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. There was a hint of tiredness between her eyebrows, as if she did not sleep well. Song Qinghan's face quickly heated up. He pursed his lips and recalled the voice that kept ringing in his ears last night. He could not help but feel a little warm in his heart. The corner of his lips hooked up into a satisfied smile. He could not help but look again, and again. After looking for a while, he reluctantly turned his head back and closed his eyes. He pretended to sleep, not wanting to wake her up. However, this little movement was enough to wake up Su Jiaojiao, who had been sleeping lightly all night. She sat up and realized that the sky was already bright. Su Jiaojiao looked at the man beside her and reached out to touch his forehead. It was cold. She then unbuttoned his clothes and looked at the wound on his waist and abdomen. Unfortunately, with her eyesight, she could not tell if there were any changes to the wound. This was because she had exchanged medicine from her space last night. It was the same color as the one Song Qinghan used. However, the effect was completely different. "It should be fine if there's no fever?" Su Jiaojiao muttered. Her eyelids fluttered, and she fell down again. She had been thinking about this all night and did not sleep well. However, with the medicine from the system, as long as the fever subsided, she did not need to go to the hospital. The matchmaker system was about to speak when it saw that the host had fallen asleep. It silently closed its eyes and snickered proudly. The system's products were naturally the best, however, this snickering turned into silent laughter when it saw the gentle gaze of the male host on the other side of the bed. The host was really awesome, ********* when she woke up again. The sun was already out. Traces of dry heat spread from outside. Su Jiaojiao rubbed her eyes and yawned as she sat up. She actually did not want to wake up, but she was hungry. Jiao Jiao, Sun Fang's loud voice sounded. Su Jiao hurriedly ran out, opened the courtyard door, and shouted in a clear voice, "Mom, you're here." Sun Fang looked at her daughter who was running towards her and smiled. However, her gaze paused when she saw the dark circles under her eyes on her fair and tender face. She spat at a certain someone in discomfort and said gently, "Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? I knew that you were tired yesterday and definitely didn't know how to cook, so I asked my sister-in-law to make some food for you. Come, you can eat the one with the egg. If there's no egg, give it to him. Mom, you're the best." Su Jiao was very touched. She took the bowl with both hands and said, "Mom, sit down. There are eggs here. I'll take 2 of them back. Next time, don't send food over. I'll go back to eat when I'm hungry. It's all the same." She said it very naturally. She did not feel that she should not trouble her family after getting married. But Sun Fang was happy to hear it. She smiled until the wrinkles on her face piled up. She did not want her daughter's food and said, "Keep these eggs for yourself. Don't shortchange yourself. There's still work in the field. I'll go first." She did not wait for Su Jiao to stop her and ran off. Su Jiao had a bright smile. She was in a good mood as she carried 2 bowls of noodles to the central room. She shouted to the people in the room, "Song Qinghan, get up and eat." "Okay." The person inside immediately responded. His reaction was very clear, and it didn't seem like he had just woken up. Su Jiao scratched her head in confusion and went to wash up. She also helped Song Qinghan get some water so that he wouldn't move too much. However, she stole a glance at the man who had finished brushing his teeth and was wiping his face. His handsome face looked even better under the bright sunlight. His pale lips seemed to have sensed her peeping and he looked over in confusion. The corners of his lips curved up slightly. She felt that this man was like. She had previously owed Song Qinghan $5 million, but now it had become $1 million. Su Jiao shook her head to get rid of her strange thoughts. She put the egg into another bowl and brought it to Song Qinghan. "This is yours." In any case, she could still buy some food from the space, so she didn't want to bully him in this aspect, especially after seeing his injuries. Her mother was probably a soft-hearted person. Although there was no egg in this bowl, there were a lot of noodles, soup, and vegetables. Song Qinghan was a step slower. He had a fever all night yesterday, so his head was still a little dizzy and his whole body was sore. Coupled with the discomfort in his body, his movements seemed to have slowed down by 0.5 times. However, when he sat down at the table, he looked down and saw the bowl that had been pushed in front of him. He was stunned. The poached egg on the noodles was still glistening with oil, and it stung his eyes. It was the first time someone had treated him like this since he was 5 years old. Song Qinghan took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling emotions in his heart. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up the poached egg. "This is yours." "No need." Su Jiao hurriedly took the bowl and avoided it. "Eat it yourself. It's more nourishing." "Okay." Song Qinghan pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. Then, he ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. Su Jiao was also very hungry. She held the bowl and ate seriously. Suddenly, the man sitting in front of her quickly finished the bowl of noodles, raised his head, and looked at her seriously. "Jiao, let's live a good life." That clear voice made Su Jiao's ears tingle. For a while, she was too embarrassed to speak. After eating, Su Jiao skipped back to her parents' house in a good mood with clean bowls. At this time everyone had gone to work, so there was no one around. She didn't need to be teased by those strange gazes. She opened the door and was greeted by 3 radish heads. They hugged her legs and rubbed against her legs. "Auntie, can you come back and live with us? Auntie, come back. Auntie." Each of them spoke less than the other, but their clear and bright eyes were all the same. Su Jiao smiled and patted their heads. "Auntie will live there in the future. If you miss Auntie, come and find me." "Okay." Dabao nodded dejectedly. He obediently carried her bowl back to the kitchen. The adults had all gone to work. Only Dabao and his 2 younger brothers were at home. Families in the countryside were all like this. At first, Su Jiaojia was worried. After a few days, seeing that they were safe and sound, she calmed down. So, she went back after delivering the bowl. However, when she arrived at the door of the new house, she heard a shrill voice shouting from inside. "Hey, you said you didn't have anything good? You actually bought fine noodles? You must have hidden money." Then, the man's voice was especially cold. "I don't have money." That person seemed to be angered by his words. His voice suddenly rose a few octaves. "You said you don't have money? Do you think I'll believe you? You don't want to give it, right? Then I'll find it myself." Su Jiaojia was successfully shocked by this voice. She didn't dare to go in immediately. At this time, the familiar cute voice sounded. "A new task has been triggered. Task 6, a harmonious new family can't have such a person. Please help the husband drive away the Song family. Reward, 500 grams of meat. And 2 packets of Fei Wang spicy strips." Su Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. She rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fists. She said aggressively, "Please watch my performance." The matchmaker system happily scattered flowers in her mind. "Host, you can do it." Song Qinghan was not in good health. He usually didn't stand if he could lie down. Therefore, he leaned on the recliner in the living room and read a book in his hand. He estimated that when Su Jiaojiao came back later, he would take her to the Song family. After all, he had to recognize someone. He was already disappointed in the Song family. If he didn't go, he wouldn't be the only one who would be criticized. Who would have thought that before they even arrived, this person would come along with his precious son, looking as if he had suffered a loss. He said that since the Su clan's banquet yesterday had so much meat, it must have been paid for by him, forcing him to pay for it. Since the day he got injured and was driven out of the Song family, he no longer had any feelings for the Song family. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't give it to them. Who knew that this person would take the opportunity to rob him? Song Qinghan frowned. Anger condensed in his eyes. Had he been too kind to this family? Su Jiaojiao rushed in at this time and directly shouted, "Are you stealing?" The 2 people who were rummaging in the kitchen were startled. Su Jiaojiao also saw Song Qinghan's mother's appearance. She had probably been well nourished by the money Song Qinghan gave her over the years. Unexpectedly, she was one of the few rich people in the village. Her face was slightly round, her body was short, her thin lips were mean, and a pair of drooping triangular eyes were waiting for her. Looking at the 17-year-old boy beside her, Song Qinghan, who was also slightly chubby. He was estimated to be a head taller than Song Qinghan's mother and half a head taller than Su Jiaojiao. At most, he was 1.7 meters tall. He had the same drooping triangular eyes. Looking at his appearance, he was completely different from the handsome Song Qinghan. This was not genetic, right? Could it be that Song Qinghan specifically picked their good section chief? Su Jiaojiao muttered in her heart. Song Qinghan's mother was startled, but she knew this girl's identity. She wasn't afraid. After all, she was an elder. She immediately put her hands on her hips, stared at her with her small eyes, and pointed at her nose. "What's wrong? I'm your mother-in-law. What's wrong with taking some food? Song Qinghan was raised by me. As a new daughter-in-law, you're slacking off early in the morning. Don't you know how to go home and acknowledge him?" Behind Song Qinghan's mother, Song Qinghan smiled disdainfully and continued to rummage through the kitchen. Su Jiaojiao got angry when she saw this. The string that represented reason in her mind snapped with a snap. There was no need to be polite to this shameless person. She directly rushed in and pushed aside Song Qinghan's mother, who was blocking the kitchen door, like a cannonball. Inside, she picked up a kitchen knife and waved it twice. She said word by word, "Get lost." Ouch! Song Qinghan's mother staggered and took 2 steps back. Song Qinghan was even more unprepared. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground. When they looked up, they saw this little girl waving a kitchen knife around with a straight face. They were so shocked that their small eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Their bodies exploded with cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, their thin clothes were drenched. "What are you doing?" Song Qinghan roared angrily, but his legs honestly kicked back until they hit the wall. He said with a weak voice, "If you hurt me, you'll have to pay the medical fees." Song Qinghan's mother was so angry that she kept scolding, "You little brat, I'm your mother-in-law. Do you believe that I won't ask boss to divorce you? Put the knife down." Bang, Su Jiaojiao's knife smashed at Song Qinghan's feet. The cold weapon pierced through his leg. At the same time, two screams sounded beside him. Song Qinghan felt that his leg was numb. His eyes were dull and his face was distorted. He couldn't even shout. Seeing that the two people were scared so quickly, Su Jiaojiao sneered. Her obedient face had a touch of fierceness. "Go and scream. I think you'll have the life to scream. Are you going to get lost or not? If not, I'll try again. If I hit you, you'll bleed." As she spoke, she raised the kitchen knife high and pretended to strike again. Song Qinghan's mother and Song Qingshan's eyes widened again. Without saying a word, they scrambled out of the kitchen and howled at Song Qinghan, who was coldly watching this scene from the door of the living room. "Boss, look at what kind of wife you married. Is this how you treat your mother? Are you going to force me and your brother to death before you are satisfied? Remember to save the website or remember it in your mind. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." Song Qinghan's expression did not change in the face of his mother and brother's accusations. His voice was indifferent. "My leg is broken, so I don't care anymore. I'm relying on Jiao to take care of me. Naturally, she has the final say." As he spoke, he looked at Su Jiao. His expression immediately softened. "Jiao, you deal with it. Don't worry about me." As soon as he said this, Mama Song's expression changed drastically. She kept cursing. "You coward, I knew you were useless, why the F***ck are you still here?" Su Jiao was irritated. She took the kitchen broom and hit them. "Get out. This is my house. You're not allowed to come in." She was only holding the knife to scare them. She couldn't really hit them with it. However, the broom was different. Su Jiao hugged it with both hands. Her white and tender face was red from the force she exerted. She kept a straight face and shouted at them. "Are you going to get out or not? Am I someone you can bully? Get out." Ouch, Mama Song was hit a few times. Song Qingshan wasn't any better. However, she was still protected by Mama Song and hid behind her. "You lunatic. As someone's daughter-in-law, you treat me like this. I'm going to look for the brigade leader to judge." Ouch, I'm so unlucky to have raised such an unfilial son. Ah, halfway through her wailing, Su Jiao hit her hard on the butt. She immediately screamed and stopped cursing. You. Mama Song looked at Su Jiao in shock. She didn't think that she would dare to hit her so hard. Su Jiao's expression was cold and arrogant. She said disdainfully, "What did I do? This is my house. You came in without my permission. You're robbers. You deserve to be beaten to death." After saying that, she continued to chase them away. Although it didn't hurt that much, it still hurt. Most of all, it was embarrassing. Mama Song was embarrassed. She said angrily, "Just you wait." After saying that, she pulled Song Qingshan and ran away quickly. Her limping appearance showed that she could not avoid it in time, but her mouth was unforgiving and she kept cursing. Su Jiao didn't like to quarrel with others. She always used violence when she had a falling out. The weather was already hot, so she was out of breath. She put down the broom and wiped the sweat off her face. She looked at the things in the yard, especially the kitchen, which was a mess. Just now, in order to hit someone, she had dropped the noodles on the ground. The noodles were stained with dust and immediately became dirty. Her heart ached as she ran over to pack up her things. Then, she heard the voice of the matchmaker system, "Host, you don't need to feel bad. The mission has been completed. Because you are too outstanding, the system will reward you with an extra bowl of noodles." Su Jiao paused in the middle of packing up her things. She didn't feel so bad about it. "Thank you, Hong Hong." Hong Hong must have helped her fight for it. She said thank you very sincerely. The matchmaker system hummed shyly and happily spun in circles. You're welcome." Su Jiao smiled and continued to clean up the noodles that were not dirty yet. As for the rest, she estimated that if she really threw it away, her mother would scold her to death. When the time came, she could wash it in the water and it should be ready to eat, right? Suddenly, the sound of knocking approached. Su Jiaojiao turned her head and saw a young man with a walking stick walking over with his back facing the light. There was a hint of grievance and apology in his voice. Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. Su Jiaojiao could not see his expression clearly, but she felt a little worried when she heard his voice. At this moment, she also realized that no matter how unlikable Song Qinghan's mother was, she was still Song Qinghan's mother. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's fine. Let me tell you first. We're already married. Although we didn't get a marriage certificate, it's still the same thing. We have a share of the things in the house. Without my permission, no one is allowed to secretly touch them, including your own mother. Taking without permission is stealing. I've never been polite to thieves and robbers. Originally, Su Jiaojiao was being reasonable, but towards the end, when she thought of the Song family's mother and son's actions, her expression turned ugly and her voice became much colder. Anyway, she had no feelings for Song Qinghan. She only felt embarrassed, but she was not worried that Song Qinghan would have a bad impression of her. Naturally, she would do whatever she wanted. Her father had said that most of the things in the house were bought by her teammates. He bought a small portion because he was afraid that she would not be able to use them. Therefore, she said these words confidently. Moreover, how could there be someone in the world who would abuse her son so confidently and even come over to rummage through his belongings on the first day of his marriage to bring home good things? How disgusting! She had never thought of taming such a person because his roots were already spoiled. It would not be easy to teach him. Surprisingly, Song Qinghan did not say anything and nodded easily. The indifference towards the Song family's mother and son faded away. He looked at her with trust. That's right. I said, you're in charge of this house. You can do whatever you want. Although he felt a little embarrassed when he saw this farce, he felt more relieved. This was also good. They had completely broken off their relationship and there was no need to contact them anymore. Su Jiaojiao was immediately happy. Sure enough, Song Qinghan was not an idiot. She grinned, and her big round eyes curved into crescents. She stood up and wanted to say a few words to him. Unexpectedly, when she stood up, she felt dizzy. Song Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately reached out to support her and asked nervously, "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Jiaojia shook her head. "I'm fine. I just stood up too quickly." She smiled and turned to support him. "Hurry up and go back to rest. Be careful of the wound on your stomach." "Okay." Song Qinghan nodded. He looked at the white and tender fingers supporting his arm. A trace of complex emotions flashed through his eyes, but his lips unconsciously curled up. The farce temporarily stopped. Su Jiaojiao helped Song Qinghan back to the living room. She took the medicine that she had swapped and applied it on him. Under the bright light, Song Qinghan's waist and abdomen were slightly tightened. His abdominal muscles were particularly obvious. He was a thin man, so his lines were very good. If he had not been injured, Su Jiaojia would have wanted to touch him secretly. But just as she thought about it, Su Jiaojia's face turned red. Ahem. She coughed lightly and straightened up. She was about to say a few words about the Song family when she saw him looking to the left. The color of his face was not just one layer darker. She blinked and suddenly felt the heat on her face dissipate. She said softly, "Song Qinghan, I want to discuss with you your attitude towards your parents. What do you think?" Song Qinghan, who had been uneasy because of that gaze, came back to his senses. His heart moved, and his eyes fell on the girl sitting next to him. Her skin was fair, her eyes were beautiful, her lips were delicate, her posture was relaxed but not vulgar, and her eyes were clear and gentle. He looked at her clothes again. She was wearing a light-colored floral shirt, loose black trousers, and a pair of cloth shoes. It was a very common outfit for a girl from the countryside. But Song Qinghan felt that she was even prettier than the educated youths from the city. He did not notice it before, but after seeing her a few times, he felt that her tone had inexplicably become more cultured. But in his memory, Su Jiaojia's grades were not good? Song Qinghan nodded as his thoughts flashed through his mind. His handsome eyes became gentler. Go on. Being looked at like this, Su Jiaojiao looked away unnaturally and said seriously, I don't like them. I know a lot about your previous situation. Plus, with their temperament, I can't be filial to them and I don't intend to pay attention to them. As for gossip, I don't care. Anyway, I don't like to go out, so it won't reach my ears. If you are filial to them, that's fine, but you have to wait until you recover from your injury to be filial to them. Now, the things here belong to either your comrade or my father. You can't give them to them. At first, her voice was a little soft, but when she finished speaking, it was especially clear. Her chin was small, and she spoke confidently. In any case, regardless of whether or not it was really given by his comrade, it was nominally here and belonged to the two of them. Don't even think about using it to make up for the vampire family. But after all, she was complaining about his parents. No matter the outcome, it would always evoke his sad memories. Thus, after she finished speaking, she did not dare to look at him. Her gaze fell on his hand on the rocking chair, and she muttered in her heart, as expected of the male lead. Not only is his face handsome, but his hands are also the hands of a male god. His hands are slender, the joints are distinct but not obtrusive, and his nails are clean and beautiful. Song Qinghan looked at her somewhat arrogant little appearance, and a trace of a smile flitted across his eyes. But in the next second, it turned gloomy. Anne, it's up to you. We agreed that you would be in charge. Really? I'm in charge? Su Jiaojia was surprised. Really? Song Qinghan said again. Seeing her eyes sparkling, his heart was moved. He thought about the money he had hidden. Previously, he had wanted to guard against her, but now, he suddenly felt that there was no need. Su Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was a little excited. She secretly rubbed her hands and straightened her back a lot. She immediately began to think about what she should do next to make herself more worthy of the reputation of the head of the family. The first thing she should do was complain. Today was the first day of their marriage, and Mama Song actually dared to come over and cause trouble. Even if Su Jiaojiao did not feel that this was a real marriage, she was still very unhappy. Also, if she dared to do such a thing today, would she take advantage of the fact that she was not at home one day and empty her house? Su Jiaojiao laughed sinisterly. She must complain. Her mother had said that if there was anything, she should look for her. Who knew that before she could think of anything, the matchmaker system had already issued the next mission, ding. Mission 8, as a newly established family, please urge your husband to. Completely separate from the Song family. Reward, 1 bicycle ticket. Su Jiaojiao's little mouth opened slightly. She looked at the mission in surprise. Does this mean that the Song family is still going to cause trouble? The little system covered its little mouth. Don't reveal any spoilers. Su Jiaojiao, who had originally planned to complain, decided not to go because of this mission. Anyway, this person would cause trouble on her own. She would just have to deal with it. They waited until it was almost noon. Just as Su Jiaojiao lazily got up and was about to prepare something to eat, a group of people suddenly came in through the wide-open courtyard door. Among these people, there was Brigade Leader Wang Jianya, the Song family's parents, their only precious son, and a few other very familiar faces who had come over out of curiosity to see what was going on. The group of people came over aggressively. Among them, Mother Song's voice was the loudest. She pointed at her and shouted, "Brigade Leader, you have to be the judge. I'm Song Qinghan's biological mother. I raised him painstakingly, but he married such a shrew. I came over to take a look, but she even beat me up. Tell me if there's such a person." Song Qingshan also said, "Brigade Leader, don't you know that this shrew used a knife to attack people? If it weren't for my good luck, I wouldn't be here now. You have to compensate her. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go." Wang Jianya had a headache from the commotion. He walked in front with an ugly expression, thinking about how to brush this matter off. Everyone in the village knew about the Song family's character. Just based on the fact that the Su family had married their daughter to Song Qinghan when he was in such dire straits, he couldn't really blame them. Su Jiaojiao heard the commotion and came out. She straightened her slender waist and shouted at everyone, "What's all this noise about? Your mother came to my place to steal things, and you still have the right to do so?" Do you believe that I won't report you to the police for robbery? Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. Mrs. Song, who had been bawling her eyes out, suddenly stopped breathing. She felt a little guilty as she tugged on Wang Jianya's sleeve. "Io, Captain Song, look at how cruel she is. I'm her mother-in-law." Su Jiaojiao's coquettish behavior made the onlookers laugh. "Oh, look at this girl. She's really something. No wonder she's Sun Feng's daughter. She's her mother-in-law after all. How could she kick her out? Isn't that too cruel?" Wang Jianya frowned and said in a low voice, "That's enough. Quiet down." The gossipers immediately stopped talking. Mrs. Song reluctantly shut her mouth, but her eyes were still glaring at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao's pretty face was cold. She was not afraid at all. Wang Jianya saw this and comforted her. "Jiaojiao, call Qinghan out." There were too many people in the main room, so they had to talk in the courtyard. Su Jiaojiao nodded and turned to enter the room. Song Qinghan had already stood up. She quickly said in a low voice, "They're here to cause trouble. I won't be polite." Song Qinghan calmly squeezed her hand and comforted her. "You're welcome. I won't mind." Su Jiaojiao's lips curled. But just as she smiled, she immediately put on a fierce expression. "You'll listen to my orders later. Do you hear me?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Song Qinghan smiled and nodded. If his comrades saw this, they would feel a chill down their spines. They would think that Song Qinghan was up to no good. However, Su Jiaojiao did not know that. She subconsciously thought that the male lead was just and pure. After all, if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been bullied by the Song family. Moreover, he was giving her his heart and soul, so she felt more confident. She helped him into the courtyard and brought a chair over for him to sit on before saying, "You're too young. Captain, I was just about to look for you. Today is the second day of my wedding. Yesterday, my whole family ran away from my wedding. It's fine if they didn't attend, but today, this person brought his son to my kitchen and tried to steal something. Don't you think I should kick him out? If she wasn't my mother-in-law, I would have reported her to the Public Security Bureau. At that time, she would be sentenced to death for robbery." This was not what Wang Jianya had expected. His face darkened as he turned to glare at the family and said coldly, "Didn't you say you were here to take a look?" Mama Song said confidently, "What's wrong? Can't I come to my son's house to get something?" Su Jiaojiao said, "We've already split up. How can you still have the face to come and take things?" If it was before, Mother Song would definitely say that they had to split up. She was afraid that this disabled son who couldn't earn money would rely on her. But now, she was relying on the Su clan. She had been to the kitchen once and felt that there were a lot of good things there. How could she be willing to separate from the Su clan? He immediately went back on his words. "What do you mean by splitting up? Eldest brother just moved out to live with us. I was the one who asked the brigade leader to get this house. What's there to split up about? There's no need to split up." Indeed, when Song Qinghan was chased out, he didn't say anything. The Song family's parents also didn't specifically say that they had split up. This reason was tenable. Su Jiaojiao was waiting for this sentence. She immediately took a step forward and said crisply, "Since there's no need to split up, then we'll split up now." Just as Mama Song was about to refute, she shouted, "Shut up first." Her voice was crisp and loud, causing Mama Song to be stunned. Then, she turned around and looked at Song Qinghan. "Do you still remember how much money you sent to them after you became a soldier? Quickly calculate it now." Mama Song was stunned. She didn't expect this to happen. She immediately said, "There's no money, no money. He only has so little money. All these years, it's not even enough for our family's expenses. Don't talk nonsense. We've already split up. We can't split up anymore." Su Jiaojiao sneered and raised her chin. "It's too late." Song Qinghan coughed lightly and lowered his head to hide the smile on his face. When he raised his head again, he acted like an obedient husband again. He nodded and said, "Wife, don't be angry. I'll just..." Wang Jianya had always known that Song Qinghan was mistreated. Originally, she had a good impression of Song Qinghan's identity as a soldier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him find such a good house. She originally thought that she would have to worry about appeasing the Song family this time. Who knew that this girl from the Su family would be so powerful? She suddenly smiled, her dark face turning pale as she nodded. Yes, it's too late. You just said that there's no need to split up. Since that's the case, I'll be the notary and split up this house. Mama Song's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She almost couldn't catch her breath and fainted on the spot. However, her legs turned to jelly as she leaned on her husband. She cried out weakly, "You damned woman. You've harmed me." The expressions of the Song family members were extremely ugly, especially Song Qingshan. He thought that the money was all his, but now that it was going to be split up, he immediately jumped up and down anxiously. He pulled Wang Jianya and refuted, "Captain, it's not like that. Weren't they here to question Su Jiaojiao about how she was harsh on her mother-in-law? How did it become a split up? The money was already in their mouths, yet they were going to spit it out." Wang Jianya glared at him. "How is it not like that? Isn't it clear who's splitting up the house? Don't worry, everyone is watching. We won't let you lose out." Song Qinghan, who had watched the entire scene, tried to hold back his laughter again. However, the next second, he saw the people behind the captain pointing at them. He stopped laughing and said softly, "Jiao Jiao, you." He wanted to remind her. After all, she was living in this village and her reputation shouldn't be too bad. He was afraid that she would be upset in the future. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he saw the arrogant young lady give him a sideways glance. She ordered, "What are you shouting for? I'm the one in charge of this house. You have no right to speak. Hurry up and settle the accounts. If you don't settle the accounts, just you wait." "Okay." Song Qinghan immediately shut his mouth after he finished speaking. His resolute and handsome face looked a little timid at this moment. After being scolded by his wife, he obediently lowered his head and stopped talking. His actions were even more shocking. They also knew that Su Jiaojiao wasn't joking. She was serious. Realizing this, the Song family's parents and Song Qingshan's breathing became heavy. They gritted their teeth and trembled. Mrs. Song couldn't hold it in any longer. She thought about how she was going to cough up so much money. How was that possible? Her rationality disappeared. Mrs. Song's face was ferocious as she pounced on Su Jiaojiao. It was all because of this little b*tch. If it wasn't for her, Song Qinghan wouldn't have dared to go against them. "You little b*tch, I'm going to beat you to death. How dare you bully your mother-in-law, a bunch of idiots." Su Jiaojiao snorted softly and dodged nimbly. She ran outside and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Mom, I've been hit, come and save me." Her clear and loud voice traveled very far. It was almost time to get off work and many people had to rush back to cook. Su Jiaojiao's voice happened to be heard by Sun Fong, who had just returned to cook. She immediately picked up a stick from the roadside and waved it as she ran over. "That little b*star dared to bully you? Jiaojiao, don't be afraid. Mom is coming." Su Jiaojiao's voice was originally a girl's clear and crisp voice. When she shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice traveled very far. Sun Fong immediately responded and ran over to protect her daughter with a ferocious expression. Mrs. Song was so frightened that she stumbled. The old Song family had only one son in the family. Now, there was no one else in the family except for her parents and Song Qingshan. As for her grandparents, they had passed away a few years ago. It was said that Mrs. Song was unwilling to take care of them and had angered them to death. This village was not developed by a single clan. Basically, most of the people in the village were not related, except for a few families whose daughters were married off. Su Jiaojiao was not the least bit afraid of the Song family. If they fought with her family, it was hard to say who would be the one to suffer. She ran very quickly. First, she went to greet Sun Fong, then continued to look for Su Jingyang and the others. She had only been gone for 2 or 3 minutes when Father Song and Song Qingshan wanted to retreat. However, the brigade leader, Wang Jianya, held them back and prevented them from leaving. The other villagers also gathered to watch the show. Thus, when Su Jiaojiao arrived with her 2 sisters-in-law, the door was already surrounded by 3 layers of people. It was difficult for her to enter. When she finally managed to squeeze in, she saw Mother Song sitting on the ground, pounding her chest and stamping her feet. She hugged the brigade leader's leg and said, "My life is miserable. It wasn't easy to raise a son, but he treats me like this. Forget it, I'll just die." Father Song was much more cowardly, but that was only towards Mother Song. Towards others, his strong body made him particularly fierce. He did not beg for mercy from the brigade leader. Instead, he stared at Song Qinghan and said, "How we split the family is decided by our parents. Song Qinghan, if you want to be a coward who forgets his mother after getting a wife, I don't care. But this matter is not negotiable." He knew that Song Qinghan would not dare to make a scene and deliberately forced him to compromise. Xianxia was a cunning person. He immediately curled his lips and said, "There's no such thing. You're forcing one son to subsidize the other." That's right, that's right." Li Shou was not good with words and could only nod. They could not let Song Qinghan suffer losses. Otherwise, their mother-in-law would have to subsidize their sister-in-law. At the thought of this, the 2 sisters-in-law's fighting spirit soared. "Why is there no room for discussion?" Su Jiaojiao raised her voice and entered the battlefield. With her family as her backing, she was more confident. With one hand on her waist and the other pointing at his nose, she shouted, "Who in the village doesn't know how the Song family treated Song Qinghan since he was a child? He grew up relying on his family. Later, when he joined the army, he gave you money every month. Was it for a dog? Look at your disgusting faces. I really wonder if Song Qinghan was picked up from the streets." The Song family's parents, who were getting angrier and angrier at the beginning and were howling louder and louder, suddenly turned ugly. A trace of guilt flashed in their eyes, but it quickly turned into anger. No one could see it. "I really regret letting Song Qinghan marry you," Su Jiaojiao said coldly. "It's too late. Don't you understand human language?" "Su Jiaojiao, you." Mrs. Song was furious. Her eyes were red and she wanted to rush over again. However, Sun Fong and the Su Jianhua brothers firmly held her back. Song Qingshan did not dare to come forward. Only Mr. Song protected Mrs. Song. The few of them were in a mess, but they did not really make a scene. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. Whoever fought was an idiot. Su Jiaojiao looked at them coldly for a while, then went to Song Qinghan. "Did you calculate it?" Song Qinghan pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "From May 1968, when I joined the army, to December 1968, I sent back $5 a month. In the entire year of 1969, it was $10. In the last 2 years, it was $20. That's a total of $660. Su Jiaojiao nodded. She knew that Song Qinghan did not want to be involved with the Song family. However, what she was about to do next was likely to make a big fuss. Therefore, she asked in a low voice, "I plan to get back $300, or at least $200. When the time comes, it will probably make a bigger fuss. Can you accept it?" She deliberately acted fierce in front of others so that he would not be the one who abandoned his parents. Anyway, with parents like the Song family and a wife like her, to outsiders, Song Qinghan was the one who was pitiful. As for Su Jiaojiao herself, she did not plan to live in this village for the rest of her life. Reputation was not important, but money was. Su Jiaojiao was not willing to let her family subsidize Song Qinghan. After all, she was not the only one who ate at home. Her parents, brother, sister-in-law, and little nephew were all there was to eat. How could she let them starve? After all, she was not a real member of the Su family. Her heart was flustered. If she could get the money back, it would be enough to support her for a long time. In the future, she would figure out how to earn some money by herself. Song Qinghan naturally nodded. "It's up to you. The money is also yours." Su Jiaojiao nodded in satisfaction and said loudly to Wang Jianya, "Captain, Song Qinghan is still injured. He even had a high fever last night. We can't just let it go like this. We must get the money back, from. It's a total of 660 yuan. We can't get all of it back. But with his condition, he doesn't have any money." He was a soldier who protected his country. How can he be bullied when he comes back? So give me at least 400 yuan. I want to bring Song Qinghan to the city's hospital to see a doctor. Su Jiaojiao did not have time to say anything. She specially called the captain over and let Song Qinghan take a look at his wound. After applying medicine, it looked even more ferocious. The captain took a look, and most of the others also took a look. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. They all looked at the wound in shock. Their hearts palpitated as they said, "This wound is scary." People in the countryside often got injured, but they had never seen such a serious injury, let alone his 2 legs. None of them had the nerve to say anything. Song Qinghan smiled bitterly. He looked hurt and did not want to get involved in this matter. Back then, he was able to disguise himself so well that his parents in the Song family thought he was down and out. The whole village sympathized with him, but they were afraid to interact with him because they were afraid of being entangled with him. Now, he could continue to disguise himself. As for his reputation, he had no intention of maintaining it ever since he returned to the village. Wang Jianya's heart skipped a beat, and he became more solemn. However, his parents in the Song family did not care at all. They only cared about the money. Why don't you go rob a bank for 400 yuan? We have no more money. We've used up all our money. We really have no more money. Song Qingshan was also shocked. He shouted, "All these years, Song Qinghan came back to our house to buy meat. Isn't that money? Didn't you spend money to raise him? But it didn't cost more than 600 yuan. Sun Feng shouted back. Don't think we're all fools. Everyone knows what you're doing. Hurry up and pay up. Mama Song kept shaking her head like a crazy woman. She did not want to argue with them and wanted to run back. She mumbled, "You're all crazy. Where do we have the money?" Wang Jianya pulled her back. "Don't go yet. We have to make things clear. Otherwise, there will be more trouble in the future. Captain, don't listen to her nonsense. We don't have that much money." Papa Song said harshly. Su Jiaojiao crossed her arms. "Of course we do. You don't know, but the postal service keeps records. We'll know once we check it. Let me tell you, if you don't pay up, your son can forget about finding a good wife in the future. I'll go to whoever marries you and make a scene. I'll make your son a bachelor for the rest of his life." Children in the countryside usually got married at an early age. They started to talk about marriage at the age of 16 or 17. Coincidentally, Song Qingshan also started to talk about marriage. However, his situation was not bad. Because his family was fed by Song Qinghan, they were fatter than other families. Therefore, the Song family planned to pick a good one. It would be best if it was a family that ate commodity food. The Su family members' eyes also lit up. Su Jiaojia was right. Sun Feng immediately pulled her husband and son and nodded. Yes. If you're not fair and don't return Song Qinghan's money, we'll make a fuss every day until your house can't rest in peace. Suddenly, the faces of the Song family's parents twisted, and they looked at her ferociously. How dare you? Su Jiaojiao was very proud of herself for coming up with such a good idea. She raised her chin and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Why don't you try? Their son was their life. Didn't they do all this for Song Qingshan?" Looking at Su Jiaojiao's arrogant appearance, and then looking at the Su family members blocking her way, Mother Song couldn't wait to eat her flesh. Her whole body trembled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the Song family was small, how could they be bullied like this? Wang Jianya shook his head. He wanted to tell the Su family not to be so aggressive, but when he saw them acting like hens protecting their chicks and pecking at anyone they saw, he felt that it was not a big deal. He helped them and said, "Since that's the case, let's split the family assets fairly. You must have a lot of money left over from this 660 yuan. Why don't you push them too hard and ask for more? Why don't I make the decision and give each family 300 yuan? The rest can be considered as retirement money for the next 5 years." Mama Song's face turned ugly. Song Qingshan wanted to shake his head, but he did not dare to. He really wanted to marry a wife, but of course, there was a more important reason. The Su family had a lot of people and they could not afford to offend them. Mama Song's lips trembled and her face was dark, but she did not want to agree. From the beginning, the onlookers who were watching the show said, "This Su family girl is really shrewish. I really don't know why the eldest son of the Song family married such a shrew and has such biased parents. What bad luck." Now, it became, "Oh my god, so much money? This Song family girl is really black-hearted. Her eldest son is so filial, but she doesn't like him and only cares about the younger one. You can't blame her for making a scene. Fortunately, we have this Su family girl. Otherwise, eldest Song would be bullied and unable to speak." "That's 660 yuan, Wang Jianya also heard it. He cleared his throat and said, "Okay, quiet down. Song family girl, if you are still not willing to pay 300 yuan, then I won't care about this matter anymore. When the time comes, no one knows if your precious youngest son will be able to marry a wife." Mama Song cried, "Captain, you can't just ignore it." Wang Jianya was helpless, "I can't help it. After all, I'm busy. How can I keep an eye on them all the time? Can't you just give them the money?" Upon hearing this, Mama Song's mind buzzed. She gripped her husband's shoulder so hard that it turned purple. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay. I'll give them. But they have to give me money every year for my retirement." Su Jiaojiao immediately interrupted her, "No one in our family can work. Your son's leg is still injured, so how can we give him the money? Wait until he has a job. Otherwise, we will have to rely on you for support." Mama Song's face turned green and she almost couldn't hold it in anymore. The men from the Su family glared at her, "You dare?" Mama Song's face twisted again. She had thousands of words to say, but in the end, she could only roar, "Song Qinghan, you bastard. I really regret raising an ingrate like you." The person who was being scolded looked at her indifferently, as if she wasn't talking about him. There was no change in his expression. He only hated himself for waking up too late, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** brigade leader, they got 300 yuan and separated from the Song family. They moved their household register separately and put Song Qinghan and Su Jiaojia together. From now on, they were two different families. Since their relationship was still so bad, the Song family had no right to enter their house as they pleased. Before leaving, Su Jiaojiao even said that if such a situation happened again, she would directly report it to the police. The three members of the Song family were so angry that they couldn't wait to make a scene again. In the end, they were especially reluctant to give the money. If it weren't for Wang Jianya's black-faced urging, they would probably have delayed for a while. Su Jiaojiao left happily under the gazes of the Song family members who wished they could eat her blood. She took 50 of the 300 yuan and gave it to Sun Feng in front of everyone in the Su family. "Mom, it's all thanks to you that I can get this money back. Take it and buy some meat. Let's celebrate." Zhang Qian and Li Xiu's sour hearts suddenly felt comfortable, especially the more sensitive Zhang Qian. He looked at Su Jiaojiao suspiciously. Why was this sister-in-law so much more sensible than before? She was really generous. She almost forgot how she made her angry before. However, it was also good that her sister-in-law was sensible. "Io, you silly child, you're so wasteful. Take the money yourself. Mom still has some. Come over for dinner tonight. Mom will cook delicious food for you." Sun Feng was reluctant to take the money. Zhang Qian's eyes almost popped out. He almost reached out his hand and said, "I want it, I want it." Fortunately, Su Jiaojiao was generous. She directly stuffed the money into her mother's pocket and said coquettishly, "Mom, you take it. You can buy more delicious food. I'll be embarrassed to go back for dinner." Zhang Qian was afraid that Sun Feng would refuse again, so he quickly said, "Mom, little sister is filial to you. You should keep it. Besides, Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao are still young. They also need to eat. That's 50 renminbi. How much could they buy with it? If the harvest was not good, a person's work points for a year would not be able to exchange for so much money." Thinking of this, Zhang Qian's heart was burning. He looked at Su Jiaojiao's pocket. There was still 250 yuan. Unfortunately, he could not find an excuse to make her hand over the money. Under her daughter's persuasion, Sun Feng reluctantly accepted the money. The smile on her face could not stop. Jiao Jiao is so filial. Mom's heart is as sweet as drinking brown sugar water. Su Jiaojia was also beaming. She did not notice her sister-in-law's expression. She was happy. 250 yuan. With the help of the system, she estimated that she could live for 2 to 3 years, right? She still had more than 100 yuan on hand. It was the dowry given by Sun Feng. There was also the betrothal gift given by Song Qinghan to the two elders. Sun Feng did not accept it and put it in the box after she got married. Last night, when Su Jiaojiao cleaned it up, she found it. Therefore, the money was really a lot. After bidding farewell to the Su family, Su Jiaojiao went back. Song Qinghan was the same as when she left. He sat by the wall. At first, the sun did not come over, so he was still in the shadows. Now that it had been so long, the sun was shining on his body, making him feel a little warm. Su Jiaojiao was in a good mood. Her voice was particularly crisp. Why didn't you come in? Are you not feeling well? Song Qinghan's head moved, as if he had just regained his senses. He looked up at her and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. His whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of white gauze, instantly softening a lot. You're back. His voice was pleasant to listen to, and he was also good-looking. When he spoke like this, Su Jiaojia was electrified. A tingling sensation spread from her ears to her neck, and her body trembled. She quickly lowered her head and walked over to help him into the house. When she touched his body that was hot from the sun, she said, "Are you stupid? You're already like this and you still don't know how to come in." Song Qinghan smiled and said, "I'm hungry." "Oh, I'll make you some noodles later. You did well today. I'll give you an egg to eat." Su Jiaojia's attention was immediately diverted as she said with a smile. Song Qinghan was also very happy. "Thank you, Jiaojiao." Su Jiaojia's ears trembled again. She looked at Song Qinghan strangely. Why did she feel that he seemed to be different from before? However, when she saw him looking at her with a smile on his face, she looked away awkwardly and took out the money in her hand. Su Jiaojiao said softly, "My parents put in a lot of effort to get this money back. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of me, so I made the decision to give them $50. When the time comes, it'll be perfectly justifiable for us to freeload. There's still $250 left. Here's $150. I'll take the other 100 and buy some things for you when the time comes." Su Jiaojiao didn't really want to take all of his money. After all, they were separated from the family for the sake of the mission. She would take half of the money as compensation for taking care of him. As for Song Qinghan's own money, she didn't think about it. Anyway, when the time comes when they were really poor, he would probably give it to her, right? After saying that, Su Jiaojiao thought of something and added, "I'll pay a visit to the brigade leader tonight to thank him for his efforts today." Song Qinghan stared blankly at the little girl in front of her, who was no more than 18 years old. She still looked a little immature on her face. She was counting her tender fingers as she babbled on. Waves of warmth flowed through her heart. Seeing that he didn't say anything and was still staring at her, Su Jiaojiao awkwardly took a step back and whispered, "Are you stupid?" Song Qinghan came back to his senses and realized what he had just done. Suddenly, his face heated up and he pulled himself together again. He stuffed the $150 back into her hand. "I said that you're in charge, so of course you're in charge of the money." Su Jiaojia was dumbfounded. "You're really giving it all to me? Then should she accept it or not? We're already husband and wife. If I don't give it to you, who else should I give it to?" Song Qinghan looked at her with trust. His eyes were gentle as he pointed to the room. "There's a box under the bed. There's a metal box inside. It's all the money I've saved over the past few years, including the retirement allowance. I didn't give it all to them. I saved it all for myself. You don't have to worry about not having enough money." In fact, ever since he came back 2 years ago, he realized that his room was gone and had become his younger brother's study. When he came back to live, he was even despised. He understood that he no longer had a place in this family. The parental love that he had once longed for had completely turned into bubbles because of those faces. He also knew what he had to do. If he hadn't already given $20 back then, based on his mother's personality, she would definitely have realized that something was wrong if he had reduced it. She would have run to the army and made a fuss. It wouldn't have been beneficial to his future, and he definitely wouldn't have sent any more money. His salary had increased over the years, but the money he gave had never increased. It made people think that he was still a lowly soldier and that it was a trick he had left for himself. Su Jiaojiao knew that he still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. She was also curious about how much money he had left. She simply brought him back to the room and closed the door. The bed he was talking about was actually a Kong. However, it was the kind that was made separately. It was designed by Jiangyan, a northerner. The sides were left empty, and nothing could be seen on the surface. With a little fiddling and moving a brick, a hole could be seen. The metal box was placed inside, and they could reach out and take it out. When the metal box was opened, the banknotes were neatly placed inside. Most importantly, the box wasn't small. It was about the size of a 14-inch computer. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath and started counting seriously. 10. 100. 200, 22,000. Su Jiaojiao was shocked by the number. Then she looked up at the man who was sitting by the bed and looking at her with his head slightly lowered. For a moment, she felt that his face was exceptionally gentle. However, in the next second, she was too shocked to care about anything else. She slapped Song Qinghan on the shoulder and said in admiration, "Brother, you're actually quite smart." Song Qinghan's smile froze. "Bro. Brother?" Su Jiaojiao put the box back with a smile. Seeing the surprise on Song Qinghan's face, she thought that he was surprised that she had praised him. "Don't doubt it, you really are smart." With this much money, as long as a bit was revealed, the Song family would not let it go. In the end, he actually made the Song family believe that he was poor. It could be seen just how good his disguise was. If it was Su Jiaojiao, she might not have this ability, so he really was worthy of being the male lead. Song Qinghan was speechless before revealing a faint smile. But when he looked at her, there was a trace of danger in his eyes. The matchmaker system looked at the male lead's expression and wanted to hug the host. "Wake up, I'm not your brother." But it couldn't do it and didn't dare. Looking at the pitiful progress bar, the matchmaker system jumped in the host's mind and said in a crisp voice, "Ding, Mission 9. Married couples can declare ownership of each other. Host, please introduce your husband to the 5 people. Reward, 10 square meters of cloth." This time it was Su Jiaojiao's turn to have her smile stiffen. Introduce Song Qinghan to the 5 people and tell them that he was her husband. How embarrassing was that? Who in the village didn't know him? Was there a need for her to introduce him? If it was someone she didn't know. Su Jiaojiao silently thought about it. The original body didn't have any friends and she was too lazy to go out and make friends. This was asking for heaven. Su Jiaojiao weakly asked, "Can I change the mission?" The matchmaker system was impartial. "You can't. If you can't finish this mission, you'll be stuck here. Like this, the host won't be able to eat chicken steaks, spicy strips, roast chicken, or roast duck." Su Jiaojiao, **********. The mission was put aside for now. Once Su Jiaojiao took care of this matter, her family would be taken care of, and her reputation in the village would be ruined. Of course, this bad news was relative. Between Song Qinghan and the parents of the Song family, she played the role of the villain, forcing her husband to sever ties with his parents. Although it was reasonable, her actions were too forceful. Now, everyone in the village knew that Su Jiaojiao was a shrew. Su Jiaojiao didn't care about this. Anyway, those people didn't dare to say anything in front of her. The most important thing now was to heal Song Qinghan's injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would have to serve him like an old mother. She said that she wanted to take him to the hospital, so she still had to go. She couldn't just use it as an excuse. Coincidentally, Su Jiaojiao asked Song Qinghan about the condition of his leg. It had been more than half a month since the last checkup. In addition, Song Qinghan had been busy with his wedding for the past 2 days, so he had indeed touched the wound. The wound on his waist and abdomen had even been accidentally torn open because of his carelessness. He thought that it was nothing serious, but the weather was too hot and it got infected. Su Jiaojiao couldn't find anyone else, so she could only trouble Su Xingyang. When she went back, he could take out all the things in her space. Thus, the next day, Su Jiaojiao came to the Su family's house to eat. She discussed with Sun Feng while she was at it, "Mom, I want to take Song Qinghan to the city's hospital to have his leg healed. Can you let Dad come with me?" Mission 9 was not completed, so the following missions couldn't appear. However, she had done so many missions before and obtained a lot of things. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a suitable excuse to take them out. This time, she just happened to go out and take them out. The matchmaker system cried in her mind, "Madam Host, do a mission. It's actually very simple." This wasn't the first time she heard this. Su Jiaojiao's face was wooden as she pretended not to hear it. Specially introduce him to who? It was too embarrassing, she didn't want to do it. Su Jingyang and Sun Feng both nodded. "Okay, come over and let me know before you go." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Dad." Su Jiaojiao giggled and hugged his arm coquettishly. Su Jingyang laughed and was particularly satisfied. "It's not hard, Dad can still work. We can take a tractor to the county, but from the county to the city, we need a special car. It's our first time going there, so can you figure it out?" Su Jingyang was a clever person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise his family so comfortably in this era. However, he had lived for so long and was almost 50 years old. The furthest place he had been to was the county. If he wanted to go to the city, he would have to find a hospital and a place to stay. Just thinking about it made him worried. Su Jiaojiao also felt a little weak. Fortunately, Song Qinghan, who came to eat with her, put down his chopsticks and said softly, "I have a brother in the county. When the time comes, he can drive me there directly." "Okay, you have a lot of connections." Su Jingyang was relieved and patted him on the shoulder. "Rest well for the next 2 days. Don't be afraid to use money. If this money isn't enough, we have more at home." "It's okay, I still have some money." Song Qinghan was much gentler towards his elders. When he replied, he smiled more than usual, making him look more handsome. Su Jiaojiao, who was leaning on Su Jingyang's shoulder and acting coquettishly, stared straight at him. Song Qinghan met her gaze and his smile deepened. At the same time, he picked up some food for her. "Eat first, it won't taste good when it's cold." This was meat, it would be greasy when it was cold. Su Jiaojiao came back to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Su Jingyang looked at him sourly and lowered his head to eat. If it weren't for this man's face, his daughter wouldn't have to get married so early. Sun Feng treated Song Qinghan much more normally. She poked her husband and said, "Tomorrow, bring some firewood back and send it to Jiaojiao. Firewood is needed for the occasional fire." Su Jiaojiao shook her head. "There's no need, Mom. Song Qinghan's comrades have already chopped it up. It can be used for a long time." There was really a house full of firewood in the woodshed behind the kitchen. At her current speed, it wouldn't be a problem to use it for a year. Sun Feng was relieved and smiled at her daughter who was eating. "That's good. If you lack anything, come back and get it. If you don't want to cook, let me know in advance and just come over to eat, okay?" Zhang Qian listened sourly but didn't refute this time. The family had just received 50 yuan from Song Qinghan. The meat they were eating now was bought with that money, so she couldn't be angry. De Bao and Air Bao squeezed to sit next to Su Jiaojiao and looked at her with a silly smile. "Auntie, you have to come over often." Su Jiaojiao nodded obediently. "Mom, don't worry, I won't be polite. This is still my home after I get married." Sun Feng smiled and picked up some lean meat for her daughter. Ever since she found out that Su Jiaojiao liked to eat lean meat, she bought a lot more lean meat this time. She fried it according to Su Jiaojiao's favorite cooking method. Others didn't like to eat it, but it was still edible. Only Su Jiaojiao ate it with satisfaction. Of course, at this time, information didn't travel fast enough, so they had to wait for a few more days before they agreed on a time. On the day of departure, the two of them got up before dawn. The tractor was going to tow the goods, so Su Jiaojiao took Song Qinghan and Su Jingyang with her. Su Jingyang supported Song Qinghan. He was strong, so he didn't have to worry about tearing his wound again. Su Jiaojiao brought 2 water bottles by herself. She wore a light-colored shirt and braided her hair like the others. She walked in front with light steps. There were 2 female educated youths in the car. They were both good-looking. One of them was a little timid. Seeing them come up, she smiled shyly and lowered her head. The other one leaned against the girl with her hands on her waist. She looked at them curiously and pouted. There was a bit of delicateness in her eyes. Su Jiaojiao also smiled at them and supported Song Qinghan. The man was agile. He supported the tractor with both hands and easily got up. He also took the things in her hands. This posture made Su Jiaojiao feel like a boyfriend who carried her bags. She was stunned. The wound on his waist and abdomen had been applying medicine for the past 2 days, so it healed much faster than before. In addition to the leg that was in a cast, the other leg also benefited a lot. He was much more flexible than before. These days, Song Qinghan was really like an ordinary husband. He helped her when he could. Su Jiaojiao was not used to it, but she began to get used to it. Zhao Sisi was originally sleepy and held her waist with one hand, but when she saw them come up, her eyes lit up. These two people were born and raised in Peach Blossom Village, but their appearance was more attractive than the educated youths. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The man's temperament was completely different from that of the farmer Su Jingyang who got on the car. She didn't want to talk at first, but when she saw them like this, she remembered the rumors in the brigade these 2 days. She had a good impression of him. Who asked her to be the one who was always looked at strangely by others? Zhao Sisi looked at them for a while with interest. However, she was not familiar with them, so the atmosphere was a little dull. She cleared her throat and found a topic. Are you going to the county hospital? Su Jiaojiao shook her head. We're going to the city. Zhao Sisi's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, do you have a way to go to the city? I want to go too, but I just sprained my waist yesterday. I can't take it. Of course, there were many things in the city, so she wanted to buy some things. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at Song Qinghan. I'm his comrade, so I can help. Zhao Sisi put her hands together and begged, can you take us along? I don't know if the county hospital is good or not. The city hospital is more reassuring. Oh, we will pay, and food stamps are also fine. Is that okay? Su Jiaojiao hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. She secretly pulled Song Qinghan's sleeve. Song Qinghan patted the back of her hand and looked like he was letting his wife be in charge. He said softly, you decide. Oh. Zhao Sisi deliberately smiled mischievously. She raised her eyebrows and whispered, comrade, just agree. This is for you. Take a look and see if you want it. Su Jiaojiao blushed at her teasing. She wanted to refute but couldn't. Just as she was feeling awkward, Zhao Sisi took out 5 tickets from her bag and stuffed them into her hand. Su Jiaojiao picked them up and saw that they were menstrual tickets. She hesitated for a moment and heard Song Qinghan whisper something in her ear. She immediately hid the tickets with a red face and said to Zhao Sisi, thank you. Zhao Sisi waved her hand in satisfaction. It's okay, I'll have to trouble you later. The journey to the county town was smooth. Uncle Jean drove the tractor to deliver the goods. Su Jiaojiao and the others got out of the car and looked around with interest. This era was very similar to the world described in black and white photos. Even the county town was gray. However, at this time everyone was in good spirits. Most of them had smiles on their faces. Many young men and women were holding red booklets in their hands as they passed by. After standing for a while, they saw a young man with dark skin and big white teeth. He excitedly waved at them and ran, Brother Qinghan. Song Qinghan, who was looking around, also saw him and said loudly, Wang Xiao, long time no see. The young man called Wang Xiao smiled and looked very honest. He said excitedly, Brother Qinghan, I'm sorry. When you got married, I was out delivering goods and didn't make it. This is a wedding gift for you. He then looked at Su Jiaojiao, sister-in-law. I used to be comrades with Brother Qinghan, but I retired from the army half a year earlier. Thank you. Su Jiaojiao smiled and looked at Song Qinghan. Seeing him nod, she generously took the gift box. Song Qinghan introduced Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang was a little reserved. The young man in front of him was wearing a nice Chinese tunic suit and was also from the county. He could only grin. After they said a few words, Su Jiaojiao looked at Zhao Sisi. who couldn't wait to make her presence known, and Liu, who was quietly supporting her. She said apologetically, "I'll have to trouble you later. These are two educated youths from our brigade. They also want to go to the city hospital. Can they fit in the car?" Wang Xiao nodded repeatedly and smiled. He enthusiastically took Song Qinghan from Su Jingyang's shoulder. "Of course, my car is big. Uncle, I'll hold it. You can rest for a while." Su Jiaojia was relieved and thanked him again. Su Jingyang was free and walked 2 steps to the side to smoke. Just now in the car, because there were 3 girls and his daughter didn't like to smoke, he had been holding back. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Xiao pointed to his car. "Brother Qinghan, sister-in-law, uncle, 2 comrades, the car is over there. Let's go first. Give me the key. Go buy me something." As soon as Song Qinghan said this, Wang Xiao immediately gave him the key and then leaned in close to his ear. His movements were practiced and it was obvious that he often did this. Wang Xiao wanted to leave after receiving the order, but seeing that Song Qinghan's father-in-law had gone to the side, he didn't dare to disturb him and directly sent him to Su Jiaojiao. "Sister-in-law, help him first. Brother Qinghan will take you there. I'll be there in a while." "Hey!" Su Jiaojiao was caught off guard and was pressed down by a huge lump. She almost lost her balance and took 2 steps back. She bitterly muttered, "So heavy." These days, most of the vehicles in the countryside were tractors, but in the county, there were already cars. The car that came to pick them up was a sedan. At this time, there were no particularly perfect traffic regulations, so there was still room for one more person. Song Qinghan sat in the front passenger seat, Su Jingyang sat beside him, and Su Jiaojiao sat in the middle. Next to them were Zhao Sisi and Liu. Zhao Sisi looked surprised. "Wow, your man actually knows these people?" Su Jiaojiao shook her head innocently. "I don't know either." Zhao Sisi smacked her lips and was still looking at the car. Although her family background was good and she was also delicate, her family was not at the point where they could afford to buy a car. In the end, she met a man in the countryside who could be picked up by someone. She looked for a while and suddenly laughed secretly. She said to the girl beside her who was obviously much more shy, "Do you think Xiao would stick to him if she saw him?" Pfft. Liu hesitated for a moment and nodded. She pursed her lips but did not say anything. Su Jiaojiao looked at them curiously but did not say anything. Wang Xiao came back quickly. Su Jiaojiao thought that he was going to do something important, but he brought back a few steamed buns. "Brother Qinghan, here, this is all that's left." Thank you." Song Qinghan took it and looked at it. There were only 4 steamed buns, so he directly handed them to Su Jiaojiao. "You and Dad eat." Su Jiaojiao was stunned when she received the hot steamed buns. She looked at Song Qinghan with a gentle expression, as if it was natural for him to take care of her. Zhao Sisi's eyes sparkled as if she had seen something strange. It made her feel uncomfortable. "Dad, you eat 2 steamed buns." Su Jiaojiao gave 2 steamed buns to Song Qinghan. She did not know what kind of filling it was anyway, so she just took one. It was impossible for her to get up early to make breakfast, so both of them were hungry. Song Qinghan took it and took a bite. The sweet taste of the bean paste filled the car. Zhao Sisi swallowed her saliva, held her stomach, and rubbed against Liu's body. Su Jingyang naturally couldn't bear to let his daughter eat less. He stuffed one into Su Jiaojiao's mouth and said, "Jiaojiao, eat it. Daddy also ate a piece of pancake this morning, so I'm not hungry." "Dad." Su Jiaojiao stomped her feet angrily and glared at him unhappily. But the steamed bun was already in her mouth, so it was useless to say anything. When Zhao Sisi saw this scene, she was so jealous that her teeth hurt. "Even if you don't eat, I'm hungry too." Su Jiaojiao quickly shook her head. "No, I want to eat." "Tisk." Su Jiaojiao snorted. It took more than half an hour to go from the county to the city. According to Wang Xiao, it was because his car was good. Wang Xiao retired half a year ago and was assigned a job to drive for the leader. Because Song Qinghan had a work-related injury, he could have been assigned a job, but he refused. But the leader also said that if he needed to go to the city hospital for a checkup, he could use this car. Because of Wang Xiao, Su Jiaojiao didn't have to do anything in the hospital. Liu took Xiao Sisi to register. The doctor was seeing a patient, so they had to wait for a while. At this time, a nurse about 20 years old came over as if she knew Song Qinghan. Her eyes lit up when she saw him, but when she looked at Su Jiaojiao, her smile froze. She took 2 steps forward and scolded, "You're finally here. Didn't you say that you had to come for a checkup on the 22nd? Why are you only here now?" The 22 ND, if the wedding date wasn't taken away, he could come. Su Jiaojiao smiled and said softly, "Sorry, something happened at home." It's fine, it's fine." The nurse shook her head with a smile. She looked at the two of them and tentatively asked, "Are you his little sister?" The chance had come. The matchmaker system that had been watching the host not do missions for several days was excited as it roared in her mind, "Host sir. Quickly answer her." Su Jiaojiao also trembled as she sat up straight. She revealed a smile, "No, he is my husband." After saying this, the familiar voice sounded in her ears again. Ding, Mission 9. Married couples can declare ownership of each other. Please introduce your husband to the 5 people. Reward, 10 square meters of cloth. Current progress 1/5. The nurse felt like she had been struck by lightning. She looked at her with a disappointed expression before looking at Song Qinghan. Song Qinghan's expression was calm. When he turned to look at Su Jiaojiao, his eyes suddenly became gentle. This comparison, this difference. The nurse couldn't lie to herself even if she wanted to. Her lips pursed and her shoulders drooped as she said in a dry voice, "Oh, then congratulations on your marriage." When Song Qinghan came last time, it was written that he was unmarried. Now that he was married, it meant that they were newlyweds. The nurse left in a daze. Su Jiaojiao scratched her face and looked at Song Qinghan. She saw that he was looking at her with a smile that made his eyes look even more clear. Her face suddenly turned warm as she looked to the side in embarrassment. It didn't matter, this was a chance to complete the mission. If she didn't do Hong Hong, she would cry, right? It was like this, but she suddenly found that the mission wasn't as hard as she thought. Sure enough, after a while, they saw the doctor. When the doctor saw them, he also asked with a smile. Su Jiaojiao generously said that Song Qinghan was her husband, which immediately made the task 2 out of 5. Su Jiaojiao, she suddenly saw a chance to complete the mission. After struggling in the hospital for half a day, they went to take an X-ray and showed it to the doctor. They also applied medicine to his wound. Finally, it was done. The doctor said that Song Qinghan's injuries were recovering well, especially his waist and abdomen where the medicine was applied and his leg that was shot. He wouldn't need to worry about it in a few days. It was just that his ankle was fractured. He still needed to rest for half a month before the cast could be removed, and he couldn't use too much force. Because he was recovering well, as long as he didn't get injured and his ankle didn't hurt for no reason, he didn't need to come again. He just needed to rest at home. Although there were still sequelae, he was almost free of crutches. This was great news. This result obviously made everyone happy. Wang Xiao suggested that they go to the state-run restaurant for dinner. Everyone, including the 2 female comrades, "I'll treat." Song Qinghan shook his head. The smile on his handsome face was much brighter than before, and his voice was much lighter. "I'll treat. You can eat whatever you want." Su Jingyang was hesitating. "The state-run restaurant is expensive. You can't just spend money like that. Let's buy some meat and go back to cook. We can also invite Comrade Little Wang over to eat." "Dad, it's okay. Isn't money used for food?" Su Jiaojiao shook his arm and stopped him from objecting. "Besides, I also want to eat." Su Jingyang immediately compromised when he heard his daughter's words. "Okay, let's eat." Su Jiaojiao laughed and said, "I'll go buy some things first. You guys wait at the restaurant. I'll call Xiao Sisi and the others." "Okay." Song Qinghan nodded. "Be careful. Come back quickly." Su Jiaojiao waved her hand and walked 2 steps. When she saw her father following her, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, you guys go eat first. The store is just in front. I'll be back soon." The hospital was not far from the store and the state-run restaurant. They could see everything as far as the eye could see. There was no need to worry about getting lost. Su Jingyang then went back. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he saw his daughter skipping away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. He turned to Song Qinghan, who was also looking at the cheerful figure. That girl hasn't grown up yet. Song Qinghan shook his head and smiled. It's good that she's like this. I've always had a dull personality. Wang Xiao also nodded. Sister-in-law is beautiful. She's even prettier than the big stars in the newspapers. If he could find such a beautiful wife, he would definitely spoil her like a daughter. Su Jingyang touched his head proudly. Of course. Song Qinghan smiled but didn't say anything. Su Jiaojiao left because she wanted to take out all the things from the system. Therefore, on the surface, she looked like she was skipping away. When she ran far away and circled around to the other side of the store, she looked back and saw that they were no longer there. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. The matchmaker system gave instructions in the space. Go forward. Turn right at the third alley. Su Jiaojiao followed the system's instructions and walked forward unhurriedly. She waited until she reached an empty alley and took out the things from the space. There was a can of malted milk powder, 2 bags of wheat flour, and a full-body mirror. It didn't look like much, but it was quite a lot to carry. Fortunately, the full-body mirror was quite big, but it was folded. After it was folded in half, the sides were folded, so it didn't cut her hands. Su Jiaojiao held the mirror in one hand, the wheat flour in the other 2 hands, and the can of malted milk powder in her arms. Only then did she come out again. This was a safe place found by the system. There was no one around. After she came out, no one noticed her except for some people who looked at the malted milk powder in her hands. As for the mirror, they couldn't see it. Oh my goodness. Why did you buy so many things? Su Jingyang, who was worried about Su Jiaojiao, looked at the entrance of the restaurant from afar. When he saw his daughter come back with difficulty, he greeted her with heartache. Why is it all wheat flour? Do you like to eat noodles or steamed buns? Did you buy the baking powder, yeast powder? Ah, Su Jiaojiao's small face wrinkled. She shook her empty arm and said crisply, Dad, I forgot. I'll go buy some more. After saying that, she ran away again. Su Jingyang watched in confusion as his daughter ran away again before she even entered the restaurant. When he turned his head, he saw his son-in-law sitting by the glass wall also watching. He hurriedly ran in and laughed dryly. Jiaojiao, this child is spoiled. Qinghan, don't let her take all the money at home. Otherwise, it will be wasted. Song Qinghan chuckled. It's okay. These are all food. It doesn't cost money. Su Jingyang felt comfortable in his heart, but on the surface, he shook his head vigorously. That won't do. I'll ask her mother to teach her more. She'll be hungry in the future. Wang Xiao looked at him and laughed. Uncle, don't worry. Brother Qinghan is amazing. He can afford it. When Su Jiaojiao came back again, she had to take care of everything again. She almost couldn't make it back. Fortunately, the sister who bought the food saw that she was tired and gave her a sack. Most of the money in the sack was used for the food trip, and a small part was used for the food trip. She also used the ticket that Zhao Sisi had just given her. However, when all the miscellaneous things were added together, it only cost her a little more than 10 yuan. At this time, Zhao Sisi and Wang Xiao also came out of the hospital. They were led by Wang Xiao. There weren't many people in the state-run restaurant. It was now past the peak meal time, so they hadn't ordered yet. They waited until everyone had arrived before ordering. Song Qinghan said, What do you want to eat? Just say it. A fat woman in her 40s sat at the front desk. She looked arrogant and her neck was raised high. Hurry up. If you don't come early, do you really think the people are waiting to serve you? While the others were still hesitating, Su Jiaojiao had already starved to death. She didn't hesitate and said, A steamed fish. I want red braised pork. Zhao Sisi didn't hesitate and pushed Liu again. After being checked by the doctor, her waist was much better and she used more strength. Liu staggered 2 steps and almost fell on Wang Xiao. She was so shy that her face and neck turned red. She hid behind Zhao Sisi and didn't say anything. Zhao Sisi also reacted and was a little embarrassed. Well, Xiaoyu likes to eat meatballs. Do you have meatballs? Yes, how about fried meatballs? Zhao Sisi nodded. Okay. The woman looked at her strangely. Why was this person more imposing than her, but now there were only 3 dishes? Su Jingyang felt that it was enough, but how could 3 men be enough, seeing that Wang Xiao and Su Jingyang couldn't bear to order so extravagant? Song Qinghan directly ordered 2 dishes and a soup before stopping. The total is $3.05. The woman reached out her fat hand and rushed to Song Qinghan. Song Qinghan looked at Su Jiaojiao. What? Su Jiaojiao looked at him in confusion. Didn't he say that he was treating? Pay. The money is with you. Song Qinghan reminded her. Su Jiaojiao suddenly realized and awkwardly said, sorry, I'll pay now. The woman was amused and asked, is this your boyfriend? Why are you so strict with money? The woman said this because she felt that Su Jiaojiao looked young and probably wasn't married yet. She also felt that Song Qinghan was a little distant. Su Jiaojiao embarrassedly handed over the money. Then she rubbed her nose and said in a small voice, this is my husband, so it's normal. Ding, Mission 9. Married couples can declare ownership of each other. Host, please introduce your husband to the 5 people. Reward, 10 square meters of cloth coupons. Current progress March 5. The matchmaker system didn't expect that the mission that had been stagnant for so many days would be completed in such a short time. It almost cried tears of joy. The woman gave a kind smile and her attitude became much better. She liked this kind of strong girl. Wang Xiao looked at Song Qinghan in surprise and said in disbelief, not even a few dollars. Brother Qinghan, this isn't like you. When we were in the army, you even calculated how much everyone ate and slept, but now you don't care about anything? Song Qinghan looked at him and said in a meaningful voice, I'm married. Wang Xiao. Oh, he was wrong. A single dog didn't have the right to ask. Su Jingyang began to laugh as he shook his head and went to his seat. His wife was worried that his daughter was too pure and would be bullied, but now she saw that Qinghan really was a good child. Look, he really didn't have a single cent on him. It was just that Jiaojiao was a bit too ruthless. When a man went out, he had to leave a few dollars on him, right? Otherwise, he would lose too much face and would have to tell his wife when he got back. Thinking about how he had a few dollars on him, he would usually give his grandson a few cents to buy some snacks, but now he was being harassed by them. Thinking of this, Su Jingyang proudly stuck out his chest. Zhao Sisi's eyes turned and fell onto Song Qinghan's body. She doubtfully thought, why did she see a trace of pride? What was there to be proud of? A penniless man. After a trip to the hospital in the city, they all felt refreshed when they returned. There was no tractor on the way back, so Wang Xiao sent them directly to the entrance of the village. He wanted to invite him over for a meal, but he was rejected. Su Jiaojiao followed behind her father. Su Jingyang carried all the things on her, and Song Qinghan was also supported by him. She was not allowed to do anything at all, so her hands were empty. When they came out, the sky was dark. When they returned, they could see the entire village. At this time, everyone was still working in the fields. There were not many people slacking off, so they did not see the 2 of them on the way back. However, looking at the appearance of the village, Su Jiaojiao sighed. When she stayed in her own place, she always felt that her time travel was not real enough. However, when she saw this scene, she confirmed it. She left that bright and beautiful world. It was now the year 72, and there were still nearly 40 years before it returned to the original world. At that time, she would be old. Thinking of this, she felt very sad. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip, and there were a few more tears in her eyes. However, she quickly lowered her head, so no one saw. What's wrong? As if sensing her sadness, the person walking in front suddenly turned to look at her and asked. Su Jiaojiao was shocked. She quickly shook her head and smiled. Nothing, it's just. I just think that girl is quite beautiful. She casually pointed at a girl wearing a beige shirt and a long skirt. She was walking and talking with a square-faced girl. The girl had fair skin and was beautiful. She was really beautiful. Song Qinghan glanced at her and sized her up. Then, he nodded. Oh. Zhao Cece, who had not parted ways with them, pouted unhappily. What kind of taste do you have? I'm so beautiful, but you didn't say anything. Why did you have to talk about her? Su Jiaojiao chuckled. She could tell at a glance that Zhao Cece and that girl had a conflict, so she didn't want to get involved. Coincidentally, the two of them also came over at this moment. The girl in the white shirt looked at them and smiled. Her target was Zhao Cece. She said meaningfully, Cece, you're finally back. In the afternoon, the brigade leader asked why Xiaoya and you didn't go to work in the afternoon. Li Yu, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly had a change in expression. Oh no, I forgot that I only took half a day off. Zhao Cece also remembered that the trip to the city was so exciting that she had forgotten about everything else. She immediately glared at her and pulled Li Yu aside. Thank you for your kindness. We'll go look for the captain now. You're welcome. Xiao smiled and shook her head. Her small face was pretty and delicate, and her body was even more delicate. Su Jiaojiao saw that they were talking, so she let Su Xingyang help Song Qinghan back first. When they reached home, Su Jiaojiao gave Su Xingyang a portion of the bags and a bag of wheat flour. She looked at him expectantly. Dad, take this home. Mom can make steamed buns tonight? Dumplings are fine too. I think there's still meat at home. You can add some chives and eggs too. Su Xingyang didn't want to take it at first, but seeing his daughter's greedy look, he took it. I'll take the wheat flour. I don't want the rest. We have everything at home. You can keep it for yourselves. Come over for dinner tonight. Don't. Su Jiaojiao was about to give more when Su Xingyang nimbly ran out. Su Jiaojiao could only give up. But you're really my biological father. He didn't want to take advantage of his daughter at all. He was afraid that his daughter would be taken advantage of. Song Qinghan smiled and rubbed her head. He supported himself with his walking stick and took out a pack of cigarettes from the cupboard in the room. Take this back to Dad later. Wow. Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in surprise. The cigarettes in her hand were considered good in this era, especially the pack of cigarettes in her hand. It was a brand called White Cat. Not many people in the village were willing to eat it. It was usually used to entertain guests. It cost 2 yuan a pack, and there were 10 packs of it. That was 2 yuan. How can you be so generous? Su Jiaojiao held the pack of cigarettes in both hands and looked at it repeatedly. Her face was full of smiles. With this pack of cigarettes, I'll let Dad pick the water at home. He'll definitely be willing. Su Xingyang was usually only willing to smoke the cheapest bumper harvest. If he made some money, he would smoke the more expensive Xianxia. Everyone in the village was like this. Song Qinghan was also infected by her smile. He unconsciously smiled and nodded. Anyway, it's all yours. Come, I won't smoke anymore. Eh? This is quitting smoking? Su Jiaojiao leaned over in surprise and looked at him doubtfully. Are you not feeling well? Otherwise, how could he quit smoking so easily? Song Qinghan shook his head. Seeing that she was so close, he bent his finger and knocked her head. Go and put the things you brought back in the kitchen. Don't break them. Humph, Su Jiaojiao covered her head and pouted unhappily. However, she still happily ran to deal with the things. She liked the feeling of slowly tidying up after she came back full of things. It was so cool. Seeing her happy appearance, Song Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing, he touched the corner of his mouth in confusion and was slightly stunned. In fact, he didn't particularly like smoking. He just smoked when he was dealing with people. However, seeing Su Xingyang come back smoking today, Su Jiaojiao frowned and hid in a corner unhappily. She waited until the smell on his body dissipated before coming over. It was obvious that she didn't like people smoking. Quitting smoking was very easy for him, so he left some for her and gave her a pack of cigarettes that he had bought before. Look, I bought a mirror. It's very clear. Su Jiaojiao put the mirror in the room and planned to hang it on the wall. Their room was facing the south, so the sun could shine directly. It was very clear and bright. It was just right for the mirror to be in the room. Song Qinghan looked at the simple but obviously very beautiful and clear mirror and was surprised. Where did you get it? I bought it. Su Jiaojia said casually. It was available in stores, but it was expensive. Most people wouldn't be willing to spend it. After saying that, Su Jiaojiao looked at Song Qinghan guiltily, afraid that he would think that she spent money recklessly. However, she saw his gentle expression. It's quite big. Just put it next to the table. The hammer is at the bottom of the cabinet, and the nail is there too. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded and went to take the things. Other than the most important mirror, the rest of the things were mostly food. Su Jiaojiao first melted a spoonful of malted milk for Song Qinghan. I heard that this is very delicious. Try it. There were only 2 cups in the house, one for each person. Song Qinghan saw that she also had a cup, so he didn't say much. He took a small sip. The water was boiling hot, but it was also sweet. His whole body was warm and sweaty, but he still felt very comfortable. After the 2 finished drinking, Su Jiaojiao washed the cups and poured the pulp and juice from the canned food she bought into the cups. She emptied a jar and filled it with malted milk. This is for my nephew. I'll go first. If you want to eat steamed buns or dumplings, I'll bring them back directly. There was only 1 jar of malted milk, so they could only divide it like this. Fortunately, the jar was big and could only hold half of it. I'll go with you. Song Qinghan said without thinking. Su Jiaojiao nodded naturally. Okay, then come out. I'll lock the door. Afraid that Song Qinghan would not walk steadily and hurt his leg, Su Jiaojiao would support him. The 2 of them supported each other as they walked back. Just then, a few mothers-in-law who had finished work early passed by. When they saw them, they smiled and teased, "Oh, the young couple still haven't stuck together enough at home?" Song Qinghan coughed softly and called out auntie before he stopped talking. Su Jiaojia was not shy at all. She smiled and said, "Auntie, I'm just afraid that Qinghan will get hurt. There's no one at home to work. If he gets hurt again, won't he cry to death?" Yes, it's better to be careful. The mothers-in-law immediately changed her words and said with heartache, "You 2 children should live a good life. In the future, stay away from the Song family and pretend that you don't have parents." Oh, aren't they pitiful children? Their parents treated them like this and they could only rely on their daughter-in-law's family. How shameful was that? How could they live without this? The Su family was still kind. It was also thanks to Jiaojiao, this child, that they could live a good life. Su Jiaojiao nodded with a smile and continued to walk forward. She did not notice that Song Qinghan was looking at her with a strange gaze. Did she just call him Qinghan? This was the first time Su Jiaojiao had called him that. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It really felt like they were a family. His eyes sparkled and his smile became slightly more obvious. The matchmaker system noticed it and anxiously stomped her feet again. A good mission was not released. It was blocked by the 9th mission. It had never seen a host who was so inactive in completing missions. When the 2 of them brought the cigarettes and malted milk powder over, Su Jingyang's eyes turned red and he shouted, "It's my daughter." The few children jumped up happily. "Auntie is so nice." Su Jiaojiao let Sun Feng and Su Jingyang drink a cup. Seeing them drinking happily, she was also very happy. Zhang Qian looked at the things they brought. She was happy but also a little upset. These were all Song Qinghan's things, which meant that her sister-in-law had married well. She was a little jealous. If Sun Feng had secretly given them to her, she would have been even more jealous. However, when she saw her in-laws' happy faces, her 2 children were like kittens that had stolen a fish, so they tactfully shut up. Tonight's dinner was made at Su Jiaojia's request. There was not enough time to make steamed buns, so she made dumplings. There were many people at home, so they could help quickly. Su Jiaojia did not know how to do anything, so she remembered to learn a little this time. But when she saw that she learned quickly, she immediately sat down and played with Dabao and the others. Li Xiu looked at the chopped meat dumplings with saliva all the time. Her hands were particularly agile. She wanted to eat. Zhang Qian boasted that she was the smartest in the family. She lowered her head and worked for a while. When she saw the laughter outside, she could not help but look. She saw her sister-in-law playing hopscotch with the two older children. The rest of the children were clapping at the side. She frowned slightly. My little sister is already married, but she's still not grown up. She's still playing with the children. Doesn't she know that she should learn more? Sun Fang glanced at her. What's wrong? Didn't she learn it already? Besides, don't forget that the flower is hers. Look at you. If you don't have the ability, why don't you do more and talk less? If you can make food and drink for me like this, I'll let you do less work too. After being scolded again, Xianxia quickly shut her mouth, but her face was not looking good. A few days ago, she received 50 yuan from Song Qinghan, but the money did not reach her. In the end, her sister-in-law went from eating alone to eating with two people. One of them was a young man and ate a lot. There was only so much food at home. If they ate more, wouldn't she have to eat less? It would be fine if it was just 1 or 2 days, but it had been almost 10 days since they got married. They came to eat almost every day. Sometimes, they came alone. They even ate and took. The eggs at home were all eaten by them. Xianxia felt that she had suffered a great loss. She was the daughter-in-law of the host family and gave birth to the eldest grandson. Everything at home would be hers in the future. In the end, everything was eaten by her sister-in-law and his wife. What was this? Just for these two people, how many days had her in-laws taken off? Besides, her sister-in-law did not go to work and had no work points. Where would she get food in the future? Xianxia did not dare to say these words in her heart. She had mentioned it to her husband before, but was directly ignored. The more she held it in, the angrier she became, especially when she saw her slacking off. Mom, it's delicious. The chubby dumplings were dipped in vinegar. Su Jiaojiao took a bite and felt that it was delicious. She did not like to eat fatty meat, but when the meat was minced, added with chives, eggs, and dumplings, it was extraordinarily delicious. She had neglected the taste of the fatty meat. Sun Fang happily looked at her daughter's stuffed mouth. Eat more if it's delicious. There are still 20 dumplings left at home. Take them back and have them for breakfast tomorrow morning. Everyone in the house was immersed in the rare meat-flavored dumplings and did not speak. Only Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. But when he looked up, no one responded. Su Jiaojiao heard and nodded in satisfaction. Wow, Mom, then I won't stand on ceremony. I don't have to wake up early to cook tomorrow. What's there to worry about all day about? Sigh. She did not refuse at all. Looking at her glossy face, Xianxia's heart was filled with all sorts of feelings, especially when he thought about how her mother-in-law had left those dumplings behind. It was likely that she had prepared them for them. Perhaps, there was even more meat in those dumplings than in other dumplings. She thought about it again and again, but still could not accept it. Mom, little sister is already married. When will she go to work? It's going to be the busy season soon. By then, if she works hard, she can earn 7 or 8 work points. Now that brother-in-law can't earn money, we can't just sit around and eat, right? Su Jiaojiao was stunned. She had to earn work points? Suddenly, the dumplings in her mouth did not taste good anymore. Although Su Jiaojiao grew up in a small greenhouse, she still knew what was good and bad. Moreover, she still had the memories of the original owner. Working in the fields was very tiring, especially in July and August. In her memory, the original owner's parents, brother, and sister-in-law all lost a lot of weight. No matter how arrogant the original owner was, she wouldn't cause trouble for the family. Of course, she didn't work. The main reason why she didn't work was because she knew how to pretend. Every time she was busy, she would feel uncomfortable. Her parents loved her, so naturally, they didn't say anything. Her brother and sister-in-law also didn't say anything. Occasionally, her sister-in-law would be dissatisfied, but she would suppress it. Because the original owner didn't eat much food. Usually, she would eat some eggs and so on, as long as it wasn't food. But now that she was married, it seemed that she had no reason to refuse. No, she still had a reason, but before she could say it, Sun Feng was already unhappy. I say, why do you always stare at Jiaojiao? Are you dissatisfied with her? It's so hard to work in the fields. Jiaojiao's skin is soft and tender. What if she gets sunburned? Will you compensate me with a girl? Xianxia was once again refuted by his mother-in-law's sharp tongue. His face was as red as a pig's liver. Just as he was about to talk back, his leg was touched. She turned her head and saw her husband frowning. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with tears. Su Jiaojiao embarrassedly turned her face and looked at her mother. Seeing her mother's face was not good, she went over and leaned her head. "Mom, it's okay. Sister-in-law's words are reasonable." Sun Fang said with heartache, "Wait a little longer. Don't you still have money? Use it first. When your man recovers, let him work by himself. This money, Mom spent so much effort to get it back for you. Isn't it because I want you to live a better life? Do you really think that fighting with people is not scary? If you really fight, you will definitely lose a lot of hair. Most women fight by pulling their hair." Su Jiaojiao nodded again and again. "Well, don't worry. I definitely won't work. I just wanted to tell you, Mom. Since you and I have the same idea, then it's just right. We can work when the family really runs out of money." She really thought so. Anyway, as long as nothing major happened, the 2,000 yuan could be used for a long time. Compared to the prices, it might be a few 100,000 yuan in a few decades. She only had 5 years left before she could be free. Moreover, he had the matchmaker system to help him. Although Mission 9 was a bit of a scam, at least it was almost completed, and the reward was generous enough. Song Qinghan nodded as well. With a serious expression, he said, "Jiao Jiao, don't worry. We still have some money at home. Once my leg recovers, I can go back to work. Jiao Jiao doesn't eat much, so we can afford it." Sun Fang looked at her honest and simple son-in-law and felt even more comfortable. She smiled and said, "Jiao Jiao is really smart. That's how it is. Moreover, once your man's leg recovers, can't he still work?" Zhang Qian silently listened to the entire conversation. She fiercely ate a dumpling as her heart was filled with endless grief. Why didn't she meet a husband like this? Parents like this? Little sister really has a good life. Thinking of this, her heart became even more sour, but she really didn't dare to say anything. Mom is right. Su Jiaojiao nodded seriously. She looked at her with a silly smile. She looked at her sister-in-law and felt helpless. She had fought with the original owner for so long, and now she still had to fight with her. However, she didn't realize that she was always losing out. She really was poisonous. She had to find a chance to make her parents split up. Otherwise, she would feel like she was taking advantage of her. After eating, Su Jiaojiao brought Song Qinghan back. As for washing the dishes, Su Jiaojiao felt that they should be fine washing the dishes since she gave them a bag of flour and they ate a lot. After all, she was filial to her parents, but she didn't need to be filial to her brother and sister-in-law, right? Not to mention the 3 little radishes. However, Zhang Qian looked at her arrogant back and almost ground his teeth to pieces. Fortunately, she wasn't washing the dishes alone. After she left, Zhang Qian poked Li Xiu, who was washing the dishes, seriously. "Don't you feel uncomfortable? We used to raise little sister alone, but now there are 2 of us. Also, I saw that Song Qinghan ate a lot." Li Xiu looked at her faintly. "Don't forget the 50 yuan. The flour also belongs to him, but the meat." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued washing the dishes. Although she was straightforward and jealous, she could see more clearly. Especially before her little sister got married, they didn't eat so well. Since they ate so well after they got married, then they should eat first. As for whether there was enough food, that wasn't her concern. Although Li Xiu didn't finish speaking, Zhang Qian also remembered that the meat was bought with 50 yuan after Song Qinghan and the Song family split. A portion of the lean meat was given to the couple, and the fat meat was kept. Zhang Qian. She was stunned for a moment. When she thought of this, she still felt uncomfortable. Why did she feel that her little sister took advantage of them? Her parents-in-law were really not clear-headed. They were the eldest son and eldest grandson, but they were treated worse than a little girl. However, since no one cooperated, she could only hide the twists and turns in her heart. Compared to other families, their home was particularly quiet and comfortable. Because the two of them weren't husband and wife, Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan lived more like roommates. The two of them lay on the bed, covered with a thin blanket, and there was still room for one more person. Back then, Song Qinghan had deliberately asked someone to make the bed a little bigger. She had wanted to make 2 beds, but Jiangyan had persuaded her not to. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she had made the bed a little bigger than other people's. But now, Song Qinghan looked at the person on the other side of the bed. She didn't seem to be asleep. Under the faint light, a pair of big eyes blinked from time to time. He felt that her long eyelashes were brushing against his heart, making his heart itch. Su Jiaojiao was still lying on the bed, but she didn't have anything to do. She didn't have a watch, so she couldn't estimate the time. However, she wasn't tired today, and there wasn't much to do at home. Before she felt sleepy, she opened her eyes and imagined that she had returned to her original world. Unexpectedly, as she was thinking, she suddenly felt her eyes warm, as if someone was looking at her. Su Jiaojiao turned her head and vaguely saw Song Qinghan, who was tilting his head and looking at her. Her heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong?" Song Qinghan shook his head and asked, "Can't sleep?" Su Jiaojiao nodded dejectedly. "There's nothing to play with. There's nothing to eat. There's nothing to look at. There's nothing." Song Qinghan was silent. He didn't have anything either. So he couldn't give it to Jiaojiao. Sigh. Su Jiaojiao sighed faintly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It's raining?" The sound of the rain hitting the roof tiles wasn't loud, but it was clear and crisp. Song Qinghan smiled. Su Jiaojiao crossed one leg and said with a smile, "I used to especially like to walk in the drizzle. I always felt that it was very romantic." Song Qinghan frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand the word romantic, but he still tried to cooperate with her. "What about now?" Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and said unhappily, "I don't like it anymore." Previously, she had pursued romance with her best friend. In the end, both of them fell ill. Her illness was more serious, and it directly extended to pneumonia. It lasted on and off for a long time, and it was very painful. So now, she didn't like it at all. But there was something she didn't say. It was rare for a young man and a young woman to sleep in the same bed as them. Su Jiaojiao also tilted her head to look at him. In the dim light, their slightly reflective eyes looked at each other, and it was actually a little scary. However, Su Jiaojiao didn't feel afraid. Perhaps it was because Song Qinghan's identity as a soldier was more profound. Even if he had retired, the sense of security he gave her made her feel at ease. The rain outside was getting heavier. The two of them looked at each other without saying anything, and they fell into a strange atmosphere. Su Jiaojiao's face started to turn red. Previously, she had thought that if the two of them didn't have feelings for each other, she would leave when the college entrance examinations resumed in 1977. Then, she would take the opportunity to get a divorce. However, she didn't think about what she would do if they did have feelings for each other. However, after getting along with each other for a while, Song Qinghan's behavior of giving her all the money and coupons he had on hand was quite shocking. Although she didn't really want it, she was still touched. Song Qinghan was quite good-looking. Not only in the village, but also in the future world. Among the people Su Jiaojiao knew, he was quite good-looking. If he was a little fairer, he would be even better-looking. Whether it was his temperament or his personality, she was quite irritable. When she met people who didn't get along with her, she would be so angry that she didn't care about anything. Just like what happened to the Song family's parents previously, she was really angry. That was why she took a knife and hit them directly. If she didn't have a good time, they wouldn't have a good time either. Previously, when they separated from the family assets, although there was an element of it intentional, he didn't care at all when she embarrassed him in front of so many people. This was even more satisfying. A man like this, even in the 21st century, would be a good husband candidate. In her previous life, she didn't get married because she was traumatized by the fast-paced romance of her classmates. She simply couldn't be bothered to find a boyfriend and became a senior otaku. But now, she had a ready-made husband who was quite suitable. Then, why should she reject him? She had transmigrated to this book world, but the people here were all real. She didn't know if she would return in the future. Of course, she had to live each day well. So, as Su Jiaojia was thinking, Song Qinghan suddenly moved. He reached out, wanting to touch her hand. He asked shyly and helplessly, "Are you cold?" Su Jiaojia pursed her lips and smiled. She replied softly, "Cold." Song Qinghan became bolder and reached out a little. Now that the weather was hot, she covered her stomach with the blanket. Her hand was outside and he would be able to touch her soon. Suddenly, a bright light flashed outside the window. Song Qinghan took the opportunity to see the exact position of her hand and reached out. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Walala, rain seemed to have been poured down from the sky. Su Jiaojia was struck by the lightning and trembled all over. She retracted her hand. At the same time, she felt a chill and quietly adjusted the blanket a little better. Song Qinghan was stunned for a moment. He felt that his hand was empty. His lips were slightly pursed and he felt a little wronged. He had forgotten that he had been so focused on the lighting that he had forgotten the real consequences of the lightning. He heard that girls were more timid, the two of them were silent. Su Jiaojia looked at him awkwardly. At the same time, the lightning continued to appear, illuminating the grievance on his face. Su Jiaojia's heart softened. She was also surprised to find that she did not seem to reject living with Song Qinghan in the future. Yes, and she did not see much. Song Qinghan was the male lead in the novel, but the places she saw, the male and female leads only had a shallow and almost negligible interaction. So she did not have to worry about it. If they could be together, it would not be bad, right? With this thought, coupled with the softness in her heart, Su Jiaojia's little heart began to beat rapidly. However, she took a deep breath and firmly reached out to hold the disappointed hand. She said softly, "I'm a little scared." Song Qinghan instantly sobered up. He pursed his lips and asked tentatively, "Come a little closer?" "I'm not afraid." "Come closer." Su Jiaojia smiled silently, but she still nodded and leaned a little closer. Song Qinghan could not help but smile. His other hand was sweating, and he secretly rubbed it on the blanket. However, the two of them had never interacted with the opposite sex before, so they were quite embarrassed. They did not really get very close, just about 5 centimeters. When they were about close enough, they stopped. Song Qinghan was also very satisfied. There was a smile on his lips, and he held her soft and tender little hand in his hand. He felt as if his whole body was about to float, but he was also like a hot balloon that was about to explode. Su Jiaojia was much better. She was indeed afraid of thunder. The earth-shattering sound was like an ethereal particle that could be blown away by the wind. The power of nature was too frightening. When she reached the seaside, she did not dare to look down. That was the fear of the deep sea. She always felt that the sea was too scary and could swallow her at any time. But at this moment, her hand was tightly held. She felt a lot more at ease and smiled contentedly. Listening to the sound of the rain and the occasional thunder outside, she squeezed the big hand in her hand and said softly, "Let's sleep." Song Qinghan, "Okay." Then he continued to tilt his head and peek at her. This time, he did not dare to be so obvious. His gaze fell on her hand and face without stopping for a moment. The rain was unexpectedly too heavy and did not seem to stop for the entire night. When she woke up in the middle of the night, Su Jiaojia wanted to go to the toilet, but she was too scared to go. Her legs were shaking as she hesitated. Fortunately, Song Qinghan reminded her that she still had the spittoon. She silently carried it to the next room to use it. When she returned, she saw that the rain was still as heavy as before she went to bed. She felt uneasy. Unfortunately, the book started with autumn and did not mention this content. She did not know what was going on. The next morning, the two of them woke up in the chilly temperature. As soon as Su Jiaojia opened her eyes, she saw the man looking at her. His gaze was gentle, a stark contrast to the first time they met. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smile, her cheeks slightly red. Song Qinghan coughed softly. His handsome face was also red. His voice was soft as if he was speaking with his mouth. "You're awake. Do you want to rest for a while?" "I'm not sleeping." Su Jiaojiao wanted to get up, but only then did she realize that her hand was still being held. She immediately smiled brighter and said coquettishly, "Let go. I'll cook the dumplings and add an egg." "Oh." Song Qinghan reluctantly let go of her hand, but his gaze was still following her. Fortunately, at this time of the year, there was no need to change clothes. Su Jiaojiao calmly got up, put on a jacket, and went out. Unfortunately, it was still raining outside. In this courtyard, the kitchen was at the side. Fortunately, the eaves were lengthened when they were building, so they did not get wet when they walked over. However, their trousers would still be splashed. The place where they slept was close to the kitchen. If there was any noise, they would be able to hear each other. The dumplings were not frozen, so they could be cooked in a hot pot. It was a little cold outside. Su Jiaojiao directly shouted at the kitchen door. "Get ready to eat. Get up." Song Qinghan got up after Su Jiaojiao woke up. It was not a cement road, so it was wet and slippery outside. He did not go out to help. In the past, he would go over to help reduce the fire. It was easy to sit in front of the stove, and the two of them could even talk. When Su Jiaojiao heard his response, she immediately came over with a bowl. She was busy preparing the seasoning. When everything was ready, she came out and sat down to eat. Song Qinghan waited for her to eat together. "I'm so tired. When your leg is better, I won't cook anymore." Su Jiaojiao yawned. She had slept well, but in this rainy weather, she still subconsciously wanted to sleep. Song Qinghan nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll work hard." Su Jiaojiao smiled with satisfaction. "Since your performance is so good, I'll allow you to drink a cup of malted milk powder today." She ordered a cup of malted milk powder for the two of them before bed. It could be considered as nourishing for the body. In fact, Su Jiaojiao wanted milk powder more. She heard that malted milk powder was considered a beverage. Milk powder was the real nourishment for the body. However, she could only wait until the next time she went. She had to bring a milk powder ticket and see if the supply and demand cooperative had it. Song Qinghan smiled. "No, you can drink it yourself. I'm very healthy." Su Jiaojiao glanced at him and raised her eyebrows meaningfully. Song Qinghan silently lowered his head and did not dare to resist. In June, it rained more often. It rained all night yesterday, and the next day, it rained all morning. It was not easy to clear for half a day. The next night, it rained again, but it was not as heavy as before. The roads in the countryside were wet and slippery when it rained. Su Jiaojiao was too lazy to go to the Su family's house for a meal. She simply stayed at home and thought about the food. Although she had never taken the initiative to cook, she had watched a lot of videos. Therefore, she still had the ability to do it herself. In addition, she had a lot of things at home. For example, at this moment, she was trying to make liangbi. She had just kneaded the dough and put it in water. She handed it to Song Qinghan. "Wash it like you wash clothes." Song Qinghan looked at the dough in the water basin with a strange expression. He stretched out his hands and began to work. Su Jiaojiao's eyes were full of expectation. "Let's eat some vegetable buns for lunch. We can eat liangbi at night. I'll make hot and sour liangbi for you. It's delicious." "Okay." Song Qinghan had never eaten or made liangbi before. However, he also expressed deep anticipation. He carefully kneaded the small ball of dough in his hands. Since it was her first time making this, Su Jiaojiao was not willing to put too much flour. She was afraid of wasting it. Su Jiaojiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she had succeeded more than half of the process. Only when the gluten was reduced to the size of a small potion did Su Jiaojiao feel relieved. After a few more hours of sitting, Su Jiaojiao looked at the muddy bottom of the water. The surface was clear. Su Jiaojiao poured the water away, leaving only the bottom. She found a large iron box of biscuits that she had brought from the Su family. She washed the iron box's lid, poured some liangbi, and steamed it in a pot. The final product was unexpectedly good. The two worked for a long time. Looking at the translucent dough, they looked at each other with excitement. Su Jiaojiao did not expect to succeed. She shook Song Qinghan's hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If you didn't need it for so long, we wouldn't be able to eat it. Song Qinghan praised her and patted her head with his other hand. You're amazing. You can even do this. Su Jiaojiao smiled modestly. When the liangbi cooled down, she shredded it and burned some oil. The chili powder was bought from the matchmaker system. When it was sprinkled, the fragrance came out. Then, with some vinegar, the color also came out. In the somewhat stuffy air, the two looked at the food that had already taken shape. Their eyes were full of expectation. When they finally tasted it, their eyes lit up at the same time. Delicious. The success of the liangbi increased Su Jiaojiao's confidence. She thought about the things in her head all day long. Unfortunately, there were not enough fresh ingredients at home. The meat was also finished, so she could only play with flour and noodles. Su Jiaojiao also tried the scallion oil noodles, and it was still delicious, just as the two of them took advantage of the rain to study the food in silence and secretly warm up their relationship. There was another rainstorm in the middle of the night. The sound of thunder woke them up. Su Jiaojiao was dazed from her dream when she was woken up by the loud noise. She trembled in fright and opened her eyes to see that the sky was dark. She reached out to turn on the light, but she found nothing. Only then did she realize that she had transmigrated. At this time, there were no electric lights in the countryside. She immediately let out an aggrieved moan. Fortunately, Song Qinghan woke up immediately. He hugged her and patted her back to coax her. Only then did she calm down. But soon, she felt as though the ground was shaking. Su Jiaojiao was still in shock. She was shocked again and muttered, "Earthquake? That can't be, right?" Song Qinghan said hesitantly. They had not experienced an earthquake for many years. Outside, the rain continued to fall. It was louder than before, and the raindrops fell on the roof tiles like a drum. The two in the house looked at each other. Su Jiaojiao moved closer without a trace. Only then did she feel at ease and widen her eyes. It was too noisy. She could not sleep. The rain was a little heavy today. Fortunately, the roof tiles in the house were newly installed, so they could last for a long time. At this moment, there was some noise outside. Then, someone shouted, "The educated youth collapsed. They crushed someone. Uncle Zhang, get up and drive the tractor to town." The rain continued on and off for a week. The sky was gloomy and people were very dispirited. Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan were a bit muddle-headed. They had forgotten to tear off the small calendar that was given to them when they got married, so they didn't know what day it was. But the matter of the educated youth falling down was quite big. It was a good thing they didn't need to worry about this for now. That night, someone drove a tractor to send the two injured youths to the hospital in the county. The rest of the people who weren't injured were moved to a place that hadn't collapsed and where the team was temporarily resting. The rain finally stopped the next afternoon. It was June and the children's faces were pale. The heavy rain had cleared up in the blink of an eye. The sun was just right and the temperature had dropped quite a bit because of the rain. The ground was moist and no one dared to go out. Su Jiaojiao didn't want to go out, but she had been cooking at home for the past few days and was too lazy to move. So, she dragged Song Qinghan over to eat. "I don't want to cook anymore. Let's go eat." "All right." Song Qinghan naturally couldn't refute. He didn't want to use his legs right now and it wasn't good to cook, so it was better to just shut up. When they went out, they saw a familiar middle-aged man with glasses holding a book in his hand. There was a person following behind him who was recording something. He happened to come to their place. When the man saw Su Jiaojiao, he immediately revealed a smile. "Jiaojiao, is this your man?" The matchmaker system that was locked in the little black room became excited again. "Answer him." "Yes." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips into a smile. "That's right, this is my husband, Song Qinghan." "Uncle Wang, what are you doing?" The matchmaker system instantly relaxed. Ding, Mission 9. Married couples can declare ownership of each other. Host, please introduce your husband to the 5 people. Reward, 10 square meters of cloth. Current progress 4/5. Wang Qin didn't care about this. "You kids are really different after going to high school, you're so polite." "That's right, you live here, right?" He pointed at the yard behind them that had just closed the door. Su Jiajiao nodded. Yes. Wang Qin was also from their brigade. It was said that when he was young, he went to the same primary school as her father. However, he was better in his studies and came from a better family. Hence, he went further. Later on, he got into the county through his connections. He was considered a civil servant in this era. Wang Qin said in surprise, "Just the two of you? How many people are in that room?" Su Jiajiao felt a little strange, but she still answered truthfully, "Two, but the other one is not habitable. There's nothing there." Deal. Wang Qin nodded with a smile and glanced at the young man she was supporting. Uncle didn't know about this before. I'll have a chat with your father when I'm done. Okay. Su Jiajiao didn't know what to say to him, so she left after answering his question. Wang Qin took the book and walked to the other house with the people around him. Su Jiajiao looked back and saw that they were asking the same question as them. She felt a little strange. What are they doing? Song Qinghan frowned slightly. The educated youth station is closed. We have to build another one in a short time, and we have to spend money again. However, we have to settle so many educated youths. Su Jiajiao looked at him in confusion. She blinked twice and suddenly remembered that in the novel, the reason why the female protagonist overheard the male protagonist's words was because he didn't live alone. Who was that person? Why did he live with him? Could it be an educated youth? It shouldn't be that bad, right? After all, educated youths and Song Qinghan didn't seem to have any interactions at all. Su Jiajiao whispered, "Will our house be expropriated? Won't we have to live with someone?" It's over. Song Qinghan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. They didn't lack money or tickets. They just got married. If someone really came, it wouldn't be good. However, Jiajiao was a girl. It was impossible for them to find a man to live with them. Finding a woman to live with them, that wouldn't work either. The two of them were silent at the same time. They were a little distressed by this sudden matter. For Song Qinghan, if he was alone, it would be quite simple. He could just find two of his brothers to live with him. However, with Su Jiajiao as a girl, it wouldn't work. When they went to the Su Jiajiao's house for dinner, Sun Fang also mentioned this matter to Su Jiajiao. I saw Officer Wan take the book out and ask how many people there are in the house and if there are any empty rooms. I guess he wants to send the educated youths to someone's house. Su Jiajiao's small face wrinkled. Mom, we still have an empty room. What should we do? Zhang Qian smiled and said, Don't worry. If they really live in your house, they will definitely compensate you with food. They won't lose out. Sun Fang rolled her eyes. You can only see that little bit of food. You won't be stuffed to death. Zhang Qian snorted and unceremoniously picked up the food. Eat more. Her mother-in-law was only willing to cook more food and give her more oil when her sister-in-law came over. She didn't go to work for a few days, so what did she eat? Su Jiajiao also snorted. Her small mouth pouted. Sister-in-law, if you want, it's fine. Anyway, I'm leaving. There will be an empty room in the house. As long as you are willing. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. However, before he could reply, Sun Fang hit him back. Those educated youths are not easy to get along with. Their living habits are different from ours. If we really invite them over, they will be our ancestors. Besides, do you know how the educated youths collapsed? Su Jiajiao curiously asked, Mom, do you know? Sun Fang mysteriously lowered her voice. I heard that a group of people were fighting over an educated youth named Xiao. The educated youth's house was small. With more than a dozen people living together, there was a lot of noise. It wasn't a real house to begin with, so didn't it collapse? Xiao, Su Jiajiao had heard Zhao Sisi mention this name before, but she didn't have much of an impression of it. Now that she heard it again, she clicked her tongue and thought to herself, this Xiao is really amazing. In the original novel, the female lead surname was also Shi. However, she was reborn. Because her stepsister tricked her and seduced the person she liked to go to the countryside, she followed the stepsister to the countryside. However, the female lead was reborn. Unfortunately, it wasn't early enough. She was already on the way to the countryside. Everything was a foregone conclusion. She didn't pay much attention to it before. She had just read the novel, so she didn't have a deep impression of the female lead's name. After all, she was the kind of person who read several novels a day when she had nothing to do. However, now that she thought about it, could this Xiao be the stepsister of the original owner of this body? It made sense. However, she didn't know who the male lead was. Su Jiaojiao thought to herself, and her eating slowed down a lot. Song Qinghan saw that her eating speed slowed down. He silently picked up food for her and said, "Eat first." Oh. Su Jiaojiao came back to her senses. She smiled at him and continued eating. Song Qinghan's eyes were gentle. Seeing that there was no food in her bowl, he picked up some food for her. He was afraid that she didn't eat enough. Sun Fang nodded with satisfaction and felt a little better. Li Shou looked at his younger sister and brother-in-law. Then, he looked at his man who was eating hard. He couldn't help but touch him. Su Jianjun was puzzled. What's wrong? Li Shou looked at his empty bowl. Pick up some food for me. Su Jianjun impatiently said, pick it up yourself. It's not like you don't have hands. After that, he continued eating and picked up some food with his chopsticks. Li Shou's vision turned black. He angrily stepped on his man's foot under the table and continued eating. Zhang Qian looked and sneered. She didn't care about that. She was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family. While Zhang Qian was thinking about this, she suddenly saw Su Jiaojiao, who was sitting opposite her, put some food into Song Qinghan's bowl. The two of them looked at each other, smiled tacitly, and continued to eat. Zhang Qian suddenly felt jealous and curled her lips. That night, the brigade called everyone to a small square for a meeting. The mud was not dry yet. Everyone wore slippers and rolled up their trousers high. They looked at the brigade leader standing on the stage with their hands behind their backs. The brigade leader Wang Jianya explained the situation through a loudspeaker. Everyone knows that the educated youth camp was destroyed by the heavy rain. There are more than a dozen educated youths who have no place to stay. We can't just ignore them. But it's going to rain at any time. We can't find a suitable place. But it's okay. There are so many people here. We can work together. Everyone was very happy and applauded. But when Wang Jianya said that they had to draw lots and take one of the educated youths back home, many people's smiles disappeared. They didn't eat much and didn't have much space to stay. Of course, Wang Jianya quickly added, we're not letting the educated youths stay for free. They have to give us food. Those who don't want food can give us money too. Everyone's expressions changed. Many people who were not well off were even eager. The captain said that there would be a lot of food, not to mention that the educated youths would bring their own food. If their food came, they would have to share it with the people who lived there. At that time, they would benefit the people who lived there. But there were still many people who were upset. For example, Su Jiaojiao. She really didn't want to. I'm the unlucky one. Su Jiaojiao whispered in Song Qinghan's ear. If we draw lots, we're doomed. Song Qinghan's ears trembled from the hot and humid air, and her neck secretly reddened a little. She hurriedly cleared her throat and freed one hand to rub her neatly combed long hair. It's okay, we can not disturb each other. The captain said that we can discuss how to live. Su Jiaojiao frowned. But the men and women who come are not suitable. That was true. But it might not be their home. Song Qinghan smiled and told her to calm down. Maybe they wouldn't get it. But who would have thought that Su Jiaojiao's bad luck would still be there? She actually drew it, and she drew the legendary Xiao. Seeing the name on the stick, Su Jiaojiao was shocked. What kind of luck is this? When she came to this world, it didn't rain or cause any trouble when she got married. She thought that her luck had improved. But now she was told the answer. Su Jiaojiao didn't want anyone else to move in. It was inconvenient for both men and women. She stared at the name on the stick for a while with a sullen face. In the end, she ran to the brigade leader with Song Qinghan. Brigade leader, I don't think it's appropriate. You see, there's only me and Song Qinghan at home. If I'm not at home, won't he be alone with me? You're Xiao? Wang Jianya looked at the words on the stick and nodded helplessly. That's right. Wait a minute. I'll find someone to exchange with you. Brigade leader, there's no need to exchange. A gentle voice sounded. Then, a familiar-looking girl wearing a Coriolis shirt walked over. She had bangs on her forehead and looked prettier than the last time they saw her. The girl smiled. Hello, I'm Xiao. I heard that your house only has one room on each side of the living room. Besides, I'm not at home when I'm working. It's okay if I come back for dinner. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Song Qinghan with a hint of arrogance. Her beautiful and watery eyes looked at him with a hint of pleading. With this attitude, she believed that not many men would be willing to reject her. I'm in a hurry, Song Qinghan said before Su Jiaojiao frowned. Xiao was stunned. She seemed to be surprised by his words. She looked at him seriously and her eyes lit up slightly. Her smile became gentler. Do you have any concerns? Don't worry, I can pay. When we have dinner together, I'll buy some things occasionally. This couple had a good temperament. They would definitely be easier to get along with since there were elderly people in the family. Unfortunately, she glanced at his legs. After all, the man was disabled. She couldn't have any other thoughts. However, she still hoped that she could stay with them. It's not suitable. Song Qinghan said concisely. He put on a straight face. Comrade, you should find another place to live. Xiao never thought that she would be rejected like this. She took a step forward in a daze. Su Jiaojiao looked at her eyes and a sense of danger rose up in her heart. She silently stood in front of Song Qinghan to block him, but she wasn't tall enough. Her face tightened as she said, He is my husband, please don't stare at him. Ding, the mission has been completed. The matchmaker system excitedly shouted in her mind. The childish voice even had a trace of tears in it. I was scared to death. I thought it wouldn't be completed. Su Jiaojiao almost broke out in laughter from the matchmaker system. Her lips twitched and her bad mood was restored. Xiao revealed a smile. She played with her hair and shook her head as she said, Comrade, you're mistaken. I just don't understand why you won't let me live with you. Actually, I don't like to trouble people, but there are a lot of people in the village that I can't talk to. Song Qinghan patted Su Jiaojiao's shoulder to comfort her. He interrupted her again, I'm sorry, but we can't let people live with us. It's not convenient for both men and women. At this time, Wang Jianya came back with a person. It happened to be someone from the Song family. Mrs. Song stepped forward enthusiastically and stared at Xiao eagerly. She directly ignored the enemy beside her. Hey, our house is suitable. The room at home happens to be empty. It's great to come to our house. Su Jiaojiao looked at the excited Mother Song and her eyes lit up. She felt that Mother Song's slanted eyes looked much better. She directly stuffed the wooden stick in Wang Jianya's hand. Here, here. After that, she hurriedly pulled Song Qinghan away. Let's go. Xiao's gentle smile froze on her face. She looked at the woman who was looking at her with green eyes. A trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. She laughed dryly and said, Auntie, I'm sorry. I've already talked to those two people. Mother Song smiled and shook her head. She couldn't care less about her hatred for Su Jiaojiao and her husband. She grabbed Xiao's hand and said, It's okay. I'm his mother. I can make the decision. It's the same if you come to my house. Xiao's smile disappeared. I don't. Yes, yes. Mother Song held her tightly as if she was hugging a bag of food. She was very nervous and enthusiastic. Zhao Sisi found the house she wanted to stay in. When she came back, she saw Xiao being pulled by a slightly mean and wretched middle-aged woman. She suddenly burst into laughter. Under Xiao's angry gaze, she smiled proudly and ran away. By the time they came back to their senses, everything had been settled. There were more than 10 educated youths in the house. But in fact, in the brigade, which house didn't have a large population, nowadays, having more children meant more blessings. Other than the Song family, which only had one son, the other families had several children. Even the Su family had 2 sons, which was considered a small number. But they also had grandchildren. Previously, the grandchildren lived with their parents. After Su Jiaojiao left, the children shared the room. Although there were still places to squeeze, no one wanted to squeeze in if they could sleep more comfortably. Fortunately, there were food supplements. An empty room could provide a lot of food. In addition, Wang Jianya went to work one by one. Finally, everything was settled. Su Jiaojiao's luck was not good, but she met Mother Song. She was quick-witted and stuffed Mother Song in. Song Qinghan was pulled by her like a thief. Although she was not fast, he felt it. A smile appeared on his handsome face. "Are you that scared?" Su Jiaojiao wrinkled her nose. "Yes. I'm scared." Although it was easy to judge a person based on their reputation, Xia did not give her a good feeling. Especially since she was likely to be the evil female supporting character in the original novel. How could they live under the same roof? If the female lead came, it would be fine. After all, to be able to live in the second novel, most of the female leads had good values. They were already married, so the female lead could not do anything. But it was not necessarily the case for the evil female supporting character. Song Qinghan looked at her with lingering fear. Thinking of Xiao's reputation, she understood. Her heart was as sweet as a layer of honey. She put her arm on her shoulder and rubbed her head. "Okay." Su Jiaojiao looked at him in confusion. What did he mean by yes? Song Qinghan smiled and did not answer her. But when he saw her eyes looking at him, his heart itched. He pinched her cheek. Ouch. He did not use any strength. Su Jiaojiao immediately frowned. Song Qinghan quickly let go and rubbed her cheek. He whispered, "It's okay now." His large hand was warm, and the calluses on his fingertips seemed a little rough. He scraped Su Jiaojiao's tender face, then looked at his serious expression. Her breathing paused, and her originally normal heartbeat instantly became chaotic. When she woke up, the air was still moist and cool. It was a very comfortable weather. There was no such thing as staying in bed in summer. When she woke up and became clear-headed, Su Jiaojiao got up. She rubbed her eyes and went out to wash up. When she picked up the cup, she suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice. "Jiao Jiao." Su Jiaojiao looked over in surprise and saw Xiaoxia, who was holding a bowl in the yard next door, waving at her. Although Xiaoxia was arrogant, she was not arrogant. She treated people warmly. Even though she had only met Su Jiaojiao once and had only spent a few hours with her, she was still very warm when she approached her again. She was very familiar with people. It could be seen from the day she ordered food that her character was careless and even a little unscrupulous. Su Jiaojiao did not hate such people, nor did she like them very much. She would not take the initiative to make friends, but she would still respond when others were warm to her. Therefore, she immediately raised a smile. "You are here." Eating coarse food that was painful to the throat, Xiaoxia leaned against the wall of the yard. "Yes, the captain said that we, the educated youths, were moving. We were also frightened yesterday, so we don't need to go to work. Aunt Wang is so nice. She even left a meal for me." The fenced yards of the two houses were not high. There was an aisle in the middle that was about a person's width. They were also very close to each other, as if they were in the same yard. "Then you went to rest?" Su Jiaojiao saw that she was so familiar with people, and subconsciously said in a joking tone with friends, "Look at you, you were not frightened?" Xiaoxia curled her lips unhappily. "Who said no? Didn't I sleep until I woke up naturally and felt comfortable?" Su Jiaojiao smiled. "Yes, you are right. The weather was still sunny today, and the road was not slippery. Breakfast was simple. Song Qinghan volunteered to use his crutch to make egg noodles. He added some vegetables that Sun Fong threw in the yard this morning. The taste was delicious, but the eggs were not enough. She had to consider raising a hen to lay eggs. She was thinking about the food, but her mouth was not listening. Xiaoxia, who was leaning against the wall and eating, was extremely envious. She lowered her head and looked at the food in her bowl. She felt that she was eating pig food. She looked at her and swallowed her saliva. "Jiao Jiao, I also want to eat eggs. Can I exchange it with a cloth coupon?" Su Jiaojiao shook her head regretfully. "I don't have many eggs left. I'll change them when I raise chickens." Xiaoxia nodded. Okay, okay. With hope, Xiaoxia felt that the coarse grain in her bowl tasted a lot better. Before, when they were in the educated youth camp, everyone ate together, but there was not much delicious food. After all, they could not afford to raise chickens, so they had to eat by themselves. However, it was not easy to go to the county. It took a long time to walk. Most of the girls in the city were more delicate. At this time, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally excitedly released a mission. Ding! Mission 10, as the head of the family, you must have a skill. Please choose your profession and earn the first bucket of gold. Reward, 2 hens that can lay double yolk eggs and a magical spray that can speed up bone repair. After being forced to be locked in the small dark room last time, the matchmaker system was more cautious when releasing missions. Otherwise, it was afraid that the host would be too lazy to do missions and enter the small dark room again. It also took advantage of this time to go to the system's family forum to learn for a while. It finally learned how to release missions that could make the host completely reluctant to give up. First, increase the mission reward. Second, step by step, there are levels. Look, with such a big reward and a profession, how many branches could she develop in the future that could speed up the marriage progress bar? The matchmaker system rubbed its hands and loudly stated the mission requirements. It really gave Su Jiaojiao a fright. With such a rich reward, it still wanted to confirm her profession. For a moment, she was stunned. This system suddenly changed from an amateur to a professional. However, she suddenly felt that it was a lot more fun and Su Jiaojiao became a bit more interested. Is it too bad to eat? How about you drink malted milk powder? Song Qinghan came over and saw that there was still more than half of her bowl left. He was a bit depressed and asked. He always cooked well and did not have any skills. Su Jiaojiao shook her head and looked down at his legs. She drank a mouthful of soup and her round eyes curved. She returned to the main room and no longer chatted with Xiaoxia. Instead, she pulled Song Qinghan and said, "What do you think I can do to make money? Other than physical work?" Song Qinghan casually fiddled with her hair that had not been tidied up. He wanted to tidy it up a bit and said, "It depends on what you like. Don't feel burdened. The money can still be used for a long time. After I recover, I can go back to work." He had been working for as long as he could remember. He was very indifferent to returning to the land. Su Jiaojiao turned her back and said vaguely, "Help me braid my hair while you're at it." She liked it when others combed her hair. As long as it did not hurt, it felt like a scalp massage. Song Qinghan's hands trembled and his ears turned red. He really went to the room with his walking stick to get a comb. He reached out to untie her long braid and carefully tidied it. When he saw her washing her hair, he wanted to help. It must be very tiring to tidy up such long hair. Su Jiaojiao thought as she ate. What should she do? At this stage, doing business was actually still possible. For example, Xiaoxia, who had just spoken, was a very good place to make money. She was a coward and did not dare to go to the black market. Therefore, she could not do big business. However, she could do small business. Besides, this kind of business was much safer than going to the black market. She did not say how much the first bucket of gold was. Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and said seriously, "I want to be a chef." The matchmaker system said seriously, "Host, are you sure you want to be a chef?" "Yes." The matchmaker system, "Host, this system has the most detailed recipes in the world. Whether it's text or videos, it has everything. It only costs 88 yuan. You won't lose out or be tricked." Su Jiaojiao hesitated. However, there were only 2 or 3 complete videos in her mind. If she really wanted to use this to make a living, she would have to pay a little. At present, it seemed that the things given by the system were all very good. Even the spicy strips, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all after eating them. The iodine-like liquid was also much better than ordinary medicine. After such a long time, the hideous wound on Song Qinghan's waist and abdomen had scabbed over, and the scars on both sides had faded a little. Nakagura's leg was almost healed, leaving only a white spot. Thinking of this, Su Jiaojiao slowly turned her head. Song Qinghan was afraid that he would hurt her, so he immediately loosened his grip. Su Jiaojiao probed, "If there is something very good, but it costs a lot of money, can I buy it? Yes. Song Qinghan smiled and nodded, it's up to you. However, if it's too much, you still have to be careful. After all, I won't be able to get the money in such a short time. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled, you're so nice. When she smiled, the flesh on her cheeks piled up. Song Qinghan's hand itched to poke her face. Seeing her glare at him, he hurriedly moved closer, I'll braid your hair for you. Oh. Asterisk 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 Su Jiaojiao really bought it. Then, a recipe book appeared in her mind. Basically, as long as she wanted to make something, such as flour, several things would appear in her mind. If she thought about it more carefully, she would be able to see the specific steps. Occasionally, if something was missing, she could even use something to replace it. It was indeed worth it, although it was a little expensive. In this era, 88 yuan could be the annual income of a small family. Su Jiaojiao was distressed and excited at the same time. She couldn't wait to try cooking. 2 rough braids swayed. Su Jiaojiao drank the last mouthful of broth and ran to the kitchen to look at the clean and tidy stove. Then, she looked at the locked cabinet at the side. When she opened it, there were all kinds of white sugar and flour inside. There was quite a variety. Su Jiaojiao glanced at them one by one and finally decided what she wanted to make, a chicken cake. There were not enough eggs at home. There was only one left. Su Jiaojiao ran to the Su family's house. Only Dabao and his 2 younger brothers were playing in the Su family's house. When they saw her, they immediately ran over and hugged her leg, Auntie. Hey. Su Jiaojiao smiled and pinched their cheeks, Auntie wants eggs. Do you have any eggs? I don't know. The 2 children shook their heads in puzzlement. Xiaobao also shook his head and grinned so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He was so happy. Su Jiaojiao simply went to get the eggs herself. She was familiar with them anyway. She directly took 5 eggs, Dabao, let's go to Auntie's place to play? Okay. The 3 children immediately followed. Su Jiaojiao locked the door and smoothly took the 5 eggs and the 3 children home. She officially began to work. Song Qinghan completely agreed with her actions and was even willing to help her crack the eggs. Su Jiaojiao was just a commander, so it was easy for her to do the work. It was relatively simple. It was Su Jiaojiao's first time making it. She strictly followed the recipe and took a long time. When the egg cake was out of the oven and they smelled the fragrance, they immediately felt energized. The 3 children who had been circling around Su Jiaojiao stared straight at her and were unwilling to move. Su Jiaojiao also took a deep breath in satisfaction. Her nose was filled with the sweet fragrance. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Song Qinghan, how is it? I'm amazing, right? Song Qinghan nodded and said seriously, amazing. Su Jiaojiao chuckled and waited for a while before taking out the steamed egg cake. She didn't make much, just 1 serving. She estimated it to be about a caddy. She cut it into several pieces and gave each child a small piece. Try it. Is it delicious? Su Jiaojiao also cut a piece for Song Qinghan and herself. What kind of constructive answer could the 2 children give? As long as it was sweet, they would nod and say it was delicious. Song Qinghan was more rational, it tastes good, but the egg taste is a little strong. Maybe it's because there's not enough flour. Should be? Su Jiaojiao also tasted it herself. It was indeed a little weak. However, it was still delicious. It was even better than the egg cake she had eaten in her memory. She patted Dabao's little head. Dabao, do Auntie a favor. Auntie, tell me. Dabao was already satisfied after eating the egg cake. He patted his stomach and looked expectant. Go next door and call Sister Zhao Cici over. Okay. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Cici's cheerful voice sounded, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? She walked closer. Before Su Jiaojiao could speak, she sniffed, oh my god, what's this smell? It smells so good. Su Jiaojiao came out of the kitchen and immediately pulled her in. She pointed at the egg cake on the stove and raised her eyebrows, what do you think? Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Cici was more excited than Su Jiaojiao imagined, I haven't eaten this in a long time. It smells so good. The egg cake sold in your county is not as fragrant as this. How much is it? It depends on how much you want. Su Jiaojiao said, I can give you half a caddy at most. Zhao Sisi was also very decisive, then I'll take half a caddy. The market price of egg cake was 2 yuan per caddy, but it still needed a ticket. It was especially difficult to get a ticket in the countryside. Zhao Sisi was treated the same way in the countryside, but her family could send it over. Unfortunately, she ate a lot and lived a luxurious life. She had already used up the tickets, so it was very slow to send a letter. Her family did not send a new ticket, so she really had not eaten for a long time. Su Jiaojiao saw that she was so supportive, so she immediately said, all right, then I won't ask for a ticket at the market price. Zhao Sisi happily nodded and directly took out the money from her pocket. Ding, mission complete, Su Jiaojiao was filled with joy. She cut a large part of it and placed it on the scale brought by the Su family. After determining that it was half a caddy, she didn't care about it and directly gave it to her. Here, remember to bring back the plate. Alright, I'm going to find Xiaoyu. Zhao Sisi immediately left with the things in her arms. Su Jiaojiao saw her leave and said to Song Qinghan, who had been stunned the entire time, calculate it, did we lose money or not? We didn't lose money. Song Qinghan didn't need to calculate before shaking his head. Half a caddy was $1, but this half a caddy of egg cake didn't cost $1. The 5 eggs only cost a bit over a dime. Some flour, sugar, and other things didn't cost much. Calculating it carefully, it only cost a bit over 5 dimes. Dabao, take this. She wanted to take it back, but Su Jiaojiao was afraid that the child was too young and would lose it, so she took back her hand. Let's go, it's almost time to eat, so let's just go and eat. Alright, auntie, I'll lead the way. Dabao pulled Xiaobao and Erbao out first. Su Jiaojiao supported Song Qinghan with one hand and held the basket of egg cake in the other. Let's go and discuss this with mom and dad. If Zhao Sisi and the others still want it, then we can directly order it and I'll make it. Although it won't be much, we can still earn a bit, right? Song Qinghan looked at her, we've already earned a lot. Ah? Really? Su Jiaojiao was confused. Song Qinghan rubbed her head again and didn't say much. If she didn't know, then she didn't know. Sun Fang and Su Jingyang looked at the egg cake that their daughter brought to their mouths, but they couldn't bear to eat it. Both of them waved their hands. Jiaojiao, keep it for yourself. Mom doesn't have anything good here, if you want to eat it in the future, there won't be any left. Su Jiaojiao raised her little chin and said proudly, it's okay, I'll make it again. This is very simple. Jiaojiao is really amazing. Su Jingyang praised. Su Jiaojiao was even happier and forced them to eat 2 bites. This is for you guys, hurry up and eat. Most of the old people she knew in her previous life had diabetes, but the people she knew now were very few, and most of them were even malnourished. The Su family's family conditions were considered good in the village. They were the kind of family that made a fortune by being bored, but no one in the family was fat. Only the Song family, because they were raised by Song Qinghan, were abnormally fat. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao always wanted the 2 old people to eat more. Sun Fang and Su Jingyang were touched by their daughter after she became sensible. Eating the sweet egg cake in their mouths, their hearts were even happier, and their eyes were filled with tears. Therefore, when Su Jiaojiao told them about the next plan, they agreed without hesitation. There are 2 old hens at home, and sometimes they can lay 3 eggs. Mom will keep them for you. Don't worry, you can have as many as you want. Mom, you're so nice. Su Jiaojiao smiled and nodded. Although she was going to have 2 hens soon, the eggs could be used to make delicious food. If she had more, she could earn more money. As long as she could make a name for herself, she believed that with the detailed recipe, she could definitely do it. After listening for a long time, Zhang Qian said with a bitter taste in his mouth, Mom, you're so generous to little sister. Your grandson is so stingy when he wants to eat an egg, but you're giving little sister as much as she wants. Sun Fang said unhappily, you're saying it as if I don't give you any. Don't you make eggs for the children every few days? Otherwise, how can the 3 children grow up so well? You have 2 at home. Zhang Qian was so angry that he laughed, how can that be the same? Little sister can eat an entire egg casually, but the three of us share an egg drop soup. Su Jiaojiao frowned. Sister-in-law, you're wrong. Mom and Dad raised Big Brother, why do you still want them to raise your children? The egg is theirs, and they didn't take anything from you. Naturally, they can give it to whoever they want. What do you mean? Zhang Qian didn't understand this sentence. Instead, he felt that it was easy for the other party to talk. He became angrier and stood up with a cold expression. Little sister, of course you don't care that you're biased. Have you ever thought about your two brothers? Enough, all of you shut up. Su Jingyang roared. Zhang Qian was so scared that he shrank back and didn't dare to make a fuss. Usually, their father-in-law wouldn't speak to them easily. They didn't expect him to be angry this time. Su Jianhua was also a little dissatisfied, so she didn't say anything. However, when she saw that her father was angry, she immediately pulled her daughter-in-law's sleeve awkwardly and told her not to speak up. As for her second son's family, they had been watching from the sidelines. Now that they saw their eldest son's family being humiliated, they all snickered. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was scared, Sun Feng sneered, how did Jiao Jiao let down her two brothers? Doesn't she always give the good things to the three children first? As for my things, don't think that you're at a disadvantage. Jiao Jiao was alone before, but all of you are married and have families. Do you really think that you don't have enough to eat? Besides, how many days has it been since Jiao Jiao got married? She's already an eyesore? Why don't we split up? Since the children are married now, we might as well settle the score. In the future, we'll live our own lives. You just need to give us retirement money. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded happily and added fuel to the fire, so that we won't always be calculative. Let's just split up. This way, we can settle everything clearly and don't be jealous in the future. As the tree grew, the branches would split. This was very normal. When the children grew up and got married, they would have their own small families. Naturally, they would have to separate. As for how they should live, this year was much better than 60 years ago. They would be able to survive. However, Su Jiaojiao was the only one who was happy. She nodded eagerly. Her two brothers' faces darkened and they shouted threateningly. Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled, then became obedient again. Song Qinghan secretly gave her a look, wanting her to not be so arrogant. Otherwise, the family would not be able to live in peace. However, Su Jiaojiao did not see it. Zhang Qian's face was pale. He could not eat the remaining few mouthfuls of rice. For a moment, he stood there in a daze. She was the kind who liked to be calculative. She would feel uncomfortable if others took an extra mouthful of rice. She always felt that she was at a disadvantage because she felt that she was the eldest. In the future, she would be supporting her two parents. Naturally, everything in the house would belong to them. However, no matter how calculative she was, Zhang Qian really did not think of splitting up. After all, there was meat to eat with her parents-in-law. Her parents-in-law were strong and skilled at work. They were able to earn 8 to 9 work points. Her parents-in-law were even more impressive. They could find ways to make money to supplement the family when they were not working. Furthermore, they did not eat much. Naturally, the extra food would be given to the younger generation. If they really wanted to go out alone, they would definitely not be able to live as well as before. The others also thought the same. Suddenly, they all panicked. Mom, don't joke around. Why should we split up? We are a family. Zhang Qian just doesn't know how to talk. Su Jianhua looked at Sun Feng ingratiatingly and begged. Su Jianjun and Li Xiu nodded frantically. Mom, you always know that sister-in-law's words are unpleasant. We didn't say anything. We also don't want to split up. If we really want to split up, then let big brother and sister-in-law do it. In this way, no one can take advantage of them. Zhang Qian's face was pale, but he did not dare to throw a tantrum at this time. He softened his voice and apologized. Mom, it's all my fault. I was too calculative. Don't be angry. Why should we split up? Little sister can take whatever she wants. We are a family. Su Jingyang's face darkened, but he quickly recovered. He was not unhappy. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. In an ordinary family, when a daughter got married, the family would be split between the brothers. However, in this family, the daughter was also a treasure. Because she was the youngest, they loved her more than their sons. She was not married off yet, so they could not ignore her. Therefore, it was natural that the two daughters-in-law were unhappy. However, as their daughter said, they had already raised them and did not owe them anything. It was their freedom to treat whoever they wanted well. If they still wanted to scheme and cause trouble in the family, then it was better to split up cleanly. When the time came, they would not say anything. Therefore, amidst the objections, Su Jingyang nodded seriously. Yes, it's time to split up. Su Jianjin's face changed drastically. He looked at his mother's ugly expression and then at his father. Suddenly, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. Just a moment ago, he thought that his mother would be fine if he coaxed her. Now that his father was in such a state, his legs went weak. He knelt on the ground and hugged his father. Dad, don't split up. How are we going to live if we split up? Sun Feng looked on coldly and felt helpless. These children were their parents' little cotton-padded jackets when they were young. But now that they had grown up and had their own families, they had their own plans. This was human nature, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Sun Feng knew the condition of her son-in-law's injury. In the future, there would be many things that she would need to help her daughter. Now, when her daughter still had things to give them, she was already jealous of her sister-in-law. Who knew what would happen in the future? She herself grew up in a family that valued boys over girls. Naturally, she could not bear to see Jiao Jiao face such a situation, especially since this was her precious baby that she had doted on for almost 20 years. If Jiao Jiao did not want to split up, she would not have said this. But since Jiao Jiao agreed and was obviously very happy, she did not intend to delay any longer. This time, she did not relent. Facing a bunch of bitter faces, she said firmly, "Split up. After dinner tonight, go and invite the brigade leader over." The Su family wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan went home for their lunch break. The two supported each other and walked slowly. They could still vaguely hear Zhang Qian crying and begging. Su Jiaojiao sighed and said, "Greedy." Song Qinghan pursed his lips and nodded. He paused for a moment and said softly, "Most people are like this. They don't have the money to be calculative. If you support the separation, the two families will blame you." He sighed because his previous family was even more torturous than the Su family's sister-in-law. Su Jiaojiao grinned and spread out her hands like a hoodlum. "It's okay, let them blame me. I will support my parents in their old age in the future. If they are really so stubborn and unfilial, I don't want such a brother." She lived in a different era. The era and living environment created her independence. She had more than one child in her family. Her parents treated each child equally. She was a top student since she was a child. After entering university, she rarely asked her parents for money because the scholarships and prizes from various competitions were enough for her living expenses and tuition fees. Her ability was not at the top of the school, but it was definitely one of the best. She always thought that the meaning of parents to their children was simple. They raised them and waited for them to be old. After her brother gave birth to a child, her sister-in-law wanted to give the child to her parents to raise. However, her parents refused because they also wanted to enjoy the life of old age and did not want to be hindered by a child for the rest of their lives. Because of this, her sister-in-law quarreled with her parents, but her brother stood on their side. This incident had a great impact on Su Jiaojiao. However, in this era, there was no such advanced thinking. Everyone raised their children after giving birth, raised their grandchildren, and raised their great-grandchildren until they could no longer move. A lifetime passed like this. People were kidnapped by life. Some people enjoyed it, while others were numb to it. However, Su Jiaojiao's parents thought more than these people. They could raise a child, but they couldn't raise two sons for a lifetime. They especially couldn't let the other children suffer for the sake of their sons. They had a similar idea as Su Jiaojiao's parents. They had already raised their children, so they could give their money to whoever they wanted. If they didn't have a daughter, then forget it. However, they had a precious daughter. They definitely couldn't be like other parents and give everything to their two sons. It was fine for them to suffer, But they couldn't let their daughter suffer. It was also because of Su Jiaojiao's previous family environment that she was not so worried about her original world after coming to this world. She definitely had feelings, but it was not to the point that her parents could not live without her. That was enough. Su Jiaojiao's carefree attitude surprised Song Qinghan. Looking at Su Jiaojiao's relaxed expression, Song Qinghan narrowed her eyes and relaxed her expression. He thought too much about it. The Su clan and his family were not the same. Perhaps. In a fit of pique, Sun Fang really let Su Jiaojiao take away most of the remaining eggs at home when she left. Anyway, leaving them here would make Zhang Qian and the others feel that they owned them. Giving them to eat would make them feel that it was natural. It was better to directly send them away and finally get their daughter's sweet and coquettish behavior. Su Jiaojiao was also a big-hearted person. She took away the eggs in front of them without the slightest sense of guilt as the culprit who caused the separation of the family. The two Su brothers and their wives secretly glared at her, wishing they could knock her head. Su Jiaojiao took these things and returned home with Song Qinghan. After a while, she saw two girls coming together mysteriously with a bit of embarrassment on their faces. Comrade Su Jiaojiao, I'm Zhou Xing, an educated youth in the brigade. I heard that you have chicken cake here? Su Jiaojiao blinked and pretended not to understand. Yes, do you want it too? But it's all finished. I'm sorry. Zhou Xing was a bit regretful, but she was still reluctant to leave. She tentatively asked, that. I also want some. Will you make more? Su Jiaojiao, of course, this thing is so delicious. Then leave some for me? Can I have 3 tails? I also want 3 tails. The girl who came with Zhou Xing also said in a low voice. Then, she looked around with lingering fear, just like a spy meeting. Su Jiaojiao laughed, don't be so nervous, we're just friends chatting. Yes, then I'll go back and prepare. Su Jiaojiao smiled and invited, come to our house in the afternoon. The two girls also smiled and handed her the things they had prepared. Su Jiaojiao took the money and agreed with them that they could come over to pick it up after work today. When the time came, they could also directly eat here and go back. After all, they were now living in someone else's house. If it was not convenient for them to eat alone, they would not be able to eat much if they took it back. In this day and age, food was precious. If they gave it away, they would feel sorry, but if they did not give it away, they would be criticized by angry people. The two girls' eyes became brighter and brighter, and they happily left hand in hand. Su Jiaojiao watched them leave and immediately turned to Song Qinghan with a face full of praise. How was it? I'm awesome, right? She did not mention the money. This was not a transaction, and she was not afraid of anyone, but she had made money just like that. Awesome. Song Qinghan said again. No matter how many times she asked, Song Qinghan answered very seriously. A pair of beautiful eyes looked into her eyes, and the friendship in them was unrestrained. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. She pulled his hand, are you going to help me too? Okay. Song Qinghan shook her hand, and the two looked at each other and smiled. That afternoon, Su Jiaojiao made another caddy of cake. She thought that she would have a lot left, but because the second time the cake was more delicious than the first time, the two girls who came to get the cake before everyone got off work could not help but spend money to buy it. In the end, not a single bit was left. She earned 3 yuan in a day. Su Jiaojiao looked at the 3 yuan in the palm of her hand and was happy for a long time. She was full of a sense of accomplishment after completing the task. It seemed that the 88 yuan was not spent in vain. Since the money was not spent in vain, she had to work harder. Coincidentally, she was talented and wanted to earn more. Therefore, she planned to buy some other ingredients and condiments and secretly make other things. I'm going to town tomorrow. Be good and stay at home. Su Jiaojiao deliberately said childishly, as if she were talking to Dabao. She even reached out and patted his head. Song Qinghan held her hand and replied in the same mischievous tone, then come back early. His deep voice suddenly became clear and angry, which made Su Jiaojiao blush and glare at him. Song Qinghan immediately pinched her fingers to please her. His eyes were moist and gentle. Su Jiaojiao was no longer angry. She held his hand and giggled. Her big eyes sparkled as she leaned on his shoulder softly. the atmosphere was sweet. Now that the two of them were in an ambiguous relationship, and his body was not well, he did not dare to be too rash. He only dared to this extent. Song Qinghan was now eating well and sleeping well. He was full of energy. If he got a little closer, he would feel as if his whole body was on fire. At first, he wanted to take a mile when he got an inch closer. However, after one night, he was so hot that he could not sleep the whole night. In the end, he decisively chose to maintain this distance. It was just enough to make him feel satisfied, but not overdo it. Su Jiaojiao also liked this situation. The two of them looked at each other. Even if there was nothing, a sincere smile spread from the bottom of their hearts. They were very happy. Su Jiaojiao wanted to go to town to take out the things in her space. Naturally, she had to go alone. Therefore, that afternoon, she borrowed a bicycle from a family and prepared to go the next morning. However, after dinner, she and Song Qinghan were also called to the Su family's house. It was because they were going to separate from the family. This branch family was much more serious than they had imagined. The faces of the Su family members turned ugly. Zhang Qian was still regretting that she had spoken too much. Her mother-in-law had been thoroughly enraged, and she kept pleading. Sun Feng's face was cold, but when she saw Su Jiaojiao, she smiled. As for the others, they all shrugged their heads. Because the separation was not a big deal, it was more low-key. Besides, there was only a small house in the family. Naturally, they would still live together. It was just that in the future, they would have to eat and drink by themselves. Therefore, this branch of the family was actually much simpler than other branches. The brigade leader came over only to be a witness. After marrying a wife and raising children, we did not save much money. In addition to the 50 yuan that Jiao Jiao gave us before, we only have 268 yuan. This 50 yuan was given to me by Jiao Jiao, so I will not put it in the separation. Sun Feng had already calculated. In front of her two daughters-in-law, she searched all the places in the house where she could hide things. All the money was here. She did this because she was afraid that they would think that she was hiding money. But it was true that she did not. The village was poor. The more than 200 yuan was supplemented by Su Jingyang, who secretly went to the mountains to get things. Raising 3 children and a few young adults, the family had a lot to eat. The Su parents were generous. When there was food, they were not stingy like other families. Naturally, the expenses were high. However, there were only a few laborers. How could they save much? Looking at the 3 children in front of her, Sun Feng was quite gratified. She was not an old-fashioned old lady who insisted on wasting her daughters-in-law. It was just that her daughters-in-law's mouth was too annoying. She was not alive to be bullied. Her daughter's decisiveness in giving up her reputation and offending her in-laws gave her inspiration. She became calmer about the separation. I have 3 children. Your father and I do not value boys over girls. Naturally, we will treat them the same. As for the remaining 218 yuan, 60 yuan will be given to each family. The remaining 38 yuan will be kept by your father and I. In the future, each of the 3 families will give me 10 yuan for my retirement. Sun Feng divided the money into 3 and put it on the table, indicating that they should take it. Su Jianhua and Su Jianjun did not move with red eyes. Song Qinghan felt that. As a son-in-law, it was not appropriate for him to speak, so he remained silent. Su Jiaojiao was the calmest. She directly took the 60 yuan and said, "Mom, I will take it first." Zhang Qian hated his sister-in-law. When he heard this, he could not help but want to retort, but he did not dare to. After all, a lesson was in front of him. He could only laugh in his heart. Take it first? Do you want to return it later? No one knew what she was thinking. Su Jiaojiao had already taken the money. The other 2 brothers did not move, but Wang Jianya urged them, "You 2 men should be more decisive. You are not as decisive as Jiaojiao. Isn't it just a separation? It's not like we haven't seen it before." Su Jianhua bitterly moved her lips. She looked at her father who was smoking silently and her mother who was pulling a long face. She sighed and took her money. Seeing that his eldest brother had taken it, Su Jianjun naturally took it as well. Sun Fang nodded and said, we don't have much in the house. Once the money has been divided, the rest of the things, including this house, are ours. You can live in it however you want, but if you want a new house, you have to spend your own money to build it. Jiao Jiao is married, so the house is no longer hers. But this house will be divided into two when we get there. You two brothers can either buy it yourselves or live together. Mom? You won't give us the house? Xianxia could not sit still. He did not say anything for a while, but the moment he spoke, his expression turned ugly. We are the eldest son and grandson of the eldest branch of the family. Why can't we have it? Sun Fang looked at her eldest daughter-in-law and sneered, we can give our things to whoever we want. If you don't like it, get out. Zhang Qian still wanted to say something, but Su Jianhua covered his mouth. He said angrily, can you shut up? Zhang Qian was not convinced, but Sun Fang said, don't forget that I haven't given this house to Jiao Jiao yet. You two brothers have taken advantage of her. Although the eldest couple did not say anything, they still looked unhappy. The second family, on the other hand, was very calm. They had never thought that they would have a share in this house. Su Jiaojiao said softly, this isn't about inheriting the throne. Why do we need the eldest son and grandson? Eldest sister-in-law, what kind of education did you receive? Zhang Qian's face turned pale. Wang Jianya coughed softly and reprimanded, Jiao Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Wang Jianya and Su Jingyang had a good relationship. They were about the same age, so he treated Su Jiaojiao as if she were his own niece. He did not hold back. Su Jiaojiao stuck out her tongue and kept quiet. She did it on purpose. After all, Zhang Qian's mindset was even more futile than that of the ancient people. Should the eldest son and grandson leave the family property to them? Song Qinghan pulled her hand and patted her head. He wanted her to stop talking. Su Jiaojiao moved closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder. She had nothing to do with what was going to happen next, so she was sleepy and wanted to sleep. She still had to wake up early tomorrow morning. Song Qinghan immediately reached out and held her shoulder to make her more comfortable. Wang Jianye glanced at them and his eyes widened. However, he could not bear to say anything when he saw how sweet the couple was. Sun Fang and Su Jingyang also had the same reaction. The two of them smiled helplessly. However, the part of their hearts that was suffocating seemed to have cleared up a lot. After all, their son-in-law was actually quite good. Sun Fang wanted to speed up the process and said, as for food, we only have one kitchen, so we should eat together. This year's grain, next was the distribution of the grain. This was already calculated. Everyone knew how much they should get and how much they should contribute. As Su Jiaojiao had nothing to do, she naturally did not have any grain. Wang Jianya did not need any. Other families were not as fair as them when it came to splitting the family property. After the distribution, the two families were still wallowing in regret. They felt that they had suffered a loss. Previously, they had been eating from the two elders. Although they did not have much left, they did not have to worry. But now, if they wanted to continue eating after they finished eating, they would have to find a way to get their own grain or write an IOU. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had suffered a loss. Especially Zhang Qian. She was so distressed and regretful that her intestines turned green. She had two sons. The last step of splitting the family property was to write a written agreement. This was the only time when Wang Jianya could be of use. There were two copies of the agreement. One was for the two elders, and the other was kept by the brigade. After this was done, Sun Fang sent 5 eggs over as a service fee. However, Wang Jianya rejected it. After the only outsider left, Sun Fang said, don't be unhappy. There are benefits to this. Before, we were one family, so we had to raise a lot of chickens. Now that we are 3 families, we can raise more chickens. However, the distribution of the chicken coop in the yard is good, so don't mess with it. Got it, Mom, they said weakly. Su Jiaojiao finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes and said, Mom, is everyone done distributing? Yes, it's done. Go back to sleep. Didn't you say you were going to town tomorrow? Don't wake up late, Sun Fang said with a smile. Su Jiaojiao nodded obediently. She yawned and handed over the 60 yuan in her hand. "Mom, I don't need money. You and Dad can keep this." Xianxia, who had just resented his sister-in-law for taking the money so quickly, was speechless. "Hey, I don't want," Sun Feng hurriedly refused. However, Su Jiaojiao had already made up her mind. She didn't want it. She gave the money and helped the girl away. Song Qinghan, who had watched the 60 yuan disappear, also spoke up for them. "Mom, keep the money that Jiaojiao gave you. When my leg recovers, I can earn work points." Then, the young man and woman supported each other and left. They still had smiles on their faces as they spoke in low voices. They didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache for the 60 yuan. Zhang Qian was about to go back to the house when she saw this scene. She was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt her face burning. Just now, she had said in her heart that Su Jiaojiao was fake and wouldn't return the money, but Su Jiaojiao had returned it. However, when she thought about it, she felt depressed. They married different men. Otherwise, how could Su Jiaojiao be so generous? Unfortunately, Su Jiaojiao really thought so. After all, she wasn't really a member of their family. On the way back, Su Jiaojiao walked briskly. Actually, it's not a bad thing to split up. Why doesn't everyone want to split up? Whether it was in the real world, the few families she knew in Peach Blossom Village, or the ancient novels she had read before, splitting up seemed to be a very difficult thing. The protagonist's parents were always taken advantage of, and they didn't split up. They quarreled with their sisters-in-law all day long and schemed against each other for a bite of food. It was really too troublesome. Song Qinghan looked down and saw her pouting little mouth. Her delicate little face was white and translucent under the moonlight, and her expression was pure. At first glance, he could tell that she was a child who had been spoiled growing up. He chuckled and put his hand on her shoulder to pinch her cheek. He asked in a low voice, "Do you know Dinyo's family?" Su Jiaojiao nodded. Yes. Dinyo was a rather noisy family in their village. According to her shallow knowledge, Dinyo was a rather capable man, but he had 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. He was the middle one. He was clumsy and didn't know how to please others, so he could only work hard. Their families all had wives, but Dinyo's wife was the most ordinary one. He had exchanged 2 bags of flour for her. But this wife was not ordinary. After she came, she often made a fuss at home. She felt that her husband had contributed a lot, earned a lot of work points, and earned a lot of food, but her family ate the least. There was nothing fun in the village, so everyone was just gossiping. The original owner would listen to the gossip when she was bored, so she knew a little. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao inherited her memory and knew about it. Seeing Su Jiaojiao nod, Song Qinghan softly explained. Their family hasn't separated yet, because if they did, their eldest and youngest sons would starve. The eldest son works well, but there are 3 children in the family. The oldest is 10 years old and the youngest is 2 years old. They eat a lot, so they can't afford to raise them alone. The second son's family is the same. The 4th son doesn't work well and is lazy all day. Also, the wife is lazy. Although they have a good in-laws, if they really want to live alone, they may have to go to the wife's family every day. Then why didn't Dinyo separate? Su Jiaojiao looked up and asked. Song Qinghan looked at those big shining eyes. His heart softened and he pinched her ear. Su Jiaojiao trembled unnaturally when her ear was touched. She subconsciously rubbed against his chest and patted his shoulder. "Don't move." Song Qinghan reluctantly let go and continued. Dinyo wants to separate, but he is unfilial because Dinyo's parents are not willing. If the 3rd son goes out alone, they can't bear the hardships of the other sons. Then they'll squeeze the 3rd son dry? Su Jiaojiao frowned. Song Qinghan said. Even so, it's not bad to make sure that everyone can barely fill their stomachs. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be trouble all day and the house will not be peaceful. It will be more troublesome than now. Moreover, the ones who won't let them separate are their parents. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the village. There were many people who cheated and played tricks. This was also why they were not willing to separate. Not everyone was like Su Jiaojiao, who did not care about her reputation and wanted to separate from her in-laws. Most people were afraid. They were afraid that they would become the target of everyone's criticism. In the Su family, if Su Jiaojia was afraid that her parents would not be able to support her in the future, she would not be willing to separate. If she wanted to squeeze the two families, she only needed to say that she did not want to separate, and the family would not be separated. In fact, this was the same principle. Who asked Su Jiaojia to be the one who was doted on by her parents? Thinking of this, Song Qinghan could not help but be glad that he had money. Otherwise, he would really become that kind of person. Su Jiaojia sighed. Sometimes, you deserve to suffer. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If he was more stubborn, Daniel's family could also live well. Reputation could not be eaten. He had wronged himself and fed the evil wolf. However, if it was like Daniel's eldest brother's situation, it was understandable. After all, he had too many children. They were all brothers, so it was okay to help raise them. But if it was her younger brother's situation, then forget it. This child was unlucky and happened to meet both of them. Her sigh made Song Qinghan stunned. Then, he thought of himself. Didn't he deserve it? When he saw it clearly, he really did not suffer any losses. He took the money and used it all on himself. He did not know how good his life would be. Thinking of this, Song Qinghan tilted his head and rubbed the head of the person in his arms. He laughed. Su Jiaojia's entire body went soft from his rubbing. Leaning against his chest, she could still feel the vibration of his chest when he laughed. The slight stimulation spread from her ears to her entire body, and her cheeks immediately burned. Finally, she saw the home in front of her. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and quickly pushed him into the kitchen. We're home. Go and boil water to take a bath. Okay. Song Qinghan looked at the back of the person who seemed to be unable to avoid him. He looked at his leg with regret. Get better soon. Early the next morning, Su Jiaojia rode her bicycle to town. She came back with a lot of bags. The reward of the 9th mission was 10 square feet cloth coupons. Looking at the extra cloth with good colors and the supply and demand cooperative, Su Jiaojia used them all up. Then, she went to the pharmacy and bought a lot of things according to the recipe. When she came back, she bought 3 barrel bones, 2 pig trotters, and a caddy of pork belly. This time, she specially brought 2 bags. On the way back, she took out the 2 hens rewarded by the 10th mission and put them in the bags. So, when Su Jiaojia arrived home, she successfully stopped a young man who came to visit her house. It happened to be Daniel, who they were talking about last night. Daniel looked at the energetic hens that were jumping vigorously when they came out of the bags. He clicked his tongue and said, "You don't need to buy them. You can just tell them that when they get the chicks, they can take a few." How expensive is that? Hens that lay eggs were good things in the countryside. Su Jiaojia pursed her lips and smiled. It's better to buy them directly. That way, they can eat the eggs immediately. Daniel smiled and said, "The hens just came back. They need to lay eggs for a few days. They know the place." After he said that, the 2 white hens clucked. Then, they cleverly found a corner and squatted down. After a while, the 2 hens dropped a big round egg. Daniel, he didn't say anything. Song Qinghan chuckled and said, "These hens are good." Of course. Su Jiaojia chuckled. She was quite proud of herself. She had worked so hard to complete the mission in exchange for this. After the hens were taken out, there were other things, such as barrel bones, meat, trotters. Daniel was stunned. What kind of family is this? How dare they buy things like this? Looking at the cloth that had just been taken out, it was a big roll. It was obvious that a lot of cloth coupons and money had been spent. Daniel whispered, "Brother, your previous decision was right." At first, Song Qinghan wanted to break off the engagement because he was crippled. Moreover, Su Jiaojia had someone she liked. When he came over, Song Qinghan was ready to talk to Su Jingyang directly about breaking off the engagement. However, Daniel saw that Song Qinghan was more straightforward in this aspect. He and another brother came up with an idea and didn't want them to break off the engagement. After all, if Song Qinghan broke off the engagement like this, who would marry him in the future? But now that they thought about it, they were very wrong. Who could afford to raise such a spendthrift woman? Not to mention that Song Qinghan's leg was injured. Song Qinghan looked at him and shook his head. No, my previous decision was wrong. Daniel, ah? Daniel was irritated by Su Jiaojiao's extravagant spending. He didn't want to stay any longer and immediately took his leave. When Daniel and the others left, Su Jiaojiao immediately shouted, "Come and help. Help me organize this." She pointed at a pile of various ingredients for braising. Song Qinghan immediately nodded, okay. The two busied themselves for a while and organized the things they brought back. The sky was about to turn dark, so they went straight to making lunch. I want a metal plate. It's this big and flat. Can you get it? Su Jiaojiao asked tentatively. She felt that as the male lead, Song Qinghan should have a lot of connections. If he could get these things, she would be able to earn money or make delicious food. He would also be able to enjoy life. Besides, with their current relationship, there was no need to draw such a clear line. Sure enough, Song Qinghan nodded, I'll write a letter tomorrow and ask the brigade leader to bring it out. I'll ask if they have it. Okay. Su Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. I'll make something delicious for you. It's called rice noodle rolls. It's super delicious. Jiaojiao is amazing. Song Qinghan heard this and sincerely praised her. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. Her small face couldn't hide the contentment. After lunch, Su Jiaojiao took out the small bottle of spray. I went to the pharmacy to buy something and asked someone. Then, someone who also went to buy something told me that his family's secret ancestral recipe is super popular. Isn't your cast going to be removed soon? Once it's removed, you can spray it. It's said that any bone fractures will be healed. Song Qinghan was slightly stunned. He took the small bottle of spray and held her small hand in his. He said seriously, thank you. He felt that this girl had probably been cheated. How could there be such a powerful medicine? However, Song Qinghan was very satisfied that she had the heart. The bottle was a translucent glass bottle. There were no markings on it, so nothing could be seen. However, the light brown liquid inside was very common. Song Qinghan sprayed it on the table and sniffed. It indeed smelled like medicinal wine, but there seemed to be a lot of Chinese herbs added. He couldn't tell exactly, but it was enough as long as it wasn't harmful. He relaxed and looked at the little girl who was looking at him expectantly. He smiled gently and warmly, I'll remove the cast in 2 days. It'll definitely be better. Su Jiaojiao's hand was held by his warm big hand and looked at by him like that. It was as if she had done something amazing. She suddenly felt embarrassed and her face heated up. Her small head quickly nodded twice, okay, okay. Don't forget. She then pulled her hand out of his grasp and went to carry a pile of cloth. Her short legs ran quickly. I'm going to find my mother and ask her to make some clothes for us. It's going to be summer soon, so we need 2 sets of clothes to change into. Song Qinghan didn't even have time to say more intimate words before he was left behind. Looking at the beautiful back view, he could only say dryly, go. He watched as the girl ran away without looking back. She didn't even look at him. Little heartless girl. Song Qinghan's heart ached. He lowered his head and looked at the palm-sized glass bottle in his hand. His heart tightened. Since she didn't understand, then he would do it. When Su Jiaojiao arrived at the Su family's residence, they had just finished eating. It was agreed that the rations would be provided by the 2 families. Everyone would be given according to the amount of food they ate, and the 3 children would also have to be given. Sun Fong wasn't being calculative. She just wanted them to know that these things, which they didn't take into account before, were actually subsidized by their parents. Now, she wanted them to experience it firsthand so that they wouldn't always say that they were biased towards their daughter. Today was the first day of the separation. When Zhang Qian took out their family's rations, he felt his heart ache. Even now, after lunch, his face didn't look right. Although Li Xiu didn't think so far ahead, he was also very unhappy about the separation. The men in the family had already gone to bed early. The 2 women were still busy for a while and were a few steps late. Hence, when they saw Su Jiaojiao come in, they directly snorted and turned their faces away. Li Xiu shrugged and walked into the room with air bow. He didn't even greet them. Auntie. The other two children shouted happily. Xianxia immediately carried Debao and Sanbao. Go to bed, or you won't be able to eat tonight. Debao was older and understood. He immediately stopped and looked at her with grievance. Mom, it was useless to act spoiled. Xianxia was now at the age when he hated his sister-in-law. He threatened with a straight face, I'll count to 3. If you don't go to bed now, you won't be able to sleep in the future. Debao was startled and his shoulders collapsed. He could only go back with grievance. Xianxia followed behind and took away his youngest son, who was reaching out to Su Jiaojiao. You go back to bed too. Su Jiaojiao looked at her series of actions and chuckled. Sun Feng's face also darkened. However, when she saw that her daughter wasn't angry, she felt a little better. She took her daughter's hand and said, Don't feel uncomfortable. In the future, they will beg me in many ways. At that time, I'll see if she dares to do this again. She had been spoiled before, so she took it for granted. How old was she now that she still needed her parents to support her family? Su Jiaojiao smiled and shook her head. I don't think it's a big deal. She handed the rolled cloth in her hand to Sun Feng. Mom, I went to town to buy some cloth back. How many clothes do you think this is enough to make? Sun Feng looked at the cloth in surprise. She thought that her daughter was wrapped in something, but she didn't know that it was all cloth. So many. She unfolded it and was stunned. There were 3 colors, blue, floral, and a small piece of army green. Your shirt is at most 2 feet of cloth. How many clothes do you think you can make? This is all cotton. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Where did you get the tickets? Song Qinghan's. Su Jiaojiao said casually. She calculated that 10 feet of cloth could make more than 4 clothes. Mom, help me make 2 summer short-sleeved shirts, and make one for Song Qinghan. As for the rest, you and Dad can each make one. I'll make the top first. Next time, I'll buy some cloth to make the pants. No need, no need. Your dad and I still have clothes to wear. We'll make them all for you. You haven't made new pants in a long time. Mom will make them for you first. Su Jiaojiao knew that she couldn't bear to part with the cloth when she heard that. She immediately put on a straight face and pretended to be unhappy. Mom, if you do this, I'll have to make clothes for others in the future. When the time comes, I'll have to pay for the labor. It's not worth it. Mom, I really don't want to. Sun Feng still shook her head. She touched the cloth, especially the army green part. She was already thinking about how to make clothes for her daughter. In this era, green was the favorite color. Forget it. I'll take it. Su Jiaojiao hugged the cloth and turned to leave. Sun Feng suddenly became anxious. Mom was wrong. Put it down. Isn't it a waste to give it to others? Su Jiaojiao stopped and said with a straight face, You and Dad have to have one, unless there is not enough cloth. Otherwise, you must have one. Do you hear me? Her daughter valued her so much. How could Sun Feng not be happy? She was so happy that her eyes couldn't see. I hear you, I hear you. But Jiaojiao, don't spend all the money you have on hand. Let's take it slow. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. She said softly, Don't worry, I'm not spending money recklessly. Zhang Qian coaxed the 2 children to sleep in the room. The children in the countryside were obedient and went to sleep when they said they wanted to. Then she came out to drink some water. As she walked out, she thought maliciously, Now you know how it feels when your family doesn't welcome you, right? In the past, she didn't dare to do this. But now that they were separated, she didn't have to be afraid of her in-laws. So, she deliberately acted like this just now to let her sister-in-law know that she caused them to separate. She played the good guy and made them suffer. Now, they didn't like her at all. That sister-in-law was very delicate. She would definitely make a fuss. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian felt happy. Yesterday, he was depressed, and he vented a lot of his anger. When he came out, Zhang Qian subconsciously looked at the central room, hoping to see the aggrieved look on his sister-in-law's face. Who knew that when he saw it, he would be stunned? She took 2 steps forward and her eyes fell on the pile of cloth on the bench. Her eyes turned red and she couldn't move. She exclaimed, Where did so much cloth come from? Please remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglaries, no burglaries, no burglaries, no burglaries. Where did you get it? I magically made it. Sun Fong rolled her eyes and proudly carried the pile of cloth into the room. She even sang, "It's good to have a good daughter." Jiao Jiao, go back and rest. Mom will make you a beautiful dress. Su Jiao Jiao looked at her attitude and suddenly laughed. Okay, thank you, Mom. I'll go back first. Zhang Qian looked at the mother and daughter. His teeth and stomach ached and his eyes ached. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, she had just lost her composure. She didn't look well now, but she couldn't say anything. Who asked her to deliberately react like that when her sister-in-law came back? At this time, Zhang Qian looked at Su Jiao Jiao again. He suddenly found that his sister-in-law looked much better than before. Not only did her skin become fairer, her eyes seemed to have become bigger, her hair looked better, her waist was slim, and her breasts were not small. When she walked, just looking at her back made him feel that she was pretty. Seeing that she was about to reach the door, Zhang Qian couldn't help but step forward and pull her. Little sister, where did you get this cloth ticket? Su Jiao Jiao smiled. It's from Qinghan. He saved it and didn't use it. I saw it and used it. So much. It must have cost a lot, right? Zhang Qian asked again. The cotton cloth was 40 cents per foot. The ticket was free. In fact, Su Jiao Jiao only spent 4 yuan. She shook her head. Not much. Only 4 yuan. Zhang Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 feet. Okay. Zhang Qian released his hand in a daze and turned back to the room. He looked at the man who was sleeping and snoring and slapped him. Su Jianhua moved. She was not completely awake and murmured, "What's wrong?" Zhang Qian said faintly, "Little sister bought 10 feet of cloth." Su Jianhua casually agreed and was about to go back to sleep. Who knew that she would wake up and sit up in shock? 10 feet? She brought the tickets? In the villages, under normal circumstances, during the harvest season, there was no shortage of food. There was very little money in coupons, and there were many people in the family. How could there be enough food? However, 10 feet of food was too much. Zhang Qian naturally knew this as well. His eyes became more and more sorrowful. She said it was Song Qinghan. Su Jianhua was silent. As a soldier, it was normal for him to have a ticket. It was probably the national ticket. When Zhang Qian saw that he was silent, he pushed him and said, "Go and tell Mom that our Dabao and Xiaobao haven't had new clothes for a long time. Look at Dabao's clothes, there are already a few holes in them. My poor son is the eldest grandson of your Su family. If it were any other day, he would have gone." However, they had just separated from their family yesterday. Yesterday, all of them had looked at Su Jiao Jiao coldly and wanted to beat her up. Now, they wanted to take their things back. Su Jianhua lay down silently, not making a sound. Zhang Qian was angry and shouted, "Why don't you go? We have already separated from our family. If you want to go, go." "I'm not going," Su Jianhua said in a muffled voice and closed his eyes again. Zhang Qian also kept quiet. He did not dare to go. Sun Fong was already angry because of what he had just done. However, he really coveted the color of the cloth. After returning from the Su family's residence, Su Jiao Jiao took 2 eggs and went to return the bicycle. The person who owned the bicycle was Wang Jianya's brother, Wang Jianjun. The two families were next to each other. When Su Jiao Jiao came out, she saw a slender figure running quickly towards Wang Jianya's house. Behind her was Song Qinghan's mother. Song Qinghan's face was full of anger. Song Qinghan's mother looked flustered and kept shouting, "Hey, come back. Let's talk nicely." Just as they were about to enter the brigade leader's house, Mama Song saw Su Jiao Jiao and immediately glared at her before rushing in. Su Jiao Jiao was stunned when she saw the scene. Curious, she took 2 steps forward and heard Shi Yao's aggrieved cry. "Captain, I brought back so much food, but they took it all away. In the end, they only gave me cornbread. And it's the green kind with wild vegetables. Why? I wanted to cook alone, but they didn't give me any food. Captain, everyone in our family eats like this." She's not the only one who eats. Besides, although there's a lot of food, it can't last for long. We're all honest farmers. Naturally, we have to be frugal. Song Qinghan's mother's righteous voice interrupted Xiao's crying. When Su Jiaojiao heard this, she basically guessed what had happened. The Song family was greedy for other people's food. If they didn't give Song Qinghan a normal meal, how could they bully the supporting female lead? That's why they came to complain. After hearing this, Su Jiaojiao went back. On the way back, she met Zhao Sisi, who was about to go to work. She was walking listlessly. When she saw Su Jiaojiao, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Jiaojiao, what delicious food will you cook today? She raised her eyebrows as she spoke, clearly hinting at her. Su Jiaojiao also raised her eyebrows. She mimicked her expression and said softly, braised pig trotters. There are only 2 trotters. If you want, I'll save one for you. Tonight, I'll make pork bone broth noodles. Zhao Sisi held her arm excitedly. I want it. I want it. I want to eat noodles too. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded. She immediately received a joyful thank you. Only then did the two of them separate. Braising pig trotters required a long time until the trotters melted in the mouth. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao immediately started cooking as soon as she got home. There was a stove at home, but she didn't know how to start a fire. Therefore, before she started, she opened her big innocent eyes and looked at Song Qinghan. Only this time, Song Qinghan acted as if he didn't understand. He held a book in his hand and didn't look at her at all. Song Qinghan. Su Jiaojiao shouted coquettishly. Only then did he react. He turned around, but his gaze was filled with condemnation. It was a silent condemnation. Su Jiaojiao was puzzled. She didn't understand. Weren't the two of them fine just now? Why was he acting so weird the moment she went out? Could it be that he was on his period? Perhaps men would occasionally be uncoordinated for a couple of days. Su Jiaojiao had a big heart. Seeing him like this, she jogged over and sat beside him. She leaned against him and rubbed his shoulder. She whispered, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" That voice was soft and sweet. Song Qinghan's handsome face, which was trying hard to maintain a straight face, started to blush. His gaze kept looking at the beam and the table, but he didn't dare to look at her. He finally knew why his parents-in-law doted on her so much. How could he remain calm when she acted so coquettishly? However, he still stubbornly said with a straight face, "No." Su Jiaojiao curiously moved her face closer. His cheeks were already red. She immediately laughed. "Are you shy?" Song Qinghan glared at her. He didn't want to say anything. She was actually laughing at him. Su Jiaojiao was indeed laughing. He was good-looking, and when he was shy, he was especially charming. But why did he ignore her just now? She held his warm face with both hands and deliberately squeezed in between them. She squeezed his lips until they were pouting. Then, she fiercely put on a straight face. "Tell me, why did you ignore me just now?" Song Qinghan was being bullied. He wanted to reach out and restrain her. However, even if he held her hand, he couldn't bear to use force. But if he didn't use force, he couldn't pull her hand away. Suddenly, there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He looked at her and said vaguely, "What did you call me?" Su Jiaojiao was stunned. "Song Qinghan?" Song Qinghan narrowed his eyes. His expression, which had just eased a little, instantly tensed up again. Su Jiaojiao finally reacted. She smiled sweetly and said, "Do you want me to call you something else?" Song Qinghan looked down unnaturally. He didn't dare to look at her. "Then what should I call you?" Su Jiaojiao wasn't a shy person. When she saw him like this, she even wanted to bully him. Therefore, she deliberately moved closer. Their faces were so close that they seemed to be able to feel each other's breathing. Song Qinghan's body trembled. He tightened his grip on her wrist, then loosened it. He said honestly, "This is too distant." They were already husband and wife. What's the point of calling each other names? Su Jiaojiao finally let go of his flushed face. She leisurely said, "Then, should I call you husband?" "No." Song Qinghan quickly shook his head. He couldn't just randomly call her that. Su Jiaojiao smiled and continued to tease him. Then husband? Song Qinghan saw through her thoughts. His heart softened and he was annoyed. He stared at the smiling girl. His breathing became heavier. This little rascal wanted to bully him. But how could he be so easy to bully? Su Jiaojiao was smiling happily. However, she inadvertently met his gaze. Her heart tightened and she felt a little flustered. Just as she was about to retreat, her wrist suddenly tightened. She threw herself forward and directly into his arms. He hugged her tightly. A low and threatening voice sounded in her ear, "If you still can't think of it, then don't think of it." Su Jiaojiao's face turned red. The low and deep voice in her ear made her body tremble. She couldn't smile anymore. Her face became hot. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "Qinghan." Her voice was still sweet, but it also had a hint of shyness and delicateness. Song Qinghan buried his head in her shoulder and laughed. Satisfied, he let go of her hand. "I'll go light the stove for you." Su Jiaojiao blushed and raised her head. She angrily glared at him. She pouted and didn't help him up. Fortunately, Song Qinghan's other leg was almost completely healed. He could walk normally with one leg. Therefore, he calmly got up. However, when she was about to leave, he held her hand. Originally, Su Jiaojiao wanted to withdraw her hand, but he held it tightly. At that moment, she only cared about her heart beating wildly. She didn't say anything and obediently followed beside him. Just when the atmosphere between the two was good, the matchmaker system's voice suddenly sounded in Su Jiaojiao's mind. Ding! Mission 11. Loving husband and wife must have a kiss in the morning and at night. Please insist on having the husband give the wife a kiss every night. Every morning, the wife will give the husband a morning kiss. Reward, marriage fund increase of 1 yuan per day, a can of nutritious milk powder per month, and a snack of your choice, daily. Suddenly, her smile froze. She seriously stared at the words, "Have the husband give the wife a kiss." This was 2F** king embarrassing. Su Jiaojiao was stunned by the mission's content. However, this was a continuous mission. As long as she completed it, she would receive a reward. And the reward was so great, just for the reward, she wanted to complete it. However, it was still early and she had to work. Su Jiaojiao quickly threw the mission to the back of her mind and began to get busy. The two of them worked together and got twice the result with half the effort. At the same time, the atmosphere was good. Su Do didn't feel that time had passed. First, he lit the stove. Then, he braised the pork trotters, braised meat, braised eggs, braised potatoes, etc. For the rest of the time, Su Jiaojiao used another pot to cook the bone soup. She added some ginger and other ingredients. The bone soup was milky white and fragrant, but it wasn't greasy. When everything was done, she looked at the time. The sky was red and smoke was rising from the chimneys of the neighbors not far away. There were sounds of people in the village. To the left of their house was Aunt Wang's house. The right side was empty. There were few houses here, and the wind always blew from left to right. Any fragrance wouldn't drift outside. It was very safe. Zhao Sisi informed Aunt Wang and came directly. When she walked into the kitchen, she smelled the rich fragrance. She immediately swallowed her saliva. "It smells so good. Jiao Jiao, I want to eat. Hurry up." In the face of such a customer, even if Su Jiaojiao wasn't a professional chef, she still felt very satisfied. She scooped out the pork trotters for her. "This is for you. Do you want noodles? Bone soup and braised meat noodles." "Yes." Zhao Sisi nodded without hesitation. 2 portions. "I'll call Xiaoyu over." After she finished speaking, she took a bite of the pork trotters in the bowl. She was so happy that she didn't know what time it was. Su Jiaojiao naturally knew the taste of the pork trotters. Before they got off work, she had already eaten one with Song Qinghan. They each ate a few mouthfuls. There wasn't much pork trotters, but they were very tender. She had cooked it for a long time, and with the addition of the spices, the pork trotters melted in her mouth. It had a high-quality gelatinous texture. Seeing that she liked it, Song Qinghan couldn't bear to eat more. He endured it after tasting a mouthful. When Su Jiaojiao finished eating the meat on top, he continued to gnaw on the bones. He couldn't bear to leave a single bit behind. This was also a compliment to Su Jiaojiao's cooking. Although most of the braising work was done by Song Qinghan, she was the one who bought the ingredients. At this moment, Zhao Sisi felt the same way. After just one bite, she felt so delicious that she wanted to jump up. However, she held it in. After tasting a mouthful, she abruptly stopped eating. The tip of her tongue lingered in her mouth as she recalled the delicious taste. She had already run away. After a while, Liu came over with 2 bowls. The 2 girls shared the pork trotters and a bowl of bone soup noodles. There was also freshly braised pork belly on top. Although Liu was small and thin, she had a big appetite. She finished both bowls clean. After eating their fill, the 2 girls left. After a while, 2 more girls came. They were brought over by Zhao Sisi. It was equivalent to helping her pull in business. Su Jiaojiao didn't refuse. A bowl of bone soup noodles was 10 cents a bowl. If it was meat, Su Jiaojiao's knife skills were average. The meat she cut was also quite big. It was 1 yuan and 5 cents. It was 1 or 2 cents cheaper than the one sold outside. Moreover, they didn't need to pay for it. Therefore, they felt that it was a good deal. It wasn't that Su Jiaojiao was bold and dared to cook and sell food at home. It was that even if these people didn't pay, she would only say that she was treating them to a meal. No one would be able to make a mistake. Moreover, she didn't cook much. If no one came, she could finish it herself. When it came to business, they never talked about money. It was all about whether to give or not. However, the girls who came over didn't want to take advantage of her. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao was very assured to give out the food. The girls who came were all female educated youths. Song Qinghan hid in his room and didn't care about these things. A total of 4 girls came. After eating, they chatted for a while. They talked like friends about what happened in the village. One of the girls said, "When I came over just now, I passed by the Song family and heard them arguing." However, Xiao didn't say anything. It was the Song family's old lady who was scolding people. The girl who spoke looked at Su Jiaojiao. They had all heard about the conflict between Su Jiaojiao and the Song family. The Song family's old lady didn't know how to behave. Now, she was arguing again. It was really annoying. Zhao Sisi was quite interested in Xiao's matter. She immediately came over and asked, "What's the matter?" It said that Xiao directly handed the food to the captain and exchanged it for money. Then, she gave the Song family the rent according to the year. After that, she moved out and stayed with the Song family. She has nothing to do with the Song family anymore. At this point, the girl sighed and said, "Xiao is really amazing." Su Jiaojiao nodded. She is quite amazing. If it were another girl, she might have really been bullied. As expected of the supporting female lead. Zhao Sisi sneered. So amazing. Previously, she acted like a little white rabbit and needed people to protect her all day. As soon as she said this, the girls fell silent and looked at each other. It was as if they all knew about the conflict between Zhao Sisi and Xiao. They didn't want to continue talking about it and changed the topic. Su Jiaojiao didn't like to talk about these things. She wasn't interested in it either, so she calmly continued to listen to them talk. Not long after, everyone said goodbye. Soon, they were all gone. Su Jiaojiao stretched her body. Song Qinghan came out to help clean up the mess. The 2 of them tidied up the kitchen, locked the door, and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time they were done, the sky was completely dark. The kerosene lamp in the room was lit. Su Jiaojiao walked in and saw the young man reading seriously beside the kerosene lamp. Her gaze unnaturally fell on his slightly pursed lips. She remembered the new mission issued by the system in the afternoon. Her heart trembled, and she walked over in a daze. Should I do it or not, bastard? I really want the reward of this mission. Song Qinghan tilted his head and looked at her. He pulled her small hand naturally, as if the 2 of them were an old married couple. Go to sleep. I'll read for a while more. Oh. Su Jiaojiao nodded and moved her feet with a wooden face. The room was silent. The matchmaker system thought that she was going to give up, and it frantically jumped around in her mind. Mission. Mission. Great host. Don't you want such a good reward? Su Jiaojiao, who had already awkwardly moved hands and feet because of the mission, was speechless. Shut up. Be a system, please stop talking. Dear, you are reading this because the subscription ratio is not enough. The text is being unlocked. Song Qinghan's biological clock woke her up. She had a splitting headache, a dry throat, and the wounds on her waist and abdomen were still hurting. However, she felt much better than before she went to bed last night. It was as if someone had applied medicine on her wounds. As soon as he turned his head, he smelled an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar scent. At the same time, he saw a round head beside his shoulder. The two of them were not really close to each other, but they were very close. The girl was curled up and covered with a thin blanket, as if she was sleeping soundly. From Song Qinghan's angle, he could see her tightly knitted eyebrows. There was a hint of fatigue between her eyebrows, as if she didn't sleep well. Song Qinghan's face quickly heated up. He pursed his lips and recalled the voice that kept ringing in his ears last night. He couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. He couldn't help but look again, and again. After looking for a while, he reluctantly turned his head and closed his eyes. He pretended to sleep, not wanting to wake her up. But this little movement was enough to wake Su Jiaojiao, who had been sleeping lightly all night. She sat up and realized that the sky was already bright. Su Jiaojiao looked at the man beside her and reached out to touch his forehead. It was cold. She then unbuttoned his clothes and looked at the wound on his waist and abdomen. Unfortunately, with her eyesight, she couldn't tell if there were any changes to the wound. Last night, she exchanged potions from her space. They were of the same color as the ones Song Qinghan used, but the effect was completely different. It should be fine if there's no fever? Su Jiaojiao muttered. Her eyelids fluttered, and she fell down again. She had been thinking about it all night and didn't sleep well. But with the medicine from the system, as long as the fever subsided, there was no need to go to the hospital. The matchmaker system was about to speak when it saw that the host had fallen asleep. It silently closed its eyes and snickered proudly. The system's products are naturally the best, but this snickering turned into silent laughter when it saw the man on the other side of the bed gently tilting his head and looking at it with a gentle gaze. The host is awesome, ********. When he woke up again, the sun was already out, and traces of heat were coming in from the outside. Su Jiaojiao rubbed her eyes and yawned as she sat up. She actually didn't want to, but she was hungry. Jiaojiao, Sun Fang's loud voice rang out. Su Jiaojiao hurriedly ran out, opened the courtyard door, and shouted in a clear voice, "Mom, you're here." Sun Fang looked at her daughter, who ran over and smiled. However, her gaze paused when she saw the dark circles under her eyes on her fair and tender face. She spat at a certain someone in discomfort and said gently, "Jiaojiao, are you hungry? I knew you were tired yesterday and definitely didn't know how to cook, so I asked my sister-in-law to make some food for you. Come, eat the one with the egg. Give the one without the egg to him. Mom, you're the best." Su Jiaojiao was extremely touched and hurriedly took the bowl with both hands, saying, "Mom, sit down. There are eggs here, I'll take 2 back for you. Next time, don't send food over. If I'm hungry, I'll go back to eat. It's all the same." She said it very naturally, as if she didn't feel that she shouldn't bother her maternal family after getting married. However, Sun Fang was pleased to hear it and smiled until the wrinkles on her face piled up. She didn't want her daughter's food. "Keep these eggs for yourself and don't shortchange yourself. There's still work in the field, I'll go first." After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Su Jiaojiao to stop her and hurriedly ran off. Su Jiaojiao had a bright smile and was in a good mood as she carried 2 bowls of noodles to the central room. She shouted to the people in the room, "Song Qinghan, wake up and eat." "Okay." The person inside immediately responded. His reaction was very clear, and it didn't seem like he had just woken up. Su Jiaojiao scratched her head in confusion and went to wash up. She also helped Song Qinghan get some water so that he wouldn't move too much. However, she stole a glance at the man who had finished brushing his teeth and was wiping his face. His handsome face looked even better under the bright sunlight. His pale lips seemed to have noticed her sneaking a glance, and he looked over in confusion. The corners of his lips curved up slightly. She felt that this man was like. She had previously owed Song Qinghan $5 million, but now it had become $1 million. Su Jiaojiao shook her head to get rid of her strange thoughts. She put the egg into another bowl and brought it to Song Qinghan. This is yours. In any case, she could still buy some food from the space, so she didn't want to bully him in this aspect, especially after seeing his injuries. Her mother was probably a soft-hearted person. Although there was no egg in this bowl, there were plenty of noodles, soup, and vegetables. Song Qinghan was a step slower. He had a fever all night yesterday, so his head was still a little dizzy and his whole body was sore. Coupled with the discomfort in his body, his movements seemed to have slowed down by 0.5 times. However, when he sat down at the table, he looked down and saw the bowl that had been pushed in front of him. He was stunned. The poached egg on the noodles was still glistening with oil, and it stung his eyes. It was the first time someone had treated him like this since he was 5 years old. Song Qinghan took a deep breath and suppressed the rolling emotions in his heart. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up the poached egg. This is yours. No need. Su Jiaojiao hurriedly took the bowl and avoided it. Eat it yourself. It's more nourishing. Okay. Song Qinghan pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. Then, he ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. Su Jiaojiao was also very hungry. She held the bowl and ate seriously. Suddenly, the man sitting in front of her quickly finished the bowl of noodles. He raised his head and looked at her seriously. Jiaojiao, let's live a good life. That clear voice made Su Jiaojiao's ears numb. For a while, she was too embarrassed to speak. After eating, Su Jiaojiao skipped back to her parents' house in a good mood with clean bowls in her hands. At this time, everyone had gone to work, so there was no one around. She didn't need to be teased by those strange gazes. She opened the door and was greeted by 3 radish heads. They hugged her legs and rubbed against her legs. Auntie, can you come back and live with us? Auntie, come back. Auntie. Each of them spoke less than the other, but their clear eyes were all the same. Su Jiaojiao smiled and patted their heads. Auntie will live there in the future. If you miss Auntie, come and find me. Okay. Debao nodded disappointedly. He obediently carried her bowl back to the kitchen. The adults had all gone to work. Only Debao and his 2 younger brothers were at home. Families in the countryside were all like this. At first, Su Jiaojiao was worried. After a few days, seeing that they were safe and sound, she calmed down. So, she went back after delivering the bowl. However, when she reached the door of the new house, she heard a shrill voice shouting from inside. Hey, you said you didn't have anything good? You actually bought fine noodles? You must have hidden money. Then, the man's voice was especially cold. I don't have money. That person seemed to be angered by his words. His voice suddenly rose a few octaves. You said you don't have money? Do you think I'll believe you? You don't want to give it, right? Then I'll find it myself. Su Jiaojiao was successfully shocked by this voice. She didn't dare to go in immediately. At this time, the familiar cute voice sounded. A new task has been triggered. Task 6, a harmonious new family can't have such a person. Please help the husband drive away the Song family. Reward, 500 grams of meat and 2 packets of Fei Wang spicy strips. Su Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. She rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fists. She said aggressively, please watch my performance. The matchmaker system happily scattered flowers in her mind. Host, you can do it. Song Qinghan was not in good health. He usually didn't stand if he could lie down. Therefore, he leaned on the recliner in the living room and read a book in his hand. He estimated that when Su Jiaojiao came back later, he would take her to the Song family. After all, he had to recognize someone. He was already disappointed in the Song family. If he didn't go, he wouldn't be the only one who would be criticized. Who would have thought that before they even arrived, this person would come along with his precious son, looking as if he had suffered a loss. He said that since the Su clan's banquet yesterday had so much meat, it must have been paid for by him, forcing him to pay for it. Since the day he got injured and was driven out of the Song family, he no longer had any feelings for the Song family. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't give it to them. Who knew that this person would take the opportunity to rob him? Song Qinghan frowned and anger condensed in his eyes. Had he been too kind to this family? Su Jiaojiao rushed in at this time and directly shouted, "Are you stealing?" The two people who were rummaging in the kitchen were startled. Su Jiaojiao also saw Song Qinghan's mother's appearance. She had probably been well nourished by the money Song Qinghan gave her over the years. She turned out to be a rare rich person in the village. Her face was slightly round, her body was short, her thin lips were mean, and a pair of drooping triangular eyes were waiting for her. Looking at the 17-year-old boy beside her, Song Qinghan, who was also slightly chubby, estimated to be a head taller than Song Qinghan's mother and half a head taller than Su Jiaojiao. He was at most 1.7 meters tall and had the same drooping triangular eyes. Looking at his appearance, he was a completely different type from the handsome Song Qinghan. This was not genetic, right? Could it be that Song Qinghan specifically picked their good division chief? Su Jiaojiao muttered in her heart. Song Qinghan's mother was startled, but she knew this girl's identity. She wasn't afraid. After all, she was an elder. She immediately put her hands on her hips, stared at her with her small eyes, and pointed at her nose. "What's wrong? I'm your mother-in-law. What's wrong with taking some food? Song Qinghan was raised by me. As a new daughter-in-law, you're slacking off early in the morning. Don't you know how to go home and acknowledge him?" Behind Song Qinghan's mother, Song Qinghan smiled disdainfully and continued to rummage through the kitchen. Su Jiaojiao saw this and felt a surge of anger rush to her head. The string that represented reason in her mind snapped with a snap. There was no need to be polite to this shameless person. She directly rushed in and pushed aside Song Qinghan's mother, who was blocking the kitchen door, like a cannonball. Inside, she took out a kitchen knife and waved it twice. "Word by word," she said, "get lost." Ouch! Song Qinghan's mother staggered and took 2 steps back. Song Qinghan was even more unprepared. He was also a person who didn't exercise much, so his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. When they looked up, they saw this little girl waving a kitchen knife around with a straight face. They were so shocked that their small eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Their bodies exploded with cold sweat, and in the blink of an eye, their thin clothes were drenched. "What are you doing?" Song Qinghan roared angrily, but his 2 legs honestly kicked back until they hit the wall. Then, he said sternly, "If you hurt me, you'll have to wait. When the time comes, you'll have to pay the medical fees." Song Qinghan's mother was so angry that she kept scolding, "You little brat, I'm your mother-in-law. Do you believe that I won't ask the boss to divorce you? Put the knife down." Bang! Su Jiaojiao's knife smashed at Song Qinghan's feet. The cold weapon pierced through the leg, and at the same time, there were 2 screams beside him. Song Qinghan felt that his leg was numb. His eyes were dull, and his face was distorted. He couldn't even shout. Seeing that the 2 people were scared so quickly, Su Jiaojiao sneered. There was a touch of fierceness on her cute face. "Go and scream. I think you'll have the life to scream. Are you going to get lost or not? If you don't, I'll do it again. If you get hit, there'll be blood." As she spoke, she raised the kitchen knife high and was about to strike again. This time, Song Qinghan's mother and Song Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. Without saying anything, they rolled and crawled out of the kitchen. They shouted at Song Qinghan, who was coldly watching this scene from the door of the central room. "Boss, look at what kind of wife you've married. Is this how you treat your mother? Are you going to force your mother and your brother to death before you're satisfied?" Su Jiaojiao's eyes curved into a smile. Her face was calm. She waited until they finished the green bean paste in the thermos before she hurriedly left with the thermos. "I still have to send this to my parents and brothers. I'll take my leave first. Sister-in-law, take care," the few young men said with a smile. Su Jiaojiao nodded and ran out in small steps without any reluctance. Behind her, she could faintly hear them teasing Song Qinghan at the top of their voices. After leaving the outsiders, Su Jiaojiao walked alone on the road. Her eyes were full of smiles, and her expression was bright and beautiful. It was especially moving. The main thing was that she found that there were 2 more yuan in her pocket. And it was money from this era. She was really going to rely on the system to become rich. She didn't have to worry about living a hard life anymore. After walking for a while, Su Jiaojiao restrained the joy on her face and brought the thermos to her parents. "Dad, Mom, come and drink some water." Sun Feng was bending over to work. When she heard her daughter's voice, her expression changed slightly. She happily put down the work in her hands and quickly walked over. She rebuked, "It's hot outside. What are you doing out here? Be careful not to get tanned." Su Jiaojiao smiled and poured a lot of green bean soup into her mother's thermos before saying, "It's okay. I made some green bean soup. Mom, do you want to try it? It's delicious, it's delicious." Sun Feng couldn't bear to drink it after just one sip. This sweetness made her feel a bit distressed. "Why did you add so much sugar? The sugar was all left for you. Don't waste it. Just add a bit to add some flavor." Su Jiaojiao raised her chin and sweetly said, "It's only right for Dad and Mom to drink." "Io, my daughter is so considerate." Sun Feng was coaxed until she was dizzy. She even forgot about the Cold War with her husband. She excitedly pulled Su Jingyang and said, "My child's father, look. Our Jiaojiao is really careful. Ai. Jiaojiao, be good. This is for you. Use it to buy some candy." Su Jingyang took out 5 cents from his pocket and handed it to his daughter. The original owner would definitely take it. Su Jiaojiao also didn't refuse. After pouring enough green bean soup for the 2 elders, Su Jiaojiao took the remaining half of the thermos to find her 2 brothers and sister-in-law. They had less, but still had a lot. Zhang Qian was smart and didn't want to lose out at all. He wasn't satisfied with drinking the sweet green bean soup. His eyes fell onto the thermos and he unhappily said, "Jiaojiao, why is there a thermos here? Who is it for?" Su Jiaojiao is reading this because the subscription ratio is not enough. The main text is currently being unlocked. "Thank you, Su Jiaojiao, for the entire day." First, she realized that she had transmigrated and received the memories of the original owner. Then, she discovered the golden finger. After completing several tasks like playing a game, she received several rewards. Things were too mysterious. When she returned home in a daze, she saw her 3 little nephews playing in the yard. Her mind suddenly became clear. She reacted. She didn't even drink a sip of the mung bean soup. What a loss. Su Jiaojiao almost wiped her tears. However, the result of today's work was still a pity. The mung bean soup was not that important anymore. The 3 children in the house were very obedient. Su Jiaojiao was afraid that something would happen to them, so she sat at the door and watched them. She also spent 50 cents to exchange for some cheap malt candy from the matchmaker store. With the candy, the children became more obedient. They called her aunt happily. The children were simple. In the original owner's memory, Su Jiaojiao did not have a good relationship with her nephews because their parents always snatched her food. She felt that the things of the Su parents should be hers, so she was naturally unhappy. However, the current Su Jiaojiao did not care about this. She was willing to give some candy in exchange for the 3 children's honesty. Dabao was more sensible. He played with his 2 younger brothers and ate the candy in his mouth. His eyes narrowed happily and he happily said, "Aunt, are you going to get married? Are you very happy?" Otherwise, why would she give them candy? Su Jiaojiao was embarrassed and decisively shook her head, "No." Dabao looked at her doubtfully. He wanted to say something, but Su Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes and threatened, "If you say anything more, I won't give you any more." Dabao was scared and immediately shook his head. He did not dare to speak again. Su Jiaojiao smiled. She was also a bit greedy. In fact, there were still a lot of things stored in the system, but she didn't dare to use them easily. Because the original owner didn't give birth, how could she have these things? Weren't they all given to her by her parents? She dared to take out malt candy because it was quite common in the countryside. The original owner often ate it, so it was fine to secretly hide some. If she changed it to white rabbit candy, there was no reasonable reason. Her mother was smart and could see that something was wrong. At this time, she couldn't help but wish that she could get married as soon as possible. At the very least, once she was independent, Song Qinghan would definitely not keep an eye on her. Besides, the two houses were far apart. Even if she walked quickly, it would take 5 or 6 minutes. Her parents wouldn't notice. Just as she finished thinking, she heard the matchmaker's voice. Mission 3, it has been detected that the host wishes to get married as soon as possible. Therefore, please confirm the wedding date. Reward, wedding fund of 5 yuan. Su Jiaojiao's mouth opened slightly. 5 yuan, so many? However, setting a wedding date wasn't something she could interfere with. Thinking of this, Su Jiaojiao felt a little awkward. It was time to get off work in the afternoon. The Su family's meals were usually prepared by Sun Fong. Because there were only so many things in the house, she didn't feel at ease with her 2 daughters-in-law. Therefore, she had a firm control over the supplies. Today's task wasn't heavy. Sun Fong wanted to do more work, so she didn't come back early. Therefore, she was with the rest of the team. However, she walked at the front with a proud look on her face. Today, she got 8 centimeters, but when she got closer, she saw that something was wrong. Not only her, but the people who were familiar with the Su family were also surprised. The neighbor, Auntie Zhang, pointed to the front and said in surprise, "Sister Sun, is this your house? Why is there smoke?" Sun Fong panicked. She quickened her pace and didn't dare to speak. She was embarrassed to say that her daughter cooked. That was impossible. In the past, Sun Fong was afraid that her daughter would starve to death if she didn't have her. Could it be that Debao was hungry and cooked by herself and burned down the kitchen? The other members of the Su family also quickened their pace. At this time, Su Jianjun quickly caught up with his mother. His honest face showed obvious fear. "Mother, did my sister burn down the kitchen?" It was so scary. If the house was burned down, they would have to starve for a while. "Burn my ass. Is your sister someone who goes to the kitchen?" Sun Fong slapped him and ran even faster. Su Jianjun curled his lips and said, "Didn't she cook mung bean soup? Why didn't she go to the kitchen? Something must have happened when she was cooking mung bean soup." Hearing this, the other members of the Su family also panicked. They were already walking quickly, but now they were running. When the 6 of them returned to the courtyard in a panic, Sun Fong shouted, "Daughter, what's wrong? Why is there smoke?" Su Jiaojiao came out of the kitchen with the dishes. Unexpectedly, her face was not covered in dust. Instead, she looked clean and beautiful. She said in a clear voice, "Father, Mother, I cooked. Come and try it." Su Jiaojiao didn't know how to cook, but she thought that she would have to cook by herself in the future. So, she learned how to cook and asked Debao to help her with the fire. The Su family's rice was very simple. All kinds of coarse grains, sweet potatoes, and a little rice were mixed together. As for the dishes, it was even simpler. Debao and Bao prepared them and gave them to her to add a little oil, stir fry, and add some salt. However, in order to supplement the nutrition of the family, she took an egg and made egg drop soup. She had tasted the taste before. It was so and barely went down her stomach. However, it was still very happy. Therefore, she was particularly proud and couldn't wait to let others taste the food she cooked. The Su family. Sun Fong patted her thigh and said excitedly, "Oh, my daughter can cook? That's amazing." Zhang Qian, she curled her lips and smiled disdainfully. Which family's daughter could cook? Was it a rare thing? But in the Su family, it was a rare thing. Not only Sun Fong, but Su Jingyang was also excited. "Jiaojiao's cooking must be very delicious. Wash your hands and eat." Su Jianhua also smiled happily. "Jiaojiao can cook. But then again, she's going to get married soon. She's sensible." Su Jianjun. "Oh, Mother, Jiaojiao, is your cooking edible? Did you give a lot of salt? Don't waste our food." After saying that, he was hit by Sun Fong. Su Jiaojiao smiled and carried the food to the central room. The other members of the Su family went to wash their hands and eat. The most excited ones were the parents of the Su family, whose hands seemed to be shaking while eating. They praised Su Jiaojiao every time they ate, which made her blush. Zhang Qian and Li Shou listened with jealousy and were quite upset. At this time, De Bao and Air Bao also praised, "Auntie is amazing. She can cook and even gives us candy." Li Xiu was suddenly happy. "Oh, she even gave you candy? Did you thank her?" The two children said crisply, "Thank you." Sanbao also said, "Ah. It's just a small favor." Zhang Qian snorted and kept picking up the food. However, just as she finished speaking, Su Jianhua nudged her, indicating for her to stop talking nonsense. Zhang Qian glared and was about to crusade against her husband when she saw her in-laws looking at her with dark faces. She felt guilty and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Su Jiaojiao thought that it would be difficult to set the wedding date. Who knew that early the next morning, Su Jingyang went to Song Qinghan's place. When he came back, he pulled Su Jiaojiao to discuss the wedding date. After all, the house was almost repaired and could be lived in. He did not dare to tell his wife that he knew that Sun Feng looked down on Song Qinghan and was dissatisfied with the marriage. However, his daughter's resistance seemed to be less strong. Nowadays, feudal superstitions were not popular, so they only looked at the date and did not use the almanac. It was not completely busy yet, but June and July would be busy. Su Jingyang planned to let his daughter marry early. Song Qinghan was a good child, and he also watched him grow up. At that time, his parents were not good to him and often did not have enough to eat. Su Jingyang also secretly gave him a lot of food and secretly took him to hunt to earn extra money. Because of this, he did not want his daughter to bully this child. "What date do you want to choose?" "Let me tell you, Qinghan is a good child. Don't be angry. Marry him and live a good life with him. When the time comes, we will help you. You won't have to suffer too much." Afraid that his daughter would be unhappy, Su Jingyang's voice was very gentle, as if he was coaxing a child. Because his daughter suddenly became sensible these 2 days, he was more patient. He was afraid that his daughter would really be sad. Su Jiaojiao looked at the calendar and smiled. "Let's do it on this day. Anyway, we are poor and don't have many weddings. Let's just treat our relatives and friends to a meal." Su Jingyang was surprised. His daughter was referring to the date in 5 days? He was about to ask when he saw his daughter looking down at her white and tender fingers. She said softly, "Dad, I know. This marriage was forced by me." Previously, he did not break off the engagement. Now, things are not good. If he breaks off the engagement, how will our family live in the village? I thought that since we are going to get married anyway, we might as well get married early. He is like this, and there is no one by his side. He probably can't even eat hot food. I don't want to add to his injuries. Also, his comrades just happen to be here. It's good that they can attend the wedding." After saying that, Su Jiaojiao looked up and pursed her lips into a smile. There were some tears in her eyes. Coupled with her somewhat tender and pretty face, she looked obedient and weak. Su Jiaojiao encouraged herself in her heart. This reason, this posture, it was perfect. Her father would definitely not suspect anything. As expected, Su Jingyang did not suspect anything. However, he suddenly felt his heart ache, especially when he saw his daughter like this. His eyes immediately turned red. He wiped his face and struggled internally. To be honest, he was also afraid that one day, such a delicate daughter would not have enough to eat, warm clothes, and work. In the end, she would become the most common thin and haggard woman in the village. Suddenly, he had an impulse. "Why don't we break off the engagement?" Su Jiaojiao's smile froze and almost broke. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "How can I? I already said that it will be fine. Song Qinghan is so good-looking. I won't lose anything." Su Jingyang felt more and more distressed. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He said in a low voice, "Actually, he has no savings. He spent all his money on his leg injury. This time, he won't even have a single ring. At most, he can have 2 quilts. Jiao, it's been hard on you. Don't worry, Dad will save money for you." Su Jiao was dumbfounded. No need. Yes." Su Jingyang nodded affirmatively. Wasn't it just that he was a little tired? No matter what, he could not let his daughter suffer. Su Jiaojiao became more and more flustered. If she had known this would happen, she would not have done that. Wasn't she afraid that he would see through her? After Su Jingyang finished communicating with Su Jiaojiao, he ran to Song Qinghan's place. When he came back, the wedding date was 1 day closer. It would be 4 days later. This was because Song Qinghan's comrades would have a wedding banquet 3 days later and would have to rush back overnight. In any case, they could not hold a grand wedding now. The wedding could not be too simple and would not take too much time. Su Jiaojiao did not object and obediently agreed. Immediately, the mission reward was given out. She was now a person with a few yuan. When Sun Fang found out about this, Su Jingyang and Song Qinghan's 4 comrades had already made 2 trips to town to buy all the things for the wedding. When Sun Fang heard that the betrothal gift was only 50 yuan, she was so angry that her heart and liver hurt. She beat Su Jingyang violently and chased him out of the room. She made him sleep in the living room for the night. At this time, Su Jingyang did not have the joy of his daughter's wedding. Instead, he was somewhat distressed. He even sneaked into the mountains in the middle of the night to hunt some game and send it to the black market to repay the debt. The reason why the Su family could live so well was because Su Jingyang was a bold and careful person. Although he looked honest, he dared to do anything for the sake of living. Otherwise, the original owner of the body would not have been able to live so freely. However, 2 days before the wedding, Su Jingyang sent a box of white rabbit creamy candies. He happily handed it to Su Jiaojiao in front of everyone and said with a somewhat proud tone, "This is what Qinghan said to buy for you." There were some more words after that, but Su Jingyang cleverly did not say it. When he received it, Song Qinghan said, "The mung bean soup 2 days ago was very delicious. This is a thank you gift. Uncle, please pass it to me." In fact, when it came to Shi Yao, Su Jiaojiao felt a little guilty. When the brigade leader brought the Song family over, she was anxious to get rid of them, so she left. However, the Song family was not easy to get along with. Shi Yao probably had a lot of conflicts with them. However, she did not feel particularly guilty. Based on Shi Yao's attitude, it really wasn't her paranoia acting up. Besides, there was the incident of the educated youth falling down. That male educated youth fought for her. Although it was just a quarrel between the 2 of them that turned into a farce, everyone knew in their hearts. Not to mention the information given by Zhao Sisi, who did not get along with Shi Yao. It was normal that she did not want Shi Yao to come to her home. It was also normal for her to give her to a family that was willing to accept her. After all, the brigade leader sent the Song family over. Shi Yao did not hit her hard. Although Su Jiaojiao was a little puzzled, she did not take it to heart since Shi Yao apologized and did not hit her hard. It was said that one should not do things more than 3 times. In her case, she would not do it again. As long as there was no next time, she would forget about it this time. She carried the basket and continued to walk forward. When she gave the mung bean soup to her 2 sisters-in-law, Li Xiu thanked her awkwardly. She was still unhappy about the separation of the family assets. However, they were a family after all. Even if she was angry, she could let go of it after a while. Moreover, the mung bean soup was really made by Su Jiaojiao herself. Since she accepted her kindness, she naturally had to thank her. However, Zhang Qian's brain waves might be a little strange. If she was more stubborn and did not accept the mung bean soup, Su Jiaojiao would be better. However, she did not. When Su Jiaojiao gave it to her, she directly accepted it. However, she did not say thank you and took it for granted. To be honest, she was a little upset. Fortunately, this was the first time. She would not give it to her next time. It wasn't that she had to get a word of thanks, but if she gave it to him like this, she would feel uncomfortable. In order to not make herself feel uncomfortable, it was better to make others feel uncomfortable. Su Jiaojiao was a selfish person through and through. In just a few short breaths, she had already made up her mind. After that, she went to the men's work area. The 2 brothers were much easier to talk to. When they saw her bringing things over, they happily thanked her. After all, they had been siblings for 18 years. They had also doted on their sister for many years. Although they were a little uncomfortable with the separation of the family assets, after a few days, they had forgotten what should be forgotten. "Jiao Jiao, let Dabao run next time. Don't come out by yourself." He hasn't done anything serious all day. Xiaobao has air Bao to look after him. Su Jianhua looked at his sister wiping her sweat. Her fair face was flushed red from the heat. She was different from the rough men like them, and he felt his heart ache for her. Su Jiaojiao nodded. Okay. If he still wants to make it tomorrow, let him send it to me. This was a good idea. She chatted with her two brothers and Su Jingyang for a while. She waited for them to finish drinking the mung bean soup or pour it into their own cups before leaving with the empty glass bottles. On the way back, she collected the bottles along the way. When she arrived at Zhao Cici's place, a few female educated youths were resting and chatting on the side. When they saw her coming, they immediately waved their hands. Jiao Jiao, I'm so tired today. I want to eat liangpi. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded and noted down the number of people who wanted to eat liangpi. I want mung bean soup, another girl said. That's fine too. Wow. Jiao Jiao, you're so nice. Most of the girls were kind, especially when facing a girl who could make delicious food for them. To them, discussing what to eat was probably the most beautiful thing of the day. Not everyone was willing to spend money, but others could also join in the fun. The girl's clear voice added a bit of liveliness to the dull field. Xiao straightened her aching waist and looked over there. She was so tired that she almost knelt on the ground. She clenched her silver teeth and her face was full of unwillingness. Most of the educated youths were in this area. Male educated youths and female educated youths, as long as they had not been here for more than a year and their labor was not good, they were not qualified to disturb the male villagers. Xiao was so tired that her eyes were filled with tears. When she heard the voices in her ears, her heart became even more bitter. She deliberately pretended to be Su Jiaojiao before. If it were not for her, she would not have to live with the Song family. Even if she deliberately pretended to be weak and fought back in the end and did not suffer losses, for the Song family, it was a loss if they did not gain any advantage. Therefore, they were particularly displeased with her. Although they did not dare to hit her, there were a lot of indirect curses. Not to mention that it was not as convenient as before when she was an educated youth. At that time, as long as her eyes turned red and she frowned, a group of men would immediately come to help. But living in the Song family, there was no one to help her, and there were people who dragged her down. Occasionally, male educated youths came to find her, but they would be said something bad by the Song family. Also, Song Qingshan always looked at her with a strange gaze. It was so disgusting. But originally, she would have lived in Song Qinghan's house. Song Qinghan looked much better than Song Qingshan in terms of appearance. Xiao was really tired. She rubbed her head uncomfortably and went to the shade. She looked at the male-educated youths, wanting to see the person she liked. Coincidentally, a gentle-looking young man stood up and looked at her. The two of them smiled at the same time. Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of shyness, and the soreness in her body seemed to have disappeared. But it was only for a short moment, and the two of them quickly looked away. Xiao sat 2 meters away from where Su Jiaojiao was sitting. She was in a good mood, so she took a look and heard some words. They seemed to be saying that they were going to Su Jiaojiao's place to eat something. Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She turned her ear to listen and looked at her fingers. But from the corner of her eye, she looked over and saw a girl looking around fearfully and whispering something. She did not hear what the girl said clearly, but when the girl finished speaking, Su Jiaojiao nodded. The girl's face suddenly lit up, and she even licked her lips in anticipation. She lowered her eyes and pulled out a blade of grass. Her fingers, which were full of small cuts, were not as white and tender as before. How could a village girl live better than her? So it was like this. Su Jiaojiao did not stay with the educated youths for long. Most of the girls in the village were jealous of the original owner of the body. In addition, the original owner's personality was not likable, so the only one who could talk to her was Zhang Yu. Su Jiaojiao had been to the Zhang family's house twice recently, but she was busy most of the time. Although she was not particularly tired, she rarely stopped, so she did not go much. But these female educated youths could still talk to her, but they did not talk about food, but about the contents of the textbooks. They were all looking forward to the day when the college entrance examination resumed. Of course, the people who were looking forward to it were the few who came last year. Most of the educated youths who had been here for a long time were numb. Su Jiaojiao knew what would happen later, so she was very confident about the college entrance examination. Everyone could talk about it together. After chatting for a while, Su Jiaojiao went back. Just now, one of them wanted to eat liangbi, the other wanted to eat braised meat, and the rest wanted to drink iced mung bean soup. She wrote it all down and started to make it when she went back. Because of her request, Song Qinghan did not go fishing in the afternoon. When she came back, he helped with the work. Today was the third day after the cast was removed. Although he could not walk directly, he seemed to be much more relaxed. He could stand for a while without crutches. Song Qinghan worked with a lot more energy. I'll do it. You rest. Su Jiaojiao sat at the side with a smile. She really only moved her mouth. You have to wash this clean. Okay. It was time to get off work in the afternoon. The village began to be lively again. All kinds of fragrances had already been coming from the kitchen. Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan ate first. It was too hot, and they were too lazy to cook too many dishes. They only made 2 braised fish. One was for Zhao Sisi, and the other was for both of them. They each had a bowl of liangbi and a bowl of rice noodle rolls with eggs. Song Qinghan's friend had already sent the big metal plate Su Jiaojiao needed. Together with the steamer basket she bought, it was easy to make rice noodle rolls. Of course, Su Jiaojiao didn't finish her food. Halfway through the meal, they each tasted a little and left the rest to Song Qinghan. Even though she didn't do any physical work, she still had a big appetite. Su Jiaojiao's appetite was also a lot for her. It had only been a month since she got married, but she had gained a lot of weight. Her face was rounder, and the back of her hands seemed to have gained a lot of meat. When everyone was almost done with their meal, the girls who had ordered the dishes also arrived. At this time, no matter which family it was, not many people were willing to give oil. Without oil, even if they ate, they would not be full. They could still eat a lot. Therefore, it was not a problem for them to come directly after finishing their own portions. Except for Zhao Sisi, who was generous and came from a good family, she often came to eat directly at night. Aunt Wang was not a stingy person. If Zhao Sisi ate less, their family would be able to eat more. It was a bargain, so she did not say anything. The few girls were eating when suddenly, the captain came in with 2 people with red armbands on their sleeves. He shouted with a fierce face, "What are you doing? Are you poaching the socialist people?" Cough cough. Su Jiaojiao, who was checking, was shocked by the sudden movement. She choked and coughed helplessly. Song Qinghan was shocked by her and immediately came over to help her breathe. "Are you better?" The man with the red armband looked quite serious. The timid girls' faces turned pale, and their hands trembled as they held their bowls. Su Jiaojiao coughed twice. Seeing that she was more comfortable, Song Qinghan wanted to talk to the man with the red armband, but Su Jiaojiao stopped him and comforted him. "It's okay, I'll do it." She really wasn't afraid. She was just startled by the sudden roar of that loud voice. Wang Jianya winked at her from behind. Su Jiaojiao smiled calmly, stepped forward, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "I'm just treating my good friends to a meal." "What's wrong? Why didn't you eat?" The young man with the loud voice frowned and swept his gaze across the courtyard. He leaned over to look at the food in the bowls of the female educated youths. They had never seen these things before. Some were red, some were green. The colors were quite beautiful, and the smell was very fragrant. Zhao Sisi had finished eating a long time ago. She came over first, so she was sitting on the side and talking. When she heard this, she immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "Can't we eat quickly? It's not expensive. It's just flour with some vinegar, soy sauce, and chili." Wang Jianya immediately said, "Yes, comrade. We are all farmers. This little girl is making friends. She's treating her friends to a meal. See for yourself." The 2 young educated youths were frightened, but they quickly nodded and tried to say confidently, "Yes, we're just here to have fun and get some food." What's wrong with that? From beginning to end, they had never made any explicit monetary transactions. Even if they gave money, they would consciously keep it. Except for Zhao Sisi, Su Jiaojiao never discussed the specific price with them. Everyone would compare it to the market price, but if they didn't ask for food stamps, it would be much cheaper. The two men with red armbands hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you're not speculating? Su Jiaojiao still had a smile on her face. Brothers, we really don't have anything. After all, it's just these few things. How can we possibly have that much? I just made some mung bean soup at home and I'm having a good time with them. That's why I called them over to take a sip. Back then, it was for the sake of small profits and quick turnover. Plus, she loved to eat it. Now, it was just right. Su Jiaojiao pushed the two men directly into the kitchen and showed them how to make the rice noodle roll. Basically, a spoonful of rice noodle roll was enough to make a bowl of rice noodle roll. She did not give them any eggs or other things. After a while, the rice noodle roll was ready. She quickly scooped it out and added a little vinegar and soy sauce to taste it. Then let's give it a try. The young man with the loud voice looked at his brother beside him. The other person was also curious and nodded. Rice noodle roll was not available in this area. It was considered a novelty. Both of them had never eaten it before. Therefore, when they tasted it, they nodded their heads in satisfaction. When the tip of their tongues moved, they knew that it was really made of flour. This kind of thing was not expensive and was even less expensive than eggs. Instantly, they lost interest. Moreover, the taste was not bad, but there were no eggs and other things, so it was just average. After the two men finished their portion, they looked much better. They looked at the person who greeted them with a smile and was not worried at all. She was a pretty young lady with a tender face. She became even friendlier. We came here because we received a report from the enthusiastic crowd. In the future, don't always gather together, do you hear me? I know. Both of you are right. Su Jiaojiao was still smiling good-naturedly. Wang Jianya pointed at Song Qinghan and said, Don't worry, we are definitely honest people. Qinghan is a soldier. If he didn't get injured and voluntarily retire, he wouldn't be at home. It's also because he's injured that his wife likes to make food for him to nourish his body. This explanation was acceptable. So he's a soldier. The two men with red armbands looked at Song Qinghan and saw that his body was relatively healthy. However, his leg was still red and swollen, so they believed him. After that, they looked around the two men's house. Indeed, they did not find anything special. It was just a simple house, and even a little shabby. Feeling bored, they gave up. We'll be going then. Take care. I was scared to death. Yeah. When they came in and yelled, I was so scared that the food in my throat got stuck. Luckily, I had this mung bean soup. The girls looked at the people who had already disappeared. They patted their chests in fear and complained to each other. Zhao Sisi was also a little scared, but she was much calmer than the others. She let out a sigh of relief and said, Jiao, luckily you're smart. Initially, she wanted to directly set the price and attract more customers. However, Su Jiao refused every time for the sake of safety. She only paid when everyone came over for a meal. It just so happened that they were tired today, so they couldn't help but come over. Who knew that they would be reported? Luckily, they had always been so secretive. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. However, everyone looked at each other. Who reported it? Everyone shook their heads except for Su Jiao. A figure appeared in her mind. This afternoon, she purposely bumped into her on the ridge of the field. Who knew that she would cause trouble tonight? On second thought, several of the female educated youths worked in the same field. Therefore, most of them were together. When they ordered the food, could Xiao have heard them? With this thought, Su Jiao was more or less certain. She originally thought that it was the Song family, but she felt that it was not right. This was because Mama Song and Song Qingshan lived far away from them. Because of the embarrassment and the separation of family assets, they never came here again. However, Su Jiao did not say any of this. She kept her thoughts to herself. After the educated youths finished eating, they quickly ran away. Wang Jianya, who had sent the two red armbands away, came back. You two aren't really doing something secretly, are you? Looking at the empty yard, Wang Jianya asked suspiciously when he saw the young couple packing up their things. Su Jiaojiao smiled and gave him a cup of mung bean soup in a ceramic cup. "Captain, I'm sorry to trouble you. But we really didn't do anything. We just made some small things for everyone to try. It's not something expensive. How much money can we make?" Wang Jianya drank the cold mung bean soup and sighed with satisfaction. He also felt that what she said made sense. He said, "Let's forget about this matter. If you really want to do something in the future, you have to be careful. There are so many people around." Su Jiaojiao nodded. Yes. You're right. Because of this drama, the educated youths, including Zhao Sisi, did not dare to come over for a while. Originally, she would not have been afraid. After all, Su Jiaojiao was very cautious. However, on the second day of work, Zhao Sisi accidentally heard someone say that Xiao had borrowed a bicycle to go to town after work yesterday. In the end, she did not buy anything. When she came back, she felt very guilty. She immediately exploded. The two of them started to quarrel with each other. They went from quarreling to fighting. When Su Jiaojiao saw the two of them again, she saw that they were injured. Xiao, in particular, was obviously at a disadvantage because of her weak body. She was bullied badly. When she saw Su Jiaojiao, she immediately glared at her angrily. However, she did not dare to go forward. Only then did she know that women were so good at fighting. Coincidentally, Su Jiaojiao found out about this matter. Zhao Sisi hated Xiao so much because she went to the countryside for her childhood sweetheart, Li Jiayuan. In the end, she met Xiao and immediately seduced Li Jiayuan. Originally, the two of them were about to break up and be in a relationship. Because of Xiao, everything became a bubble. Naturally, she hated her. The two of them had been at loggerheads at the educated youths. Zhao Sisi still felt that she had harmed Su Jiaojiao. If it were not for the hatred between her and Xiao, she would not have gone to report it. Su Jiaojiao, on the other hand, felt that it was because of her. Xiao was probably dissatisfied with her for a long time. Or, she might as well kill two birds with one stone. The two of them struggled to admit their mistakes. However, Zhao Sisi also behaved. After all, after the fight, she had lost a lot of hair and her face was bruised all over. She really did not want to go out. If it were not for the fact that she had to work, she might have really hidden in the room. Su Jiaojiao was also happy to relax. She simply asked Sun Feng and Su Jingyang to come over for dinner. She gave them some oil and water and at the same time, practiced her cooking skills. As for her two brothers, she did not care. They could eat by themselves. Of course, when he heard her decision, Zhang Qian's face immediately turned green. Sun Feng and Su Jingyang also could not bear to let their daughter cook for so many people. In the summer, the kitchen was very hot. Once they went in, they would sweat all over without doing anything. Although they were a little guilty of eating the delicious food by themselves, this was their daughter's filial piety, so they calmed down. Cooking was not a big deal. After all, she had Song Qinghan's help. Moreover, she got a bicycle ticket from the system. She used the excuse that she found someone to buy it herself and directly spent 130 yuan to buy a women's bicycle. Occasionally, it would be convenient to buy something to go to town. However, this task really made Su Jiaojiao's head go cold. She had never done needlework before. Occasionally, she could simply sew clothes. After all, she could learn it by looking at it. However, if she wanted to make underwear with fine stitches, it would be difficult. Because there was nothing to do at home, Su Jiaojiao directly sent Song Qinghan out to fish for crayfish. June and July were the time when crayfish were fat and plump. It was easy to fish for crayfish. Just catch the frogs in the field and tie them with a rope. However, to win by numbers, it would take a long time. Therefore, once he went out, he would not be back in a short time. Su Jiaojiao exchanged cloth from the system. However, looking at the light-colored cloth, she could not feel happy. She had to use it to make underwear with her own hands. What kind of torture was this, Madam Host? This is our best cotton cloth. It is delicate and smooth, but it absorbs sweat very well. It is definitely the best choice in this era to make underwear. Afraid that Su Jiaojiao would go on strike again, the matchmaker system carefully added a sentence. Then, it showed the control panel, "This is the reward for completing the task." What do you think? Su Jiaojiao lifted her eyelids in a daze. Instantly, her eyes lit up. She did not look at the men's watches. Instead, she looked at the women's watch. It was faintly red and small. Looking at the watch, it was only the size of a thumbnail. The watch strap was not wide. Su Jiaojiao's wrist was slender. If she wore other watches, they would appear too big and troublesome. However, this watch gave her a feeling that it was just right. Su Jiaojiao was moved. Looking at the cloth in her hand, she did not feel as bitter and resentful. She held the scissors in one hand, the white lime used for marking, and the needle and thread gifted by the system. Taking a deep breath, she started to move. Wasn't it just underwear? Simple. In fact, it was indeed simple to say that it was simple. However, for a novice, it was really difficult. Su Jiaojiao worked for 2 hours. She was sweating profusely. Under the guidance of the matchmaker system, she finally finished making the underwear. They were all Song Qinghan's underwear. There were a total of 3 underwear. The color was different, but the style was similar. The stitching was not very good, but it was passable. Except for the first piece that was too flawed, however, there was not much fabric left to make the underwear. Su Jiaojiao could not make another one, so she could only leave it at that. However, if she were to give these things away, it would be another layer of awkwardness. Su Jiaojiao looked at the wardrobe in the room. This wardrobe was prepared by Su Xingyang a long time ago. There were 2 doors. One was for hanging clothes, and the other was for storing folded clothes. However, in this era, people did not have many clothes. The wardrobe was empty. Su Jiaojiao allocated a space for Song Qinghan's clothes. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. She immediately took the 3 pairs of underwear and placed them in Song Qinghan's wardrobe. She placed them on top. It happened to be on top of Su Jiaojiao's precious military uniform. Su Jiaojiao felt a little strange. After pondering for a while, she picked it up and planned to hide it under the clothes. Suddenly, she heard a faint voice ask, "What are you looking for?" "Ah!" Su Jiaojiao screamed in fright. Her hand that was holding the clothes trembled. She subconsciously hugged her head. The clothes in her hand flew up and scattered on the head of the person behind her. Song Qinghan blankly removed the soft cloth from his head. He looked at the light and soft object in his hand, then looked at its shape. Su Jiaojiao's mind went blank for a moment. She stared blankly at his actions. When she saw that his eyes were looking at her, she immediately became serious and complained, "Why didn't you make a sound when you walked?" "I was wrong." Song Qinghan didn't even have time to tease her before he immediately admitted his mistake. If he didn't want to make a sound, it was quite simple. After all, these things sometimes concerned their lives. Song Qinghan couldn't help but want to tease her when he saw her acting like she was doing something bad. Who knew that he would end up making a fool of himself? He could only apologize honestly. Su Jiaojiao fiercely took the cloth from his hand and picked up the 2 pieces that had fallen on the ground. She said fiercely, "Close your eyes. Don't open them without my permission." "Oh." Song Qinghan took 2 steps back and closed his eyes. Su Jiaojiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and quickly threw the clothes into the wardrobe. She didn't care where she put them and was about to close the door. However, she had just moved when she was stopped by the person behind her. Song Qinghan, who had just looked terrified, had already opened his eyes. There was an obvious smile in his eyes. Su Jiaojiao turned around and was hugged by him. His other hand reached out and took out the item. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said nonchalantly, "What is this? Is this a gift from you?" Su Jiaojiao's face burned again. Even through the thin clothes, the place where the hand hugging her waist was touching was also burning. She pulled a long face and said, "Yes." "What's wrong?" "Thank you, I like it very much." Song Qinghan looked at her forced fierce expression and couldn't help but laugh. He hugged her even tighter. He was tall and Su Jiaojiao only reached his chest. Hugging like this, she couldn't see his expression at all. Su Jiaojiao curled her lips and wanted to continue being fierce. Her hand was already pinching his flesh, but when she felt the slight vibration from his chest that contained a smile, she couldn't bear to continue. Instead of pinching, she turned it into a hug. She buried her head in his chest and muttered in a muffled voice, "I can't not like it. This is my first time making clothes." Although it wasn't a very technical garment, it was different when she made it. Song Qinghan looked at the thing in his hand. He didn't look at it carefully before and only recognized it as a pair of boxers. His face was already burning. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a little darker, he would have been able to tell. Now that he looked at it carefully, his eyes suddenly had a hint of a smile. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Hei's head in his arms and gently stroked her soft hair. He said weakly, "That is a little small." Su Jiaojiao was originally being hugged by him. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, she didn't want to be too happy, so she bit her lip to hold back her laughter. When she suddenly heard this, her beautiful face suddenly cracked and stiffened. Finally, she raised her head and looked at Song Qinghan. She happened to meet his mischievous eyes. Then, she looked at the fabric in his hands. She was a little desperate and angry as she shouted, "So what if it's small? Can't I just wear it for a while?" Why was she so fierce? She was so fierce that she was cute. Song Qinghan felt that it was rare for him to be so happy. He was so happy that he felt as if something was about to overflow from his chest. He stared at the person in his arms without blinking. Looking at her angry appearance, her face was red and her eyes were watery. No, watery? He was shocked and realized that Su Jiaojiao had already started to reject him. He felt that he had gone too far. His scalp suddenly went numb. He hurriedly tightened his arms to prevent her from running away. He explained bitterly, "I was joking. It's not small, not small. I like it very much." "Really?" That somewhat anxious explanation made Su Jiaojiao feel a little better. She didn't reject him anymore, but her lips were still pouting. She was obviously unhappy. Song Qinghan's heart was softened by her little appearance. It was as if it had turned into a puddle of water. His eyes were serious, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Jiao Jiao, thank you." Su Jiaojiao naturally understood the meaning behind his deep voice and the slight trembling of his chest against her ear. His serious attitude made her feel quite satisfied. She lowered her pouting lips and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. It was a beautiful and moving sight. Song Qinghan's eyes darkened slightly, and he slowly lowered his head. Su Jiaojiao's heart trembled. She pushed his arms away and tried to hug his waist. Her long eyelashes fluttered nervously, and she couldn't bear to move. He was getting closer and closer. "Jiao Jiao. Your dad caught 3 fish. I've put them away. I'll cook one for your brother in the afternoon." Sun Fang's voice suddenly sounded, and the two of them froze at the same time. They let go of each other as if they had done something bad. When they looked at each other again, they both blushed and avoided each other. Su Jiaojiao pushed Song Qinghan away and walked to the door. She replied dryly, "I know, Mom. Remember to come over for dinner with Dad later." "I know." Sun Fang replied. She directly drank a mouthful of water with the spoon, and then strode out. Su Jiaojiao covered her Honghong's face. She didn't dare to show her face, and she kept using the back of her hand to cool it down. Song Qinghan patted her shoulder. "You've worked hard. I'll go cook. You rest first." "Oh." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips. Seeing that he had left, she really went back to the house. Although Song Qinghan's cooking skills were average, he had been her assistant for a long time. Cooking a simple meal was no problem for him. Although Mission 13 was a little difficult for Su Jiaojiao, she could still complete it if she was serious and spent some time. These days, no one came to order, so Su Jiaojiao stayed in the house to make clothes for herself. It was more difficult to make a 2-piece set for a girl's underwear. Fortunately, there were diagrams. After 2 days, Su Jiaojiao also made it. She had a good grasp of her own measurements, and it was not bad. The first set was a little ugly, but the other 2 sets were not bad. Song Qinghan obviously liked the shorts very much. That afternoon, he washed it and exposed it to the sun. It dried in less than an hour, and he immediately took it back. At night, he changed into it. His whole body was brimming with joy, but it was probably a little small. His expression was a little awkward. Su Jiaojiao had not finished cooking for herself yet, so she could only look at it. Fortunately, Song Qinghan spent a day fishing a large basin of crayfish. They were all big, and they comforted her. Now, no one knew how to eat crayfish. It required a lot of seasoning and oil. Most people were reluctant to spend, but Su Jiaojiao was willing to. That was why she made stir-fried crayfish at night. Without the pepper, the taste was a little inferior, but under her command, the taste was excellent. Su Jiaojiao was so happy that she ate another bowl of rice. It had been a long time since she had eaten something with such a strong taste. It was really delightful. Seeing that she liked it so much, Song Qinghan also went to fish for crayfish the next day. He was reluctant to come back until he had a large basin. The neighbor, Aunt Wang, smelled the delicious food here and came to take a look out of curiosity. However, when she heard that it required a lot of oil, she immediately shook her head and left. Zhao Sisi liked the crayfish very much, but they did not have enough. There were no cages where they could directly put the crayfish in, so it was really difficult to catch them one by one. Su Jiaojiao gave her a small bowl of crayfish because she was a regular customer, but she did not share it. It was going to be a double fishing soon. Song Qinghan's leg had not recovered yet, and Su Jiaojiao was not good at fighting, so naturally, they were not willing to work. Wang Jianya also came to ask about it. Seeing that they were not willing to work, she let it go. She did not want to be a hindrance when the time came. However, Song Qinghan was very restless. If it were not for Su Jiaojiao stopping him, he would have really gone to work. In order to find something for him to do, Su Jiaojiao exchanged melon seeds from the system. It just so happened that they could be planted during this period of time. They could be harvested in 2 months. Behind their house was a private plot of land, but it had not been used before. Song Qinghan received the task, so he also put down the village matters and concentrated on his work. The seeds were bought by Su Jiaojiao after the task was completed. At the same time, she also brought back 2 watches, one for each of them. Song Qinghan obviously liked it very much and immediately put it on. However, he did not go out, so other than his parents, no one knew that he had a new watch. This watch looked like the most popular Flying Eagle brand, and its price was about 200 yuan. Su Jiaojiao did not take it out to wear for the time being. During the busy farming season, it was better not to attract hatred. She planned to wear it beautifully after the busy farming season. She also planned to do less housework to avoid damaging the watch. In early July, Song Qinghan's leg was completely healed. There was no more spray left in the glass bottle, and the glass bottle was accidentally broken by Su Jiaojiao. When Song Qinghan used this leg again, although there was still some discomfort in the ankle, as long as he was careful, he would not feel any discomfort at all. It could be seen that it was really healed. This good news made the 2 elders of the Su family so happy that they could not close their mouths. At first, they did not even dare to believe it. After all, Song Qinghan's leg was originally said by the doctor that there was a high probability that it would not be able to recover. In the end, in less than 3 months, it was actually healed. Sun Fang had always thought that her future son-in-law was a good-for-nothing. In the future, she and her husband would have to continue to take care of him. Who knew that such a result would happen? The moment she and Su Jingyang heard the news, they felt that Jiaojiao's life was stable. As long as she was willing to work and was able to work, there was no need to worry about not having enough to eat. In addition, Song Qinghan was also a promising child in front of them, so they did not have to worry about him. Because of this good news, even though they were tired from working, the 2 were still very happy. They even asked Su Jiaojiao to buy meat and called Big Brother and Second Brother to celebrate with the family. At the same time, the other 4 people were conquered by the crayfish. However, because of this, Su Jiaojiao delayed for a long time. In the end, when there was only half of the double skewers left, Song Qinghan had to go to work. Since the leg is already healed, we can't waste any more time. Seeing that Su Jiaojiao was unwilling, Song Qinghan was not unhappy. Instead, he held her hand and softly coaxed, "You won't tire yourself out. Don't worry." Su Jiaojiao saw his determined face and could only shut up. "Okay, then I'll buy more meat for you to eat." She was not very fond of meat, and she still had a lot of meat tickets left from the system. Okay, thank you, Jiao Jiao. Song Qinghan lowered his head and touched her face. Su Jiaojiao's face heated up. She glared at him with her watery eyes and pushed him away. Rest early. We have to wake up at 4 tomorrow. Okay, I'll fan you. Song Qinghan let her sleep first. Su Jiaojiao was not willing at first. She was not someone who worked, but Song Qinghan insisted, so she could only give up. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in the gentle cool breeze. Time passed very quickly when they were working. All they did was work and eat all day. In the village, at a glance, almost everyone had become tanned and thin. It was not easy for Song Qinghan to turn white. Her slightly plump figure had also slimmed down. She was as black as charcoal again. Even with Su Jiaojiao's compensation, she could not withstand it. When she touched her shoulder blades, she found that they were all bones. Su Jiaojiao looked a little sad. She felt guilty for being idle at home. Of course, it was impossible for her to work, so she could only continue to feel guilty. Fortunately, the double snatching soon passed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tense, busy, and tired atmosphere immediately dissipated a lot. Su Jiaojiao bought some meat, bones, pig offal, and other things to bring back to the Su family. She made a sumptuous meal to fill their stomachs with oil and water. She did this for the sake of the Su family's parents and the original owner's 2 brothers. In any case, she took over the original owner's identity, so she had to fulfill her responsibilities. It had nothing to do with other things, it was just a matter of principle. The original owner, Su Jianhua, and Su Jianjun were biological siblings. Before they got married, the 2 brothers would take the initiative to leave the good things in the house for the original owner. Even after they got married, the original owner did not give birth. She ate better than her little nephew. The 2 brothers did not say anything. They even suppressed the 2 sisters-in-law to not let them make a fuss. Later on, the 2 sisters-in-law were worried that Song Qinghan, a big man with a big appetite, would come over to eat and drink, which would cost too much. Zhang Qian also felt that her sister-in-law, who was married, belonged to someone else's family and should not always come over to eat, so she said a few words of jealousy, which made Sun Feng, who was protective of her, angry. Things would not have become like this. Although they made a fuss, the relationship between the siblings and everything in the past could not be ended just because of this. As a result, they suffered. Su Jiaojiao happened to have leftover meat coupons on hand. She also had a lot of money, so she bought things and came over. Little sister, where did you get the money to buy so many food tickets? Su Jianhua looked at the big pile of food in her hands. It was almost a basket full of all kinds of meat. He was happy and distressed. He could not help but take out a yuan from his pocket. Take it. I can't let you suffer alone. Su Jianjun was just happy. When he saw his brother's action, he immediately took out a yuan from his pocket and gave it to him. I only have this much. When I have money in the future, I'll buy you candy. Su Jiaojiao laughed and waved her hand. No need, no need. It's only a little more than a caddy. Why would it cost 2 yuan? The pig offal and this tube of bones don't need a ticket. It's cheaper. Zhang Qian and Li Xiu saw this scene. They were a little distressed, but did not say anything. After all, there was a lot of meat. In a flash, they saw the things in their sister-in-law's hand and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, little sister, you actually bought a watch." This shocking discovery immediately attracted everyone's attention. All of a sudden, everyone's gaze shifted from the meat to Su Jiaojiao's hand. The watch was surprisingly small, but from the luster and the touch, even those who didn't know the value of the watch could tell that it was expensive. After the 2 sisters-in-law found it, they couldn't care about anything else. They ran over and held Su Jiaojiao's hand with envy and jealousy. At the same time, they exclaimed, "Oh, little sister, why are you so willing?" Su Jiaojiao smiled shyly. "I like it. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Anyway, it didn't cost any money." Hearing this, the 2 sisters-in-law were so jealous that they felt nauseous. However, one was just feeling, while the other was really nauseous. Unexpectedly, Li Xiu's expression changed. She covered her stomach and went to the garbage dump. Her heart-wrenching retching attracted everyone's attention again. Su Jianjun was so scared that he hurried over to support his wife. He gave her a sip of water and carefully helped her sit down. He asked, "Are you feeling better?" Li Xiu nodded and suppressed the discomfort in her stomach. She frowned and sighed. She said casually, "What's the matter? Could it be that I'm pregnant?" As soon as she said this, Sun Feng was overjoyed. "I think so." "Oh, let second daughter-in-law rest. Mom will cook today." At home, the two daughters-in-law took turns to cook. Occasionally, when there was something good or Sun Feng was bored, she would take the initiative to accept it. She was good at cooking. When her daughters ate, she was willing to put oil and salt. Everyone liked the food she cooked. Li Xiu was stunned. She looked at Su Jianjun in surprise and then looked at her own belly. She was in a trance. "Really? Why didn't I have any signs? Isn't this a sign?" Sun Feng grinned happily. She walked to the kitchen with light steps. Nowadays, having more children was a blessing. She was happy to have another grandson. "Mom, I'll help too." Su Jiaojiao followed her into the kitchen. Recently, she was still interested in cooking. Zhang Qian consciously went to deal with the pig offal. He was not envious of his sister-in-law's belly at all. She had already given birth to 2 sons, but she did not want to have any more. If her parents-in-law did not help her raise the children, it would be difficult for them to raise the 2 children. Her attention was still on the watch. She said enviously, "Jiao Jiao, did you really buy this? Is your man not going to say anything? No one would be willing to part with such an expensive item." Before Su Jiaojiao could answer, Sun Feng remembered again. She rubbed her head and said, "That's right, you child. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this, right? I heard that this watch costs 1 or 200 RMB. You're not making any money, and your man has to work at the end of the year. Won't you starve after that? And where did the tickets come from? We don't have these tickets here. Did you get someone to buy them?" She originally wanted to scold her daughter, but unfortunately, she was blinded by the joy of her second daughter-in-law being pregnant. Zhang Qian nodded with lingering fear. She did not look carefully, but she knew that it was not cheap. In addition to the money spent on the tickets, her sister-in-law was really wasteful. Su Jiaojiao said softly, "He won't say anything. I bought it on the black market. I don't need a ticket." "Black market?" Sun Feng exclaimed and pinched her daughter's face. "I say, child. When did you become so bold?" Su Jiaojiao shrunk her neck and did not dare to speak. Zhang Qian looked at the kitchen enviously and continued to pinch her nose to wash the pig offal. Different people have different lives. Soon, it was time for dinner. The family gathered around the table. Almost all the dishes on the table were meat dishes. Even the cabbage had meat slices. At a glance, it was better than the New Year. Su Jiaojiao took the time to return the 2 yuan to her 2 brothers. It was probably their secret stash that they had saved for a long time. She could not accept it. The 2 brothers refused, but Su Jiaojiao still stuffed it into her pocket. Now that they were looking at lunch again, the 2 were moved to tears. "Jiaojiao, you're so nice." Although he really wanted to beat his little sister up for splitting up the family and the 3 of them didn't speak for 2 days, his little sister was still very good to her brother. The 3 children nodded and shouted happily, "Auntie, you're so nice." Su Jiaojiao smiled. "Go sit down and eat. I'll go see why Qinghan is not here yet. Brother will call him." "Jiaojiao, sit down." Su Jianhua quickly went to call him. Sun Feng pulled her daughter to sit down. "You eat first. There are so many dishes. You don't have to wait for them." "Okay." Su Jiaojiao smiled sweetly and began to eat. However, after just 2 mouthfuls, everyone in the house heard a cry of surprise from the courtyard. Then, Su Jianhua's shocked voice came. "You have a watch too." In an instant, everyone in the house could not eat anymore. Everyone stared at Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan, who came in later. Their burning gazes seemed to see through them. Su Jiaojiao smiled. "Since I have one, of course he has one too. Yes, Jiaojiao is very nice to me." Song Qinghan nodded seriously. When the two pairs of brothers and sisters-in-law heard this, they immediately turned into jealous spirits. Sun Fang and Su Jingyang were worried. They were afraid that their daughter would spend all of their son-in-law's money. They wished that they could tell Su Jiaojiao that their mother would take care of their son-in-law's money. However, they knew that they could not casually interfere with their daughter and son-in-law's business. Otherwise, if their son-in-law was unhappy, it would affect their relationship. However, the impact of this pair of watches made everyone at the dining table, who were originally drooling over the meat, suddenly lose their appetite. The most tiring period was over, and the villagers welcomed a wave of relaxing days. There was good news in the brigade. To celebrate the successful completion of the double robbery, the county organized a group of people to come over and play a movie. The location was the big rice field in Peach Blossom Village. That afternoon, the sun was still hot. Many people went over to put chairs there to occupy the spot. Su Jiaojiao, who had not had any entertainment for a long time, could not wait to drag Song Qinghan over after dinner. What movie are they playing this time? Su Jiaojiao asked curiously. I heard that it's Tunnel War. I haven't seen it. Song Qinghan carried 2 stools and held the melon seeds that Su Jiaojiao bought from town. How could they watch a movie without snacks? Su Jiaojiao nodded. I haven't seen it either. Hey, let's go to town to watch a movie in 2 days. Okay. The two of them whispered to each other. At this time, the sun had not completely set, but they were already sitting in the square. They came late, so they could only put their chairs on the side. Not long after they sat down, many people came over to greet Song Qinghan and chat with him. Su Jiaojiao was not good at talking, so she held the melon seeds and let them eat. She listened quietly on the side, muttering in her heart that Song Qinghan was good at making friends and talking with people. Seeing that the men were stunned and looked at her with admiration, Su Jiaojiao knew that Song Qinghan was good at making friends. More than an hour later, the sky turned dark, and the movie started. At this time, the production of the movie was relatively rough, but no one had seen it before. They were very surprised, but no one was willing to say anything. Everyone stared at the screen with their eyes wide open. As the plot progressed, they would exclaim from time to time. They were very immersed in the movie. Su Jiaojiao focused on eating. She leaned on Song Qinghan and ate while watching. She did not dare to make too much noise. She even peeled the melon seeds with her hands. Song Qinghan was also watching seriously, but he did not stop peeling the melon seeds for her. Suddenly, a figure stood up and walked over. Although the figure was at the side, a shadow was cast at the place where the projection was. Hey, let's go quickly. Someone muttered. Su Jiaojiao also saw the figure. It was Shi Yao. Last time, Su Jiaojiao did not have time to do anything because she heard that Shi Yao and Zhao Sisi were fighting. She did not plan to do anything. Now that she recognized the figure, she only took a glance. Just then, Shi Yao seemed to turn around and looked in their direction. Su Jiaojiao did not know if the other person saw her. She continued peeling the melon seeds. When she was thirsty, she would drink a mouthful of mung bean soup. It was delicious. Just then, a young man came over and whispered, Su Jiaojiao, Zhao Sisi wants to see you. She's over there by the haystack. Su Jiaojiao looked in the direction he was pointing. She did not see it, so she asked again, where? However, the young man seemed to be impatient and said, over there. Then, he left and rushed to watch the movie. Su Jiaojiao looked at him in confusion, but still whispered to Song Qinghan, Zhao Sisi said that she wants to see me. I'll go take a look first. Song Qinghan immediately stood up and said, I'll go with you. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded, and the two of them quickly left. The paddy field where they were watching the movie was in the shape of a word. The movie was at the front, and the other people were sitting behind it. Therefore, they walked directly outside. She thought that it was a paddy field nearby, but she did not see it after 2 steps. Su Jiaojiao asked the people around her, and someone pointed the way. Zhao Jiqing? I heard that she just went that way. Su Jiaojiao looked and saw that it was another paddy field. However, Zhao Sisi had already gone there, so she had to go and take a look. Otherwise, it was dark and she did not want anything to happen to the girl. There were no street lights here at night, so it was pitch black. If they weren't familiar with the road here, they wouldn't dare to walk here. Su Jiaojiao naturally walked at the back while Song Qinghan led the way. When they reached the entrance of the paddy field, a dark figure jumped out from behind a pile of grass and was about to attack Song Qinghan. Just as he approached, the man exclaimed, "Why is it a man?" Song Qinghan and Su Jiaojiao were speechless. Everyone, remember to bookmark the website or remember the website. Chat with a book friend. It was obvious that something was wrong, and both of their expressions froze. In the darkness, Song Qinghan's usually calm expression suddenly turned cold and hard. Seeing that the man was about to retreat after realizing that something was wrong, Song Qinghan took a step forward, grabbed Su Jiaojiao with one hand, and clenched his other hand into a fist. He punched the man who failed to retreat in time in the face. There was a miserable whimper, and the man took 2 steps back. From the sound of his footsteps, it seemed that he had fallen. Song Qinghan pursed his lips tightly and quickly stepped forward. Without waiting for the man to get up, he kicked him. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the man seemed to be enraged. He fiercely bared his teeth and rushed up to deal with him. Su Jiaojiao shook off his hand, "Go beat him until he can't run." "Okay." Song Qinghan responded in a low voice and quickly pounced on the man. Su Jiaojiao couldn't see the situation clearly, but she could vaguely see the movements of the man in front of her. The man's movements brought about a gust of wind that stung her cheeks and made her eyes widen in surprise. At this moment, even though Song Qinghan's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the feeling he gave her was completely different from before. He was like a leopard that had shed its camouflage and was going straight for his target's neck. Su Jiaojiao momentarily forgot to breathe until there was a gotcha sound, followed by a series of screams, followed by the man's painful cries, "My leg! Ouch! It hurts so much." After dealing with this, Song Qinghan immediately turned around and pulled Su Jiaojiao behind him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. With her hand in his, her heart suddenly calmed down. She pulled him forward to check on the situation. Everyone was watching a movie in the paddy field more than 100 meters away. No one knew what was happening here. However, after the man fell, there was immediately some movement behind one of the haystacks in the paddy field. Song Qinghan's expression was cold. When he heard the movement, he moved his feet, but he was worried about Su Jiaojiao and did not follow. At this moment, in his heart, Su Jiaojiao's safety was naturally more important. However, after the commotion, a clear and melodious voice immediately sounded as if it had been released. She shouted in surprise, "Jiaojiao, I'm here." "Zhao Cici?" Su Jiaojiao relaxed. The two of them went over to take a look and saw Zhao Cici lying on the ground behind the haystack. However, it was too dark to see clearly. Song Qinghan stood still while Su Jiaojiao went over to help. "My hand is being helped. Untie it for me." Zhao Cici hurriedly twisted her body and extended her hand. Su Jiaojiao looked at the scene in confusion. "What happened?" "I don't know. Someone told me that you were looking for me, so I came over." "Who knew that after a few steps, someone covered my mouth and dragged me here? It's really strange. At that time I was still wondering why you went there. I thought that you made something for me again. I was scared to death." Zhao Cici said with lingering fear. Tears fell automatically and her body was still trembling. The rope on her hand was untied. She stood up with Su Jiaojiao's shoulder. Her hair was full of straw. She was scared and mentally tired. She held Su Jiaojiao's hand and cursed the two people fiercely. "Damn it, if it wasn't dark and I didn't see what he looked like, I would have killed him." Sob sob. Su Jiaojiao was also a little scared, but she did not think too much. After fixing Zhao Cici, she immediately pulled Song Qinghan's arm. "Is that person still here? May I ask who's so crazy?" The person who was beaten up just now was definitely not alone. Song Qinghan nodded, "Yes." In the darkness, Su Jiaojiao could not see anything clearly. She only vaguely saw Song Qinghan carrying a man. The man seemed to want to run, but as soon as he stood up, he fell to the ground. The ground shook slightly from the fall, and he was finally carried away. Zhao Cici saw him in such a pitiful state. She did not care who it was and directly kicked him twice. "Bastard! Damn it, you dare to touch me? Ouch, it hurts. My leg is going to break. Hurry up and take me to the hospital. After being beaten, the man's cries of pain became louder. He curled up and was carried by the back of his collar. He was weak and powerless. Su Jiaojiao also wanted to beat him up, but before Zhao Sisi could have her fun, Song Qinghan stopped her. Wait a moment. Go and get the brigade leader. Okay, I'll go. Su Jiaojiao ran over first. The brigade leader was also watching a movie. Su Jiaojiao ran over and found a seat at the front in less than 2 minutes. She whispered a few words to the brigade leader, and Wang Jianye immediately followed. After a while, he saw the man who was beaten black and blue and had a broken leg. He brought the candle closer and Wang Jianye recognized him. He glared at him and was furious. King Little B starred. How dare you cause trouble in my construction brigade? Send him to the Public Security Bureau. Su Jiaojia suggested. Zhao Sisi nodded and gritted her teeth. Yes, send him to the Public Security Bureau. Even if he doesn't go to jail, I will kill him. The next morning, Uncle Jean drove the tractor and sent them to the Public Security Bureau. As witnesses, Zhao Sisi and Su Jiaojiao had to go with them. The hooligan was a hooligan from the construction brigade next door. His name was Zhang Shu. He had a lot of criminal records, but they were all small cases. Although some people said that he bullied women, no one sued him, so no one pursued the matter. This time, there was an educated youth among the people he targeted. The situation suddenly became serious. A few years ago, educated youths went to the countryside. Most of the girls were pretty, and they were often bullied. The most serious incident was when an educated youth committed suicide. The consequences were very serious. Since then, everyone treated educated youths very seriously, especially when it came to matters like this. Zhao Sisi did not have a good temper. She gritted her teeth and insisted on pursuing the matter. Comrade, this matter can be big or small. A scumbag like him will definitely not only bully me. There must be an accomplice. However, that person deliberately lowered his voice. It was too dark, and I don't know him. If it weren't for my friend bringing her husband over this time, we would definitely be finished. We must pursue the matter. We must pursue this matter. The comrade of the Public Security Bureau sympathized with this unlucky child. This Zhang Shu had been caught by them several times. Each time, he was locked up for a few days and then released. He didn't learn a lesson, but he still dared to continue. Now that he dared to mess around with women, he must be severely punished. Therefore, he nodded seriously. Zhao Jiqing, don't worry. We will definitely seek justice for you. Therefore, that afternoon, Zhang Shu, who was lying in the hospital, was greeted by the police who came to investigate. He was dumbfounded. She pursued the matter? She actually said it? Originally, he thought that the woman wouldn't dare to pursue the matter. After all, her reputation wasn't good. He had done it too many times before. Even if he succeeded a few times, no one dared to pursue the matter. Therefore, who knew that this time would be different? Little did he know that Zhao Sisi was different from other women. She had the courage to pursue the matter, was not afraid of the consequences, and also had the ability to pursue the matter. After a phone call, Father Zhao was very distressed. He used all kinds of connections to ask for help to take care of his daughter. This matter was even more serious. There were even people who looked for the previous case. With the help of everyone, many things were dug up, adding to the crime. In the face of Zhang Shu's surprise, the police who came to interrogate looked at him indifferently. You were caught committing the crime on the spot. The girl didn't suffer any losses. Wasn't she just beaten a few times? What's there to be afraid of? Be honest and tell me who the person who joined forces with you is. Zhang Shu kept his mouth shut. He was too experienced. He knew that if he didn't say anything, the crime would be lighter. There was a difference in the sentence between a premeditated crime and a crime committed in a moment of madness. Besides, the person who joined forces with him was naturally his brother. How could he betray his brother like this? Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, the police didn't continue to pester him. They directly went to find the statements of other witnesses. In the end, according to the seriousness of the case, the police estimated the sentence, death penalty. The calm Xianxia was lying on the hospital bed. He was completely flustered when he saw the police come over again. He thought that he could extort a sum of money. His leg was fractured. Both of his legs were fractured, but who knew that the sentence that greeted him was actually the death penalty? Xianxia was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurriedly said, "I want to report this. I didn't do it alone. Song Qingshan and a female educated youth were involved. We originally wanted to take this female educated youth, but she said that she could find us two beautiful women." The police officer looked at him and didn't say anything. This made Xianxia even more afraid. He rambled on and on about everything. In the end, he said carefully, "Can this reduce the sentence?" He actually wanted to not plead guilty. But who knew that the police officer said that there was evidence? He was caught red-handed, so it didn't matter if he confessed or not. He had no choice. In order to not die, he could only fight for it. In order to survive, Xianxia sold Song Qingshan. When the police heard the news, they immediately sent people to the construction team. At this time, 2 days had passed since the movie. Xianxia was almost bullied. The team leader said that she could rest for 2 days, so she had been at home. Su Jiaojia was also at home. The two of them talked across the courtyard wall. "I called my dad again this morning. He said that Xianxia confessed, and also Song Qingshan and Xiao." Su Jiaojia was surprised. "Xiao? What does it have to do with her?" Even at this time, when everyone had gone to work, Xiaoxi subconsciously said in a low voice, "I heard that the hooligan and Song Qingshan wanted to bully her at first. She was afraid that she would be bullied, so she reported us. Doesn't Song Qingshan hate your family? Then they cooperated." Su Jiaojiao. In this regard, Su Jiaojiao was really speechless. She didn't expect that she would go against Xiao before the female lead even appeared. Zhao Sisi was also speechless. She wanted to rush over and beat Xiao up, but when she thought about how the police were about to arrive, she didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to watch the show. After sending Zhao Sisi off, Su Jiaojiao told Song Qinghan about the incident. The man's eyebrows were cold, which was rare. His lips were slightly pursed, and he seemed to be thinking about something. There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Su Jiaojiao thought that he was upset about Song Qingshan, so she quickly comforted him, "They have nothing to do with you anymore. He got what he deserved, so you don't have to think about it anymore." Song Qinghan's eyes flickered as he looked at the girl in front of him. His eyes were sour for a moment, but the next second, he smiled again and changed the topic. He lowered his voice and asked, "I'm wearing the blue one today. Can you wear it too?" Su Jiaojiao's face suddenly turned red. Song Qingshan disappeared in an instant. She glared at him angrily, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. Song Qinghan pulled her small hand in an ingratiating manner. "Okay." Su Jiaojiao was softened by his touch. She could only nod quickly. "Okay. I'll wear it." This person was poisonous. Ever since he found out that their underwear was actually a set, although only the 3 colors were the same, just like the couple outfits, he would use all kinds of methods to make her wear the same color as him. It was fine to wear it, but it was very embarrassing to say it out loud. Mama Song took her son to work as usual. Song Qingshan was not good at work, but he was a sweet talker. She was dizzy from being coaxed, but she could never bear to have high expectations of him. This time was no exception. Others were picking seedlings, but Song Qingshan was doing the same job as a woman, transplanting seedlings. Mama Song was still worried that her son was tired, so she whispered to him, "If you're tired, just say that you're going to the toilet. Your father and I have enough work points." "Okay." Song Qingshan then responded. His expression was the same as before, but he was a little distracted and his expression was not right. Mama Song looked back a few times to make sure that her son's body was fine. Only then did she feel relieved and immerse herself in work. Song Qingshan was a little irritated as he licked his lips. He bit on a cigarette and frowned. He was really keen crazy. The plan last night was going well, but who knew that Song Qinghan would actually come over with Su Jiaojiao? A woman and another woman went over to chat, and he wanted to follow. Was he crazy? Because Song Qinghan followed, the plan directly failed. The person who stood out was not him, so Song Qingshan immediately left Zhao Sisi and ran away. He did not know what happened after that. However, the brigade leader was angry this time. He did not expect that someone from another village would come to their brigade to cause trouble. When he came back from town, he directly said that Zhang Shu from the brigade next door wanted to be a hooligan and was sent to the Public Security Bureau. When he heard this, Song Qingshan's legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. The Song family was so scared that they thought that there was something wrong with his legs. He did not dare to tell anyone about this matter, but he was really uncomfortable these 2 days. He was afraid that he would be exposed. He had a good time with his bad friends. In fact, he had secretly participated in these kinds of things a few times. However, he only took advantage of them a little each time. He was not brave enough. Now that something had happened, he was so worried that he could not eat or sleep. He was afraid that he would be exposed all day long. However, Song Qingshan did not dare to do anything. He was afraid that he would be exposed if he did something. He waited like this and listened to the news from the brigade leader. He was scared to death, but there was also good news. He did not expose him. The next afternoon, Song Qingshan felt more and more uneasy. The aunties who worked with Song Qingshan looked at the results of their labor and muttered to themselves, "Do you think there's something wrong with this person? He's so fat for nothing. He can't even compare to that female educated youth. He's spoiled. Our child can't be spoiled like this." Another auntie shook her head in disdain. Mother Song was furious. "What does this have to do with you? What's wrong with my Qingshan not feeling well? We didn't give him work points for nothing." Okay. The aunties replied perfunctorily and rolled their eyes behind her back. Mother Song was even angrier. At this time, the brigade leader came over. Even if they wanted to quarrel, they did not dare to. They all shut their mouths. However, they still looked curiously and whispered, "Oh, the brigade leader brought people over? Why does it look like the public security?" Someone with sharp eyes saw it first. The brigade leader's expression is so bad. What's going on? Public security. Song Qingshan was especially sensitive to this word. As soon as he heard it, his body immediately stiffened. He turned his head in fear and saw a few people approaching. Behind the brigade leader in a plain coat, wasn't it the public security officer wearing a hat and uniform? He felt a chill in his heart. He felt that his future was bleak. His face turned pale and his mind went blank. He did not dare to stay any longer. He threw away the seedling in his hand and quickly put on his shoes to run. He could not be caught. Wang Jianya brought the public security officer over with a stern face. He did not expect that his brigade would be involved in the crime. His face was dark the entire time as he tried to catch the target. However, before he could get close, he saw that the person was trying to escape. He immediately roared, "Hey! This bastard is trying to escape. Catch him." Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. As soon as the brigade leader spoke, his words were more effective than those of the police officers whom he did not know. The women working in the fields immediately went over to help. Everyone was chasing after Song Qingshan. The commotion was huge all of a sudden. Song Qingshan was a coward. He was frightened by the fact that his brother had been exposed and was about to go to jail. His mind went blank and his first reaction was to run. He could not think of anything else. Instead, he was chased by so many people and became even more terrified. He ran even faster. He did not pay attention to the direction he was running in. With so many people chasing after him, he was scared out of his wits and kept running forward. "Son, don't run." Mrs. Song was naturally behind him. She wanted to protect Song Qingshan, but when she saw the direction he was running in, she was so scared that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, it was too late. She saw that the person who was running so fast could not stop in time. When he saw the big pit, he stopped and fell into it with a loud thud. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from the bottom of the pit. Mrs. Song felt as if she had fallen down herself. Her legs turned to jelly as she ran over, crying, "My son." The people chasing after him did not dare to move. Wang Jianya, who was one step behind, saw the person at the bottom of the pit and felt his scalp hurt. "Why are you running? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, right? Why didn't you think before you acted like a hooligan?" In this day and age, there were many hooligans, but very few were caught. This was because most women did not dare to resist. If they did, their reputation would be ruined and they would not be able to survive. They would only be able to marry those old bachelors whose wives had died young or who were too old to find a wife. However, if he were to reveal it, it would be a serious crime for him to be a hooligan when he couldn't even hold hands with his partner in broad daylight. Once they were convicted, they would be locked up for many years. If it was more serious, they would be executed by firing squad. The captain roared angrily, letting the surrounding people know the cause and effect. Just now, everyone was still worried that they had harmed the villagers, but now, they felt proud and elated and complained about Song Qingshan with hatred. This news quickly spread throughout the entire brigade and even the surrounding brigades. In the end, everyone found out what Xiao had done. The next morning, Su Jiaojiao was pulled away by Zhao Sisi. The little girl said with a cold face, "You stay here and watch. I'm going to take revenge." Su Jiaojiao, huh? Before she could react, she was dragged into the field. Zhao Sisi didn't care about anything else. When she found Xiao's men, she rushed up and beat them. Her face was ferocious. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? You think you're awesome? If the police can't do anything, I'll do it." Xiao, who had a weak body, was directly knocked to the ground. Before she could react, her hair was pulled and her face was slapped several times. She was stunned and screamed stupidly, "Let go of me. You're crazy." Zhao Sisi sneered. Her hands didn't stop moving. "Yes, I'm crazy." Xiao was really in pain. She gritted her teeth and started to fight back. However, she had already lost the initiative and didn't succeed. Sun Fong, who was watching from the side, came over and said with her mouth open, "Oh my god, this is even worse than when I was young." Su Jiaojiao silently closed her mouth that was wide open from shock and returned the stun baton to the matchmaker system. Originally, Su Jiaojiao had also planned to make a move. She had even prepared an anti-pervert stun baton. However, unlike the previous skirmish, this time, Zhao Sisi was ruthless. Her actions were ferocious, and in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned into such a miserable state. A lot of hair was pulled out. When she came back to her senses, Xiao's head was already full of blood. There were also many bruises on her body. She was beaten until she was crying and snot. She was so miserable that Su Jiaojiao was too embarrassed to take out the stun baton. The captain's face darkened as he ordered his wife and mother to separate the two of them. He even took sides, causing Xiao to be in an even more miserable state. She cried for a long time, but because of her guilty conscience, coupled with her bad reputation, even though she had attracted the favor of many young men, they couldn't do anything to a girl like Zhao Sisi. Xiao could only endure it. In the end, both girls were criticized, and the matter was dropped. Xiao, who was already unreasonable, cried and wanted to ask for help. The male-educated youths knew the cause of the matter, and their expressions were also complicated. Seeing that her face was swollen like a pig's head, they didn't have much tenderness for her and just comforted her dryly. After enjoying the farce, Su Jiaojiao used the few snacks left at home to reward Zhao Sisi. At noon, she was too lazy to cook. Coincidentally, there wasn't much farm work these days, so it was very easy for Sun Fong. She went over to eat. Anyway, if she went over, Sun Fong would just give her more food. It was considered fair and just, and no one could say anything. When she went over to eat, she heard her family members talking about this matter. At the dining table, several men's faces darkened. Although the people in the village didn't know, her family members knew that Su Jiaojiao was also bullied. However, because she and Song Qinghan were inseparable, nothing happened. "This Song family, Song Qingshan, is really spoiled by your parents," Su Jingyang said with a gloomy face. Song Qinghan's face also didn't look good. At that time, the sky was too dark, and that person was a little smart. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately ran away. He was afraid that there would be a third person, and worried that Su Jiaojiao would be injured, so he didn't chase after him. Who knew that it was actually Song Qingshan? If he knew before, wouldn't he beat him up until his parents couldn't recognize him? Su Jiaojiao smiled. Qinghan and them are no longer family. Dad, let's not get involved with them. During this period of time, she had been interacting with Song Qinghan, and she had already figured out his attitude. After the two got married, other than the Song family taking the initiative to cause trouble, he never mentioned the Song family again, as if they didn't exist. It was already very obvious that now that this family had done something bad, of course, it had nothing to do with Song Qinghan. Su Jingyang naturally listened to Su Jiaojiao's words, and immediately nodded honestly. Jiaojiao is right. Song Qinghan hooked his lips and chuckled. Under the table, he secretly pinched Su Jiaojiao's hand. It's okay. Su Jiaojiao also returned a smile. The two young people were very beautiful, and it was obvious that their relationship was very good. They were even more intimate than many newlyweds. Several experienced people also laughed. Li Xiu smiled and said, "Is there going to be good news for our family soon?" Sun Feng coughed softly and couldn't help but feel hopeful. Jiaojiao was white and tender when she was young. She was prettier than most of the children here. When my grandson is born, he will definitely be even prettier. The two people who were in the sweet period of love, or more accurately, were still in the ambiguous period, immediately blushed. They were very sweet, but because it was the first time they had such feelings, they were very cautious about it. In addition, Su Jiaojiao also enjoyed this kind of situation, so for the time being, they hadn't taken the next step yet. In her previous life, she was already 23 years old, but she was still single. It wasn't because she was ugly, but because she was too cautious. Those who used to pursue her couldn't last long before they met other people and gave up on her. Therefore, in the end, Su Jiaojiao didn't meet the person who could make her feel determined enough. She stayed in the same place all the time. Slowly, she calmed down. Now, after transmigrating, she had a husband. Song Qinghan was a very good person, but to say that the two of them didn't go overboard and directly reach that stage, it always felt abrupt. Coincidentally, Song Qinghan and she seemed to have a tacit understanding, and they were very patient and gradually progressed. Of course, the most important point was that in this era, there were no contraceptive methods, at least not in the countryside. Once they really reached that stage, they would directly reach the stage of having children. She didn't want to have children yet, and she didn't want to enter another stage of life so quickly. To her, who had never been in a relationship in the other world, having children was too far away and too scary. Song Qinghan, on the other hand, always followed her wishes and never said anything. Now that it was suddenly mentioned, the two of them were a little at a loss. Fortunately, the adults didn't know what was going on. They only felt that Jiaojiao was shy and couldn't bear to say anything more. Sun Feng immediately took the lead to change the topic. Zhang Qian ate with listless eyes, glancing to the side from time to time. Her sister-in-law and her husband. The watches on their wrists were a little absent-minded and envious. Even after a few days, she still couldn't get used to it. After that meal, she asked Su Jiaojiao indirectly and found out that the money used to buy the watches was actually Song Qinghan's own money. To be honest, this was something that Zhang Qian hadn't expected. Coincidentally, she also liked watches very much. Because they were too expensive, she never had the luxury of having one. However, when she went to the county to take a look, and then looked at the exquisite watches on their wrists, she could roughly estimate the price of their watches. The least they could do was 200 yuan. Just these 200 yuan added up to 400 yuan. In addition, Su Jiaojiao had been eating lavishly all day, and her parents-in-law had also grown a little better. It was obvious that the cost was not small. So much money, was it possible for Song Qinghan to come up with so much money? How could the 300 yuan deducted from the Song family last time be enough? Actually, even she herself knew that although her parents-in-law favored her sister-in-law, they treated everyone equally most of the time, so it was impossible for them to have that kind of money. After eliminating everything else, the remaining possibility, no matter how impossible it was still true. Song Qinghan had actually held back a trick or two, To be able to be so extravagant, it was obvious that they had a lot of money left. If that was the case, why would the two of them need her to subsidize them? Back then, she was stingy and felt that her younger sister was eating her blood just by eating a little bit of food. As a result, she was unwilling and had to split the family assets. If they had not split the family assets, she might have been able to benefit a little. Now, she could only watch helplessly. Realizing this, Xianxia did not sleep well for the past few nights. She told Su Jianhua about it, but that B** directly gave her a harsh scolding and did not care about anything else. So now, no matter how uncomfortable Xianxia felt, she could only watch with envy. This blow, coupled with the fact that Su Jiaojiao had given the whole family sugar water but not her, made her, who prided herself on being smart, feel very uncomfortable. She did not dare to say anything. Xianxia was not a bad person by nature, but she was stingy. At the same time, she took it for granted that she was the eldest son's wife and would have to support the elderly in the future, so the elderly's things should also be hers. In the end, after thousands of calculations, she realized that what she had given away was the real treasure. At this time, she could not cry even if she wanted to. Xianxia's strange behavior was well known by everyone in the family. Even the second branch was amazed for a long time when they saw their watches. Song Qinghan was reluctant to wear it when he went out to work. As a child from a poor family, he was much more frugal than Su Jiaojiao. However, he never said anything about the extravagant Su Jiaojiao, but he still cherished the watch very much. He would only wear it when he was idle at home. Only the Su family knew about it, so it was still considered good. Su Jianjun pestered him for a long time, just to let him wear it for himself. Song Qinghan stingily put it on for just one time, then immediately snatched it back. However, the second branch's attitude was very calm. Compared to the first branch, they felt that they were a lot stingy. Sun Fang sneered and secretly said to Su Jiaojiao, "Let her suffer. All day long, she calculates this and that, afraid that she will suffer losses. She has nothing better to do." Su Jiaojiao naturally would not be a saint. She just pretended that she did not see it and bought delicious food. Except for the 3 children and the Su family's parents, there was basically no one else. She gave it to the 2 children because of the 2 older brothers. When they were young, they were actually very good to the original owner. After the meal, Su Jiaojiao pulled Song Qinghan to leave with satisfaction. After the adults left, the 2 older children looked at Su Jiaojiao's belly with anticipation and asked mysteriously, "Auntie, is there a little sister in your belly?" "Pfff," Su Jiaojiao laughed, "No, there won't be one in a short time." "Okay," the children pouted regretfully. Su Jiaojiao rubbed their heads and pinched their cheeks, bullying them. She did not see a trace of sadness flash in Song Qinghan's eyes behind her. What did it mean that there won't be one in a short time? As an adult and a retired soldier in the territory of a group of old men, he naturally understood. He felt a little sad in his heart. But very quickly, when his large hand was held by a pair of small hands, that bit of discomfort disappeared like smoke in thin air. Jiaojiao was still young, so it was normal to wait a little longer. The ban on men and women in the countryside was not very serious. When a newly married couple held hands in a harmless situation, no one would say anything if they saw it. After Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan finished their meal, they walked back slowly as if they were trying to digest the food. Su Jiaojiao was still thinking, how long will Song Qingshan be sentenced to? Will it be a few years? It shouldn't be, right? Song Qinghan thought for a while and shook his head. If he did not succeed, unless his criminal record was dug up like Zhang Shu's, he would not be sentenced for a few years. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips. She really hoped that all the scumbags who secretly bullied girls because they were stronger than girls would be sentenced to death. Or even physically castrated. What a pity. Song Qinghan whispered, "When you go to town next time, I'll go with you. If Song Qingshan is really fine, or if he is not sentenced for a long time, I'm afraid he will take revenge." Song Qingshan wasn't a righteous person. The reason why he colluded with Zhang Shu was definitely because Su Jiaojiao had made them suffer a loss before. If such a person suffered a loss again, he would definitely seek revenge in the future. "It's okay, I'm not afraid." Su Jiaojiao shook her head with a smile, her big eyes full of confidence. As for the matchmaker system, she had already used the money she got from the good morning and good night kisses to buy a stun baton. It was stored in the matchmaker system, and as long as she needed it, she could immediately take it out. Song Qinghan saw her like this and helplessly flicked her forehead. No. When he was about to reprimand her, there was a pitiful scream that came from the distance. Boss. You can't leave your little brother. Ding, Mission 15. Bad people are not worthy of being helped. Su Jiaojiao can complete the achievement of not giving a single cent to the enemy. The reward is a medicinal diet recipe, there are contraceptive recipes, and the ticket price can be specified by the host. Su Jiaojiao. Hong Hong, can you change your form? I promise I won't hit you. Mama Song didn't expect things to turn out this way. In her heart, no matter how bad her son was, he was still the child she loved dearly. She was afraid that he would get cold or hungry. Hence, she wanted to take everything and prepare everything for him. But she didn't expect that one day, this child would really do something bad. Mama Song was still in a daze. Ever since the brigade leader said that he wanted to chase her son, she had been in a daze. She hoped that her son would survive and had a strong will. Unfortunately, her son was more pitiful. He fell into the pit and fractured his leg. At that time, she was so scared that her heart almost stopped and her vision turned black. But God seemed to think that the punishment wasn't enough. The police said that he had broken the law and was a hooligan. They had plotted together with the hooligan Xianxia to bully a girl. Mama Song was scared out of her wits. Papa Song didn't know what to do either. Especially since his son had fractured his leg. After paying the medical fees and the 300 yuan that Song Qinghan and Su Jiaojiao took away from them, they didn't have much left. After that, they had to buy meat for their son to eat. Otherwise, they were afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it, so they spent even more money. Now, they were left with less than 100 yuan. She had forked out the money, but she wasn't willing to give it up. In the end, just as she paid the money, she heard the police officer guarding Song Qinghan whisper that a leader was about to be transferred from the army to become their deputy chief. Mama Song's uneasy heart suddenly had another clue. Didn't Song Qinghan just come out of the army? Even if this kid was useless and hadn't been promoted for many years, they were both from the army. Maybe they really knew each other and could put in a good word for her son. For this reason, she had to come back to look for him. Originally, she didn't dare to provoke Song Qinghan because he had the Su family as his backing. But now, she couldn't care less. She had asked her husband to stay in the hospital to take care of their precious only child while she came back aggressively, intending to extort money from her boss. Her younger brother's leg was fractured. As his older brother, why didn't he pay? Why wouldn't he help? Mama Song ran back excitedly and saw the two little cheese from afar. She looked around and saw that everyone had just finished lunch and was taking a nap in their own yard. In order to gain public support, Mama Song shouted from afar, "Boss, your brother is in trouble. You can't leave him alone." The person who spoke happened to be the center of everyone's conversation during lunch today. Everyone immediately ran out to take a look. "Yo, you still have the face to look for Qinghan? I remember that Qinghan was much more pitiful back then, but I didn't see these two elders give him a single cent. They are his parents and younger brother after all. How can we not care? Aren't you afraid of being criticized? Su Jiaojiao is not a good person. How could a shrew like her let her man suffer? It's not like you don't know that their family eats a lot of fish and meat every day. They eat even better than the landlord's family." "That's true. How much money can we have left after eating like this? But you can't not give it to him. He's your brother after all. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much?" Everyone was discussing animatedly. One by one, they followed Mama Song to the two small home. Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan were also startled by this voice. However, Su Jiaojiao immediately understood what was going on. Looking at Song Qinghan's suddenly gloomy face, she smiled and warned, "Without my permission, you can't take out a single cent, do you hear me?" She loved abusing scum missions the most. Mission 14 was just a simple career mission. She had completed it a long time ago. Now, she could get a new reward. She silently rolled up her sleeves. This time, Song Qinghan did not coax her nicely like before. Instead, his voice was cold. Don't worry, it's impossible. Just now, when he was eating, he was still regretting it. If he had known that the two of them were working together at that time, he would have gone to catch Song Qinghan who had sneaked away. However, even if he did not beat him up at that time, he would have beaten him up when he came back. As for giving money? Help, even if he had connections, it would be impossible. He had a rare cold expression on his face. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but more than that, he was calm and unperturbed. Putting aside his previous attachment to the Song family, the current him was facing the Song family and Mama Song, who was about to arrive in front of him and crying her heart out. He calmed down and even found it a little funny. He never understood why he did not receive any love from them even though he worked so hard. Instead, Song Qinghan, a good-for-nothing who could not distinguish between food and water, was loved by the whole family. They even sucked his blood to fill Song Qinghan's stomach. He once secretly suspected that he was actually picked up, but no one could verify it for him. Until now, he only heard that Mama Song gave birth late. When she was pregnant with her first child, she was obviously very precious. The whole family lost weight, and she was the only one who gained weight. In that era where food and clothing were scarce, she was able to gain a little weight. This was enough to show the family's love for the child in her belly. But why was it that for as long as he could remember, he was the one who was not welcomed? Su Jiaojiao was very satisfied with his reaction, but she did not intend to let him take the lead. The task still had to be completed. Although the description of the task reward was quite embarrassing, the medicinal cuisine was still quite useful. Although there were not enough ingredients and she could not make much, it was still good to make some medicinal cuisine for Song Qinghan. This child looked strong, but when Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan looked at his medical records, she found that his body actually had many injuries. Stomach problems were one of the more serious ones. In addition, there were many hidden injuries after many injuries. If he ate and drank well, it would be fine, but it was inevitable that he would suffer in his old age. However, with medicinal cuisine, and it was a product of the system, it would definitely be a lot better, right? Su Jiaojiao thought self-righteously. She definitely did not come for the contraceptive recipe. Mrs. Song cried until her eyes were red and swollen. She ran over and shouted, "Boss, come with me to see your brother. You took all the money previously, and now you don't have enough money for your brother's treatment. He did something wrong in a moment of confusion. You're his older brother, so you should help him. Once you go to jail, you'll be gone forever." Many people looked at her pitiful appearance and could not help but sympathize with her. Although she had caused a lot of trouble and made many people hate her, they still felt that it was a pity. Uncle Zhang, who was driving the tractor, said, "Eldest niece, your mother-in-law is already in this state. Don't be so calculative. If you can help her, okay? Yeah, at least give her some money." It was easy for them to say that. Su Jiaojiao walked in front of Song Qinghan and looked at the crying Mrs. Song and the people who were talking. She smiled and asked, "Uncles and aunties, we all live in the same village. How much do you plan to give?" As soon as she said this, Mrs. Song's cloudy eyes were filled with hope as she looked at them pleadingly. However, those people immediately stopped talking. She had only said a few words. Why did it have to be her turn? Nowadays, a family's annual income was only a little more than 100 yuan, and that was when they worked hard. How could they have spare money to give to others? Even if it was 1 or 2 yuan, they would not care if they lost it in the future. However, at this time, no one could bear to part with it. Some women who secretly admired Su Jiaojiao's decisiveness hit their husbands. "Who told you to talk so much? How is it none of your business?" The light in Mrs. Song's eyes was shattered. At the same time, her voice became even more pitiful. "Eldest daughter-in-law, they have no relation to us. But you can't do this. You're the daughter-in-law of our Song family." Su Jiaojiao then looked at Mrs. Song. "When Song Qinghan came back with a broken ankle, do you still remember how you treated him? Don't say that you found this house. You didn't do anything. It was the brigade leader who found it. As for money? You didn't raise me and I didn't spend a single cent of your money. Don't ask me for money." Mrs. Song's rebuttal paused. She said hatefully, you shrew. No other daughter-in-law would be like you. I'm your mother-in-law. Su Jiaojiao sneered. So what if you're my mother-in-law? You didn't raise me or give birth to me. Why should I be filial to you? Let your son be filial to you. Her words were very rude. At least, no one dared to say that. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads, but they could not refute. Originally, in their family, it seemed that Song Qinghan was the breadwinner and he was the one who worked. But in fact, how many days had he worked? Where did the money come from? It was all because of the Su family's parents. Mrs. Song's heart turned cold. Looking at the cold and heartless Su Jiaojiao, who obviously did not intend to pay attention to her, her eyes turned sharp. At this time, Sun Feng, who heard the news, also came over. Woman, are you trying to bully my daughter again? Mrs. Song's eyes froze. She immediately gave up and turned to Song Qinghan. She shouted mournfully, Boss, you can't treat me like this. I'm your mother. Su Jiaojiao calmly looked at the person she was extorting money from. Her expression was wooden. Anyway, the family's money was in her hands. Song Qinghan felt that he did not need the money and did not like to go out on the streets. Therefore, he did not ask for a single cent. He was really penniless. As long as she did not agree, Song Qinghan would not have any money to give out. Sure enough, in the face of Mrs. Song's pleading, Song Qinghan did not refuse. He pursed his lips and nodded seriously. Mother, you're right. Mrs. Song's hope rose again. Quickly get the money and follow me to the hospital. Your brother is waiting for the money to save his life. But I don't have any money. Song Qinghan helplessly spread out his hands, revealing his bare wrist. He had already taken off the watch when he realized that something was wrong. I spent a lot of the 300 yuan from before to treat my illness. During this period of recuperation, Jiao Jiao always bought me all kinds of tonics. I used it all up. Now, this money is all subsidized by my parents-in-law. They're waiting for me to return the money at the end of the year. What did you say? Mrs. Song's face suddenly turned ferocious. That's 300 yuan. You used it all up just like that? The Su family members who arrived later and happened to hear these words. The corners of their mouths twitched and they looked at their son-in-law suspiciously. If they did not see the watch on his wrist just now, they would have believed him. Looking at his posture and expression, how could he be lying? Song Qinghan smiled bitterly. The money for my previous injury was lent to me by my comrade. Isn't this returning a part of it? Mrs. Song's face turned ashen, but she did not believe him directly. Instead, she said, I don't care. You must come with me to see your brother. It must be that the eldest son was afraid of the Su family's daughter. As long as he left her side, it would be easy to ask for money again. Okay. Song Qinghan nodded and looked at the person beside him. The two of them looked at each other. Su Jiaojiao saw through his thoughts. Although there were outsiders present, she did not relax her expression. Instead, she fiercely said, Fine, you can go. But Song Qinghan, let me tell you, if I find out what you're doing behind my back, we'll divorce. As she spoke, she gave him a threatening look. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Jiaojiao was ruthless. In order to prevent her husband from helping his wife, she actually threatened him like this. Divorce? The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at her in shock. Song Qinghan's expression also changed slightly. He hurriedly promised, I won't. Su Jiaojiao's expression became much better, but she still said coldly, I'll give you 2 yuan. If you don't come back today, find a guest house to rest for the night. Remember, if you don't find a place to stay, then this money must be returned to me. She gave him 4.50 cents in change and added some food stamps. The guest houses in town usually cost 70 cents, so there was still 1 yuan and 30 cents left. The rest of the money was for his meals. It wasn't a lot, and the food stamps were just enough for him to eat. Su Jiaojiao added, There's not enough salt at home. If there's leftover, bring some back. If there's a lot left, bring some back. Remember how you spend the money. Come back and tell me clearly. Thinking about it this way, Song Qinghan probably wouldn't spend money on Mama Song. He didn't have any money to spend anyway. This kind of blatant and harsh treatment was very uncomfortable in everyone's eyes, but Song Qinghan smiled in satisfaction and carefully held the money. I understand. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Everyone. How pitiful. Su Jiaojiao waved her hand like a queen. Go, go. Hurry up and go. Mama Song watched the whole process with her mouth agape. Then, she looked at the little money in her son's hand and asked doubtfully, You really don't have any money? Not even a little bit? Song Qinghan was very innocent. No, I'm a man who doesn't care about the family. Why would I need money? Mama Song looked at her son, then looked at Su Jiaojiao, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest and was extremely arrogant. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't help but beat her chest. Her face contorted as she said hatefully, I shouldn't have let you marry this woman. I've never seen a woman more ruthless than her. Seeing the situation, she had completely given up on getting money from Song Qinghan. She was only filled with regret. Why did she let Su Jiaojiao marry into the family in the first place? Matchmaker system, ding. Mission completed. After sending off Song Qinghan and the onlookers, they left. Su Jiaojiao and Sun Fang returned to her small home. Sun Fang closed the door to the courtyard, afraid that others would eavesdrop. However, she still looked worried. My goodness, will Qinghan be unhappy with what you said? She really did not know that her daughter was so vicious and had such a vicious mouth. It was not that she was saying anything else, but those words were heart-wrenching for anyone. Even if Song Qinghan did not have any feelings for the Song family now, it was still too much for his wife to say such words. If it were in their family's situation, if Sun Fang said those words in front of Su Jiaojiao's grandparents, Su Jingyang would definitely fall out with her. Even if he did not fall out with her, he would feel uncomfortable. When Su Jiaojiao heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She was also a little worried and said weakly, then. I've already said it, what could she do? She had already said those words in a moment of anger. She could only admit defeat. If Song Qinghan was unhappy, then so be it. If he was really unhappy, the most she could do was apologize. It was impossible for her to compromise with this jerk and be a pushover. Su Jiaojiao was somewhat from an outsider's point of view. Perhaps it was because of her experience in her previous life that she was destined to be unable to understand those feelings. In her heart, if there was someone who did not have any feelings for her, then no matter how close they were, even if they were blood-related, she would not have any feelings for them. If the other party was polite, it would be fine to give them some face. However, based on the actions of the Song family's parents, at least in Su Jiaojiao's eyes, she could only treat them as strangers at most. Moreover, Song Qingshan, this troublemaker, actually wanted to set her up. Although he did not succeed, he was also categorized as an enemy by her. If she really wanted to live with Song Qinghan in the future and be associated with this group of people, which made her unhappy, then, it was better to get a divorce. She had feelings for Song Qinghan now, but they were far from being unbreakable. She had never been the kind of person who couldn't live without a man. Back then, he hadn't been single for more than 20 years for nothing. For the sake of Song Qinghan, she had to deal with her parents from the Song family and Song Qingshan all day long. Then, because of their actions, she could only secretly sulk and feel aggrieved. How uncomfortable would that be? She might as well face it calmly. She just didn't like the Song family and didn't want to be related to them. She would treat them the same way they treated Song Qinghan. She didn't care for a single cent more. She had money, but she would rather give it to others than give it to someone she didn't like. Just like the mung bean soup from before, it wasn't something expensive, but she just wouldn't give it away. However, Sun Fang didn't know that. When she heard that her daughter was guilty, she felt dizzy. You can't be so willful next time. When Qinghan comes back, you can look at his expression. If he's really unhappy, you can apologize and say something nicer in the future. At this point, Sun Fang added, Child, your mouth is so unforgiving. How will the villagers see you in the future? Her daughter had already made a scene once before. After that, her reputation in the village wasn't good. Because of this, she was so angry that she quarreled with someone for a long time. It wasn't easy for her to stop, but she had to do it again. This time, it was even more serious than the last. Su Jiajiao nodded obediently and replied, "It's okay, Mom. I definitely won't stay in this village forever. If they want to say something, then let them say it. I won't lose a piece of flesh anyway." Sun Fang smiled and said, "If you don't stay in the village, where will you go?" "Mom, do you think that the way the country is currently selecting talents is a real talent?" Su Jiajiao asked seriously. When the college entrance exams were cancelled, all of them were recommended to enter the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. There were capable people, but in most cases, without a systematic education, their abilities weren't enough. The country's development was lagging behind, and there were already signs of it. That was why the college entrance exams were reinstated later. Sun Fang didn't know. She wasn't young anymore. Because of her education, she only cared about her own land. The reason why she could develop such an open-minded personality was because she had suffered too much when she was young. Her heart was kind, and she couldn't bear for her child to suffer like her in the future. However, when she heard Su Jiajiao's question, she listened seriously. "What do you mean?" Su Jiajiao pursed her lips and said softly, "The country will reinstate the college entrance exams one day." "Really?" Sun Fang exclaimed. She was overjoyed, but after a while, she said dejectedly, "When will it be reinstated?" "I don't know about that." Su Jiajiao shook her head and smiled. "The country is lacking in talents. Mom, my grades are good. As long as there's a chance, I'll be able to climb up. When that time comes, do you think I'll still be here? We need to have a long-term vision. In the future, I'll bring you and Dad to the city." Sun Fang was drooling over the picture she painted. She nodded her head, but after a while, she reacted. "You mean, Mom, you know that I'm quite willful." Su Jiajiao smiled embarrassedly. Even if she was a few years older than the original owner, she was kinder and had her own bottom line. However, in terms of willfulness, they were similar. "If my marriage with Song Qinghan doesn't go well, it's okay to divorce. So don't worry, I have hands, feet, and a brain. I can live well anywhere." She smiled as she gave her a heads up. As a modern person, she had seen too many divorces. As a result, she didn't have enough confidence in her relationship with a man. She felt that she would be able to spend the rest of her life with a man from a stranger to a familiar one. Sun Fang looked at her daughter's confident and high-spirited appearance. She suddenly felt a little unfamiliar. When did her daughter, who was a little scheming, become so confident in planning her own future? She even had a sense of carefreeness as if she didn't care about anything. But when she looked at her again, she felt that this was her daughter. She was fair and beautiful. She was the prettiest girl in the village. She was the daughter that she had spoiled since she was young. Sun Fang's eyes curved and were full of gentleness. "Okay, as long as you know what you're doing. But Qinghan is a good man. If you can go on, do your best." "Okay." Su Jiajiao nodded vigorously and smiled at her. Sun Fang gave her daughter a few more words of advice before she left. She went back and whispered to her husband, who was looking forward to it. Su Xingyang was very proud of his daughter. He even laughed and patted his chest. "As expected of my daughter." Sun Fang's face darkened and she gave him a beating. Of course, after Su Xingyang came to his senses, he felt a little guilty. He felt guilty towards Song Qinghan. But at this time, Song Qinghan had not returned. He only came back the next morning. He came back quite early. Su Jiajiao felt someone enter the house before she even opened her eyes. If he did, Su Jiajiao would have forgotten to lock the door when she went to bed at night. Previously, Song Qinghan was the one who did it. She was so busy that she forgot to lock the door. In a daze, Su Jiajiao sensed that someone had come in. She immediately sat up in fright and saw a young man with dewdrops on his hair. He was wearing thin clothes, but his face was rosy and there was a smile in his eyes. However, when he saw her, his expression immediately turned gentle. He took 2 steps forward and hugged her in his arms. "It's me." Su Jiajiao let out a long sigh of relief. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "It's all settled?" Song Qinghan nodded. He was about to say it, but when he said that word, he hesitated and changed his words. She heard 2 police officers mention a deputy director who was transferred from the army. She thought I might know him, so she asked me to go over. Su Jiaojiao's mother knew that it was impossible for Song Qinghan to get money from Su Jiaojiao. Therefore, she focused on the relationship between Song Qinghan and Su Jiaojiao. She asked Song Qinghan to go to the Public Security Bureau and asked him if he knew anyone there. Su Jiaojiao was a little more spirited. She held his big hand and asked softly, "Do you know them?" "Yes." Song Qinghan chuckled. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "That's why I told him to make it more serious and teach those two people a lesson." Su Jiaojiao chuckled. She was completely awake now. She sat up and kissed him on the cheek. "You did well." Song Qinghan's eyes curved. He took out 3 cents from his pocket. "This is the rest." "Okay." Su Jiaojiao took it. Previously, she also said that she wanted Song Qinghan to leave some pocket money, but she was rejected. Song Qinghan really did not care about money. He was a little male chauvinistic in this aspect and felt that she should be in charge of money. However, when it came to other aspects, such as washing clothes and cooking, he did not. In fact, he was very obedient. This was also the reason why she was tempted. The money was with her. Song Qinghan did not touch it again, so he did not know how much money he had. He also did not know how much money was left at home. At that time, he could not wait to go to work. Su Jiaojiao guessed that this child was afraid that he would use up all his money and have no food in the future. Song Qinghan rubbed her hair and smiled. "I bought a few fried dough sticks. Get up and eat. I'll send some to Mom and Dad." "Okay." Su Jiaojiao nodded. "Cook some porridge while you're at it." "Okay." Song Qinghan received the order and immediately went to work. His footsteps were light. Danielle somehow knew that he was back. He immediately ran over and shouted anxiously, "I say, brother, don't entangle with that family anymore. Do you think you'll go just because they asked you to? Even if you have some connections, you can't waste your favor on this. Yesterday afternoon, I went to the supply and demand cooperative to sell eggs. I didn't know if I didn't come back. Otherwise, I would have stopped you and not let you go." Danielle and Song Qinghan grew up together. Both of them were not loved by their parents. However, Danielle was much better. At least his parents still remembered to give him a bite to eat. It was also because of this that the two of them had a strong friendship. Danielle, who previously thought that Su Jiaojiao was a prodigal, now felt that letting Song Qinghan marry her was indeed the best decision. Look at this shrew, she guarded the house so tightly. With the Su family as her backing, brother Qinghan would not suffer any losses. During the days of Song Qinghan's marriage, it was visible to the naked eye that he had gained weight. Therefore, he changed his opinion. Song Qinghan was stunned by his nervous attitude. His thin lips held a bit of coldness as he said, "I told them not to be lenient." Danielle's heart immediately relaxed. That's good. This group of dregs needs to be taught a lesson before they know fear. Song Qinghan saw him like this and helplessly shook his head. He gave him one of the deep-fried dough sticks he bought. "Try it. I just brought it back." "Thank you. Then I'll go back and share it with my wife. She's pregnant, so she likes to eat this." Danielle laughed foolishly. He generously took the deep-fried dough sticks and quickly left. Su Jiaojiao, who had been listening for a while, looked at his back and said in surprise, "He's so clear about your matters. How come he's not clear about his own matters? Maybe the person involved can't see clearly." Song Qinghan said hesitantly. Thanks to Song Qinghan, there was really no turning back for the better. Although other than Su Jiaojiao and the deputy director, no one knew that he was the one who did it. Song Qingshan, who was still in a caste, was sent to prison together with Zhang Shu. The Song family's parents begged and pleaded, but their son's sentence was not reduced at all. Unfortunately, among the 3 people who plotted this, Xiao was not successfully identified because she had a witness to prove that she was not involved in this matter. In Zhang Shu's testimony, Xiao was at most a guide. She even spoke very skillfully. It was also because of this matter that Xiao was called to the Public Security Bureau. She was very cautious and did not give herself away at all. In the end, she was lectured. When she returned to the village, she moved to another place and left the Song family. When the Song family's parents returned home exhausted from the matter of Song Qingshan, they found out about this matter. Mrs. Song, who was already depressed, sat at the entrance of the village and cursed at the air for the whole afternoon. It was said that she almost fainted. Su Jiaojiao guessed that she probably spat too much saliva and became dehydrated. This incident did not have any impact on Su Jiaojiao's life. She was a coward, so she was very cautious. Whenever she encountered something, she would bring Song Qinghan with her. Therefore, she was very calm. Moreover, the people who did bad things also received their retribution. Except for Song Qingshan and Zhang Shu who were in prison. Shi Yao was beaten so badly by Zhao Sisi that her reputation was ruined. Wherever she went, people pointed at her. It was said that she had to go to work every 2 days. Shi Yao was also humiliated by several women. She ran to the foot of the mountain to hide in tears. She was bitten by a poisonous snake. It was not a fatal poison, but she was still sent to the hospital. After she came back, she was quiet. When she saw Su Jiaojiao, she took a detour. Su Jiaojiao did not understand why. She only felt that she was completely afraid of Zhao Sisi because she was with them last time. In fact, Shi Yao was afraid of Song Qinghan because Song Qinghan was standing next to her when she saw the snake. Song Qinghan looked at her coldly as she begged for help. Shi Yao felt a chill run down her spine and her legs went weak. She couldn't run anymore and was bitten. They thought that this matter would be over, but who knew that 2 days later, the 2 old people would collapse at Aunt Wang's house and in front of their house. They refused to get up and kept shouting, "You harmed my son, so you have to support me in my old age." These 2 people were Zhang Shu's parents. The culprit, Zhang Shu, was sentenced the most severely. His family had been running around for many days trying to find connections to save their son, but to no avail. When they found out that it was Song Qinghan who broke Zhang Shu's leg, and that it was Zhao Sisi who insisted on suing him, they planned to extort a sum of money, so they sat at the door and shouted. When they heard the news, Su Jiaojiao was having lunch with Song Qinghan. Because it was noon, Su Jiaojiao made a lot of food. At the very least, there was a meat dish and a soup. In the countryside, these were rare delicacies. Su Jiaojiao did not like to communicate with others. In the countryside, once they were free, people liked to visit each other's houses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Su Jiaojiao would close the courtyard door. The courtyard door could not be opened easily from the outside, so it was quite quiet. Suddenly, a hoarse, ear-piercing, and sharp voice rang out. Hey, my son's leg was broken by you. My family has emptied out all our savings to treat him. You bastard, compensate my son, compensate my money. Su Jiaojiao's hand trembled, and a piece of meat fell out. Song Qinghan narrowed his eyes and stopped Su Jiaojiao, whose face had turned cold. I'll do it this time. It was not convenient for him to appear in front of the Song family's parents. The 2 of them tacitly placed the focus on Su Jiaojiao, but Song Qinghan did not want to be protected by others. It was fine to live off a woman once or twice, but not too often. Su Jiaojiao saw that his eyebrows were cold. Although his movements were more elegant than most people in the countryside, his body was strong, and he would not be at a disadvantage. She did not insist. Then be careful. Okay. The 2 men divided the work and Song Qinghan strode out. At this time, a large crowd had gathered at the door. They were all wearing dark or gray short-sleeved shirts and slippers. Song Qinghan opened the door and saw an old lady in her 50s or 60s lying in front of the fence. Her hair was white, and her clothes were full of patches. She looked pitiful, and her wrinkled skin was exposed from the ill-fitting clothes. She looked old and sad. The old man's turbid eyes had long turned red from crying. His teeth, which were not in good condition, had all fallen out. When he opened his mouth and roared, his saliva flew everywhere. You harmed my son. You caused our family to lose its pillar of support. You have to support us. Give me money and a place to stay, or I won't leave. When I die, you'll be the ones who killed me. As if to respond to her, the same hoarse voice of the old man sounded from the door next door. He said the same thing, you're such a heartless girl. What did my son do? You want him to go to jail. Not only that, you want him to be sentenced to death. If he dies, you'll have to provide for me in my old age. Zhao Cixi shut the door tightly and shouted back in a loud and unyielding voice, then what did I do wrong to be bullied by your son? You raised a piece of trash, and he deserves to end up like this. There were quarrels and curses from both sides. Wang Jianya rubbed his temples and looked left and right. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He impatiently shouted with one hand on his waist, "What are you arguing about? If your son didn't bully a girl, would this have happened? But my son is about to die. If it weren't for you, he would still be alive." The old lady's voice was even more shrill. She beat her chest as if she could faint at any time. Song Qinghan listened to these words calmly and ignored the old lady. Instead, he asked the brigade leader, "Brigade leader, have you called the police and told them about this?" Wang Jianya was stunned. About what? It wasn't against the law. Weren't all old ladies like this? If they encountered any trouble, such as when something was stolen from their house, they would stand at the intersection and curse. Anyway, they would be able to curse until the thief felt uncomfortable. Now that they hadn't even gone to their house, he really didn't understand why they were asking him to call the police. The old lady's wailing also paused, but she quickly continued to wipe her eyes and cry. Some of the soft-hearted people around them couldn't help but sigh, but no one said anything. She was different from Mama Song. She deserved it. Song Qinghan's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. Her actions are considered a threat. I acted bravely for a just cause, but I was threatened like this. Let's see who else dares to act bravely for a just cause in the future. In the future, whoever is bullied will be bullied. Anyway, I acted bravely for a just cause, but I'm still being blackmailed by that hooligan's parents. I'm the one at a disadvantage. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jianya and the onlookers were stunned. Wang Jianya's younger brother, Wang Jiangwo, hurriedly said, "That's right, brigade leader. Qinghan is a good child. Otherwise, if something really happened to the educated youth here, our entire brigade would be in trouble. It's fine if we don't praise the hero, but we can't disappoint him." Wang Jianya understood and immediately nodded. He nudged the onlookers and said, "That's right. I'll call the police now. All of you go back and don't interfere. Wait for the police to come and deal with this." Everyone nodded. "That's right. Let's go back. We don't want to be blackmailed again." The old lady suddenly panicked. She rushed over and hugged the brigade leader's leg. She cried heartbreakingly, "You can't do this. You can't tell the police. I didn't do anything. He caused my son's leg to be broken. What's wrong with asking him to take responsibility?" Wang Jianya's head was throbbing. He looked at his younger brother. Wang Jiangwo nodded knowingly and ran away. Song Qinghan held the door with both hands. He suddenly raised his voice and said to the onlookers, "Uncles and aunties, please stay away. But don't really leave. If the brigade leader gets blamed, we'll need witnesses. Don't be afraid. Let's just stay away from her." About 2 to 3 meters away, Aunt Wang scolded with a dark expression, "You guys are just making a fuss. Who asked you to raise a child who harmed other people's daughters? You have no conscience and still have the cheek to blame others?" Su Jiaojiao followed behind and watched the entire process. She thought that Song Qinghan was helpless, but who knew that he was quite resourceful. Many people suffered because they were uncultured, but there were also many people who benefited because they were uncultured. They relied on their ignorance and came up with their own set of logical theories. Zhang Shu's parents were such people. Because of Song Qinghan's words, the onlookers really distanced themselves. Their faces were guarded, and many of the hot-tempered ones had already started cursing. The brigade leader's leg was being hugged. He was helpless, but he couldn't leave. He could only stand there motionlessly. "Fine, go ahead and make a fuss. We didn't do anything wrong anyway." The old lady was confused. How did things end up like this? She had brought her husband here to extort money. Her son had been injured, so she had to compensate, right? The pillar of the family was gone. That was their lifeblood. They were afraid of the country, but they weren't afraid of these people. Who knew that this would happen? The old lady looked at the person who was cursing at her and turned to look at the young man. She was filled with hatred. You harmed my son, and now you want to kill me. I'm not done with you. As she spoke, the old lady let go of the brigade leader and was about to pounce on Song Qinghan. Su Jiajiao was instantly filled with anger. Without waiting for Song Qinghan to move, she stepped forward and slammed the door shut. She shouted angrily through the doorknob, "What do you mean by harmed your son? Wasn't it your son who bullied others first? He didn't teach his own son well and used his strength to bully people who were weaker than him. He's all trash." Song Qinghan was a step slower. Seeing his wife so angry, he couldn't help but laugh. He gently said, "Don't bother with them. It won't make sense. Most people weren't really bad people, but there were also those who were really crazy." He knew very well that some people wouldn't change for the better no matter how much you educated them. Su Jiajiao's pretty face puffed up. She said seriously, "You still have to say what you need to say. You can't lose out in this aspect. Otherwise, you'll feel so aggrieved. It's better to make others uncomfortable than to make yourself uncomfortable." Song Qinghan. You're right. The door was suddenly slammed shut. The old lady couldn't enter. She knocked on the door with a ferocious face. Seeing that the door was firmly shut, she smashed it with her shoe. She scolded, "It's all because those B***cheese didn't behave properly. They're always twisting their butts when they walk. They can't blame anyone. Flies won't bite a seamless egg. They deserve it." Su Jiajiao sneered. "Then if someone kills your son, does that person deserve to die too?" The old lady's breathing stagnated. She cried and screamed, "Help! Someone wants to kill my son," she cried even more pitifully. This time, no one sympathized with her. The old lady felt extremely wronged. She looked at the old grandpa next door from afar. She cried and complained about her hard life. Why did her good son end up in prison? Now, even his leg was broken. She didn't know if he could still stand up in the future. They raised their son to guard against their old age. How were they going to live in the future? Su Jiajiao was originally very angry. Suddenly, she was amused by this sentence. She coughed softly through the door and suppressed the laughter in her throat. Song Qinghan looked at her and laughed. His handsome face immediately scattered the coldness he showed to Xianxia's parents. At this moment, Mama Song suddenly ran over. She imitated the old lady and went to their door. "Ayo, Song Qinghan, you're so heartless. You don't even want your mother anymore. Your brother is already in this state. We've used up all the money at home, but you don't even know how to take some out." "Ayo, hey, the two of them," Wang Jianya was furious. "What are you doing here again?" Mama Song stuck her neck out. "I'm doing this. This is my son's home." Song Qinghan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to move, Su Jiajiao pulled him back and shook her head. "Don't go out. Let them be." Song Qinghan stopped in his tracks and held her hand tightly. The smile on his face disappeared. No matter how much he said he didn't care, every time he saw their unscrupulous behavior, he still felt a chill in his heart. He pursed his lips and looked down at the fair and tender fingers in his hand. His gloomy heart finally felt a little comforted. Fortunately, the police arrived in a car not long after. Mama Song, who had already seen how powerful the police were, hesitated for a moment. She got up timidly and walked to the side as a spectator. When someone mocked her, she put her hands on her hips and scolded them back. She wasn't embarrassed at all. The two elders didn't expect the police to really be there. They were so scared that they lay on the ground and acted shamelessly. The police couldn't do anything about it. They tried persuading them for a while, but they didn't cooperate. "Old madam, it's no use making a scene in front of their house. This has nothing to do with them. I don't care. My son is already in this state. If they don't compensate, this matter won't be over." Seeing that the police couldn't do anything about it, the two elders became bolder and continued to threaten them. The police officers looked at each other. They were so anxious that their backs were covered in sweat. Su Jiajiao leaned against the wall. When she saw this, she nervously took a deep breath and gave the police officers a look, indicating for them to come over. One of the police officers came over curiously and heard her say, "Police officers, you're violating the law. Look, this is a blatant threat. You're threatening the legal personnel and threatening the good people who acted bravely for a just cause. Even if they're old, they should still be punished, right? This matter must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, you'll have to come here a few more times in the future." Song Qinghan added on. The young police officer's eyes lit up. He looked at the young man who spoke. He remembered that this person knew the newly transferred deputy director. He immediately became more cautious. After thinking for a while, he ran over and whispered a few words to his colleagues. Everyone looked at each other and tacitly took out handcuffs. "In that case, you two old comrades, you're threatening the police. You're threatening the good comrades who acted bravely for a just cause. This matter will be punished. Go to the police station." The two elders were shouting excitedly when they suddenly saw the handcuffs. They were stunned. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They shook their heads vigorously. No, we didn't. Pfft, cowards. The onlookers sneered disdainfully. The two elders struggled with red faces. Their legs, which were originally too weak to walk, got up and struggled to run. However, before they could start, they were held down by a few police officers. Don't go. Let's go back and discuss what kind of situation you're in. See if it's serious. Do you want to go to jail or be reprimanded?" The two elders' legs went soft. They were so regretful that their faces turned green. Seeing that they couldn't struggle, they saw that they were getting closer and closer to the police car. Their legs were shaking. In the end, they clung to the car door and said timidly, "Police officers, we were wrong. We won't make trouble anymore, okay?" The police officer almost laughed out loud at the contrast. He immediately pulled a long face. No. Su Jiaojia waited for the two elders to be held down before she opened the door. Song Qinghan was immediately pulled aside by Dinyo and another young man to whisper to him. Mama Song hid in the crowd. She looked at the police officers and then looked at Su Jiaojiao. In the end, she gritted her teeth and rushed over. She pulled Su Jiaojiao forward without warning. "Police officers, please wait. My daughter-in-law is abusing me, Su Jiaojiao didn't expect this. She staggered and sprained her ankle. "Let go." Song Qinghan's face changed slightly. Without thinking, he came over and grabbed her hand with a little force. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice. Mama Song's voice suddenly stopped. Her face changed when she felt the pain in her hand. She immediately let go. Su Jiaojia was anxious. She leaned into Song Qinghan's arms. The pain in her ankle made her break out in a cold sweat. She didn't let go of Mama Song's hand and shouted, "Comrade, someone maliciously hurt me. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup. Help me push her over and pay for it." At the same time, Hong Hong's sympathetic and suppressed laughter sounded in her mind. Mission 16 has been triggered. Madam Host, you have suffered. In order to make up for your hurt little heart, Madam Host, please think of a way to make hubby kiss host's injured area within 4 hours. Reward for success, 1 surprise gift box, for Constitution Cultivation pills, strengthens the body, eliminates hidden ailments, powerful effects. Su Jiaojiao's angry expression almost broke. In the next second, she screamed in her heart. Hong Hong, come out. After such a big incident, it was impossible for the Su family to not come. Sun Fong had long brought her husband and son over. However, seeing that her daughter was not at a disadvantage, she did not intervene. Her daughter's valiance during this period of time had made her deeply believe that she had inherited her legacy. At this time, she was still quite relieved. Therefore, when her daughter was pulled by the Song family woman, she did not react. After seeing that her daughter had sprained her ankle, Sun Fong's face immediately distorted. She rushed over and shouted, "Zhang Hua! How dare you bully my daughter?" The scene suddenly became chaotic. Su Jiaojiao had to put down her love and hate with the matchmaker system. She stopped Sun Fong and said, "Mom, calm down. Let's not make a fuss. We want money." Asking for money made Mother Song's heart ache more than fighting. Sure enough, Su Jiaojiao's words made Mother Song's face change. Why? Didn't I just pull you? Song Qinghan wanted to say something with a black face, but Su Jiaojiao pinched him. He clenched his teeth and shut his mouth. Mother Song always had the upper hand against him. Su Jiaojiao was different. Mother Song's explanation did not affect her at all. She coldly said, "You pulled me and I sprained my leg. Now, I can't even walk. I can't do things normally. After that, I still have to apply medicine. I don't even know if my leg bone is fractured. Don't you think it costs money? It's just a sprained ankle. What's the big deal?" Mother Song was still indignant. At this time, she had been released by Su Jiaojiao, but Sun Feng was still pulling her. This mother and daughter pair were simply her nemesis. She could not get rid of them. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. She took off her shoes and exposed her foot to her mother. She threatened, "Look at it yourself. It's swollen. Song Qinghan is your son, but I'm not. You didn't give birth to me or raise me. I didn't spend a single cent of your money. If you don't pay for my treatment today, I'll make your foot the same as mine." Did he really think that he was a pushover? Mama Song was like a piece of chewing gum that stuck to her body. It was disgusting and hard to remove. Since that was the case, she had to be ruthless. In any case, she would not let herself be taken advantage of. She straightened her back, her beautiful face was cold, and her eyes were cold. If her biological parents saw her like this, they would be shocked to death. At least from what they knew, this daughter was always lazy and treated people with kindness and laziness. Mrs. Song's eyelids twitched as she forced herself to say, "I'm your mother-in-law. Now that my Qingshan is in trouble, you should take care of me. How can you ask me for money? Where's the justice? Give me back my son. Otherwise, you're abusing your mother-in-law. You can have a son, but you have to give me the money your son owes me first. You know how this house used to be. There was nothing in the house. My parents bought everything for me. And the money I spent on the wedding." Su Jiaojiao's mouth was nimble, and she spouted a lot of things. Mrs. Song felt dizzy listening to her. She glanced at the house and looked away guiltily. Her tone was no longer as solemn as before. Instead, it was rather weak. But you can't take my money." The Su parents also felt guilty. These things were actually bought by Song Qinghan himself. The dowry that the family gave to their daughter was the same as those from ordinary families. Sun Feng gave Su Jiaojiao more than 100 yuan, and many of them were betrothal gifts from Song Qinghan. Sun Feng could not bear to take them, so she added a few more yuan and gave it to Jiaojiao so that she could use it for her own family. Later on, they bought a lot of things. However, those things were bought by every family for their daughter and daughter-in-law, so it did not cost much. Now, it was all Song Qinghan's own ability. However, even if they felt guilty, Sun Feng and Su Jingyang still puffed out their chests. "That's right, you have to pay. Otherwise, this son can forget about going home." Some of the onlookers secretly looked at Su Jiaojiao's two sisters-in-law. These parents were really biased towards their daughter. They originally thought that they would see the two sisters-in-law with a black face, but who knew that the two of them were also fiercely supporting their sisters-in-law from the side. In fact, Zhang Qian and Li Xiu both knew that it was not them who paid for the dowry. Of course, they did not want to ruin it. The consequence of their sisters-in-law suffering a loss was that her family would compensate them. It was better not to let her suffer a loss. Their sisters-in-law were generous, and she could give them a lot of food. Su Jiaojiao looked at the police officer who had not left with a straight face. "Officer, I have to go to the county hospital to have a checkup. Can you take me with you? How much did it cost? I'll come back with a list and ask for money." Okay. The police officer looked at Song Qinghan and nodded repeatedly. Song Qinghan's expression became slightly better. "Thank you, officer." When Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan returned from the hospital, she immediately asked Song Qinghan to stay at home while she brought her parents and brother directly to the Song family to stop them. Now that their son had an accident, although the final verdict was not out yet, they would be locked up for at least a few months. No matter how upset the Song family's parents were, they had to take care of their family. Without money, their son would not be able to make up for his weight loss. Therefore, they could not run away. Therefore, when they returned from work, the two of them were stopped by Su Jiaojiao and her people. They said that they would not pay because they could not beat them. However, they were not willing to give up. Papa Song's face was dark and he was in a deadlock. Mama Song lay on the ground and began to howl. Su Jiaojiao had seen this move before. She said directly, "Big brother, second brother, go into the house and look for them. Don't break their things. Just take the money on the list. It's only a matter of 5 yuan. This medical treatment was not particularly expensive. Su Jiaojiao only sprained her ankle. In order to spend more money, she even went to the doctor for an X-ray. In the end, it only cost 5 yuan. Of course, this was a lot for Mama Song. She pulled a long face and felt as if her heart was bleeding. You debt collector, you bastard. You shouldn't have let eldest brother marry you. Su Jianhua and Su Jianjun did not care about her and nodded. Okay, little sister. Don't worry. We'll definitely get you the money. With that said, the two of them directly blocked Papa Song and entered the house. When they reached the door, Mama Song compromised. Okay, I'll give you the money. If they really went into the house to search, they might find something. What if it was secretly taken away? Su Jiaojiao stood on one leg and leaned on Sun Feng's shoulder. She said calmly, "Why didn't you do this earlier? You're really bored." Mama Song looked at her and gritted her teeth. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on her and bite off a piece of meat. Su Jiaojiao looked down at her coldly. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll let my brother go in and look. Mama Song's vision turned black. She could only get up with trembling hands. She took out 5 yuan from the house and handed it to her reluctantly. She muttered, "You shrew. My Song family is really unlucky." Her voice was a little soft and Su Jiaojiao did not hear it clearly. However, seeing the hatred in her eyes, she guessed that it was not something good. However, when she got the money, Su Jiaojiao was happy. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat meat today." Ouch. Mother Song's chest hurt when she heard the voice that hadn't gone far. Father Song hurriedly supported her and helplessly said, "Don't bother with them. This Su family's little slut is even more ruthless than her mother. Who knew that such a virgin girl, married for only a few days, would be so fierce? If she had known, she would not have let her boss marry her." At first, she thought that the Su family's living conditions were good. If her boss married Su Jiaojiao, he would not come back and ask them for money. Who knew that she had miscalculated? Song Mu clutched her chest and nodded with lingering fear. She really didn't dare to make trouble anymore. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to make Su Jiaojiao compromise, but who knew that the police didn't care about these things at all? Instead, she was at a disadvantage. She was helped into the house and murmured in a daze, "If I knew that I would have a son, I shouldn't have taken him. I shouldn't have, Su Jiaojiao was injured. This was a big deal in the Su family. When the 3 little radish heads saw their aunt's white and tender feet covered in bandages and the swollen area, their eyes all turned red. Dabao was the most distressed. He held Su Jiaojiao's feet and asked with red eyes, "Aunt, does it hurt?" Song Qinghan came in with her in his arms. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Since he came back from the hospital, he had not spoken much and was in low spirits. When he heard her words, his eyelashes trembled and his lips were tightly pursed. He silently put her on the seat and looked at her ankle. It must be painful. His ankle was fractured before, and it hurt a lot when he touched it. But he was a man and could endure it. However, the person in his arms was very delicate. The last time she made clothes for him, her hand was pricked and she complained several times. Now that her ankle was swollen like this, it must be worse. But she was injured because of him. Su Jiaojiao was naturally aware of his emotions. But now that they were in her parents' house and there were so many people around, it was not appropriate for her to say anything. She smiled and looked at Dabao. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt. The doctor has applied medicine." Dabao suddenly felt much better. He pursed his lips and blew on her foot twice. He carefully let go of her foot and said seriously, "Aunt, if you need anything, just tell me. I will help you." Bao was not to be outdone and pushed her brother away. Bao, help Aunt too. Sanbao was still young and could not speak fluently. She could only nod and look at her with eager eyes. Aunt, Aunt. Su Jiaojia was amused by them and said happily, thank you, Aunt wants to drink water. Bao immediately raised his hand, let me do it, let me do it. He was 5 years old and could do a lot of things. After a while, Bao came over with a cup of melted malted milk powder. Behind him was Xianxia, who looked pained but did not say anything. She was more worried about Bao, be careful, don't drop it. This was malted milk powder, a precious thing. It would be a waste if it fell. This malted milk powder was naturally not given by Su Jiaojia last time. It was obtained from a small task last time. The family had 1 can of milk powder every month, and now they had 2 cans. She drank a cup with Song Qinghan every morning and night, so there was an excess of malted milk powder. It would be a waste to keep it. She gave it to her 3 little nephews and asked Sun Feng to give them a cup every day. Su Jiaojia took it with relief. She held the warm cup and said seriously, thank you, Bao. Bao smiled with satisfaction and puffed out his chest proudly. After dinner, the 2 went back. It was not good to hug her outside, so Song Qinghan carried her on his back. Su Jiaojia looked at the back of his head. This person was still filled with a gloomy aura, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She reached out and pinched his ear, whispering, what are you doing? Are you unhappy? Can you tell me? Song Qinghan looked back at her and pursed his lips into a smile, I'm not unhappy. Liar. Su Jiaojia angrily pinched his ear again. Song Qinghan was good-natured and let her do as she pleased. He walked step by step steadily towards the house. When he got home, he settled her down and started to boil water. He even brought a stool to the bathroom, afraid that she would fall while bathing. His every move could be said to be very considerate. Su Jiaojia looked at his busy back, and the corners of her lips could not help but curl up. She felt a little jealous for him. Such a good person actually had such a pair of parents. She sighed and took a quiet bath. But as she was bathing, she remembered the mission given by the matchmaker system. She looked down at her swollen feet. Other than the swollen ankle, the rest of her feet were white and clean. At a glance, it was obvious that she had not walked much. There were no calluses. Her toenails were very clean, and she often soaked her feet. She looked good, and her feet looked much more tender than other people's hands. Actually, if he wanted to kiss her, it was nothing, right? She blinked twice, and a thought appeared in her mind. At the same time, her face turned red. Su Jiaojia's ankle was only an internal injury and not an external one. Therefore, after taking a bath, the medicine on it was washed away. After spraining, a cold compress would usually be needed within 24 hours. It just so happened that it was the beginning of September and the night was slightly chilly. Su Jiaojia tore off the gauze and raised her leg as she waited for Song Qinghan to come over with a cold towel. He had just fetched the well water from the Su family's well. It was ice cold. Song Qinghan's face was taut as he came over to apply the cold compress on her as if he had done something serious. When his eyes landed on the red and swollen area, a trace of discomfort flashed through his eyes. Hiss, the moment the towel touched it, Su Jiaojia sucked in a breath of cold air. The temperature of the red and swollen area of the ankle was higher than the rest of the area. When it was suddenly touched, she felt a little uncomfortable and dull pain. Song Qinghan thought that he had used too much force and quickly let go of his hand. He asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Su Jiaojia laughed, "No, it's just too cold." Continue. As she spoke, she kicked his stomach with her other foot. Song Qinghan then applied the cold compress on her again. This time, she still felt a little uncomfortable, but Su Jiaojia resisted the pain and did not move. After a while, Song Qinghan wet the towel again. He applied the cold compress a total of 3 times before he stopped. Then, he held her foot and applied the medicine. However, just as he was about to move, Su Jiaojia suddenly pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, "It hurts." The oil lamp was dim, and Song Qinghan's heart ached. He looked up at her and said with a guilty conscience, "You're doing it yourself? My hands and feet are clumsy and I'm afraid of hurting you again." Su Jiaojia shook her head. Song Qinghan was about to continue persuading her when he heard her soft and tender voice whisper, "I'm in pain. Debao blew on me. What about you?" Song Qinghan had always been in low spirits. He felt that his family had brought a lot of trouble to Su Jiaojiao. If it wasn't for his family, how could Su Jiaojiao have her current reputation? If it wasn't for him, how could such a cherished person get hurt? Sun Feng was very angry when she saw her daughter get hurt. She casually said that she was not willing to let her daughter get hurt at all. It was also because of this that his mind was filled with discomfort. How could he be in the mood for romance? However, this sudden sentence made his heart skip a beat, and he looked up at her in a daze. He only saw that the girl's eyes, which were still a little immature, contained a little bit of a smile and a thick layer of shyness. Even though the light was dim, he could still feel the heat on her cheeks. Song Qinghan's heart warmed, and he said softly, "I'll blow on you too." As he spoke, he seriously held up her foot and gently blew on it. Phew, Su Jiaojiao never knew that there was a mechanism in her feet. Her waist trembled, and she almost accidentally made a strange sound. Fortunately, she bit her lips tightly and did not make a sound, but her breathing was a little chaotic. Just as she felt a little better, she saw the handsome young man curl his lips into a smile. "Shall I apply medicine for you?" "Not enough. I still need to blow on it." Su Jiaojiao spat out 4 words with a straight face. Just now, she was momentarily confused by the man's charm and the strange feeling in her body. She did not seize the opportunity at all. "Okay." Song Qinghan smiled dotingly and blew on her foot again. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and pretended to move carelessly, lifting her foot. Just then, her injured and swollen ankle accidentally touched his lips. It was soft and a little warm. Su Jiaojiao, success, she gave a thumbs up to her clever self. Song Qinghan was also stunned for a moment. The touch on his lips disappeared in an instant, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Then, his face was Hong, and he did not dare to speak. He silently took a cotton swab and medicine and applied it on her foot. At this moment, the air seemed to have become a lot thicker, making people feel sticky. Su Jiaojiao secretly glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Seeing that he was not angry, she secretly tried to calm her little heart down. But halfway through, the matchmaker, who was covering its eyes, buzzed, "Madam Host, this mission is not complete yet." It was all because it did not dare to look just now. Who knew, it did not succeed. Su Jiaojiao's face froze. "Say that again?" The matchmaker trembled and weakly explained, "The mission is for the husband to kiss, not accidentally touch. Madam Host's husband has to be the one to initiate." Su Jiaojiao, she glanced at her ankle, which was already applied with medicine, and thought hesitantly, "Can I say another shameless thing now?" The matchmaker did not dare to say anything. Su Jiaojiao looked at Song Qinghan's serious expression and covered her face. It was all because she was shy and did not dare to say it directly, so she played tricks. She would not take advantage of this loophole in the future. Fortunately, the mission was effective for 48 hours. There was another mission tomorrow night, she could do it. Because Su Jiaojiao was injured, Zhao Sisi specially went to town the next morning to buy some snacks and pastries for her. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you were implicated. Otherwise, this would not have happened." She felt that it was her own responsibility and was full of guilt. Su Jiaojiao knew that it had nothing to do with her. She wanted to refuse, but she ran away after giving her the snacks. Su Jiaojiao could not run away by herself, so she could only accept it. The mung bean cake and chestnut cake tasted very good. Su Jiaojiao liked it very much, but she liked the snacks from the system more. But this damn system was deceitful. It could only give her one small snack a day, the kind that could be eaten in one bite. Previously, it even showed her something like oden and barbecued meat. But she could only eat one skewer a day. The spicy strips that she had saved up were almost finished. Su Jiaojiao could take out the salt and pepper dried fish and share it with Song Qinghan, the Su parents, and the 3 children. So she did not have many snacks left. Fortunately, she had money. She could not bear to use up the marriage fund of 1 yuan every day. But occasionally, she could buy things there, so she could still eat a lot of snacks. Today's snack limit was not used. Su Jiaojiao saw that she was the only one left in the house, so she silently called for Hong. In the blink of an eye, a steaming and sizzling lamb skewer appeared in her hand. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath and let out a satisfied howl. It smelled so good. From what she ate, she knew that Su Jiaojiao's ankle had a problem, so she needed the bone-nourishing soup. Song Qinghan deliberately took the time to go to town and bought 2 tubular bones, 2 pig trotters, and some meat. He also bought Su Jiaojiao's favorite food back. The tubular bones were still used to boil the soup, and the other things could be braised. The 2 hens at home laid 1 or 2 eggs every day. Those eggs were quite big, but not all of them were double yolk eggs. Every 2 or 3 days, there would be a particularly big egg. When they opened it, they would definitely see double yolk eggs. The 2 of them did not eat much of these eggs, so they left some behind and decided to braise them for later use. At this time of the year, some food would not spoil so easily. Because she asked her 2 brothers for help yesterday, Su Jiaojiao asked Song Qinghan to send a portion of these things over. The 2 sisters-in-law looked at the fragrant braised meat and the thick and delicious bone soup on the table, then looked at the coarse grain rice that they had originally prepared. They finally understood that their family's food had improved because of Su Jiaojiao. Zhang Qian's expression was strange for a moment, then she whispered, "Mom, I plan to make 2 pairs of slippers for Xiaomei and brother-in-law." "What size are they?" Sun Fang looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with joy in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Jiaojiao is a size 35. Qinghan doesn't know, but it seems to be about the same size as eldest brothers. You can make them a little bigger. Anyway, it's fine if the slippers are a little bigger." "Okay." Zhang Qian nodded. Sun Fang smiled and said, "Jiaojiao gave us some cloth before. I'll give it to you later. Make 2 pairs for yourself too." Zhang Qian immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom." She finally understood that even if Xiaomei really took advantage of her, she would not lose out. After lunch in the afternoon, Song Qinghan went to work. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that it was still early to finish his work in advance so that he could cook for Jiaojiao when he came back. Now that the family had everything, and his skills had improved, he could cook by himself. He tried not to trouble his parents-in-law. Su Jiaojiao continued to take an afternoon nap. When she woke up, there were 3 more children in the courtyard. Dabao happily came over to support her. "Auntie, Grandma asked us to come over and take care of Auntie." Su Jiaojiao was embarrassed. She wanted 3 children to take care of her? Her mother dared to say that. She limped and hopped into the kitchen with Dabao on one leg. She planned to make some food for them and herself. Of course, it was not a proper meal, just snacks. After looking around the kitchen, she found that the most convenient was still the rice noodle rolls. Thus, she asked Dabao to start the fire, and Bao and Xiaobao to carry the firewood. Previously, Su Jiaojiao wanted to make an oven. Of course, she wanted to make it out of mud. Previously, she had seen an educational video online. Unfortunately, she did not think that she would be able to use it. After watching it, she forgot about it. She did not know if Song Qinghan could succeed in making it. Having 3 children by her side was better than staying at home alone and not being able to go anywhere. At least, she could talk to them. She made several portions of rice noodle rolls and asked Dabao to give one to Zhao Sisi next door. Zhao Sisi had not gone to work yet. Su Jiaojiao felt that she was slacking off. However, thinking about her family's connections, she thought that it was not a big deal. When it was time to get off work, Song Qinghan had already come back early to prepare the meal. He left the 3 children to eat together. As soon as they finished eating, Song Qinghan went to wash the dishes. Su Jiaojiao vaguely heard someone crying in the village. The crying was very sad, and it was many times more painful than Song Qinghan's mother's wailing. She felt a little uncomfortable listening to it. "Dabao, go and see who is crying?" "Okay." Dabao quickly ran off. After a while, he came back and said with a frown, "It's the person in the cowshed." The old grandpa fell and broke his leg. Cowshed, Su Jiaojiao thought carefully and quickly remembered. In the original owner's memory, there was a person in their village who was sent from the city to reform through labor. It was said that he had made a mistake and brought along a teenage granddaughter. For many years, the old man and his granddaughter had been obedient and took care of the cow very well. Most of the people in the village were not bad people. Other than the first few years when they would pee, they turned a blind eye to it. No one cared about them. This old grandpa. Su Jiaojia did not know what the situation was. However, according to the common situation in the village, many people were not bad people. Some were framed, and some were misjudged. Now they had ended up like this. Su Jiaojia was thinking about it when she suddenly felt that the voice seemed to be much closer to them. She ran to the door on one foot and saw a person wearing a pile of patched clothes kneeling in front of every door. He knelt in front of every door and begged them to lend him some money. In the future, he would pay them back for firewood. Some people would give him some things, while others would say a few words. That person did not pester them. He cried and said a few words of thanks. Then he pulled a handcart and went to the next house. He was not slow and was even a little anxious. His thin body was so weak that it seemed like he could fall at any time. On the handcart, a skinny old man's legs were full of blood. He seemed to be dying. This scene was a huge shock to Su Jiaojiao, who grew up in a blessed nest. Especially according to her memory, Su Jiaojiao knew that this was a girl. However, looking at her appearance, she could not tell her gender at all. This was because she was too skinny. Of course, her face was also dirty. Su Jiaojia shouted to the kitchen, "Qinghan." Song Qinghan immediately came out. Su Jiaojia said softly, "Go and get 10 yuan." Song Qinghan had been listening the whole time. When he heard that, he decisively took the money. Coincidentally, their house was next. However, some of the young men who were watching the show said, "Don't go. This woman is very stingy. She doesn't even give her mother-in-law a cent. Why would she give you money?" After that young man said that, he was punched by Dinyo. He sullenly shut his mouth. The girl hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Jiaojiao. Her eyes were red and swollen, but she still whispered, "Can you lend me a little money?" They could not afford to pay it back, so they did not dare to borrow too much. If each family only borrowed a little, they would be able to pay it back. "Wait a moment," Su Jiaojiao said. The girl's eyes lit up. She looked at her carefully and expectantly. When Song Qinghan handed her the money, Su Jiaojiao directly handed it over. "Take it. Hurry to the hospital." The young man who spoke was originally unconvinced. However, when he saw the big money, his eyes suddenly widened and his face turned red. He was shocked. Why was this shrew suddenly so generous? 10 yuan in this era could buy a bunch of things. Its purchasing power was comparable to a few hundred or even 1,000 yuan in the modern era. In this era, seeing a doctor was not expensive. 10 yuan should be enough. She had sprained her ankle yesterday and had spent 5 yuan. She had insisted on doing a lot of tests and deliberately found an excuse to spend money. She wanted to trick Mama Song so that she would not dare to come again. When the girl saw the money, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she shook her head vigorously. "It's too much, you can pay it back slowly. Your grandfather can't take it anymore." Su Jiaojiao glanced at the old man. His breathing seemed to be getting weaker. The girl gritted her teeth. She could not bear to refuse. She bowed seriously and looked at her deeply. Then, she jogged over to the handcart and left. At this moment, the brigade leader came over. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Hey, I'll get Uncle Zhang to drive you over." "Let's go." The girl nodded obediently. She held the big bag in her hand tightly as tears fell down her face. The old man, who had almost lost consciousness from the pain, was suddenly picked up. He struggled to open his eyes and instinctively looked for his granddaughter. When he saw her, he breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Don't waste the money." "My body is useless." The girl shook her head and said in a hoarse voice, "We have money. Let's see the doctor first." The old man was puzzled. He wanted to say something but could not. He frowned and his eyes were full of worry. The girl said with reddened eyes, "A kind person lent me 10 yuan. It's enough. I'll return it in the future." "Why did you?" The old man sighed. But when the tractor started moving, he felt a pain in his leg. He could not speak again. Wang Jianya was still a little surprised. Naturally, he also saw the scene. He didn't expect Jiao Jiao to be so generous. However, on second thought, it was understandable. She wasn't a stingy person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married Song Qinghan when he lost his ability to work. The reason why he was so ruthless to the Song family was that they deserved it. They were all from the same village. When she abused Song Qinghan, she did not know that others would see it. Su Jiaojiao felt a little relieved after giving the money. She had never been a stingy person, but she cared more about her own feelings. Those who made her uncomfortable shouldn't even think about getting a single cent. But in this situation, she was still very generous. Song Qinghan was frightened when he saw her move. He turned around and immediately bent down to carry her into the room. Rest for a while. I'll boil some water for you. Okay. Su Jiaojiao nodded. Su Jiaojiao sighed as she watched the strong figure leave quickly. She looked at her swollen ankle and thought to herself, it's so hard on Song Qinghan. But when she thought about what she was going to do tonight, she blushed again. Su Jiaojiao realized that Song Qinghan's strength was really great. Song Qinghan carried her as easily as if she was carrying 2 pieces of clothing. Unexpectedly, she thought of the knowledge she learned from a certain pornographic website. She silently rippled for a moment, then quickly shook her head. It's not that fast. When Song Qinghan ran out of water and came in to take her to the bathroom, he saw her red face and was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips, shook her head, and reached out her hand. Song Qinghan went over to her and hugged her. Am I fat? Su Jiaojiao asked curiously and touched her face. Before she transmigrated, she lived alone. When she was hungry, she would eat. When she was not hungry, she would not eat. Although she had snacks, when she was working, she would forget about herself. The snacks would often expire and she would not finish them, so her weight could not go up. She vaguely remembered that she had an oval face when she first arrived. Later, she unknowingly turned into a goose egg face. Although she did not eat well, it was not bad either. There was no barbecue, hot pot, steak, spicy soup, and so on, but there was a real nutritious meal. The 3 meals were set at a fixed time and there was not much exercise. As a result, she felt that she was about to grow a double chin. Song Qinghan took her out of the back door and shook the person in his arms. He chuckled and said, "You're not fat. Very light." He felt that it was a light bump, but in reality, Su Jiaojiao felt like she was floating. She was immediately frightened and hugged his neck tightly. She knocked her head on his face and complained, "You scared me." "I'm sorry," Song Qinghan apologized decisively and kissed her on the cheek. "Don't be afraid." Su Jiaojiao looked at him faintly. Song Qinghan felt even more guilty. He quickly put her down and ran. The mission still had to be completed. If they did not succeed tonight, the mission would fail. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao was very serious about tonight. After she finished showering, she washed her ankles as well. Her body smelled good. After she put on her clothes, she shouted, "Qinghan." Song Qinghan immediately appeared and carried her, who was not wearing shoes. It was a little cold tonight. As soon as they left the bathroom, Su Jiaojiao shivered. Her wet feet felt even colder. Song Qinghan quickened his pace and sent her to the room. He pulled the blanket over her and wrapped her up before he went to wash up. When the 2 of them finished showering, the sky had just turned dark. As autumn entered, the sky darkened earlier. Looking at the young man who came in with the night, Su Jiaojiao was dazed for a moment. She remembered that it was this autumn. She did not know what month it was, but the female lead came to this village on a tractor. But soon, she smiled again. Song Qinghan was a little confused. Why did she smile for no reason? But when he saw that beautiful smile, he could not help but poke her. "What are you thinking about?" However, when Su Jiaojiao saw him coming in, she leaned back a little. The angle was wrong, and it happened to poke her lips. The 2 of them were stunned at the same time. Then, they awkwardly looked away. Su Jiaojiao whispered, "Nothing." Song Qinghan coughed softly and stroked her head naturally. He went to get the medicine. "Put your leg out. I'll apply the medicine for you." "Oh." Su Jiaojiao's body heat that had just subsided surged up again. Her heart started to beat wildly. She slowly stretched out her leg, which was warm under the blanket, and placed it on his thigh. Song Qinghan lifted her leg and used a hot towel to apply a hot compress. This was according to the doctor's instructions. After 24 hours, if the swelling was serious, then apply a hot compress. Su Jiaojiao silently watched his actions until it was time to apply the medicine. If she didn't say anything now, it would be too late. Su Jiaojiao suddenly moved to the side when he was about to move. Song Qinghan was puzzled. What's wrong? Su Jiaojiao covered her red face with the blanket, only revealing a pair of wet eyes. Her muffled voice came from under the blanket. Huff, huff. Song Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. With a natural expression, he picked up her leg and blew on it as if he was pampering a child. Thump, thump, thump. Her heavy heartbeat felt as if there was a hammer pounding on her. Su Jiaojiao was even more nervous than yesterday. Her palms were sweaty, but her feet were ice cold. Only the place where he blew on them was so hot that it felt like it was about to burn. Looking at such a handsome young man with strong hands holding her leg so seriously, Su Jiaojiao felt like she was going to suffocate. Especially when she was about to say those extremely embarrassing words, it was even more, she was going to die. She screamed silently. Thousands of thoughts were running through her mind. But in fact, it only took a few seconds. Song Qinghan blew on it a few times. A gentle smile hung on the corner of his mouth. There was some heartache in his eyes. He carefully touched her swollen area with his fingertips and said softly, "Compared to yesterday, is it better today?" Su Jiaojiao blinked twice and nodded obediently. Song Qinghan was about to apply the medicine again when he heard a murmur, "But it still hurts." "It hurts a lot." Her soft voice was acting coquettishly, but it didn't have much strength. It didn't match her fierce image from before. Song Qinghan's heart tightened. His throat moved slightly, and his gaze fell on her smooth calf. He softly coaxed, "I'll blow on it for you again, okay?" Su Jiaojiao nodded with tears in her eyes. Okay. When it came to it, she was about to cry. She couldn't say something like "kiss my foot." Now, her whole body seemed to be trembling and shivering. It was as if she was in the cold winter. Song Qinghan didn't seem to notice her change. His gaze was focused on her white and tender feet. She had really put on a lot of weight. Her feet were chubby. The feeling of accidentally touching them yesterday was still there. His eyes flashed slightly, and he seriously blew on her feet. It was a very childish thing. These two people, one doing it seriously, the other looking at it seriously. The matchmaker system probably didn't appear at this time to avoid arousing suspicion. It didn't say anything, but a voice in Su Jiaojiao's mind shouted, "Hurry up and say it. If you don't say it now, you won't have a chance." In fact, to her, many of the missions given by the matchmaker system were very shameful. However, she was never troubled because she was unhappy or didn't like it. Instead, she was embarrassed. In fact, for this mission, other than the extreme shame, she didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust. Moreover, she actively wanted to complete it, not just for the reward. Su Jiaojiao's lips trembled. She watched as he seriously blew on her feet 3 times. Previously, he would only stop after 3 times. She took a deep breath and was about to say something. Suddenly, Song Qinghan looked up at her. She didn't know why, but this gaze was inexplicably fierce and domineering. It made her breath stop and her whole body tremble. The next second, a warm and soft touch was placed on her injured area. In her mind, the matchmaker system cheered. "Congratulations, Madam Host. Mission completed." This host completed it without saying anything. "She's really amazing." Su Jiaojiao felt that she had been bewitched by that gaze and actually made such a shameful sound. As the only audience, Song Qinghan's entire body stiffened. Fortunately, he was still rational. He lowered his eyes for a while before moving his lips away and silently applying medicine for her. Su Jiaojiao shivered. After the medicine was applied, she immediately curled up under the blankets and lay down. Only then did she feel a little more comfortable, but she was still a little cold. Tonight, the temperature seemed to have dropped abruptly. The overall temperature in 72 was much lower than in 18. One could get through the summer with a fan, but in 18, it was very easy to get a heat stroke. Su Jiaojiao silently curled up under the blankets and wrapped herself up like a caterpillar. Not long after, Song Qinghan came up as well. Su Jiaojiao blinked. Although the two of them did not use a blanket previously, they were still holding hands. It was normal for them to snuggle up to sleep occasionally when they were close. However, in that state just now, Su Jiaojiao's heart was moved. She really wanted to curl up under his blankets and add another layer to herself, but she was a little embarrassed. Song Qinghan's gaze earlier had given her too much stimulation. It was as if it had directly struck her soul. But suddenly, the person beside her seemed to have an epiphany and directly reached out. Su Jiaojiao rolled over and automatically rolled into his arms. The tense atmosphere between the two of them instantly dissolved. Su Jiaojiao burst out laughing and turned back to lie flat. She whispered, "Come closer." Song Qinghan's expression was gentle as he leaned over and directly covered her with the blanket. He then hugged her together with the blanket and asked softly, "Are you cold?" "I'm not cold anymore." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. The two of them leaned their heads against each other and looked at each other, but they could not bear to look away. It was not like this had never happened before, but the two of them were people with self-control. Or rather, their feelings had not reached that point and they were not impulsive enough. But today, Su Jiaojiao's intuition told her that something would happen. As expected, after looking at each other for a while, the young man with thin lips moved closer. "Goodnight kiss." Su Jiaojiao looked up and did not move. But this time, he didn't touch her face. Instead, he touched her lips. Su Jiaojiao's breathing automatically slowed down. Su Jiaojiao did not take the matter of helping the old man to heart. That money was just money to her, but to that girl, it was a life-saving item. They were obviously having a hard time at this time, so Su Jiaojiao didn't think of asking them to return the money. But on the morning of the third day, the weather. Song Qinghan opened the door and saw a pile of dry firewood at the door. At first glance, he could tell that it was picked up from the mountains and dried under the sun. Not bad, it was only a handful, but it was enough to cook 2 meals. This kind of firewood was especially good at burning. It could even be burned into charcoal for warmth in winter. They had used a lot of firewood at home because they had been cooking for a while, but there was still a lot left. It was all dry wood. But the firewood was also a token of the other party's goodwill. Song Qinghan brought it in and used it to cook for breakfast. He also told Su Jiaojiao about it. "Yes, it's okay. If she's willing to give it to us, we'll take it," Su Jiaojiao said softly. She felt much more at ease this way. Song Qinghan looked at her gently and could not help but pinch her face. "I know." If there were no accidents, Song Qinghan had to go to work in the morning. Su Jiaojiao's sprained ankle was still a little problematic, but she could still walk. She continued to think about food at home. But this time, she was thinking about the medicinal cuisine. These medicinal herbs were bought by Song Qinghan after he got off work the day before. There were many kinds of medicinal herbs, and it cost a lot of money. These were the main ingredients of the contraceptive medicinal cuisine. Su Jiaojiao did not intend to be so fast. But the task 2 days ago was completed, but it was too exciting. The two of them took another step closer that night. They were both cautious people before, but when their feelings became deeper and the atmosphere was just right, they developed to this stage. Su Jiaojiao used to think that it was fast, but when it really came to that, she felt that it was natural. She finally understood that it was easy to be out of control when it came to matters of the heart. It was also because of this that Su Jiaojiao was afraid that she could not hold on. She had to research the medicinal cuisine in advance. Otherwise, she would cry if she really got pregnant. A week later, Su Jiaojiao's leg was completely healed. The medicinal cuisine was also made. Surprisingly, it did not have any bitter taste, and it looked like an ordinary bowl of meat porridge. Su Jiaojiao was very satisfied. She had chosen the right profession and was very good at it. It was said that the medicinal cuisine had to be drunk for 3 consecutive days, and once every 7 days. It was a continuous and natural contraceptive and would not harm the body, but it should not be drunk too much. It would lose its effect after 10 days of stopping the medicine. This was simply a miracle medicine. Su Jiaojiao expressed that she liked it very much, but it was a little expensive. The cost of such a bowl was 3 yuan. Fortunately, she had a continuous marriage fund. Oh, right, this medicinal cuisine was open to both men and women. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao hesitated for a while and chose to drink it for herself first. When things were settled, she would give it to him. Otherwise, it would feel like he was hinting at something. Song Qinghan looked gentle and honest, but he was actually a domineering person. He would not back down from a place that he had once occupied. For example, the first time they held hands to sleep, they held hands every night after that. After that kissing mission, he hugged her to sleep and never left her alone in bed. The goodnight kiss before going to sleep also directly upgraded from a kiss on the cheek. This was also the reason why Su Jiaojiao felt a sense of urgency. Who knew when she would feel dizzy and Song Qinghan would also not be able to hold back. If she was not careful and fell for it, then it would be terrible. The next day, Su Jiaojiao, who had successfully made the medicinal cuisine, received love from her 2 sisters-in-law. There were 4 pairs of shoes. She and Song Qinghan each had 2 pairs of shoes, 1 pair of slippers and 1 pair of single shoes. Su Jiaojiao also noticed the goodwill of her 2 sisters-in-law. It was good that they were willing to be friendly. After all, they were separated and each had their own way of doing things. But after all, they were still family. It was good that they could help each other. Therefore, Su Jiaojiao calmly accepted. The reward of Mission 16, the 4 Constitution Cultivation pills, had been dissolved in milk powder for herself, Song Qinghan, and the Su family's parents. The 2 elders said that their sleep had improved a lot in the past few days. They felt relaxed and comfortable, as if they were younger. As for Song Qinghan, there was no change. Su Jiaojiao did not feel anything. As for the surprise gift box, Su Jiaojiao secretly took it out at home and looked at it. Her face turned green and she asked the matchmaker system to take it back. It would not agree no matter what, so she could only hide it in her closet. She should not have trusted the matchmaker system. It was a fraud. Sure enough, this kind of unmarked reward was not a good thing. However, the Constitution Cultivation pills were good. Unfortunately, there were only 4 of them. No one else had any. On such days, September ushered in the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was the reunion festival. Su Jiaojiao bought a lot of food and returned to the Su family's house with Song Qinghan. The family ate dinner contentedly. 2 days later, a group of new educated youths came to the village. The female lead was among them. Su Jiaojiao did not remember the female lead's name. She only knew that her surname was Shi. She remembered it because of Shi Yao. Just like in the novel, the female lead came here on a tractor. She was a transmigrator. The original owner loved a supporting male lead and fought with her stepsister for a man. However, she was simple-minded and was always framed by the green tea sister. The supporting male lead did not like her. At the beginning of this year, the supporting male lead Xianxia had to go to the countryside because of his family situation. Shi Yao immediately followed him. She hid this information and no one knew. When the original owner of Shishu's body realized it, she cried for a long time but to no avail. Father Shi loved his daughter and coaxed her to wait for a few months. It was this autumn that Father Shi arranged for her to go to the countryside with her stepsister and Xianxia. The timing of the female lead's transmigration was not right. She was a bit late and was already in the car going to the countryside. Since she was here and could not go back, the female lead resigned herself to her fate. She planned to stay here and wait for the college entrance exam to resume. She and Xiao seemed to be 2 children of a reorganized family. The female lead's father was very powerful and rich. Unfortunately, the female lead liked the supporting male lead wholeheartedly and did not care about her father at all. She talked back to her father all day long. With her stepmother and stepsister causing trouble, her relationship with her father was not good. After transmigrating, the female lead gave up on the supporting male lead and mended her relationship with her father. She easily lived a good life. Su Jiaojiao thought for a while and gave up. Who told her to watch too little footage? There were only a few pictures. How could she know the name of the supporting male lead? Moreover, he was in the same brigade. Although he kept a low profile, she had still heard of him. Seeing that Su Jiaojiao seemed to be interested in the new educated youth, Zhao Sisi, who had heard some gossip, smiled and said, "This time, only 3 people came to our brigade. The educated youth camp has also been partially repaired, so the brigade leader let them live there directly. However, this time, one of them is Xiao's younger sister." "What's her name?" Su Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows and asked. Zhao Sisi said, "Her name is Shishu. She's a pretty girl with clear eyes. She's much better than Xiao. I really don't know why there's such a big difference between a family." Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. In her heart, she thought that this was an enemy who wasn't related by blood. Naturally, it was different. However, Zhao Sisi was quite good at judging people. If she said she wasn't bad, then she really wasn't bad. Su Jiaojiao's worried heart finally calmed down. After Zhao Sisi finished gossiping, she suddenly pulled on her hand and said in a somewhat depressed tone, "Jiaojiao, I have to go." "Ah?" Su Jiaojiao was stunned. How to go? Where to go? However, she quickly reacted. She thought about the recent rumors in the village. Even if Zhao Sisi had nothing to do with it and she was only a victim, there would always be disgusting gossipers who thought that Zhao Sisi was no longer clean and so on. Even before, Zhang Shu's mother had come once and said that since she was bullied by her son, then she should marry him or something. Zhang Shu was sentenced to death with a reprieve, and Song Qingshan was sentenced to 3 months in prison. The former didn't die immediately. The Zhang parents didn't want to have no children. Of course, they were chased away by Aunt Wang. However, Zhao Sisi was also furious. She scolded them and didn't care about etiquette at all. She imitated the way that Shru scolded in the street. Because of this, the Zhang parents didn't dare to come again. Zhao Sisi pursed her lips and smiled. She wasn't in a good mood, but she felt quite happy. "I have to go home. My dad used his connections to get me discharged. I'm really happy to go back. I just can't bear to part with you, Xiaoyu, and the food you make." Su Jiaojiao smiled. "When are you leaving?" "I'll make more for you to eat on the train." In fact, she was a little afraid of socializing. She didn't like to take the initiative to socialize. She could live alone in her room. However, Zhao Sisi was the opposite. At first, her personality wasn't likable, but she was quite loyal to her friends. Su Jiaojiao didn't like to be too close to educated youths, but she wasn't a heartless person. Zhao Sisi was such a warm person. After so long, she still had some feelings for her. Zhao Sisi immediately jumped up. "Thank you, Jiaojiao. You're really a good person. When I go back, I'll send you delicious food. My dad said that it would be done in about a week. By then, we might never see each other again. It's okay. When I have the chance, I might go to your place to play." Su Jiaojiao smiled. After sending Zhao Sisi off, Su Jiaojiao rode to town the next day. Since she was going to send her away, she had to make something good. She thought about it in her mind. Cold eating rabbit was the best food, bring a few steamed buns and eat spicy rabbit meat. The taste was amazing, even on the train, it was a great enjoyment. She rode the bike and smiled as she faced the cool wind. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Su Jiaojiao slowed down and hesitated whether to invite her to the car. She didn't like to take the initiative to socialize, so she pretended not to know her every time. It was just that the little girl was wearing a pair of straw sandals with her toes exposed. She was seriously revealing that in the basket on her back, there was a pile of dried mushrooms and some medicinal herbs. It was all thanks to the medicinal cuisine recipe that she was able to recognize it. Su Jiaojiao couldn't bear it and decided to stop. She smiled and said, "Little comrade, get on the car. Sister will take you." The skinny girl who was walking with her head down looked up in surprise. There was a touch of surprise on her face. "It's you." Su Jiaojiao was shocked by the dirty pot on her face. "What are you doing? Why is your face so dark?" Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. There was a hint of fear on the little girl's face as she whispered, "You'll be bullied." Su Jiaojiao looked at her seriously. The last time they met, she didn't see her face clearly. She only recognized her from her hair and figure. This child's name was Ji Xian. He was 16 years old this year and his grandfather was Ji Jingfeng. Song Qinghan found out 2 days ago that Ji Jingfeng used to be a university professor who taught history. He also liked to draw and was very famous for his Chinese paintings. It was once difficult for others to get their hands on his paintings. However, after his death, he ended up here. In the past, Su Jiaojiao didn't care about anything else in the village. She always felt that she would leave in the future. However, after knowing this, Su Jiaojiao didn't regret helping this person. It would be a loss if such an old man really died. They had suffered for many years and wanted to help them. Su Jiaojiao didn't want to suddenly go over. The money she borrowed should be enough, so she didn't think about it anymore. Now that she met him again, she looked at the face that was dirty from the pot and couldn't hide his exquisite facial features. This child was a little thin and a little out of shape. However, his bone structure was still beautiful and his skin was white. It should be a surprise to take care of him normally. If he was clean, he could be called a little beauty. There was never a lack of disgusting wretched men in this world. Even at a time when the crime of being a pervert was very serious, there were still many people who couldn't control their restless hearts. They were no different from beasts. Ji Xian seemed to be shy from being stared at. He pursed his lips and smiled, saying softly, "Sister." Su Jiaojiao looked at him again and smiled, "Get in the car. Sit in the back. I'll take you to town." Ji Xian nodded happily, "Thank you, sister." She nimbly climbed into the car. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly serious. She carefully protected the basket on her back and didn't dare to touch other places, afraid that she would dirty it. She crossed her legs and hooked them on the loose straw sandals. Looking at her limbs, they were quite slender. She was 16 years old and looked thin and weak. When she got closer, she realized that she was actually as tall as her. Su Jiaojiao's gaze swept past those thick black eyebrows. She also got in the car and started riding. It was a little tiring to carry another person, but it was okay. She rode at a moderate speed and there was no one around. She asked softly, "Do you want to change your appearance?" She was thinking that this girl had some heroic spirit between her eyebrows and looked like a beautiful man from 40 years later. If she could cut her hair short and look more like a boy, she would not be mistreated when she went out. Even if she didn't want to admit it, girls always encountered more danger than boys when they went out. Most people wouldn't think much of a boy if he was a little prettier. Although there were perverted men and women who wouldn't let them go, their numbers were much smaller. Girls, on the other hand, were different. If someone were to take a fancy to them, their whole life would be over. But when she asked, she didn't expect the matchmaker system to answer her first. Ding! Mission 17 has been triggered. Madam Host, your husband hasn't cut his hair for nearly 4 months. Too long hair will affect his eyesight. Please personally help your husband cut his hair short. Reward, 1 set of premium shampoo and conditioner, with an alluring fragrance, 7 Constitution Cultivation pills. Su Jiaojiao's eyelids twitched. When she saw the mission's content, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, this mission was simple. It wasn't as shameful as the previous mission. The mission reward was generous. 7 pills for her brother, sister-in-law, and 3 nephews was not bad. Ji Xian, who was sitting in the back seat, didn't notice anything unusual. She had a happy smile on her face. She trusted Su Jiaojiao very much. 10 yuan wasn't something that could be casually taken out. Moreover, she was also a girl. So, when she heard her question, she immediately answered obediently, "What kind of appearance?" "A boy's appearance." "Cut your hair short and look like a boy." Su Jiaojiao grinned. "Your facial features are pretty. Even if you cover them up, you can still see that you're a pretty girl. Why don't you become a boy and dirty your face a little? Even if people think you're pretty, they won't think too much." She was just saying it, but Ji Xian immediately nodded her head with sparkling eyes. When she realized that the other party couldn't see, she quickly said, "Sister is right. Then I'll cut my hair when we get back." She really felt that Su Jiaojiao's suggestion was a good idea. She hated her identity as a girl. It was inconvenient for her to do anything. Su Jiao, it's not good to cut your hair yourself. I'll take you to the barber later. Thank you for the firewood for these 2 days. It's on me. No need, no need. This is what I should do. I don't have the money to pay you now. This is the interest. Ji Xian hurriedly waved her hands. However, Su Jiao made the decision unilaterally. Ji Xian's face was bitter. Looking at her back, she couldn't help but smile. This sister of hers was really good. Su Jiao asked, "How's your grandfather?" "He's already a lot better. The doctor said that he just needs to take care of himself and not move around. He'll recover in a month or 2. Ji Xian said crisply, "Sister, this time I'm bringing something to sell. I should be able to sell it for a few yuan. After I sell it, I'll come find you and we'll go to the barber together, okay?" "Okay." Su Jiao smiled and talked to her about other things. The two of them chatted together. Time passed much faster than before. When they arrived in town, the two of them agreed on a place to meet up and then went their separate ways. Su Jiao first went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some daily necessities. Then, with the help of the matchmaker system, she avoided the patrolling guards and ran to the black market to buy rabbits from people on the streets. At this time, there were also domestic rabbits that were specially bred. They didn't taste as good as wild rabbits and their meat was more tender. However, these people all hid and were difficult to find. Fortunately, she had a cheating device. Rabbit meat was slightly more expensive than pork. Su Jiao's hands were loose and she directly bought 3. After spending a few yuan, she was finally satisfied and prepared to leave. However, when she turned the corner on the other side of the alley, a familiar figure appeared in front of her eyes. However, the other person didn't see her. Ji Xian seemed to be making a deal with someone. After she gave away the things in her basket, she received a sum of money. Looking at the way they were talking, it seemed different from the shy girl in front of her. Looking at the money in her hand, Ji Xian's tense and cold face finally relaxed a little. A trace of a smile appeared on her face, but it quickly faded. She brushed her hair twice and turned to leave with the empty basket. However, after taking 2 steps, she noticed that someone was looking at her from the opposite side of the road. Her eyebrows jumped. She pretended not to notice and looked out of the corner of her eye. When she saw that person, her face froze. She turned her face and squeezed out a fawning smile on her dirty little face. Su Jiao smiled helplessly and shook her head. She lifted her chin slightly and motioned for her to go to the meeting place. Only then did Ji Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the young man with short hair, his peach blossom eyes were full of tenderness. His thick eyebrows blew away these feelings and added a bit of heroic spirit. Because she was thin and weak, the lines on her cheeks were much colder. Her chin was sharp and her body was slender. Her face was still dirty, but her facial features were still beautiful, but she lacked a bit of femininity. Her hair was only about 2 centimeters short, revealing her beautiful neck and wide ears. The young man was quite uncomfortable. He fiddled with his ears unnaturally with an awkward expression. However, he carefully looked at Su Jiao, afraid that her expression would change. Su Jiao pushed the cart and slowly walked out of the town with Ji Xian. When there was no one around, he started to ride. He let her sit in the back seat and whispered, "You're quite brave." Ji Xian pursed his lips and smiled. He lowered his head awkwardly and sadly. "I want money, but Grandpa won't let me. I usually go to the community to exchange, but it's different now." The value of the things exchanged at the community was much lower, but the black market was not allowed. Most people could only obediently exchange. However, they were now in a desperate situation and owed a lot of debt. She couldn't help but take the risk. Su Jiao asked curiously, "Did you encounter any patrols when you were doing this?" "Twice. As long as you run fast enough, it's fine." Ji Xian saw that she didn't look down on him or oppose him. Instead, she seemed to be on his side. He immediately relaxed and said softly, "I found out the pattern of their patrols. They also seem to go to the black market to exchange. Under normal circumstances, they turn a blind eye to it. Only those who are really crazy will be caught." "Oh." Su Jiao blinked. Aren't you afraid? No. Xian said seriously, my grandpa is more afraid, but I'm not. I'm about to die, so it's useless to be afraid. Besides, I always come here in advance to discuss the time, place, and amount of the transaction. It's done quickly. As Xian spoke, it became like he was presenting a treasure. He kept talking about his plan. She didn't go there to try her luck. She had already figured out many of the hidden rules. She also knew a few of the contacts. As long as she discussed it first, the transaction would be done quickly. Basically, it would take less than a minute to complete the transaction. It was a little troublesome, but it was cautious enough. Su Jiaojiao listened to her story and was impressed. She was a coward and didn't dare to do anything. Seeing how powerful Xian was, she couldn't help but click her tongue. However, as they talked, Xian deviated. Sister, I found a patch of ripe chestnuts on the mountain. I plan to give them to you the next time I go. Do you want me to give you some too? There are a lot of chestnuts. On the mountain? You dare to go up there? Su Jiaojiao was even more surprised. There were wolves and wild boars on the mountain. There were also many carnivores. Most people didn't dare to go up, except for a few hunters. Later on, the country owned the mountain and private individuals couldn't hunt as they pleased. There were even fewer hunters. Only a few people, such as Su Jingyang, dared to go up secretly. Later on, when Song Qinghan's leg recovered, he wanted to go hunting secretly. However, he was rejected by Su Jiaojiao. In the future, they couldn't hunt wild animals. Although they were in a different era now, they didn't lack food and drink. There was no need to put in the effort. Xian nodded. Yes, I can run very fast and I can climb trees. I even met a wolf once, but it didn't do anything to me. Wolves are afraid of people and fire. This time, Su Jiaojiao really admired him from the bottom of her heart. He was such a bold, smart, and cautious person. Her little suppressed thoughts began to stir. Little friend, how about we cooperate? You give me the chestnuts and I'll make them into sugar-fried chestnuts, chestnut cakes, and other things. You can sell them and we'll split the money 20 to 80. You'll get 80%. Really? Xian immediately became excited. His hand that was tugging on her clothes tightened. She had always had ideas, but unfortunately, she didn't have a real home and couldn't really do anything. She could only dry some mushrooms and medicinal herbs to pay back the money. Really? Su Jiaojiao nodded and sped up a little. She was also a little excited. I can make a lot of food. As long as I have the ingredients, I'll make it for you. For example, roast chicken, roast duck, steamed buns, and all kinds of desserts. Western and Chinese desserts, I can make them all. Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. When she finished, Xian said very seriously, let's cooperate. This sudden collaboration made Su Jiaojiao extremely happy. She was about to receive a huge income. Su Jiaojiao became even more generous. She directly dragged her future collaborator, Xian, home for a meal and helped her cook. Xian did not return the money to her first. Instead, he gave the money to the villagers who had lent her before. Now that she had returned the money, she could finally straighten her back a little. Song Qinghan had never commented on the matters of the family. He would obediently listen to whatever Su Jiaojiao wanted to do. Hence, when she treated, Song Qinghan helped her by fetching water and washing the vegetables. Other than, when he did not recognize Xian at first glance, his eyes turned cold and stiff, everything else was fine. Before cooking, Su Jiaojiao asked Xian to wipe his face clean. Just as she had expected, he had the image of a beautiful man. If he wore a black willow necklace around his neck, he would look like a dark little puppy. He would be very beautiful. Because of this, she did not look feminine at all. After she lowered her voice, there were no flaws at all. They did not eat anything good for lunch. They only had some meat, duck eggs, 2 braised fish, and white rice. To Xian, this was already the best thing she could get. Ever since she came here, she had not eaten anything good. Only on her birthday did her grandfather secretly give her an egg. She did not know where he got it from. Xian did not feel at ease during lunch. Even though Su Jiaojiao had asked her to send food to her grandfather first, she still felt a stomachache. It was not that the food was not good, but that it was too expensive. She felt guilty. The sharp-eyed Su Jiaojiao once again picked up food for her. Ji Xian hurriedly took his bowl and retreated. He said, "Sister, that's enough. I don't have a big appetite. It's not much. Since you don't want to pick up the meat, I can only do it." Su Jiaojiao smiled faintly. Ji Xian pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. "I'll pick up the meat." In order to express his gratitude, he immediately picked up a piece of meat for himself. Su Jiaojiao let him go. After a while, he quickly dug into the rice, focusing on the vegetables and fish. Even so, he was satisfied. The food was delicious. It was even better than what she ate at home when she was young. It was also the most oily food she had eaten in the past few years. Even the ordinary vegetables had a layer of oil. After hurriedly finishing his meal, Ji Xian put down his chopsticks and took his bowl to the kitchen. Then, he said somewhat cautiously, "Sister, I'll go back first." "Go." Su Jiaojiao could see that he was embarrassed to stay here, so she did not force him. After waiting for him to leave, she looked at Song Qinghan and said with a smile, "When she's with me, she's like a little white rabbit. She's so obedient. But when I saw her secretly trading with someone before, she was quite fierce." Song Qinghan nodded uninterestedly. "You helped her. That's normal." Su Jiaojiao pouted unhappily. She kicked his leg under the table and whispered, "I want to do business with her." "You can't object." "I don't object." Song Qinghan freed his left hand and rubbed her head. There was a smile in his eyes. "Be careful. Don't do it too often. Your life is more important." "Okay." Su Jiaojiao nodded obediently. There was a mischievous smile on her face. "Qinghan, your hair has grown a lot." Song Qinghan looked at Jiaojiao and waited for her to continue. His hair was naturally long. 2 days ago, he had been thinking about going to town to get a haircut. He was used to having a buzz cut. His current hairstyle was a bit strange, but it added a bit of gentleness to him. It was as if part of his sharpness was covered by his hairstyle. Su Jiaojiao reached over and pulled his hand. She said coquettishly, "After dinner, I'll cut your hair for you, okay?" "Okay." Song Qinghan calmly agreed. Su Jiaojiao was delighted. Sure enough, this task was easy. After leaving the courtyard, Ji Xian could not help but look back. It was a simple little courtyard. The door to the central room was open, and he could see a couple inside. Ji Xian smiled and walked briskly to the cowshed. The environment in the cowshed was terrible. There was only a small window, and it was dark. Every time Ji Xian came here, he felt out of breath. However, he could not leave because his grandfather was here. This time, when he entered the house, he smelled a rare aroma of rice. Ji Xian's smile widened. "Grandpa, is Sister Jiaojiao's cooking delicious?" Ji Changfeng, who looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, subconsciously softened his expression when he heard that it was his granddaughter. He said hoarsely, "You're asking for other people's things again. How are you going to repay them in the future?" Ji Changfeng was stunned when he saw his granddaughter's hairstyle and face. He said in surprise, "Why did you cut your hair? Why do you look like a boy?" "That's right. I won't be afraid in the future. I'm a boy, so no one will bully me." Ji Xian raised his eyebrows proudly. His movements were casual as he sat down on the straw pile. He really did look like a boy. The old-fashioned Ji Changfeng's eyelids twitched when he saw this. He had just eaten, so his oily lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, when he thought of his own situation, his anger dissipated. He sighed. "You're all grown up now. You can decide for yourself." Ji Xian chuckled and looked at the bowl beside her. It was quite big, but there was a hole in it. She had finished all the rice in it. Jiaojiao's sister had served her a lot of meat and rice. She had even poured fish soup over it. Even though she had finished eating, the smell still lingered in the air. Naturally, she took the bowl out to wash it. The 15-year-old girl had not developed due to long-term malnutrition. Her chest was flat, and she was wearing tattered clothes made of coarse cloth. With her short hair, she looked like a boy at first glance. When the women in the village passed by and saw her, they were surprised. Where did this young man come from? He looks quite energetic. Ji Xian became more and more at ease. After washing the bowl, she turned around and looked in the direction of the mountain from afar. The trees there were so dense that no light could penetrate them. It looked very gloomy. Ordinary people would at most wander around the foot of the mountain. They would never dare to go deep. She narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation and ambition. Other than the chestnuts, there were many other good things here that could be exchanged for money. Su Jiaojiao knew that her haircutting skills were not good, so she planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. When Song Qinghan saw the results, he would not be angry. After the meal, she immediately used the hot water in the pot to wash his hair. Unfortunately, although it was a beautiful dream, it was actually very skinny. Without the barbershop's reclining chair, it was very inconvenient to wash his hair while lying down. Su Jiaojiao tried several times, but she could not cover Song Qinghan's entire head with water. She looked at the man lying pitifully on the bench, trying his best to stabilize his head without any support. She was so careless that she wet his clothes. In the end, she didn't even wash half of it and even forced the veins on his neck to bulge. She finally said guiltily, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Song Qinghan immediately let out a long sigh of relief and sat up straight. "I'll do it." He really wanted to let Jiao Jiao play with him, but he did not expect that this position would be so uncomfortable. Su Jiaojiao stood at the side and watched with a guilty conscience. He was very nimble when washing his hair. He directly bent down and rubbed shampoo on his head with his big hands. After adding some water, his hair was foamy. After that, he washed his hair and poured water on it. His movements were swift and decisive, and it took less than 2 minutes. After Song Qinghan finished washing his hair, he wiped it with a towel until it was dry. Su Jiaojiao found a glossy shirt and wrapped it around him. Only his head was exposed, and she began to cut his hair. He had a buzz cut before, and now it was just a little longer. She just needed to cut it according to the length. Su Jiaojiao held a comb in one hand and an empty hand in the other. Her pretty face was tense, and she was ready for battle. "I'm going to start." "Okay." Song Qinghan sat with his legs side by side. His back was straight, and his hands were on his knees. His sitting posture was very upright and standard. After Su Jiaojiao finished speaking, she was deflated, but she still forced herself to do it. With a slight click, a piece of hair fell. She persevered and cut it again. After a few seconds, Su Jiaojiao silently looked at the obviously different part of his hair. She felt even more guilty. "Hong Hong, I regret it." She knew it. Cutting her hair was really difficult. "Madam Host, you can do it. Think about the mission reward." "Your beautiful hair," the matchmaker system cheered her on in a childish voice. Su Jiaojiao blinked. She was unwilling to give up. Since she had already cut it, she might as well go to the barber shop and get it fixed. However, she sweetly called out. Qinghan, the young man with his back facing her, turned his head. There was no trace of worry on his face. He asked gently, "What's wrong?" Su Jiaojiao leaned on his shoulder and puckered her lips to give him a kiss. Song Qinghan was slightly startled. Then, he smiled. Just as he was about to ask for more sweetness, he saw that she had already stood up and was ready to continue. He lowered his eyes and felt the residual warmth on his lips. His eyes flickered. Daniel came over with a bowl of soup. He came over to give Song Qinghan a bowl of soup. There were 2 pieces of meat in it. It was good stuff. If he hadn't bought the meat, he wouldn't have been able to take it out. Daniel came over happily. However, when he was about to reach Song Qinghan's courtyard, he saw a scene from afar that made his teeth ache. He saw the well-known shrew cutting Song Qinghan's hair like a little woman. However, this shrew was quite soft today. Her pretty face was serious, her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes were serious. She even looked a little nervous, as if she was doing something important. However, she cut his hair so badly that it looked like a dog had gnawed on it. It was a horrible sight. He looked at the person whose hair was cut. He was calm. His handsome face was as calm as water. However, because of the nervous look of the girl behind him, his lips slowly curved into a doting smile. His slightly cold eyes softened. There seemed to be a strange atmosphere between the two of them. No one could get in between them. Daniel stood there hesitantly. He had always been carefree, but he suddenly felt embarrassed to go in and disturb them. At this moment, Song Qinghan, whose hair was cut, saw him. He waved the hand on his lap. It was obvious that he didn't want him to come in and disturb them. Daniel shook his head unhappily. Song Qinghan really forgot about his brother after getting a wife. He pursed his lips and turned to leave. He swallowed the meat soup in one gulp. However, his thoughts were still on the scene he had just seen. Suddenly, a wave of envy surged from the bottom of his heart. He had always felt that Su Jiaojiao wasn't good enough for brother Qinghan. Song Qinghan was so powerful and righteous. What did Su Jiaojiao have? She was a shrew. Calling her shrew wasn't enough. However, at this moment, Daniel felt that the two of them were quite compatible. The courtyard was quiet. At this time, everyone had finished eating and was taking a nap. No one disturbed them. Su Jiaojiao was so focused on the hair that she didn't even notice that someone had come. Just as she was about to knock on the door and enter, she was chased away by her husband. If she wanted to give a grade, based on how serious she was, even if she didn't cut it well, she would be given a grade. Half an hour later, she circled around Song Qinghan several times and finally finished cutting his hair. After confirming that the task was completed, she couldn't bear to look at his eyes. She smiled at him with her chubby little face and said in a sweet voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Qinghan, that. I'll go to town with you tomorrow. Let's do it again." Song Qinghan seemed a little sad when he heard this. He frowned and said hesitantly, "Is it really that ugly?" Su Jiaojiao swallowed and squatted down slightly. He was tall. Even if he was sitting, he was still at her chest. She bent her knees and squatted down. When she looked at him again, she couldn't see the top of his head. His face and the irregular hair in front were actually not bad. She lied through her teeth, "Not really. You're good looking. This hairstyle is okay too." Song Qinghan looked at her suspiciously, "Really?" Su Jiaojiao covered her face and wailed, "It's fake." It was as if she had been bitten by a dog. If it weren't for her good-looking face, she would definitely be so ugly that even her father wouldn't be able to recognize her. Song Qinghan didn't say anything. He was silent. His eyes were downcast, and he didn't say a word. There was a gloomy aura around him, and he looked so pitiful. Su Jiaojiao felt so guilty that she almost committed seppuku. She quickly removed his clothes, cleaned his hair, and wanted to run away. Out of sight, out of mind, however, when she turned around, her wrist was grabbed. She took 2 steps back and sat directly on Song Qinghan's body. Su Jiaojiao was in the enemy's camp. She guiltily held his face and apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll accompany you to town to get a haircut tomorrow. I won't harm you in the future." The disappointed look on the young man's face made her feel sorry for him. It made her feel even more embarrassed. She wanted to slap Hong Hong's butt. Of course, it was also because she couldn't resist the temptation of the mission reward. She deserved it. Song Qinghan saw that her pretty face was wrinkled into a bitter gourd. He suppressed his laughter in his heart, but on the surface, he pursed his lips and frowned. He asked in a low voice, "Your eyes seem to be a little uncomfortable. Did some hair fall in?" "Ah? Let me see." Su Jiaojiao immediately opened his eyes to check. Suddenly, a hand appeared at the back of her head. Then, with a forceful tug, her lips were bitten. After a long time, Vicious Wolf's low and hoarse voice on her lips seemed to give her an electric shock. "It's okay if you continue to harm me. It's enough as long as you compensate me." Su Jiaojiao, as a single mother, Su Jiaojiao was actually a woman who didn't understand romance. If someone had said this before she transmigrated, she would have had goosebumps all over her body. However, at this moment, Su Jiaojiao looked at the eyes that seemed to be dyed with lust. Their eyes were very close, their breasts were intertwined, and their lips were pressed together. It was extremely ambiguous. When she heard him say this again, Su Jiaojiao only felt her little heart go bang. Her heart directly exploded in her chest. It shook her so much that she didn't have any strength left. She could only lean weakly in his arms. Her legs, which were not long enough, were suspended in the air. Her toes were shyly curled up, and her fair little face was as red as a tomato. It's over, she felt that she had completely fallen. Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. A few days later, Zhao Cixi left. Before she left, Su Jiaojiao seriously cooked 3 main dishes and treated her to a meal. She also made spicy rabbit cubes from the rabbits she bought previously and gave her 1/3 to bring on the train. As for the remaining 2, one was given to her parents in the Su family, and a small portion was given to Ji Xian. She kept the rest for herself. Ji Xian was a giant in action. Although she had a girl's body, she was actually bold, careful, and decisive. On the night she came back, she sent a basket of chestnuts with the outer layer of thorns removed. In the middle of the night, it was Song Qinghan who went to hand over the chestnuts. Su Jiaojiao was too lazy to get up. Now that the weather was getting colder, the two changed to a slightly thicker quilt and slept peacefully in the same bed. When Song Qinghan came back with the things, she rolled into his arms and hugged his waist to continue sleeping. In a daze, Su Jiaojiao was still thinking, did Song Qinghan's hair get laughed at these few days? Why didn't he feel nervous? Why didn't he take the initiative to go to the barber in town to get a haircut? In fact, they naturally laughed at it. However, Song Qinghan proudly said that it was Ji Xian who cut it for him. The others tactfully didn't say anything. In any case, his face was good-looking. Even if his hairstyle was a little ugly, it was still better than many of the young men in their village. The next day, they began to slowly process these things. Some of them were used to make chestnut cakes, some were used to stir-fry chestnuts, and some could be used to cook other dishes. The chestnuts were really delicious and there were many different types. In just 3 days, Ji Xian sent a large pile of chestnuts. They were piled up in the woodshed, and it felt like they could eat them until next year's New Year. However, Su Jiaojiao still relied on the recipe in her mind to find countless ways to make them. She made them and gave them to Ji Xian to sell. The 2 of them started to earn money, and it wasn't a small amount. When Zhao Cixi left, Su Jiaojiao received 30 renminbi after only 2 trips. Ji Xian didn't agree to split it 20-80. He wanted to split it 50-50, but Su Jiaojiao was embarrassed. She wasn't in any danger, but she received so much money. In the end, she agreed to split it 40-60. Otherwise, Ji Xian wouldn't do it. Because she had put in too much effort, Su Jiaojiao looked at her thin and weak figure and always felt that she was abusing her. She also often made delicious food for her. Now that the 2 of them were familiar with each other, Ji Xian was no longer as restless as before. She had repaid all the money she borrowed and started to have some savings. However, she was in a different place and could be checked at any time. Therefore, she left the money with Su Jiaojiao. She trusted Su Jiaojiao very much. The 2 of them traded in the middle of the night. During the day, as usual, Su Jiaojiao didn't go to work. Ji Xian only took care of the cattle and secretly slept. No one noticed, so everything went smoothly. As for the female lead, Shi Shu, who came after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Jiaojiao hadn't seen her even once. Before Zhao Cixi left, she even gossiped about the love and hatred between the 2 sisters. It seemed that the 2 of them didn't get along. At first, the villagers didn't have a good impression of Shi Yao because of Shi Shu. However, Shi Shu was obviously more upright. She worked diligently. Although she didn't treat people warmly, she was courteous and considerate. Soon, she changed everyone's preconceived impression of her. At the same time, she shed all pretense of cordiality with Shi Yao in public and broke off their relationship. Later, no one put them together. As for the educated youths, the people that Shi Shu originally liked seemed to have started to betray him. Shi Yao took the initiative to hold on to him tightly and often found trouble with Shi Shu. She was very annoying. However, that was all. As a homebody who didn't care about the outside world and only cared about eating, Su Jiaojiao didn't know what happened after that. She was busy cooking contraceptive medicinal food for Song Qinghan. She didn't want to have children for the time being. The medicinal food didn't taste very good. She didn't like to eat it, so she let Song Qinghan eat it. Of course, these contraceptive matters were still a secret. She couldn't just tell him. She just let him eat it first. When the two of them were really together, she would tell Song Qinghan the real effects of the medicinal porridge. At the end of September, the things that Su Jiaojiao planted previously had ripened. 2 round, palm-sized melons were peeled open and filled with melon seeds. This melon looked very similar to a watermelon, but it was a little smaller and didn't have any flesh. It was full of melon seeds. Su Jiaojiao bought all the seeds in her space, so they were all grown. The garden behind her was full of green melons. She peeled open the melon seeds one by one, dug them out, washed them, dried them, and stir-fried them. They could be sold for a lot of money. She was busy doing this when she suddenly heard that Zhang Yu was getting married. It was almost October now, and the Zhuang family had finished harvesting all the crops they needed. They only had some vegetables left, so they weren't particularly busy. The man couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to have a wife this year, so the wedding date was set. Su Jiaojiao didn't like to go out and have fun. When she heard the news, she suddenly realized that she hadn't contacted Zhang Yu in a long time. Sun Fang helped her stir-fry the melon seeds as she said, "When you get married, Zhang Yu specially came over to send you off. She's getting married in a few days. Remember to give her a gift, okay?" Yes, I know." Su Jiaojiao nodded seriously. She suddenly thought of giving her a fountain pen. It was easy to buy a fountain pen, and she had a lot of tickets. They were all bought by Ji Xian. At this time, tickets were also a kind of money. Ji Xian was afraid that she didn't have tickets for anything she needed, so he specially bought some for her. So the next day, she went to town and bought a hero fountain pen. This brand had been around for a long time. A few days later, Zhang Yu got married, and Su Jiaojiao went to attend the wedding. Watching someone else's wedding and attending one's own wedding were two completely different feelings. When a young girl got married, there was a professional who came over to massage her face. When Su Jiaojiao went, Zhang Yu happened to be at this step. Ouch, Zhang Yu trembled in pain. The woman who was massaging her face said sternly, "Don't move around. You'll look better if your face is clean." Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with tears, but when she saw Su Jiaojiao, her eyes lit up. There were a few young girls in the room talking. Mother Zhang was also there. She immediately pulled her over and said, "Jiaojiao, you're here. You used to be very close to our Xiaoyu. Quickly, come over and teach her how to get along with her husband." Everyone in the village knew that Su Jiaojiao was living a happy life now. Her husband was Song Qinghan. He was young and promising. Even if he was no longer an official, he still had strength. Her parents, who used to be feared by others, had also split up because of her. It could be said that the two families had reached a point where they would never interact with each other. In addition, she had split up with her parents and brother, but she was still like a fish in water in her maiden family. Her two sisters-in-law had to curry favor with her. Which woman in the village wouldn't be envious of such a life? Mother Zhang hoped that her daughter would learn some of her methods. That way, she could rest assured when she got married. Su Jiaojiao smiled awkwardly the entire time. Faced with Zhang Yu and Mother Zhang's expectations, she quietly said, "I have to be ruthless." Zhang Yu, she had a soft and timid personality. How could she be ruthless? Su Jiaojiao didn't say anything, so she smiled and handed the fountain pen over. "This is a wedding gift for you." "Thank you." Zhang Yu smiled happily. She held the pen and took a look at it. She liked it very much. Su Jiaojiao took out the small blade she had brought and said, "Didn't I say that I would trim your eyebrows? I've already prepared everything." Zhang Yu smiled shyly. "Okay." When Zhang Yu was done with her face, Su Jiaojiao trimmed her eyebrows and drew them. After doing this, there was nothing else for her to do. She just had to wait quietly at the side for the banquet. The man was an average-looking young man of average height. However, his figure was average. He was probably very good at work, but there was a hint of fierceness between his brows. Su Jiaojiao had a feeling that this man wasn't someone easy to get along with. Of course, this was someone else's marriage, so she wouldn't say anything. Su Jiaojiao returned from Zhang Yu's in-laws bay. She was still a little hungry. There was a lot of food there, but she couldn't win against others. The dishes she liked were all finished in a few bites. However, when she pushed open the door and entered the courtyard, she felt that something was wrong. There was someone at home. There was also a faint smell of blood. Her eyelids twitched. She hurriedly ran in and saw Song Qinghan lying on the bed. His left hand was bandaged with gauze. His back was against the blanket, and he was reading a book in his hand. What happened to you? Su Jiaojiao was a little confused. The color on her face had faded a lot. Song Qinghan immediately put down his book when she came in and held her hand. He explained softly, "It's nothing. It's just a scratch." What happened? Su Jiaojiao frowned. She looked at his arm with deep hatred. Her heart ached. Her small mouth pursed and her eyes reddened. It was as if she could cry at any time. Song Qinghan used his right hand to pull her into his arms and comforted her. It's just a wild boar that came down from the mountain. But it's fine. The wild boar is already dead. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Su Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard that it was a wild boar. That was a wild boar. If it was hit by a wild boar, it would be half dead. She looked at Song Qinghan's gentle and indifferent expression, then looked at the wound. Finally, she looked at the clothes he was wearing. She felt that she had already guessed the general situation. Her heart was filled with admiration and fear, but more than that, her heart ached for him. She carefully touched his left hand. Thank goodness you're fine. Does your hand hurt? Did you go to the hospital? Did you apply medicine? Are there any other wounds? Seeing that she was so worried, Song Qinghan's heart felt as if it had fallen into the clouds. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her angry face. He whispered in her ear, "I went and applied medicine. There are no other wounds. Jiaojiao, kiss me and it won't hurt anymore." Really? Kiss what? Flirting at a time like this? Su Jiaojiao glared at him angrily and was about to speak. Suddenly, the matchmaker system's cheerful and crisp voice broke the silence. Ding. Triggered Mission 18, a warrior scar is a medal and should be rewarded. Madam Host, please seriously kiss your husband's 3 scars for no less than 3 seconds each time. Reward, marriage fund of 52 yuan, a magical spray for external injuries, and the god of cookery's tongue. Su Jiaojiao was speechless when she saw the wave-shaped signal. Kiss the scar for no less than 3 seconds. This mission, with just a little bit of thought, would be very ambiguous, and how many letters could be wasted? However, looking at the reward, Su Jiaojiao thoroughly understood a sentence: the reward was directly proportional to the effort. Other than the magical spray to treat bone injuries, the matchmaker system had not released many items with special effects, but this time, there were only 2, the magical spray to treat external injuries, and the tongue of the god of cookery. It seemed that the matchmaker system was being ruthless. However, they were also aware of Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan's current state. They knew that the possibility of Su Jiaojiao rejecting him was very small. After all, the two were already very intimate. It was just that they hadn't reached the final step yet. Because of what Su Jiaojiao had said before, Song Qinghan didn't dare to do so. However, as a single mother, Su Jiaojiao had never taken the initiative in this aspect, which led to the slow progress. As long as she took the initiative, what else could not happen? Su Jiaojiao looked at the translucent screen in front of her. The black words on the screen were particularly abrupt, and it also made her face change, from red to green, and from green to red. Song Qinghan felt very guilty. He secretly tightened his right arm and hugged the person in his arms even tighter. Because of the touch on his arm, he could not help but feel nervous. Both of them usually ate well, but he exercised a lot, so his fat had turned into muscle. However, Su Jiaojiao was the opposite. She was not that fat, but it was very comfortable to hug. She was soft, as if she had no bones. He could not help but move closer. Seeing Jiaojiao's strange expression, as if she was unhappy, he secretly put his chin on her shoulder. The tip of his nose gently rubbed against her fleshy face, smelling her unique faint unknown fragrance, and softly coaxed, "Jiao Jiao, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt." It did hurt, but the wild boar had run over, and the others did not have the strength to resist. He could only go forward and attract the wild boar's attention, but also get injured. When the wild boar's tusk came, he instinctively dodged. Unfortunately, there was someone behind him, so he pushed that person away first. He was one step too slow, and his arm was cut open. At that moment, Song Qinghan was actually a little scared. He was afraid that if he really died, what would happen to Jiao Jiao? Don't be fooled by the way she treated that shrew. She was just an 18-year-old girl. She was timid and delicate. She spent money extravagantly. Without him, what would happen to Jiao Jiao? Fortunately, all of his injuries had healed. During this period of time, he had been eating and drinking good food and drinking 2 cups of milk every morning and night. His body was strong and was at its most powerful. Although he was injured, he had almost killed the wild boar. Coincidentally, Su Jiaojiao went to attend someone else's wedding and was not at home, so she did not see him at his worst. He did not want her to worry or be sad. Song Qinghan went directly to the hospital. When everything was done, he came back to take a shower. He also asked Dinyo to help him wash his clothes. When he felt that he did not look so bad, he took a book and waited at home for her to come back. His eyes were gentle, his actions intimate, and his voice was careful, afraid that she would be unhappy. Su Jiaojiao naturally felt it. As a girl, although she was usually careless, she was unexpectedly sensitive at this time. She also noticed that he had changed his clothes and guessed his thoughts. She decisively abandoned the ill-intentioned mission and rolled her eyes. She scolded in a delicate voice, "Do you have to be like this? Don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. You're injured, what else can I do?" In the end, she asked again, "Did you not have lunch? I'll make it for you." Song Qinghan looked at her angry face, and his heart felt warm and bitter. He told himself countless times in his heart that he was lucky to have listened to Dinyo's suggestion and married her. By her side, he experienced the feeling of a true home. Song Qinghan pursed his lips and did not say anything. He only nodded his head, his eyes still looking at her. Su Jiaojiao was still a little unhappy. She felt that he was underestimating her. She snorted arrogantly and got up to cook. It just so happened that she was hungry. However, just as she got up, Song Qinghan got up as well. His uninjured right hand automatically held her left hand. He was not angry when she glared at him and smiled gently. Su Jiaojiao pouted. She kissed him. Song Qinghan smiled even more happily. Su Jiaojiao was speechless. She put on a straight face and said fiercely, "You're injured. Don't move around. Sit here. I'll bring it to you. I want to go with you." Song Qinghan whispered and looked down at their tightly clasped hands. The tall young man in front of her had his head lowered. His right arm was still injured. He looked healthy, but he gave off a pitiful feeling. Even his handsome face revealed a pitiful feeling. Su Jiaojiao's heart suddenly softened, and she felt a little sour. She said impatiently, "All right, follow me." Song Qinghan immediately beamed with joy. When Su Jiaojiao returned, the villagers were in the middle of their lunch break. Therefore, no matter how lively it was, no one made a fuss. She only found out that her man had killed a wild boar when she returned. However, she did not think about eating meat. She was only concerned about his injury. She made meat soup noodles for him and ate it herself. Then, she began to think about how to complete the task later. This task was even more difficult than all the previous tasks combined. Whenever she thought about it, Su Jiaojiao could not help but blush and her heart beat faster. However, she held it in. She could not show such an expression. Otherwise, Song Qinghan would think that she was cheating on him. With these two emotions entangled together, how strange. On the contrary, when Song Qinghan saw her uneasy appearance, he felt that it was caused by his injury. Therefore, he became more obedient and stuck to her the whole afternoon. He followed her everywhere she went. Even when she went to the toilet, he guarded the door. That was enough. Sun Fang and the others also came once. They told Su Jiaojiao not to be lazy and to do more work. They told her not to push everything to Song Qinghan. He suffered, so they should prepare more food to nourish him. Su Jiaojiao naturally agreed. In front of her parents, she was always an obedient girl. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, the village really became lively. The brigade leader used a loudspeaker to shout in the village, asking everyone to go to the paddy field to share the meat. At the same time, he praised Hero. It's all thanks to Comrade Song Qinghan for killing the wild boar. Otherwise, not only would the crops have been harmed. We all have to thank Comrade Song Qinghan. Su Jiaojiao, who was washing vegetables and preparing to cook, was taken aback. She looked at Song Qinghan and smiled. Let's go. Let's share the meat. Okay. Song Qinghan stole a glance at her. Seeing that she was really happy, he smiled and the two walked out hand in hand. The moment they went out, it was a fan meet and greet for Hero. Along the way, people came over to talk to her. If not for Song Qinghan holding her hand tightly, she would have been pushed to the side. Io, I knew you were a capable child. You killed a wild boar alone. Jiaojiao is also a lucky child. She married Qinghan. She will have a good life in the future and give birth to a fat little boy. Su Jiaojiao blushed and smiled shyly. She thought of the mission that made her so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Song Qinghan, who was also teased, blushed. Fortunately, not many people saw it, but his expression was clearly unnatural. The uncles and aunts did not know the truth of their situation. They shook their heads and said, "You've been married for almost half a year. Why are you still so shy?" Fortunately, Song Qinghan found that the palm of his hand holding Jiaojiao was sweaty. He found it funny and sweet and immediately helped to solve the problem. Following a group of people to the paddy field, they were surrounded by a group of people. They were different from the people who were just here to watch the fun. Each of them looked scared and excited. They bowed and said, "Qinghan, if it weren't for you, my family's Dazhu would have lost half his life. It's all thanks to you, Qinghan, my family's Fangzi is also indebted to you. You are such a good child, it's okay. It's what I should do." Song Qinghan avoided their salutes and responded warmly. Su Jiaojiao watched from the side. She was also in the center of the crowd. However, because of her temperament, she was not so excited. After all, she was not the one who was praised. At this time, a group of people looked at the two of them. Their eyes were filled with envy, admiration, kindness, and strong gratitude. Su Jiaojiao suddenly felt a little proud. She tilted her head and looked at the man beside her. There was a trace of pride in her eyes. He was worthy of being the person she liked. He was really outstanding. Song Qinghan was keenly aware that the villagers were looking at him differently. His ears moved and his face turned slightly red. There was a trace of shyness hidden in his eyes, but he held his head high even more. Because the wild boar was killed by Song Qinghan, everyone was given the meat according to the work points they earned this year. However, their family was compensated, so they directly gave him a piece of pig's trotter. Together with the meat, it was estimated to be more than 12 pounds, which was several times more than the others. Moreover, there were only 2 people in their family. With this comparison, many people were very jealous. However, when they thought about why it was like this, they didn't say anything. There was so much meat. Su Jiaojiao wanted to carry it herself, but in the end, she couldn't. She could only let the injured Song Qinghan carry it. Fortunately, after a while, Su Jianhua and Su Jianjun also came. When they saw that the person holding the meat was Song Qinghan, the two of them struggled to snatch it. "Brother will help you bring it back. Mom and Dad said that you are injured. In the future, Jianjun and I will take turns fetching water for you in the morning and afternoon." Zhang Qian followed behind. When he heard his man's words, he suddenly helplessly held his forehead. This idiot. Why didn't he just say it directly? Why did it have to be Mom and Dad who said it? "Thank you." Song Qinghan smiled and accepted their kindness. Su Jiaojiao also shook his uninjured right hand and thanked her 2 brothers with a smile. "Thank you, big brother and second brother. You're welcome." The 2 of them waved their hands and laughed. Su Jingyang and Sun Feng took the meat one step later. When they walked behind their children and looked at them, they felt much better. Indeed, it was right to split up. At least they knew what was theirs and what wasn't. They wouldn't feel that it was right to be given to them. People who knew their limits were the ones who were easy to get along with. There was too much meat. Su Jiaojiao and Song Qinghan definitely couldn't finish it, but they could still sell it. Ji Xian suggested making meat buns. Now that the weather was cold, the meat buns wouldn't spoil. Moreover, when mixed with vegetables and meat, and added seasoning, people wouldn't be able to tell if the meat buns were made from wild boar or domesticated pigs. However, making meat buns was very troublesome. Su Jiaojiao hesitated again and again, but she still dragged Sun Fang and her two sisters-in-law to join in the battle. So that night, Su Jiaojiao told them what she was doing. The whole Su family was dumbfounded. Sun Fang was so scared that she raised her hand to slap Su Jiaojiao for the first time. Fortunately, she acted cute and spoiled and avoided the crisis. "You're too bold." Sun Fang poked her daughter's head in her arms. Her hands were itchy, but she couldn't bear to do it. She could only stare at Song Qinghan. "You too. You're 4 years older than Jiaojiao. She's not sensible, so are you?" Song Qinghan bowed his head and obediently allowed himself to be ridiculed. Su Jiaojiao covered her face with a guilty conscience. She was actually 1 year older than Song Qinghan. Zhang Qian and Li Xiu were not so scared. Instead, after a brief moment of fear, they immediately understood why Su Jiaojiao was so generous. Not only was she subsidized by Song Qinghan, but she was also secretly doing business. Zhang Qian took the lead and said, "Mom, in fact, it's okay. After all, it's not little sister who's going out to sell things. It's not so dangerous. I want to make meat buns with little sister." "I want to too." Li Xiu nodded decisively. "I'm pregnant and can't go to work. No one will say anything. Mom, why don't you join us? We can live a better life if we make money." Su Jiaojiao wriggled in her arms. Sun Fang's expression changed, but looking at her daughter who kept acting spoiled, she hesitated and nodded in agreement. The 4 men did not say a word. They did not care about family matters and only needed to listen to orders. Therefore, they hit it off. At 12 o'clock that night, they formed a temporary group. In the middle of the night, Sun Fang secretly led her 2 daughters-in-law to her daughter's house. The group of people made meat buns together. Song Qinghan stood guard and helped them. He was injured and did not need to go to work the next day. It was okay to be a little late. He could catch up on sleep with her. At 3 o'clock in the morning, hundreds of meat buns were finished. Ji Xian rode his bicycle and used a big basket to send them out. Some of them cooperated with others, and some of them sold themselves. They earned less, but it was safer. However, after the meat buns were sent out, they did not need to worry about the rest. They just needed to wait for the final distribution of the money. Su Jiaojiao yawned and locked the door. She was so sleepy that she wanted to fall asleep directly. Therefore, she walked a little unsteadily. When she entered the living room, she tripped over the threshold. She let out a low cry and was about to fall. Song Qinghan's expression changed slightly. He immediately reached out to catch her. After much difficulty, he pulled her into his arms. A tearing pain came from the wound on his left arm, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Su Jiaojiao quickly steadied herself and asked in a panic, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Did you get a wound?" "It's nothing." Song Qinghan shook his head, but his voice revealed a hint of powerlessness. Su Jiaojiao's drowsiness disappeared in an instant. She lit the candle, but the kerosene lamp was obviously not bright enough. Su Jiaojiao turned around and pulled Song Qinghan in from outside. Only then did she realize that his arm was already stained with blood. "I'm sorry," Su Jiaojiao said softly. Her eyes were red as she let him sit on the bed. "I'll change your bandage." Song Qinghan shook his head. "It really doesn't hurt." Su Jiaojiao did not utter a word. How could she not know if it hurt or not? She carefully removed the blood-stained bandage. Only then did she realize that his wound was far bigger than she had imagined. It almost spanned his entire arm. Blood dyed the surroundings red. The torn wound was stitched up with red threads, but it only made it more painful. It looked even more glaring and frightening. Su Jiaojiao's hands trembled as she moved. She carefully wiped the bloodstains and applied the medicine. This medicine was bought by Su Jiaojiao from the system when he was sick when they first got married. It was similar to iodine. There was still a lot left, and it was much better than the medicine prescribed by the doctor. However, it seemed to be very irritating to new wounds. When she applied the medicine, Song Qinghan's entire body tensed up. When she applied the medicine, Song Qinghan did not wear a shirt to avoid dirtying his clothes and infecting his wound. His strong body was exposed in front of her. Su Jiaojiao applied the medicine with trembling hands and wrapped the bandage around his arm. She immediately threw herself into his arms and cried. His arm was numb from the pain, but Song Qinghan did not care. Instead, he hugged the person in his arms tightly and comforted her in a low voice. It's okay. It really doesn't hurt anymore. You didn't do it on purpose. Su Jiaojiao shook her head and did not say anything. Her small hands hugged his back. Suddenly, she felt an uneven patch of skin. Feeling strange, she touched it again. Just as she was wondering what it was, an idea came to her mind. Did you get hurt here too? Yes. Song Qinghan nodded. His breathing seemed to heat up a lot. He slowly turned his head and gently touched her face. Okay, it's okay. Let's go to sleep? Su Jiaojiao's eyes flashed slightly. She asked softly, are there a lot of scars on your body? I want to see. Song Qinghan's throat moved slightly. His lips were tightly pursed. He suppressed the sudden surge of emotions and coaxed, it won't look good. Then I still want to see. Her delicate voice was nasal. The tears dripping on his back had not dried and were a little cold. Song Qinghan could not bear to reject her. He could only say, then you see. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. She really opened her big eyes to look for wounds on his body. She also secretly glanced at his strong 8-pack abs and thin waist. The first one she saw was the scar on his back that she had touched. It was still very big, about 2 centimeters. Su Jiaojiao suspected that at that time, the scar might have exposed the bone. Her heart felt like it had been dripped with 2 drops of lemon. It was so sour that it made her tear up. She slowly lowered her head. Song Qinghan was a little unnatural. He had so many scars on his body. After they healed, he looked like a centipede. He was so ugly that he could not bear to look at them directly. Now that Jiaojiao was looking at him, it was like his most unbearable part was being publicly executed. It made him feel uncomfortable. His hands on his knees clenched into fists. His whole body stiffened and he felt a little cold. It was so cold that his whole body trembled. His pale lips became more and more pale. He closed his eyes. He was so depressed that he looked like a puppy that could be abandoned at any time. Suddenly, a warm and soft touch touched the wound on his back. At that moment, Song Qinghan's whole body tensed up. His eyes suddenly opened, and they were full of astonishment. If he was not wrong, she was kissing his scar. Song Qinghan gritted his teeth and trembled even more. This time, it was not cold, but hot. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, she moved away. Song Qinghan moved his lips reluctantly, but he could not make a sound. His whole body was stiff like a piece of wood. Then, that soft little finger pointed down and touched another scar. Song Qinghan took a deep breath. He felt as if he was dreaming. He felt a little lightheaded, and he could not help but want to spend the rest of his life in a dream. Finally, she stopped. Jiaojiao, Song Qinghan called out in a low voice. His voice was hoarse and filled with strong emotions. Su Jiaojiao made a muffled sound as a response. At that moment, her face felt like it was on fire, and her whole body felt like it was about to explode. It was too embarrassing. But she also felt sweet. She felt a sweetness from the bottom of her heart. There was still one place missing. Su Jiaojiao remembered that he also had a wound on his abdomen. Should she continue? Su Jiaojiao was thinking when suddenly her waist was tightened. Then, she was pushed down. She was stunned for a moment. Be careful of your wound. Song Qinghan chuckled. Got it. He kissed her. As for Su Jiaojiao, her mind was still full of thoughts. Should she continue with the third one? It was too late. This time, Song Qinghan did not want to let go. When their lips parted, he turned and moved to her earlobe. He gently bit down and said in a low voice, "You did it first." He was afraid that he would be rude to her. The more he liked her, the more precious she was. He could not bear to see her being unwilling. But since she took the initiative, there was no need to wait anymore. Su Jiaojiao was a little dizzy from the unfamiliar sensation. She only remembered one thing. That. "Don't move your hand, okay," he replied gently and picked her up with one hand. When she woke up, Su Jiaojiao looked out the window. It seemed that it was not late anymore. She was hungry. They had done it too late last night. After the first time, they should have stopped fighting, but her dizzy mind was still thinking about the last kiss. She struggled to get up and reached for the wound on his abdomen. Thus, she was pushed down again. Song Qinghan thought that she was hinting at something. He did not expect her to be able to take it so well. He did not hesitate and released all his passion. Su Jiaojiao, who was slow to realize. "I didn't." It was all a misunderstanding, however, it was too late. In Song Qinghan's heart, Su Jiaojiao was a passionate little girl. He ate to his heart's content. Thinking of this, Su Jiaojiao's dazed mind became more and more sluggish. The only consolation was that the mission was completed. She propped herself up and sat up. She was the only one in the room, but she could already smell the aroma of food. Just as she was thinking, Song Qinghan came in. Seeing that she had woken up, he whispered, "Are you hungry? Get up and eat." Su Jiaojiao blushed shamefully. Her mind was filled with indescribable thoughts. She quickly lowered her head. "Okay, you can leave first." "Okay." Song Qinghan nodded good-naturedly. He turned around and left, closing the door behind him. Su Jiaojiao finally relaxed. As she put on her clothes, she asked, "Hong Hong, how do I use the master chef's tongue?" "The reward has been issued." "Host, don't worry. You'll know when you taste the food." Su Jiaojiao pouted and got out of bed. The moment she moved, she felt her waist go limp and her legs go weak. It was all her fault for not exercising for a long time. Once she exercised, she could not bear it. However, Song Qinghan was well behaved. He even squeezed some toothpaste for her and put it on the table. Su Jiaojiao only felt her mind clear after eating and drinking. She asked, "Is Ji Xian back?" "She's back. The money is all here." She took her share and only took 20%. "You can divide the rest yourself," Song Qinghan said as she placed the money on the table and counted it gently. Su Jiaojiao nodded and divided the money into 5 portions. She and Song Qinghan shared 2 portions. As for the remaining 3 portions, she got up and prepared to send them to the Su family. However, just as she walked into the courtyard, Aunt Wang, who lived next door, happened to come out. When she saw her, she smiled mischievously and teased, "Jiaojiao, how long have you two been married? Why are you still so lovey-dovey? Don't act recklessly just because you're young. Be careful that you won't be able to do what you want in the future." Su Jiaojiao's excited footsteps stiffened. She looked at Aunt Wang with a dull expression, as if she had been struck by lightning. Aunt Wang smiled strangely and said, "What's there to be shy about? We're all experienced." Su Jiaojiao, she rushed back with a twisted expression and fiercely bit Song Qinghan, who was washing the dishes with one hand and had an innocent look on his face. She said vaguely, "Bastard. I told you not to come. Now, someone hurt us." Generally speaking, the houses in the countryside were not close to each other. If there was no loud noise, it would not be heard. Yesterday, they were not worried about being heard when they were making buns because no one was talking. They could only hear the sound of the buns being made. Who would have thought that they would be exposed at this time? However, she was the one who lit the fire. Song Qinghan was a 22-year-old young man. After holding it in for so long, how could he bear to end it? Originally, she had rejected him the last time. In the end, this person pestered her and annoyed her. In the end, she yelled out in frustration and kept begging for mercy. He must have heard it at this time. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Now, she did not want to see anyone. She bit his shoulder and whimpered, feeling wronged, upset, embarrassed, and angry. So many emotions mixed together that she almost stomped her feet. Song Qinghan let her bite him guiltily. His right hand patted her back comfortingly and he coaxed gently, "I was wrong. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Anger is not good for your health, change?" Su Jiaojiao asked coldly. She felt that as the head of the family, she had to control this aspect well. In the future, if she said yes, it would happen. If she said no, it would not happen. Unexpectedly, the usually obedient Song Qinghan shook his head decisively. No. Su Jiaojiao was so angry that she bit Song Qinghan's shoulder again and gnashed her teeth fiercely. Song Qinghan's body stiffened and he bent his knees so that she would not stand on her tiptoes. His eyes were full of affection as he said, "Jiaojiao, be gentle. Be careful not to knock your teeth." Su Jiaojiao's small face turned red and she bit down a lot. Suddenly, the tip of her tongue touched and she tasted a trace of salty and bitter taste. Before she could react, her brain automatically prompted, "Sweat, secretion, 45 minutes ago. There's the smell of smoke in the stove." Su Jiaojiao, all of her emotions broke down in an instant. The god of cooking's tongue was indeed worthy of being called the god of cooking. He could taste anything, but it was a little too funny. Previously, when she ate breakfast, she could clearly tell that the meat in the meat porridge was overcooked. It should have been put in 2 minutes later, turned off 3 minutes earlier, washed the rice and other problems. At that time, she thought it was quite good, but now, she let go of his mouth with a wooden face. Song Qinghan did not know how her heart was breaking down. He licked his face and moved his right hand closer and said softly, "Jiaojiao, there's no meat on my shoulder. Bite here." Su Jiaojiao glanced at him, her small face obviously unfriendly. She put the money in her hand on his hand and said, "Send it over yourself. I'll go back and rest." "Okay." Song Qinghan did not say anything and nodded obediently. He did not feel that he was a stranger. Instead, because they were closer, he became a lot bolder. Before he left, he deliberately hugged her and gave her a kiss. Before she could get angry, he ran away again. After sending the money to the Su family, Sun Fong looked at Song Qinghan's bandaged left arm and frowned. "Jiaojiao is slacking off again? Let her come next time. You're injured, so don't bother. This is a small matter." "It's nothing." Song Qinghan smiled and shook his head, then said, "Mom, do we have any more cotton at home? Jiaojiao is afraid of the cold. Winter is coming soon. I'm afraid one cotton coat is not enough. I want to make a longer sweater for Jiaojiao." Speaking of this, Sun Fong immediately forgot about her daughter's crusade and nodded, "There's still enough at home, but it's only enough to make one." "Your cotton coat," Song Qinghan said, "I still have a military coat, so I won't make it." Sun Fong was even more satisfied. "She's not too long ago, it's too. She'll bring your size next time. I'll make you one too." Next time. If it were any other time, she wouldn't have made it. However, he was so good to her daughter that the family earned some money. Jiaojiao also brought back a lot of things, so she had to return the favor. Especially since this child didn't have parents to dote on him, she couldn't be stingy. Song Qinghan wanted to refuse, but how could he? His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. In addition, this winter wasn't particularly cold. However, Sun Fong had already waved her hand to let him go. He turned around in a daze. When he walked away, his footsteps were normal, but the expression on his face was particularly strange. His heart felt a little sour, but more than that, it felt warm. No matter what this kindness was for, he was the one who benefited. In fact, after growing up, Song Qinghan had also wondered how he grew up. Since he was young, he had always picked up his parents' worn-out clothes to wear. Winter was the season he was most afraid of. Every time it was this time, he would feel cold all over and could freeze to death at any time. He had also thought of dying like this. However, he was lucky and always survived. Among them, there were always kind-hearted people. However, those kind-hearted people weren't his parents. Sometimes, when they looked at him, he felt that they couldn't wait for him to die. But sometimes, they would give him something to eat. It was as if they were afraid that he would really die. When he was young, he was able to survive because Daniel always helped him. After that, it was Su Jingyang who helped him. Daniel always said that he helped him and gave him survival skills. It allowed him to live well during those difficult times and not be neglected by his parents. When he grew up, he even had the ability to marry a wife. In fact, Daniel didn't know that if Daniel didn't often steal his clothes for him to wear when he was young, he might have really frozen to death. He was injured and retired because he didn't want to waste the country's resources. He felt that he was equivalent to a useless person in the army. He didn't go to school, and even if he could read, he wasn't qualified. He didn't have the ability to do civilian work, and his body wasn't good enough for military work. That was why he chose to retire. In his opinion, the subsidies given by the country were enough. Not to mention, when he retired due to injury, he would receive a subsidy of 200 yuan every year. He thought that when he returned to the village, it would be the beginning of his retirement. He planned to live alone until the day he died. He didn't plan to care about anything else. Even when he came back and the Song parents chased him out without a word, he didn't feel anything. There was no need. Everything seemed to be unnecessary. He took the money and lived quite well. However, his comrades were still worried about him. When they heard about his family's situation, they all applied for leave and came over. They were afraid that his life wasn't good enough, so they arranged everything, including his marriage. Although this marriage was initially instigated by Daniel, at this time, Song Qinghan was really grateful to him. He was grateful to those comrades who worked so hard for his marriage. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have a family of his own. Cough cough. A cold wind blew. Song Qinghan coughed lightly. He should have felt cold, but his whole body felt warm as if he was being roasted by fire. He quickened his steps and couldn't wait. Jiao would definitely be bored at home alone. He had to hurry back to accompany her. On the road to the village, a girl walked briskly back from outside. The two brushed past each other without any interaction. However, when they brushed past each other, the girl couldn't help but turn around to take a look. With that glance, she saw that the young man was tall and slender. His facial features were good-looking and his thin lips were slightly curved. There was spring in his eyes. Even if he was wearing the same gray clothes as the people here, he still stood out. If he were fairer, it might be even more unforgettable. Although she only saw his broad back when she turned around, she couldn't help but praise him in her heart. Shishu had been in the brigade for a long time, so she was quite familiar with the people in the village. She also knew the person who brushed past her just now. His name was Song Qinghan. He was a pitiful person. However, now he had a reliable in-laws and a wife who looked fierce and was ridiculed by the villagers. In fact, she was beautiful and would protect her husband. She also noticed Su Jiao. Although they didn't speak, they would occasionally look at each other and smile as they greeted each other. Thinking of this, Shishu sighed enviously. Coming to this damned place, she really didn't know when she would have a boyfriend. However, after thinking for a short while, Shishu returned to her senses and continued to ponder. She had to think about what business to do next. It wasn't very convenient for her to be an educated youth, but she didn't want the original owner's father to always subsidize her. No matter what, her father and stepmother had a son. No matter how much he loved her, it was impossible for him to give her all the family business. It was a pity that she had studied computer science in her previous life. Other than cooking, she didn't have many skills. However, if she went to the black market to sell food, there was still the risk of being caught. Su Jiao's waist was sore and her legs were weak. After returning to the house, she lay on the bed. When she saw Song Qinghan come in, she immediately waved her small hand and said softly, "Come." Song Qinghan chuckled and really lay on the bed with her. He pulled her into his arms with his right hand and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" "We don't have enough flour at home, but we haven't used up all the meat. Moreover, the meat buns seem to have been sold. This means that this business can continue to grow." Su Jiao stretched out a few tender fingers and counted. "We have to buy some flour. But if we buy too much, I'm afraid that people will find out." The flour from the supply and demand cooperative was cheaper. Of course, that was because they needed tickets. It just so happened that she had a lot of tickets left in the matchmaker system after completing a mission. Su Jiaojiao set them as flower tickets and meat tickets. However, if she had to buy them herself, it would be easy for people to find out. It would also be very strange to buy them for Ji Xian. Every family in the brigade had a limited number of tickets. Even if she had a little more, it wouldn't be too much. She had taken out a lot of tickets. Song Qinghan muttered to himself for a few seconds and said, "I'll do it." Huh? Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened. Song Qinghan had never taken the initiative to participate in these things. It seemed that in his eyes, Su Jiaojiao was just doing small things. He always felt that Jiaojiao didn't need to work and only needed to spend money. In any case, he could make money. Thinking of this, Su Jiaojiao suddenly realized something. He always felt that he could make money. This feeling. What did it mean? Did he really have a way? She flipped over and sat up, lying on his chest. She looked up at him with her bright eyes and silently urged him, "Hurry up and tell me." Song Qinghan looked at her and smiled in his heart. His cold heart melted into water. "Wang Xiao, who drove us to the city last time, contacted me 2 days ago. He even asked if I needed anything. He said he would send it over in the car." Oh, Su Jiaojiao smiled happily and kissed him twice. "You're amazing." In the past, she would occasionally see Song Qinghan's letters. Song Qinghan did not like others to casually read her letters, so she did not take the initiative to read them. She was also not interested in them. Her little brain was always thinking about food and how to make herself eat better. She didn't know that Song Qinghan actually had a lot of connections. Thinking about it this way, it was understandable. They were brothers who fought side by side and went through life and death together. Naturally, they had a deep relationship. It was easy to help out a little. Moreover, Wang Xiao was the driver for a cadre. If he was on break, he could use the car for his own private use. If he helped to buy things from different places, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Su Jiaojiao didn't trust Ji Xian that much. However, she didn't guard against Song Qinghan too much. In addition, Song Qinghan also knew that Ji Xian helped to get some votes. He didn't do anything in this area, so it should be difficult for him to find out that there was something wrong with the votes. Even if he found out, Su Jiaojiao's intuition told her that he wouldn't betray her. As for Wang Xiao, they would naturally pay for the travel expenses and gas. If they gave him a little more, he could earn some extra money. He probably wouldn't refuse. This way, she could also buy some ingredients that she wanted to buy but didn't have in the town supply and demand cooperative, such as cream and butter. It seemed that Song Qinghan's birthday was in November. In addition to selling, she could also prepare birthday gifts. The person in his arms was fleshy all over. Song Qinghan enjoyed her intimacy very much. He smiled and kissed her twice. His right hand put the person on his lap and rubbed her waist. His voice was low and hoarse. "Are you feeling better?" Su Jiaojiao looked at him silently and asked silently, "What do you think?" Song Qinghan understood. He regretfully pursed his lips and buried his face in her neck. He took 2 bites while he was at it. Su Jiaojiao was so angry that she laughed and pinched his face. "You still feel wronged?" During lunch break, Song Qinghan obediently massaged Jiaojiao. After the sourness disappeared, Su Jiaojiao came back to life. She slapped away Song Qinghan, who was trying to get close to her. Su Jiaojiao rode her bike to town. She liked to eat all kinds of noodles, so she had stocked up a lot. She even secretly bought some flour from the matchmaker system. It was just enough for last night. She could buy it secretly for her own use, but if she bought it in large quantities for business, it would be easy for her to give herself away. So this time, she went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some. The rest was sold in the matchmaker system at the same price as the market price. They didn't even give her a discount because she worked so hard to complete the mission. They even pitifully said that they bought it at a loss. However, it was still much safer to buy it from the matchmaker system than the black market. At around 4 in the afternoon, Su Jiaojiao rode her bike. She brought back a pile of ingredients from the basket behind her. She was full of joy. These ingredients could be turned into money when she went back. At this time, the sun was also on the road. There were no signs of people around, but the scenery here was good. The air was much fresher. The sun was about to set, but it wasn't hot. She was still riding her bike, and the wind was blowing in her face. It was very comfortable. Su Jiaojia was squinting her eyes in satisfaction when she saw a person chasing another person on the road not far away. The person being chased looked very familiar. Was he Ji Xian? She quickened her steps, but it was too late. The person pressed Ji Xian down and made a disgusting sound. Haha, why the hell are you running? Didn't I catch you? You. Get lost, Ji Xian tried to turn over and kick him. Unfortunately, the difference between a man and a woman was too big. He didn't succeed. Instead, his leg was grabbed by the other person. The man made an even more disgusting sound. Su Jiaojia was already close. The person looked at her. Seeing that she was a woman, he sneered and threatened. Hurry up and leave, or I'll CKU too. Su Jiaojia pretended not to hear it. She quickly got out of the car and walked over with a cold face. The man thought that she was going to help, so he kicked Ji Xian and was about to attack her. At this time, the ferocious Ji Xian came back to his senses. When he saw that it was her, his eyes turned red and he shouted, "Run! What are you doing here? Let's go. He won't dare to touch me. Let's go." As she roared, Su Jiaojia silently stretched out her hand, holding a black object that looked like a flashlight. The man leaned close to her hand, the grin on his face suddenly stiffened, and the laughter stopped. The next second, he fell to the ground, making a bang sound, shaking up a layer of dust. Ji Xian, who was panicking, what's going on, was she hallucinating? That man collapsed just like that. In Su Jiaojia's mind, the matchmaker system angrily cheered her on, "Madam Host is awesome. I have a secret medicine here that can physically castrate him. It can also make him physiologically nauseated by women." Su Jiaojia heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. She tightened her grip on the stun baton in her hand and silently touched his body again. She only felt relieved when she saw that he was trembling from the stun baton and wouldn't wake up in a short period of time. Su Jiaojia glanced at the man. He was in his 20s and looked alright. It was just that he had used too much hair gel and was too greasy. He was also wearing glasses, a neat and unpatched blue shirt and leather shoes. He looked like a progressive youth. She then looked at Ji Xian and asked, "Do you know him?" Ji Xian was still in a daze. The thin clothes on her body had been torn open a little, revealing the white and tender skin hidden underneath. She had short hair and a handsome face. She looked like a bullied little boy, which made her, as a big sister, feel a strong sense of pity. Su Jiaojia coughed gently and looked away. Ji Xian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly pulled up his shirt. His voice was dry as he said, "He's my grandfather's student. Back then, he made a contribution by reporting my grandfather. Coupled with his family's connections, he came here to be a small cadre. When my grandfather was fine, I was still young and didn't know any better. He coaxed me into playing games, but he was actually bullying me. After a few times, I realized that something was wrong and told my grandfather." Ji Xian's face was still pale with embarrassment and anger. His little hands gripped his collar tightly, and his voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Su Jiaojia roughly understood that this was revenge. Seeing that Ji Xian had already straightened his clothes, she pulled him up and asked softly, "Then why are you so sure that he won't really lay a finger on you?" Ji Xian bit his lip and looked up at her with trust. With teary eyes, he said, "He didn't really lay a finger on me before. It was as if he was afraid of something. He's a cadre himself. If I were to fight to the death, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Also, my father's official position was much higher than his, but he's the same as us." Su Jiaojia roughly guessed through her words. This person had the heart but didn't have the guts to do it. He probably wanted to touch her, but he didn't dare to do it for real. He could only take revenge like this and watch the high and mighty person beg for mercy. There were two reasons why he didn't dare to touch her. First, he was really afraid that Ji Xian would sue him for rape after losing his virginity. Second, he was afraid that the Ji family would rise again, or he might hear rumors that the Ji family or their connections might rise again. Su Jiaojia took 2 steps forward and hugged her comfortingly. It's okay. He won't dare to bully you in the future. Don't worry. Wah wah wah. Xian had been crying silently. When she hugged him, his heart that was worried that she would look down on him completely calmed down, and he burst into tears. The matchmaker system was too embarrassed to promote it at this time, so it shut up. Just then, a person riding a bicycle approached from afar. It looked like he was going to borrow a bicycle from the brigade leader's brother's house. When he got closer, Su Jiaojiao realized that it was actually Shishu. She looked at them in surprise, then looked at the man lying on the muddy road. She quickly reacted and got off the bicycle to ask, "Do you need help?" Su Jiaojiao was embarrassed. No, he's not dead. He just fainted. The system's products were all good stuff. It wouldn't really cause an accident. Shishu smiled. I know. I'm asking if you want to tie him up. Or send him to the Public Security Bureau? Xian got out of Su Jiaojiao's arms and looked at her with even more dependence. He didn't say anything and waited for her to make a decision. Su Jiaojiao smiled. No, just let him lie here. Comrade, please keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? Of course. Shishu nodded. Seeing that they really didn't need help, he continued to ride away. She wasn't a warm-hearted person, but she was willing to help in this situation. Scum and scum were too disgusting. Su Jiaojiao patted Xian and decisively bought the medicine from the matchmaker system. She reluctantly spent 66 yuan and pretended to drag the man away. Then, she stuffed the pill into the man's mouth. The pill melted in his mouth. After eating it, he would never be able to touch women again. He could only be touched by others. Since he liked to bully others, she would let him try being bullied by others. There were fields on both sides of the road. Su Jiaojiao directly threw him into the ditch between the fields and the road. She clapped her hands and said, "Let's go back. I bought a lot of ingredients. We can make something delicious. Do you like braised rabbit meat?" "I like it." Xian pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at Su Jiaojiao expectantly. When she turned around, she caught a glimpse of blue from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes flashed with intense disgust. She touched her clothes unnaturally and felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was too disgusting. She wanted to vomit wherever that man touched. Su Jiaojiao rode the bike with Xian. There were quite a lot of things. Adding the weight of a person, she was a little tired. Xian wanted to change places with her, but Su Jiaojiao refused. This child had just been frightened. How could she let her work again? However, as they rode, Su Jiaojiao suddenly remembered that at this time, Xian and the female lead met. If it wasn't for her, she seemed to have stolen the female lead's helper, Xian's ability was indeed impressive. She could sell as many things as she wanted. In front of her, Xian was an obedient girl next door. However, in front of outsiders, she looked like an outstanding young man. Her face had been tanned recently, making her look more like a boy. Xian said that almost no one would recognize her as a girl with her appearance. There were even people who wanted to introduce her to someone, saying that they were their own daughters. So, Su Jiaojiao returned home absent-mindedly and guiltily. She smelled the aroma of rice. She walked into the kitchen like a ghost and looked at the tall figure. She hugged him from behind and leaned her face against his back. Her heart was thumping violently. Fortunately, she didn't watch the movie and didn't know the exact development of the plot. Otherwise, she would be conflicted for a while just by looking at her appearance. Song Qinghan was suddenly hugged, but he didn't feel happy. He turned around worriedly. "What's wrong?" Su Jiaojiao heard his voice and looked up at him with a wronged expression. She looked at him with her big watery eyes. She had only felt flustered and guilty. Now that she was being comforted, she inexplicably started to feel sad. Song Qinghan didn't know that and thought that she was being bullied. His eyes turned cold and his voice became even gentler. "Good girl, tell me. What's wrong?" Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and hooked her arms around his neck. With a tug, she hung onto his waist. Song Qinghan's right hand automatically supported her, afraid that she would slip. Su Jiaojiao didn't know what was wrong with her, but she just wanted to stick to him. She followed her heart and said softly, "Nothing. I just missed you." Song Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. The probing look in his eyes faded. "Alright, you're back now." Su Jiaojiao's mood improved a little when he hugged her. She took a deep breath and freed one hand to hold his face. She smiled and asked, "Tell me, are you mine?" She was a little embarrassed and tried to pretend that it was a joke. She even pinched his face with her hand. Song Qinghan nodded decisively. He looked serious and didn't treat it as a joke at all. "Yes. You're mine too." Su Jiaojiao grinned and kissed him on the lips. Once, she felt that it wasn't enough, so she kissed him again. Just as she was about to leave, the lips that she kissed twice followed her and whispered, "Don't hide." Su Jiaojiao obediently went over. Outside the courtyard, 3 little guys were skipping over. The biggest one was holding a basket with some wild grapes in it. The 3 little kids looked over from time to time and swallowed their saliva. However, they couldn't bear to eat. Debao huffed and puffed as she carried the basket. She walked into the courtyard with a face full of anticipation. She skillfully went to the kitchen and shouted in a crisp voice, "Auntie." The 2 people who were enjoying their 2-person world were speechless. Debao saw the 2 people's faces clearly and quickly put down the basket. She covered her eyes and shouted, "Auntie, shameful. She needs someone to carry her." Bao and Bao didn't move at all. They foolishly followed her and shouted, "Shameful, shameful." Everyone remember to collect the website or remember the website. Website, website, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary, no burglary. End of chapter 41. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.